Chapter 1: Where do people get children? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone on the table vibrated for the third time. Gu Yuan was staring at the report on the computer screen, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The strings of numbers made his eyes water. Who's been calling again, so clueless? He muttered irritably and picked up his phone to take a look. Unknown number. The place of origin or the local area. Is this another loan sales pitch? Gu Yuan swiped to answer the call and spoke irritably. Hello? Who is this? Hello, are you Mr. Gu Yuan? A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. Who are you? Get to the point. I'm busy. As Gu Yuan spoke, he clicked the mouse rapidly, trying to salvage his precarious perfect attendance award. This is the obstetrics and gynecology department of the First People's Hospital of the city. Obstetrics and gynecology? Gu Yuan's fingers paused for a moment as he typed on the keyboard. Are scam calls getting this elaborate now? Are they even starting to organize them into departments? He complained inwardly, but kept talking about it. Hospital? Why would you want to see me? I don't have a boyfriend, and I don't have any relatives who are having babies. That's right, Mr. Gu. The nurse's voice was noticeably more urgent. A lady named Song Sherwei just gave birth to twin girls at our hospital. She? Song Sherwei? Gu Yuan abruptly interrupted the nurse, sitting up straight instantly. She gave birth? Twins? Gu Yuan's mind instantly flashed through the gossip groups in the company, wondering how much this shocking scoop could fetch. Yes, Ms. Song Sherwei. The nurse confirmed. You are the emergency contact she left behind. She just had a cesarean section, and her family needs to come and sign some documents to complete the follow-up procedures. What the hell? Gu Yuan felt like his CPU was about to burn out. My emergency contact, is that me? He pointed to his own nose, looking utterly bewildered. Yes, Mr. Gu Yuan, the phone number and name match. The nurse's tone left no room for argument. The mother needs to be accompanied by a family member at this time. Please come over as soon as possible. On the other end of the phone, the faint sound of a baby crying could still be heard. One sound after another. Gu Yuan's brain completely shut down. He held his phone, staring blankly ahead. A fragment of memory suddenly rushed into my mind. That was about 10 months ago. Company quarterly celebration banquet. As the boss, Song Sherwei was toasted repeatedly and drank quite a bit that day, her cheeks flushed a rare red. And he, Gu Yuan, a nobody who had just joined the company, got drunk after taking a few drinks for his boss. After the banquet, he helped Song Sherwei, who was also unsteady on her feet, into a taxi, somewhat confused. And then, it was just a messy bed in a hotel. The bright morning sunlight. And the woman beside him, with her excessively beautiful face, flushed with hangover and panic. The two got dressed in an awkward silence. Song Sherwei then said, "Let's pretend yesterday never happened," and left without looking back. From then on, she remained his strict boss at the company, as if that absurd night was just a dream. Gu Yuan wisely kept the matter to himself and pretended nothing had happened. But 10 months. Twin. Emergency contact person. These words, strung together, formed a conclusion that sent chills down his spine. Holy crap! Gu Yuan suddenly jumped up from his chair, the movement so large that it knocked over the water glasses on the table. Water spilled all over the table, and the documents were soaked. The surrounding colleagues all cast surprised glances at him. Gu Yuan, what's wrong with you? The department head frowned and scolded. Gu Yuan, however, couldn't care less. He frantically grabbed his coat and car keys and rushed to his supervisor. Brother Wang. I need to ask for leave. Are you taking leave? Have you finished your report? You have a meeting this afternoon. It's urgent. Extremely urgent. Like the sky is falling. Gu Yuan's voice changed, and his eyes were filled with anxiety and confusion. My family member has given birth. I have to get to the hospital right away. He made up a reason without caring about his supervisor's reaction, and rushed out of the office like a whirlwind. The entire department was left looking at each other in bewilderment. Isn't he single? How come he's having a child? I don't know, he looked like the sky was about to fall. The taxi moved slowly through the evening rush hour traffic. Gu Yuan sat in the back seat, his palms sweaty. The hustle and bustle of the city outside the car windows seemed to fade away from him at that moment. His mind was a complete mess. I'm a dad? 1 or 2? Is my child's mother or my boss? What kind of mess is this? He took out his phone, his hands trembling as he opened the bank app. Looking at the balance of less than 5 figures, an unprecedented pressure washed over him. The cost of formula, diapers, and future school fees. 2 servings. This is terrible. Gu Yuan, a corporate slave earning only a few thousand yuan a month, barely manages to support himself, and now he suddenly has 2 daughters crying for food. This plot is more outrageous than any urban novel he's ever read. However, after the frustration and panic, another thought popped into my head. Song Wei. How is she? A C-section sounds painful. She went to the hospital alone to give birth? How helpless must that woman, who always seemed to be in control and commanding the company, have felt when she was lying in the delivery room? Why not tell yourself? Why list him as an emergency contact? Did you want him to take responsibility? Or, did you just impulsively fill in a name you knew? Gu Yuan scratched his hair in frustration. Master, can you go any faster? He urged the driver on, his heart filled with mixed emotions. There was surprise, fear, confusion, and even a worry that he himself didn't realize. No matter what, that's his child. The child's mother is waiting for him at the hospital. 40 minutes later, the taxi finally stopped in front of the city's first people's hospital. Gu Yuan paid the money and practically tumbled inside. The hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Following the instructions over the phone, he ran all the way to the nurse's station in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Nurse. Hello? He leaned against the table, panting heavily. I'm Gu Yuan, the one you just called. The young nurse who had just answered the phone looked up at him, then looked down again to check the information. Oh, it's you. You finally arrived. The nurse's tone was somewhat resentful. What kind of family members are they? It took them ages to come after I called. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way. Gu Yuan apologized repeatedly and asked anxiously. Song Wei, where is she? How is she? The nurse sighed and lowered her voice. In VIP 03 ward. I just came out of the operating room not long ago. The anesthesia is almost worn off, and the C-section wound is very painful. She paused, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Moreover, the mother was very emotionally unstable. When we went in to check on her, she kicked us out. There was just one person crying inside, and no one could comfort her. It was quite pitiful to see. Gu Yuan's heart clenched suddenly. Where are the children? He asked again. The children are doing well, twin daughters, very healthy, and they're in their little beds in the hospital room. The nurse pointed towards the end of the corridor. Go and see her, and try to talk to her. Postpartum mood swings are normal, but crying like this all the time is bad for her wound healing. Okay, thank you. Gu Yuan thanked him, and with his slightly weak legs, walked towards the closed ward door. Every step was incredibly heavy. Standing at the door of VIP 03, he raised his hand but hesitated to push it open. What should he say? How should I start my sentence? Boss, congratulations on having 2 daughters. By the way, I'm also a father to them? This is ridiculous. Or should we say, Mr. Song, are you alright? Nonsense, how well can you feel after a C-section? Gu Yuan took a deep breath, then another. Now that things have come to this, there's no escaping it. He steeled his resolve, used his strength to gently push open the ward door. The room was very quiet. The curtains were drawn, making the light somewhat dim. Gu Yuan spotted the woman lying on the hospital bed at a glance. Song Wei was wearing a loose hospital gown. Her hair, which was usually neatly combed, was now messy and scattered on the pillow, with a few wet strands sticking to her forehead. Her face was deathly pale, her lips were chapped and peeling, her eyes were red and swollen, and tears still clung to her long eyelashes. She looked fragile and haggard, completely different from the radiant and powerful queen he remembered. Next to the hospital bed, 2 small cribs were placed side by side. Inside the bed, 2 tiny lives, wrapped in swaddling clothes, were sleeping peacefully, so adorable that they melted one's heart. Gu Yuan stood at the door, looking at the woman on the bed and the 2 children beside it. He felt something blocking his throat. Song Sherwei seemed to hear the noise and slowly turned her head. When her gaze met Gu Yuan's, they both froze. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Gu Yuan stood there, unsure of what to do with his hands and feet. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Chapter 2 is the finale. Just as Gu Yuan was about to bite the bullet and say something to break the deadly silence, she suddenly frowned. A suppressed cry of pain escaped from her cracked lips. She involuntarily arched her back, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on her forehead. Gu Yuan's heart jumped into his throat. President Song? Are you all right? Does your wound hurt? He subconsciously took 2 steps forward, his tone filled with a nervousness he himself was unaware of. Song Sherwei gritted her teeth and didn't answer him. She just turned her head away, closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled violently from the pain. You're a family member of the woman in labor, right? What are you standing there for? Come and lend a hand. A strong, resonant female voice suddenly came from the doorway, breaking the atmosphere in the room. Gu Yuan turned around and saw an older woman in a nurse's uniform walk in, with a name tag that read head nurse. The head nurse, holding a folder, didn't even glance at Gu Yuan before walking straight to the bedside. Ms. Song, I am your head nurse. I'm here to check your wound healing. As she spoke, she skillfully prepared to lift the blanket off Song Sherwei. Song Sherwei's body stiffened instantly. Don't touch me. Her voice was hoarse and filled with resistance. Checking the wound is necessary, otherwise what if it gets infected? The head nurse said matter-of-factly. Your husband is right here, what's there to be embarrassed about? Husband? Gu Yuan almost choked on his own saliva. Sister, please don't play matchmaker. He was about to explain when the head nurse turned around and handed him the folder in her hand. You must be the child's father? You've come at the perfect time. Here is a newborn care consent form, which includes bathing, massage, and a few basic checks. Take a look, and sign it if everything is okay. The head nurse spoke so matter-of-factly that Gu Yuan didn't even have a chance to interject. Gu Yuan looked down at the consent form handed to him. It's all written in black and white, crystal clear. The space where the father should sign was blank. It was like a giant whirlpool, trying to suck him in completely. To sign or not to sign? This is a problem. By signing, he means he has admitted it. He admitted that the woman in his bed, who was both his boss and his one-night stand, had given birth to 2 children for him. From this moment on, his life will take a completely unexpected turn onto a different path. From then on, baby formula, diapers, school district housing. Gu Yuan felt a throbbing sensation in his temples. But what if I don't sign? He raised his eyes and looked at Song Sherwei on the hospital bed. She was looking at him, or rather, at the consent form in his hand. The resistance and aloofness in her eyes were gone, replaced by a vulnerability bordering on despair. Tears welled up in her eyes, but stubbornly refused to fall. But those red-rimmed eyes said it all. She was afraid. I'm afraid he'll deny it. I was afraid he would turn around and leave. She was afraid that she and her 2 children would become a laughingstock. Gu Yuan's heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He recalled that chaotic night a few months ago. Everyone drank too much at the company's celebration banquet. As the project leader, he was forced to drink a lot of alcohol, while Song Sherwei, the president, shielded everyone from the alcohol. He didn't remember clearly what happened after that. All I remember is waking up the next morning in a big bed in a hotel, with his beautiful boss lying next to me. He felt so awkward at the time that he wanted to disappear into the ground when he thought about it now. Afterwards, Song Sherwei gave him a check and told him to pretend nothing had happened. He did indeed sensibly accept it, and tacitly played the role of an ordinary superior and subordinate in the company. He thought the matter was over and done with. I never expected there would be such an earth-shattering after-sales service. He took a deep breath, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He looked at the 2 tiny cribs. The 2 little ones were sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking their lips. The feeling of being connected by blood is a very mysterious thing. Even though it was their first meeting, he felt an immense sense of familiarity with each other. This is his child. Gu Yuan placed the folder on the bedside table next to him, took a step forward, and squatted down beside Song Sherwei's bed. He tried to make his voice sound steady. President Song. He paused, feeling that the form of address was extremely awkward in this situation. He changed his question, lowering his voice so that only the two of them could hear it. They. His gaze shifted toward the crib. Is it mine? Asking that question made Gu Yuan feel like all the strength had been drained from his body. He stared intently at Song Shui, awaiting the final judgment. Song Shui bit her lower lip tightly, her body trembling slightly. The tears that had been building up in those beautiful eyes, which they had been holding back all along, finally burst forth. Tears slid down her pale cheeks and into the pillow, leaving a small, dark stain. She didn't say anything, but under Gu Yuan's intense gaze, she nodded slowly, yet with unmistakable clarity. That nod was more powerful than any words. Why, didn't you tell me? Gu Yuan's voice was a little hoarse. Song Shui finally spoke, her voice hoarse and nasal. I don't know how to say it. When I found out, it had been almost 2 months. What could I say? Should I run to your office and tell you, Gu Yuan, you got me pregnant, you have to take responsibility? She gave a self-deprecating smile, but the tears flowed even more fiercely. Isn't that ridiculous? When did I, Song Shui, ever need to rely on a man to take responsibility for me? I thought I could manage on my own. She spoke haltingly, her emotions running high, which aggravated the wound in her abdomen, causing her to gasp in pain, and the rest of her words caught in her throat. Seeing her in pain, Gu Yuan felt a mix of emotions. Yes, she is Song Shui. She is the woman who is decisive and ruthless in the business world and always keeps everything under her control. Making her admit to her subordinates that she was pregnant out of wedlock and that she needed him would be worse than killing her. So she chose to shoulder the burden alone. She went for prenatal checkups alone, endured all the discomforts of pregnancy alone, and was wheeled into the operating room alone. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan felt an indescribable sense of guilt. He stood up. Under the somewhat surprised gazes of Song Shui and the head nurse, he picked up the consent form and pen. Not a single word was said. He lowered his head and wrote his name clearly and forcefully, stroke by stroke, in the father's signature section. Gu Yuan. After finishing writing, he handed the signed document to the head nurse, who was already stunned. Head nurse, it's done. Then, he turned back to the hospital bed, looked at the woman who was still silently shedding tears, and softened his voice. Don't cry. Crying during postpartum confinement is bad for your eyes. He said it with utmost seriousness. I'll be here for you from now on. I will take care of you, the three of you. Song Shui was stunned. She looked at the man in front of her. His expression wasn't particularly gentle, it even carried a hint of awkwardness and bewilderment, typical of a novice. But his eyes were unusually firm. It's a kind of responsibility that belongs to men, a willingness to take on everything. The tension that had been building up finally eased at that moment. An overwhelming sense of grievance and lingering fear, along with a feeling of relief that she herself was unaware of, surged into her heart. But then, an even stronger wave swept over her. It hurts. After the anesthesia wore off from the C-section, the excruciating pain of the ripped wound almost consumed her. Ah! Song Shui could no longer hold back and cried out in pain, curling up into a ball, her temples instantly soaked with cold sweat. Gu Yuan's expression changed drastically. What's wrong with you? He wanted to help her up, but was afraid of touching her wound, and was so anxious that he was covered in sweat. Nurse! Nurse! He turned around abruptly and pressed the red emergency call button hard. Help! The woman in labor is in critical condition. Chapter 3, New Dad? Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the ward door. Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. A nurse wearing a mask pushed a treatment card in, and only paused slightly when she saw Gu Yuan. Miss Song, it's time to change the dressing. The nurse's clear and professional voice instantly broke the tension that was about to snap in the room. She skillfully pulled back the curtain beside the bed, creating a small private space, and then began preparing the things for changing her dressing. Family members, please come over and listen to the precautions. The nurse said to Gu Yuan without looking up. Family members? Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized that the family member was referring to himself. He quickly moved closer. Postpartum wounds need to be kept dry and clean. We will come every day to change the dressing and disinfect. In terms of diet, you should pay attention to the fact that you can only eat after passing gas after a C-section. Start with liquid foods, such as millet porridge and radish soup, to help pass gas. Also, you should get out of bed and move around as soon as possible to prevent intestinal adhesions. Although it will be very painful, it will help with recovery. The nurse spoke as she deftly performed the procedure. Gu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. What is all this about? He's a bachelor who can't even take care of himself, how would he know these things? But he didn't dare to be negligent, so he quickly took out his phone, opened the memo app, and typed rapidly. Wait, what does exhaust mean? How long should you continue with a liquid diet? Get out of bed and move around? Is she even able to move like this? The nurse was taken aback by his question. She glanced at the densely packed notes on his phone's memo app, and the impatience in her eyes lessened. Wow, you're quite attentive. She slowed her speech and explained, passing gas is what we call farting. You'll pass gas once your bowel function recovers after the surgery. Her wound is in pain right now. Please help her turn over more often and massage her legs to promote blood circulation. Okay, I've got it. Gu Yuan nodded vigorously. Behind the curtain, Song Shuwei listened to the questions and answers outside, and Gu Yuan's somewhat clumsy yet extremely earnest questions. Her originally tense body unconsciously relaxed a little. Okay, I'm going to start changing the dressing now. It will hurt a little, so please bear with it, the nurse said to Song Shuwei. She removed the gauze covering the wound. Hiss. Despite being mentally prepared, Song Shuwei still gasped in pain when the cold disinfectant touched her wound. Her body instantly tensed into a bow, her hands gripping the sheets beneath her tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Fine beads of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. That already pale face was now completely devoid of color. But she bit her lower lip tightly and didn't utter a sound. This is Song Shuwei. Even when she was in extreme pain, she wouldn't allow herself to show the slightest weakness. Gu Yuan stood outside the curtain, listening to the suppressed gasps. His heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, both sore and swollen. He was at a loss and paced around in panic. What to do? What can he do? His gaze fell on a pack of tissues on the bedside table, and without thinking, he pulled one out and handed it over. You. He wanted to say wipe your sweat, but felt that the words would be weak and ineffective. He wanted to say, don't hold it in, just cry out if it hurts, but he was afraid of hurting her precious self-esteem. Finally, all the words got stuck in his throat, leaving only this clumsy gesture of handing over a tissue. Just as his fingertips were about to touch Song Shuwei. Bite. A mechanical voice devoid of emotion suddenly rang in his mind. The host's strong sense of responsibility as a new father has been detected. The Super Dad system is officially activated. What is that? Am I hallucinating? He abruptly withdrew his hand, looking around in bewilderment. The ward was quiet, with only the soft clatter of the nurse's operating instruments and Song Shuwei's suppressed breathing. Host, Gu Yuan. Identity, new dad. Bound to, twin daughters. System purpose, to cultivate the host into the universe's strongest, omniscient, and omnipotent super dad. Holy crap! Are you coming again? Gu Yuan's mind was buzzing. What the hell is this? Is he experiencing mental health issues due to excessive stress lately? Initial task triggered, soothe the postpartum mother's emotions. Mission details, the new mother is experiencing postpartum pain and drastic hormonal changes, making her extremely sensitive and vulnerable, and she is on the verge of a breakdown. Host, please provide immediate comfort and reassurance. Task reward, new player gift pack X1. Task prompt, what the new mother needs at this moment is companionship and care, not empty words. It is recommended that the host use gentle physical contact, such as combing their disheveled hair, to distract them and alleviate their tension. A series of mechanical sounds flooded Gu Yuan's mind. Gu Yuan was completely dumbfounded. System? New dad? Still combing your hair? What a joke! To comb his boss's hair? Does he think he's living too long? However, the notification sound in her mind was crystal clear, and behind the curtain, Song Shuwei's breathing became more and more rapid, and her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. The nurse's voice also carried a hint of nervousness. Miss Song, please relax and don't be so tense. Tightening your muscles is bad for your wound. Gu Yuan felt uneasy. On one hand, there are ridiculously absurd system tasks. On one side is the mother of his child, who is suffering immense pain. Oh shit. I'm going all in. It's just combing your hair, isn't it? He gritted his teeth and quickly scanned the bedside table, where he found a wooden comb. He picked up the comb, took a deep breath, and walked to the bedside. Because of the pain, Song Shui kept her eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly with sweat and tears. Gu Yuan's heart was incredibly soft. He lowered his voice, with a gentleness he himself didn't even realize. President Song. Your hair is a little messy. Shall I comb your hair for you? It might make you feel a little more comfortable. Song Shui did not open her eyes, nor did she have the strength to speak. She only managed a very faint hum from her throat. Having received permission, Gu Yuan felt as if he had received a royal decree. He carefully used his fingers to smooth out her sweaty, tangled hair, one strand at a time. Her hair was soft and had a faint fragrance. Then, he picked up a comb and, starting from the ends of his hair, gently combed it upwards, bit by bit. His movements were clumsy and even awkward. But he combed it with extreme care and focus. One time. Another one. The feel of a wooden comb through your hair is gentle and rhythmic. Something amazing happened. Song Shui's tense body actually relaxed slowly with his movements. Her rapid breathing calmed down. His tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The excruciating pain seemed to be somewhat dispelled by this gentle force, and it was no longer so unbearable. The nurse standing nearby was dumbfounded. No matter how she tried to persuade him, it was no use. The man came up, combed his hair a couple of times, and then calmed down. What kind of magic is this? Her hands moved faster, and she quickly changed the dressing and applied a new gauze. All right. The nurse straightened up, and her eyes showed a newfound respect for Gu Yuan. You did a good job. She said this to Gu Yuan as she packed her things. Postpartum mood swings are normal for new mothers, and sometimes they can be more distressing than the wound itself. You're a good family member, very patient. Next, we need to keep a close eye on her condition, including her temperature, whether her wounds are bleeding, and her emotional state. If there are any abnormalities, please ring the bell to call us immediately. Okay, thank you, nurse, Gu Yuan quickly said. Bite. Initial mission complete. Rating, excellent. Although the host's movements were clumsy, they were full of genuine care and successfully calmed the mother's emotions. The new player gift pack reward has been distributed. Would you like to open it now? Before Gu Yuan could respond to the voice in his head, the nurse had already pushed the treatment cart to the door. She turned back and gave him another piece of advice. By the way, let her spend more time with the children, it will make her feel much better. After saying that, he closed the door and left. Once again, only Gu Yuan and Song Shui remained in the ward. And in the crib next to them, two little ones were sleeping soundly. The awkward standoff in the air had vanished. Instead, there is a subtle and warm tranquility. Gu Yuan was still holding the wooden comb in his hand, looking at Song Shui on the bed, whose expression had softened considerably, and felt a mix of emotions. It seems he has begun a new chapter in his life. Super Dad? It sounds kind of exciting. Chapter 4, Do Dads Get Cheat Codes? Song Shui's gaze fell on her flat stomach, her eyes vacant, as if she were lost in thought. That aloofness that kept people at arm's length returned to her. Gu Yuan felt his throat was dry. He cleared his throat and spoke cautiously. President Song. He paused, feeling that the form of address was extremely strange in this context. Are you alright? He wanted to slap himself after asking the question. Nonsense. How well can someone recover right after a C-section? Sure enough, Song Shui didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, only letting out a very soft hum from her nose, filled with exhaustion and mockery. Thanks to you, I won't die. Her voice was terribly hoarse, as if it had been sanded, and every word sounded weak. That day, the conversation completely died out. Gu Yuan stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do with his hands and feet. He wanted to go over, but he was afraid of being chilled by her icy aura. I wanted to leave, but I felt it would be really inhumane to leave her here alone at this time. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, the ward door was pushed open again. The young nurse who had been there earlier poked her head in, holding a notebook in her hand. It's good that the family members have arrived. The nurse looked relieved when she saw Gu Yuan. She walked quickly to the bedside, skillfully checked the 4-tube on Song Shui's hand, and then looked at the data on the instrument. The mother's blood pressure is a little low, and the anesthesia is wearing off. The wound will become more and more painful later, which is normal. She took notes while explaining things to Gu Yuan. She's in a bad mood right now, so please be understanding and spend time with her. Try to talk to her about something happy to distract her. Also, it's important to help her pass gas as soon as possible after giving birth. You can try having her turn to her side, or you can help her sit up for a little while. The button by the bed is a call bell. Press it anytime if you have any problems. The nurse explained quickly and clearly, leaving Gu Yuan completely bewildered, and he could only nod frantically. Okay, I've got it. The nurse glanced at Song Shui, who remained silent on the bed, and sighed. The nurse's appearance broke the deadlock and gave Gu Yuan a clear task. He was no longer the helpless subordinate, but the only family member he could rely on here. He took a deep breath and walked to the bedside. This time, he did not hesitate. He first bent down and approached the two small cribs. The two little ones were sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking their lips as if they were having a sweet dream. One baby was wrapped in pink swaddling clothes, and the other in light yellow ones. They were so small and soft, and with their eyes closed, they looked exactly like they were made from the same mold. This is his daughter? Gu Yuan's heart was instantly filled with an indescribable emotion. There was surprise, there was joy, but more than anything, there was a heavy sense of responsibility. From that moment on, he was no longer alone. He is a father. They were the support for these two little lives and the weak woman in the bed. Just then, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. Initial task, reached the mother in labor. Task completed. The new dad system is officially activated, unlocking subsequent parenting-related rewards. Please strive to become a qualified dad. Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment. System? Holy crap, these days even fatherhood has cheat codes? Before he could even figure out what the system was for, his attention was drawn back to reality. How to take care of it? The nurse said to help her turn to her side and sit up. That's easy for you to say. He looked at Song Shui's pale face and didn't dare to touch her at all. What if I accidentally touch the wound? And what about the baby? Will he cry when he wakes up? If he cries, should I feed him or change his diaper? What temperature should the water be for the formula? Which side of the diaper is the front? A barrage of questions flooded his mind like a barrage of comments. Gu Yuan was at his wit's end, feeling even more exhausted than when he was making a PowerPoint presentation with hundreds of pages. Just as he was brainstorming, Song Shui on the bed suddenly let out a suppressed groan. Gu Yuan immediately snapped out of his daze and looked over nervously. What's wrong? Is your wound hurting? Song Shui had her eyes tightly closed, her brows furrowed, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on her forehead. Her lips trembled, and her teeth clenched so tightly they clicked. It was a sharp, irresistible pain that came from inside the body. The effects of the anesthesia from the C-section are gradually wearing off. The contractions of her uterus and the excruciating pain from the incision intertwined, feeling as if they were tearing her apart. Pain. She squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth, her body trembling slightly uncontrollably. Should we call the doctor? Gu Yuan panicked and reached for the call button on the bedside table. Don't. Song Shui suddenly opened her eyes and grabbed his wrist. Her hands were icy cold, and her nails were almost digging into Gu Yuan's flesh. Don't call me, she shook her head stubbornly, her eyes full of defiance. She didn't want more people to see her in this disheveled state. What should we do? You're like this. Gu Yuan was so anxious he was pacing back and forth. Looking at her face contorted in pain, his heart clenched. He wanted to do something, but didn't know where to start. Just then, an even more intense pain struck. Ah! Song Shui could no longer hold back and cried out in pain. She subconsciously searched for something that could help her release her pain, her gaze sweeping across the room before finally settling on Gu Yuan's arm. The next second, as if grasping at a straw, she lunged forward and bit his forearm hard. Hiss! Gu Yuan gasped. The pain of his teeth digging into his flesh was clear, and he instinctively wanted to pull his arm back. But when he looked down, he saw that Song Shui's eyes were tightly closed, tears were hanging on her long eyelashes, and her whole body was trembling from the pain. In that instant, all his hesitation and doubt vanished. Instead of withdrawing his hand, he pushed his arm forward further and gently, tentatively, placed his other hand on her back, gently patting her back to help her breathe. If it hurts, just bite it. His voice was soft, carrying a gentleness he himself was unaware of. It's okay, I can handle it. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly at that moment. Gu Yuan could clearly feel that Song Shiwei's teeth were sinking deeper and deeper, and he could even smell a faint scent of blood. The pain in his arm became increasingly clear, but he didn't utter a sound. He silently endured it, feeling her body tremble with every movement and listening to the suppressed sobs in her throat. I don't know how much time passed, but the excruciating pain finally subsided. Song Shiwei's body gradually relaxed, and her clenched teeth loosened. She slowly raised her head, her eyes still somewhat unfocused, and gasped for breath. When she saw the deep, bloody teeth mark on Gu Yuan's arm, she froze. The air fell silent again. You. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse and barely audible. Why didn't you move away? Gu Yuan grinned, trying to act nonchalant, but the burning pain in his arm made his expression contort. I dodged it. Where will you bite? He pulled out a tissue and hastily wiped away the blood and saliva. It's okay, just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Song Shiwei's eyes were filled with an extremely complicated expression. There was shock, guilt, and a hint of emotion that she herself couldn't quite explain. She remained silent for a long time, so long that Gu Yuan thought she wouldn't speak again. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the two little ones in the crib next to her. The excruciating pain she had just experienced made her truly realize for the first time that she had become a mother. These two little ones were brought into this world at great personal risk. Song Shiwei spoke softly, her voice carrying the weakness of postpartum recovery and a hint of confusion. It doesn't have a name yet. Gu Yuan was taken aback. Song Shiwei looked at him with an unprecedentedly serious gaze. You, give them names. Give him the right to name the child. This is a silent acknowledgement, a wordless entrustment. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Song Shiwei's expectant yet apprehensive eyes and suddenly smiled. I've made up my mind. Huh? Song Shiwei was a little surprised. I've already thought it through. Gu Yuan walked to the crib, his gaze so tender it could melt hearts. He pointed to the baby in the pink swaddling clothes and whispered, Sister, let's call her Sweetie. Then she pointed to another baby in a light yellow swaddling cloth, Little sister, her name is Mimi. Sweet and blissful. These two simple words contain the most basic and sincere expectations. Upon hearing those two names, Song Shiwei's eyes unexpectedly welled up with tears. A tear slid down the corner of her eye. This time, it wasn't because of pain, nor because of feeling wronged. Okay. She nodded gently. Let's call them Sweetie and Honey. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out in Gu Yuan's mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the hidden achievement, naming your beloved daughter. Achievement rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, 1 million renminbi in cash, already deposited into the host's bank account. Reward 2, the Beginner's Guide to Childcare Expert Edition has been stored in the system space. The host can access it at any time. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the long string of zeros that popped up on his mobile banking app. 1 million. The money has arrived already? That's so real. But his excitement lasted for less than 3 seconds. His attention was completely drawn to the second reward, rather than the million. A Beginner's Guide to Parenting. Expert version. This is like giving someone a pillow when they're sleepy, and it's a latex pillow at that. For this new dad who's completely clueless and can't even tell the front from the back of a diaper, this thing is 1,000,000 times more useful than $1 million. He couldn't wait to click on it and start learning from how to properly hold a newborn. Chapter 5. Was he proposing? His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the two small cribs. Song Shiwei followed his gaze, her eyes softening instantly, but then turning cold again. You can go now. This dismissal was ruthless, still displaying that familiar domineering female CEO vibe. But the more she acted like this, the more uncomfortable Gu Yuan felt. He knew that she was just using indifference to disguise her vulnerability. I'm not leaving. Gu Yuan steeled his resolve and slammed the hospital room door shut behind him. He walked to the water dispenser, poured a glass of warm water, found a cotton swab, and carefully walked back to the bedside. Your lips are too dry. He awkwardly dipped a cotton swab in water and tried to hand it over. Song Shiwei turned her head away, avoiding the question. I don't need your help. Gu Yuan's hand, holding the cotton swab, froze in mid-air, somewhat at a loss. He sighed and placed the water glass and cotton swabs on the bedside table. Okay, you don't need me to worry about you. Then you do it yourself? Song Shiwei gritted her teeth and tried to prop herself up halfway, but the wound in her abdomen immediately shot through her with intense pain, causing her to groan and break out in a cold sweat. "Don't move!" Gu Yuan was startled and quickly grabbed her shoulder. "The nurse said that you just had surgery and the anesthesia has worn off, so the wound will be very painful and you can't move around too much." Through the hospital gown, he could clearly feel her body trembling. Song Shui was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. All she could do was glare at him fiercely with her reddened eyes. If that look could kill, Gu Yuan felt he would be dead already. Gu Yuan, however, was determined to stay there. He took out his phone and his fingers flew across the screen. "What are you doing?" Song Shui asked warily. "Study." Gu Yuan answered without looking up. "Ah?" Song Shui was stunned. Learning how to be a good dad, and also learning about post-cesarean section care guidelines. Gu Yuan turned his phone screen slightly toward her, revealing a page for a maternal and infant app. "Look, it says here that after a cesarean section, intestinal function will be temporarily weakened due to the surgery, which can easily cause bloating and make the wound more painful. The relief method is abdominal massage." Song Shui's pupils suddenly contracted. "Abdominal massage? What does he want to do?" "You dare!" She practically spat out those two words through gritted teeth. "President Song, times have changed." Gu Yuan put away his phone, his expression more serious than ever before. "Now is not the time for you to be stubborn. I know you're in pain. But there's nothing I can do but watch. I'm in even more pain than you are. This massage might make you feel better, why don't you try it?" He paused, his voice softening slightly. You can just treat me like a caregiver, okay?" Song Shui remained silent. She stared intently at Gu Yuan, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The pain surged like a tide, wave after wave crashing against her nerves, almost swallowing her reason. And this man, the culprit who put her in such a predicament, now stands before her with a sincere expression, saying he wants to help alleviate her pain. How ironic. Seeing that she didn't speak, Gu Yuan took it as a tacit agreement. He rubbed his hands together, trying to warm them up. Then, he took a deep breath and carefully, tentatively, placed his palm on Song Shui's lower abdomen through the thin blanket. Song Shui's body tensed instantly. "Don't be nervous, I'll be very gentle." Gu Yuan's voice also sounded a little strained. Following the instructions on his phone, he gently drew circles clockwise with his palm, centering on his navel. His movements were awkward, even clumsy. But his palms were warm. The warmth seeped through the blankets and hospital gown, gradually reaching her cold skin. It seems to have really relieved some of the abdominal bloating and pain. Song Shui's tense body relaxed without her realizing it. She lay there quietly, staring at the ceiling, letting the man engage in this intimate contact. The room was very quiet. Only Gu Yuan's soft breathing and the occasional sound of cars passing by outside the window could be heard. The two babies were sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking their lips. They were incredibly cute. After an unknown amount of time, Song Shui's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Perhaps the massage worked, or perhaps she was exhausted from crying. She actually drifted off to sleep. Gu Yuan gently massaged her for a while longer until he was sure she was asleep, then slowly withdrew his hand. He looked at her peaceful sleeping face, her pale face still streaked with tears, and felt a mix of emotions. He pulled over a chair and quietly sat by the bedside. Look at her, then look at the two children. An unprecedented sense of responsibility weighed heavily on his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Song Shui slowly woke up. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw Gu Yuan's enlarged face. He sat in the chair, his head nodding, clearly dozing off. Song Shui moved slightly. The wound in her abdomen still caused a dull ache, but it was much better than the tearing sensation she had experienced before. She then remembered what had happened before she fell asleep. Her cheeks were burning uncontrollably. "You." Gu Yuan was startled awake the moment she opened her mouth. "You're awake?" He stood up abruptly, looking at her with concern. "How are you feeling? Is the wound still hurting a lot?" Song Shui avoided his gaze and spoke in a low voice. "Much better." "That's good," Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned with concern. To suffer like this right after giving birth is too much. He looked at her, his eyes full of seriousness. Song Shui. For the first time, he didn't call her President Song. "Let's get our marriage certificate once you feel better." Song Shui suddenly raised her head and looked at him in disbelief. Getting a marriage certificate? Was he proposing? In this case?
Her mind went blank for a moment. Why? She asked instinctively.
Because of the child? Or, do you pity me?
There was a sharpness in her tone that she herself didn't realize.
Neither. Gu Yuan shook his head, his gaze calm. Because I want to be responsible for you and for the children.
I know this might sound ridiculous.
Why should a lowly assistant like me be responsible for you, President Song?
But I am the childless father, that is a fact.
I can't let my child be born without a father.
Song Shiwei's mind was in turmoil because of his words.
Responsible? He said he would take responsibility?
She had seen too many men rush headlong into her pursuit of money and status, but not a single one had ever said they would take responsibility for her. She fell silent, her heart a jumble of emotions, a mixture of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy flavors.
Seeing her hesitation, Gu Yuan grew a little anxious. It's okay if you don't want to, I just wanted to make a suggestion. He thought she didn't want to get involved with someone like him, a small person. The main problem is that the child needs to be registered.
Gu Yuan, quick-witted, came up with an excellent reason.
If we don't get a marriage certificate, the father's name will be blank on the child's birth certificate. It will be incredibly troublesome to register the child's household registration and enroll them in school. They might end up being unregistered. The words unregistered resident struck Song Shiwei's weak spot precisely.
She can be indifferent to herself, but she cannot be indifferent to her child.
How can her child be an unregistered resident? Call her. Song Shiwei made the decision almost immediately, and her CEO-like demeanor returned. It's settled then. She looked at Gu Yuan and said, word by word.
We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau the day I'm discharged from the hospital.
Huh? The day I'm discharged? Gu Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. Okay. Okay.
I'll do whatever you say. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, and he was so excited he was almost at a loss for what to do.
Just then. Knock, knock, knock.
There was a knock on the ward door. A young nurse pushed open the door and walked in, carrying a record board.
Miss Song, how are you feeling?
Let me take your temperature and blood pressure. The nurse spoke as she skillfully performed the procedure. She was somewhat surprised when her gaze fell on Gu Yuan, who was grinning foolishly, and Song Shiwei, whose expression had calmed down a bit.
Wow, it's done so quickly?
Looks like family members are still the most helpful. The nurse made a joke with a smile.
By the way, where did you say you were going on the day you were discharged from the hospital? Gu Yuan instinctively replied, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate.
The nurse stopped what she was doing. She stared wide-eyed at Gu Yuan, then at Song Shiwei.
You haven't gotten your marriage certificate yet?
That shout, full of energy, instantly shattered the warm atmosphere in the ward. Gu Yuan and Song Shiwei's faces turned bright red.
Ahem.
The nurse realized she had overreacted and cleared her throat awkwardly, but couldn't help but complain, I have to say, you young people these days are really something, having a baby already and not even having the marriage certificate yet.
And you, the nurse looked at Song Shiwei, saying you'd get your marriage certificate on the day you're discharged? What are you thinking?
A C-section is a major surgery, and you'll need to stay in the hospital for at least 5 to 7 days, depending on your recovery.
You think you can just be discharged the same day? Do you think you're here for a spa treatment?
As the nurse tucked Song Shiwei in, she began to solemnly explain the precautions.
All right, get some rest tonight and conserve your energy. Tomorrow will be the beginning of your real test. Tomorrow you must get out of bed and walk to help with gas expulsion and bowel recovery.
Also, you need to go to the bathroom by yourself and remove the catheter. The nurse's words made Song Shiwei's face turn even paler.
Getting out of bed and walking?
Even the slightest movement causes her excruciating pain from her wound.
I have to get out of bed tomorrow? Do I have to go to the bathroom by myself?
This is practically going to kill her.
Chapter 6 Husband, I really can't.
Song Shiwei didn't say anything more, but turned her head back and stared at the ceiling again. Tears started streaming down her face again, soaking her pillowcase. She didn't speak, and Gu Yuan was even more at a loss for words. The only sound in the entire ward was her suppressed, soft sobs.
Gu Yuan felt a tightness in his chest.
He turned his gaze to the 2 small cribs and cautiously approached them. The 2 little ones were sleeping soundly. Her rosy little face hadn't fully developed yet, it was all wrinkled, her eyes were tightly closed, and her little mouth would occasionally smack. It was so cute it was almost unfair.
This is his daughter. Gu Yuan felt his heart melt.
He reached out his finger, wanting to touch but not daring to, his fingertip hovering above the baby's face for a long time before finally just gently touching the swaddling clothes that wrapped them.
Soft and warm. He looked at it for a while, and then for a while longer, he couldn't get enough of it.
But as I looked at it, a new problem arose.
Why are these two kids still sleeping? Could there be a problem? The anxiety of a new dad can overwhelm him instantly. Gu Yuan couldn't stay still any longer.
He turned around, tiptoed out of the ward, and headed straight for the nurse's station.
Hello, nurse, it's me again.
He lowered his voice, his face filled with anxiety.
I'd like to ask, is it normal for a newborn to sleep all the time? They've been sleeping ever since I came in, without moving at all.
The young nurse who had just heard that chuckled. I have to say, you family member are hilarious. Newborns sleep an average of about 20 hours a day, and spend the remaining 4 hours eating, drinking, and excreting.
They're professional players now, their main job is sleeping, you know? That's perfectly normal. Gu Yuan blushed deeply and nodded awkwardly.
Oh, that's good, that's good. This is my first time being a dad, I have no experience, hee hee.
I can tell.
The nurse was writing something down while giving instructions without looking up.
Oh, right, since you're here, let me tell you something. The new mother must get out of bed and move around tomorrow.
The biggest concerns after a cesarean section are intestinal adhesions and deep vein thrombosis in the lower limbs, so it is essential to get out of bed and walk around as soon as possible. The nurse emphasized the last few words. It would be best if they could walk to the bathroom by themselves to urinate and pass gas. This is crucial for her recovery. Remember, make sure to keep an eye on her and encourage her tomorrow.
Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Okay, I got it.
He returned to the ward with the imperial edict, and Song Shiwei was still in the same position, with her back to him and her shoulders swaying slightly.
Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and walked over. Mr. Song.
He cleared his throat. The nurse just told me that you need to get out of bed and walk around tomorrow. The woman on the bed visibly stiffened for a moment.
Gu Yuan didn't notice and continued relaying the nurse's words.
They said it was to prevent blood clots, and that we should try to walk to the bathroom ourselves. Before he could finish speaking, Song Shiwei suddenly turned her head, her swollen red eyes staring intently at him. His eyes were filled with fear and resistance, as well as an angry look of being offended.
I don't.
Her voice became shrill as her agitation aggravated the wound in her abdomen, causing her to gasp in pain.
I don't want to. I can't leave.
She cried out, and her tears fell even harder. You don't know how painful it is if you've never had a C-section.
Every movement feels like being cut open again with a knife. I can't even stand up.
Gu Yuan was startled by her intense reaction and quickly raised his hands.
Don't get agitated, don't get agitated. The wound is the priority. I'm just relaying what the nurse said. Get out. Tell them all to get out.
Song Shiwei completely lost control of her emotions. She waved her arms, as if trying to push the whole world away.
I told you I don't want to see anyone. All of you, get out.
Just then, a nurse in a pink uniform pushed open the door and walked in, carrying a tray in her hand. Miss Song, it's time to change the dressing. The young nurse had obviously heard the argument, but she was used to such scenes and remained calm. She walked to the bedside, glanced at Song Shiwei, then at Gu Yuan, her tone leaving no room for argument.
Family members, please step aside for a moment.
Then she turned to Song Shiwei, her voice gentle but firm.
Miss Song, I know you are in pain.
All mothers who have a C-section are in pain.
But you must get out of bed tomorrow. It's the rule, and it's for your own good. If you don't leave, the recovery process will be more complicated and you'll suffer more.
As the nurse spoke, she deftly prepared the necessary items for changing the dressing.
Song Shiwei's body trembled even more violently.
She looked at the tweezers and gauze in the nurse's hand, and fear magnified in her eyes.
Her gaze swept frantically around the room, finally settling desperately on Gu Yuan, who was about to leave.
In that instant, all pride and all pretense crumbled. She reached out and grabbed Gu Yuan's clothes as if he were her last lifeline.
Husband.
Her voice was barely audible, tinged with sobs and filled with pleading.
Honey. I beg you, tell her. I really can't. I can't walk. Please don't make me get out of bed. Gu Yuan froze completely. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat, one after another, pounding against his chest. What did she just call him? Husband? Song Shui, who was always aloof and cold-faced, treating him like he was invisible, called him husband? Even the nurse who was preparing to change the dressing paused for a moment and looked at them with some surprise. Gu Yuan's mind went blank. He looked down at Song Shui. She gripped his clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. On that pale, haggard face, his eyes were filled with helplessness and pleading. This sight completely touched the softest spot in Gu Yuan's heart. He completely forgot about bosses, superiors and subordinates, and awkward relationships at that moment. All he knows now is that the woman lying in bed is his woman, the mother of his 2 daughters. She was in pain, she was scared, and she was asking him for help. Gu Yuan took a deep breath and grasped her cold hand in return. His palms were large and warm, carrying a reassuring power. Don't be afraid. His voice was gentler than ever before. I know what pain is. He turned to look at the nurse, his tone suggesting a discussion. Nurse, could you give her a break? She just had surgery, she really. The nurse shook her head, her attitude very firm. Sir, this is not a matter for discussion, it is a necessity. We're doing this for the mother's good. All right, you can go out now. We need to change the dressing. Gu Yuan had no choice but to let go of Song Shui's hand, but Song Shui gripped it even tighter and refused to let go. Don't go. She pleaded. Gu Yuan leaned down, put his ear close, and spoke in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. I didn't leave, I'm waiting for you at the door. I'll be with you tomorrow, I'll support you, and we'll walk together step by step. If you can't walk, or if you're so afraid of the pain that you want to cry or curse, it's okay. He paused, his tone unusually serious. I promise I won't laugh at you. Song Shui gripped his hand, her strength finally loosening a little. Gu Yuan patted the back of her hand, then straightened up, left the ward, and closed the door behind him. The moment the door closed, he leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. My heart is still pounding. The word husband was like a magic spell, playing on a loop in his head. Isn't this plot development a little too fast? Before he could think about it, Song Shui let out a suppressed and painful groan from the ward as her wound was touched while her dressing was being changed. Gu Yuan's heart clenched again. There was nothing he could do but pace anxiously back and forth at the door. After a while, the nurse finally opened the door and came out. It's all changed. The anesthesia has worn off, and it will be especially painful tonight, so keep a close eye on it. Okay, thank you. Gu Yuan nodded and immediately pushed the door open to go inside. Song Shui was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. She was curled up, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Gu Yuan felt sorry for her, but he was helpless. He could only imitate what he saw in TV dramas, wringing out a hot towel and gently wiping the sweat from her forehead and cheeks. Just then, a loud cry broke the silence of the ward. Wow wow! One of the babies cried. The cry was strong and loud. Song Shui was startled by the crying and tried with difficulty to turn her head to look. Don't move! Don't move! Gu Yuan quickly held her down. I'll do it! I'll do it! He rushed to the crib and found the little one wrapped in pink swaddling clothes crying in the crib on the left. This is my eldest daughter, Tian Tian. Oh, don't cry, Daddy's here. Gu Yuan clumsily picked up the tiny baby. The little one was so soft and boneless that he held her in his arms, barely daring to breathe, afraid of hurting her. It's strange, really. After he picked her up, Tian Tian's loud crying miraculously stopped. She just sobbed twice, and then she actually opened her eyes. Those were eyes like black grapes, both dark and bright. The little guy stared at Gu Yuan with his big eyes wide open, not blinking. Her little mouth was still in a crying O shape, as if she had forgotten what she was about to do. That adorable look is simply melting people's hearts. She looked at me. Gu Yuan's voice trembled with excitement. Song Shui, look. She opened her eyes. She's looking at me. He presented the child to Song Shui's bedside as if showing off a treasure. Look, doesn't she know I'm her father? Song Shui also turned her head with difficulty, looking at the small child in Gu Yuan's arms, who was looking around with open eyes.
Her eyes softened involuntarily. Gu Yuan was so excited that he bounced his daughter in his arms. She must be hungry, she's crying so loudly. He said it as a matter of course. Then, he did something he would regret for the rest of his life. Without a second thought, he handed the child directly to Song Shiwei. Quickly, Mr. Song, feed her right away. The air froze again. Song Shiwei's face visibly changed from pale to light pink, and then from light pink to a deep liver color. She glared at Gu Yuan intently. If looks could kill, Gu Yuan would have been torn to pieces by now. Roll! A roar, fueled by all her might, was squeezed out from between Song Shiwei's teeth. Get out of here! Chapter 7: A Mother Radiating Glory. Gu Yuan's mind went blank. Just as he was about to bite the bullet and say something, Song Shiwei spoke first. Her voice was terribly hoarse, with a nasal tone from crying, but her commanding manner remained undiminished. Have you seen enough? Ah? Gu Yuan was stunned. Get out! Song Shiwei's eyes reddened even more. She turned her head away, no longer looking at him, her voice filled with suppressed anger and a hint of barely perceptible panic. Gu Yuan was completely stunned. What's going on? He instinctively wanted to take 2 steps forward and ask her what was wrong. But as soon as he lifted his foot, he saw Song Shiwei suddenly clutch her hospital gown and shrink further into the blanket. Her gaze was fixed on the little one in the crib next to her, who was making soft whimpering noises. Then, Gu Yuan saw her clumsily begin to unbutton her hospital gown. A thought struck his mind like lightning. Breastfeeding. Holy crap! She's about to breastfeed her baby. Gu Yuan felt his face suddenly burn, the heat shooting from the base of his neck to the top of his head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. He apologized incoherently, then turned around in a fluster, facing the wall, wishing he could turn himself into a painting and stick it on. Awkward. I was so embarrassed I felt like I was digging a 3-bedroom apartment out of my shoe with my toes. How could he have forgotten about this? Mother in labor. Newborn. Isn't this what you call breastfeeding? What's with him standing there like that, a grown man? No wonder Song Shiwei was so angry anyone would be furious in her shoes. Gu Yuan stood stiffly with his back to the hospital bed, even his breathing became soft. He could hear the rustling of fabric behind him, as well as Song Shiwei's suppressed gasps of pain. The C-section wound must be very painful. Even moving is so difficult for her. Soon, the kitten-like whimpering turned into eager smacking sounds. Then came the sound of gulping swallows. That voice, carrying a strange vitality, gradually calmed Gu Yuan's heart, which had been pounding wildly with embarrassment. As he listened to that voice, a picture unconsciously formed in his mind. A pink and tender baby is nestled in its mother's arms, eagerly sucking the first sweet taste of life. The woman who had just been glaring at him must now be filled with tenderness. Hey, eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Song Shiwei's voice rang out again, this time without the coldness and sharpness of before. Instead, he was met with a kind of helplessness and indulgence that he had never heard of before, a tenderness that seeped into his very bones. Gu Yuan couldn't help but secretly curl the corners of his mouth up. He could imagine Song Shiwei's expression at that moment. She must have been both annoyed and amused. Look at the way you eat, it's like you haven't eaten in 800 years. Making such a fuss, are you trying to make sure everyone knows you're doing something stupid? Sweetie, let me tell you, if you keep making a fuss like this, Daddy is going to have to take your food away from you soon. Dad. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat at this word. It tastes sour, soft, and bloated. It turns out that, without his knowledge, she had already tacitly accepted his identity. He pricked up his ears and continued to eavesdrop. Eating so fast, you'll spit up later. Oh my, you're kicking your legs? You're something else. Do you think Mom's wound isn't painful enough, so you have to kick it a couple of times? That's what they said, but their tone was full of indulgence. Gu Yuan leaned against the wall, listening to the mother and daughter's conversation, and felt as if the whole world had become quiet. All the fatigue from running around, the embarrassment of being complained about by the nurses, and the nervousness in front of Song Shiwei, all vanished in the sound of gulping swallows and gentle nagging. He even felt that he could just be a background figure and listen to it for the rest of his life. After about 10 minutes, the urgent swallowing sounds gradually slowed down and turned into satisfied sighs. Belch. A loud burp signaled the perfect end to the meal. Okay, you can turn it around now. Song Shiwei's voice came through, tinged with weariness.
Gu Yuan then cautiously turned around.
The scene before him made him gasp for breath. Song Shui leaned against the bed, holding the little one who had just filled his stomach in her arms. The little one was already asleep, his rosy cheeks flushed with satisfaction, and his little mouth was still moving as if he was savoring the moment. Song Shui was looking down at her daughter in her arms, her eyes overflowing with maternal love.
The thorny queen from before is gone.
Instead, a radiant mother emerged.
Gu Yuan walked over, his steps very light, as if afraid of disturbing the tranquility.
He opened his mouth, 1,000 words welling up to his lips, but in the end, they all came down to one sentence.
Thank you.
He looked at Song Shui with an unprecedented sincerity and solemnity in his eyes.
Really, thank you, Song Shui. Thank you for giving birth to them for me. Thank you for enduring all this pain.
Song Shui looked up and met his burning gaze, and was slightly taken aback. She didn't say anything, but simply hugged the child in her arms tighter and gently patted her back. He leaned closer, wanting to get a better look at his eldest daughter's face.
You've worked hard, my wife.
Oh no, President Song. He almost blurted out what he was thinking, but quickly corrected himself. Song Shui's cheeks seemed to blush slightly, but the light was too dim for Gu Yuan to see clearly. She simply gave a soft hum in response.
The atmosphere was finally less tense.
Gu Yuan looked at Tian in Song Shui's arms, and then at Mimi on the bed next to her, and his heart softened completely.
This is his daughter.
His daughter with Song Shui. He grinned foolishly for a long time before belatedly realizing a problem.
The two of them, they look a little different, don't they?
Although they are all wrinkled, red little monkeys, if you look closely, there are still differences in their eyebrows and eyes.
It's normal for fraternal twins not to look alike.
Song Shui's tone returned to its usual cool and aloof manner, as if she were giving a lecture to her subordinates.
Oh, I see.
Gu Yuan scratched his head, feeling that he had asked another stupid question. He watched as Song Shui carefully tried to put Tian back in the crib, but her brows furrowed tightly as soon as she moved. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead.
What's wrong? Gu Yuan immediately tensed up. Did you touch the wound?
Song Shui bit her lip and didn't speak, but her pale face said it all.
Don't move. I'll do it.
Gu Yuan quickly stepped forward and took the soft little body from her arms. The lightness of it was startling to him. He imitated Song Shui, supporting his head and neck with one hand and his bottom with the other, and stiffly placed Tian next to Mimi. The two little ones are snuggled together. The scene is so cute it's almost unfair. After he finished everything, he looked back at Song Shui and found her leaning against the headboard, her brows furrowed and her lips bitten until they turned white.
Gu Yuan's heart clenched again. Does it hurt a lot? He asked in a low voice.
Song Shui slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with pain, and a hint of vulnerability and fear that she herself was unaware of.
The anesthesia has worn off.
Her voice was very soft, as if it were floating. The nurse said that the pain of contractions is even worse than the pain of the wound. She stared at the ceiling, her eyes somewhat unfocused.
I'm scared, she said. Song Shui, who was fearless, said she was afraid.
Gu Yuan's heart was pierced by those two words. He took a deep breath, moved a chair, and sat down beside the hospital bed.
Don't be afraid.
His voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually firm.
Chapter 8. Do you even have a heart?
Song Shui's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just turned her head away and looked out the window again, tears silently streaming down her face once more.
That was a silent rejection.
It is also a silent collapse.
Gu Yuan's heart clenched again.
He wasn't good at comforting people, especially a woman who had just given birth and was also his boss. He stood there, at a loss, feeling even more nervous than when he was waiting outside the delivery room. The only sound in the room was the woman's suppressed, soft sobs.
Gu Yuan gritted his teeth and walked over with a stiff upper lip. He walked to the bedside and looked down at her. Is the wound very painful? He asked softly.
The nurse said that the pain from a C-section wound can be excruciating.
I'll rub your stomach for you, maybe that will make you feel better.
After saying that, he reached out and tentatively tried to touch her stomach. However, before his hand even touched the hospital gown, Song Shui suddenly reacted.
Don't touch me.
She turned her head sharply and shouted, her voice hoarse but full of resistance.
Her eyes were filled with wariness and humiliation.
Gu Yuan's hand froze in mid-air, completely dumbfounded.
I didn't mean that.
He hurriedly explained. I saw you crying so hard, I thought your wound was hurting.
Who said my wound hurts? Song Shui interrupted him excitedly, her tears flowing even more fiercely. What do you know?
She let out a roar, then, as if having exhausted all her strength, lay back down, covered her face with the blanket, leaving only heartbreaking sobs emanating from beneath it.
Gu Yuan was completely dumbfounded. It's not the wound that hurts? Why is that? Postpartum depression?
He looked at the shoulders twitching under the blanket and paced anxiously in circles.
My gaze swept over the two cribs next to me.
The two little ones were sleeping soundly, their rosy little faces were incredibly cute. A sudden inspiration struck him.
Child. Yes, it's a child.
He leaned closer to the bedside, lowered his voice, and spoke in what he thought was the gentlest tone.
Look how cute the babies are. If you keep crying, you'll wake them up. The crying from under the covers paused for a moment. Gu Yuan thought he had a chance, so he pressed on.
The nurses said they are all healthy.
You're going to be a mother, that's a wonderful thing, you should be happy. Happy? What's there for me to be happy about?
The blanket was suddenly pulled off, and Song Shui stared at him with red eyes.
They're about to go hungry. How can I be happy? Hungry? Gu Yuan was stunned. What do you mean? Weren't you just feeding the baby?
Song Shui sneered, but tears still streamed down her face uncontrollably.
But I don't have any milk at all.
As she spoke, her voice was filled with deep despair and self-blame.
I can't even feed my own child properly, what kind of mother am I? So that's what it was for.
Gu Yuan finally felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He thought something terrible had happened. It turns out that this is a common anxiety among new mothers, the worry of not having enough breast milk.
Hey, I thought it was something serious. Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. Just for this?
His casual smile instantly ignited Song Shui's anger.
Just for this?
She suddenly raised her voice, her chest heaving violently.
In your eyes, is it a trivial matter for my child to go hungry? Gu Yuan. Do you even have a heart? I didn't. I'm not.
Gu Yuan was startled by her shout and quickly waved his hand.
What I mean is, this isn't an unsolvable problem.
He hurriedly pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen.
Wait a minute, let me check. I remember there's a way to do this.
He muttered to himself as he checked. To promote lactation after childbirth, maintain a positive mood, drink plenty of fluids, and supplement with protein. He quickly browsed through various guides and science articles on parenting apps, his eyes growing increasingly bright.
Got it.
He turned his phone screen towards Song Shui and set it as if presenting a treasure. Look, the expert said that a mother's emotional fluctuations can affect her milk production.
The more anxious you are, the less milk you will produce. So first you have to relax and not scare yourself.
Song Shui glanced at the screen, her face full of disbelief.
That's easy for you to say. How can you expect me to relax? Secondly,
Gu Yuan ignored her questioning and continued reading the contents of his phone.
Dietary supplements are key.
Crucian carping tofu soup, pig's trotter, and peanut soup. Wow, this postpartum meal is really plentiful. He smacked his lips, then looked at Song Shui with confidence. Mr. Song, I'll take care of this. From today onwards, I'll take care of your postpartum meals. Song Shui looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at an alien, her eyes filled with suspicion.
You? She looked Gu Yuan up and down. You can cook? It's more than just knowing how. Gu Yuan patted his chest, brimming with confidence. Let me tell you, my cooking skills are so good that even the most experienced chefs at New Oriental Culinary School would want to become my apprentices. He can boast without batting an eye. Just you wait. I promise to feed you and our two daughters until you're plump and healthy. Just wait until your milk supply is so abundant that it causes blockages. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow smugly. I'm afraid you won't have anywhere to store it then. Song Shui was taken aback by his boastful and self-aggrandizing manner. Although she still didn't believe it, seeing his confident expression, the frustration that had been weighing on her chest inexplicably dissipated a little. She looked at Gu Yuan, and the doubt in her eyes slowly turned into a hint of expectation. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice rang in Gu Yuan's mind. Bite.
Detection indicates that postpartum woman Song Sherway's anticipation for the host's culinary skills has reached its peak.
New dad system activated. Congratulations, host, you have received the newbie gift pack, God-level cooking skills. Gu Yuan was overjoyed. Good heavens. System, you're a lifesaver. I was originally thinking about how to learn and apply what I learned on the spot, but now I've got it all done in one go. His smile grew even brighter, and his eyes as he looked at Song Sherway were filled with the meaning of "you've hit the jackpot." Song Sherway felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and awkwardly looked away. You shouldn't be so happy too soon. She stubbornly insisted. If it's not cooked well, I won't eat it. Rest assured. Gu Yuan waved his hand. If it doesn't taste good, I'll do a handstand and eat my phone right here. The atmosphere in the ward was finally less heavy. Song Sherway's emotions have calmed down considerably. She glanced around and frowned. Where's Sister Lee? Why did it take her so long to pay the bill? Sister Lee was a temporary caregiver she hired, who was only responsible for running errands for the past 2 days. I guess it's because there are a lot of people at the payment counter. Gu Yuan answered casually, then couldn't help but ask. Speaking of which, Mr. Song, why didn't you hire a professional postpartum nanny sooner? Having a baby is a big deal, how can you manage without someone knowledgeable by your side? Upon hearing this, Song Sherway's eyes dimmed slightly. She was silent for a few seconds before speaking in a low voice. Recently, the company's performance has not been good, and we need money everywhere. I'm a little short on cash, so I'll just have to make do for now. Chapter 9 His Daughter with Song Sherway. The air seemed to freeze solid. You. Just one word made her gasp in pain, her brows furrowing tightly. Gu Yuan's heart also tightened. He rushed over in a few strides, instinctively wanting to help her, but stopped abruptly halfway through, afraid of touching her wound. Don't move. His voice was urgent and low. You can't move around too much right after surgery. He quickly glanced at the bedside table, saw a cup with a straw, and immediately picked it up. Would you like some water? He brought the straw to her lips. Song Sherway did not refuse. She weakly put the straw in her mouth and took a few small sips. The warm water soothed her parched throat, and she finally felt a little more alive. Gu Yuan put down his water glass and looked at her pale face. Song Sherway's eyelashes trembled. She didn't speak, but simply turned her head to the side, avoiding his gaze. That aloof and unapproachable demeanor hinted at her usual ruthless nature. But Gu Yuan saw it clearly. Tears welled up in her eyes again, soaking her pillowcase. Gu Yuan felt as if someone was squeezing his heart, making it both sore and swollen. He stood there helplessly, wanting to offer comfort, but found his vocabulary pitifully limited. He could only awkwardly change the subject, turning his gaze to the 2 cribs next to him. Gu Yuan's heart melted instantly. This is his daughter. His daughter with Song Sherway. This realization stirred a strange, indescribable feeling within him. From that moment on, his life was completely different. Just then, the ward door creaked open again. Gu Yuan thought it was Sister Lee who had returned and was about to speak, but he was stunned when he saw who it was. The woman who entered was a middle-aged woman, around 40 or 50 years old. Her face was heavily made up, with bright red lips and exaggerated blue-purple eyeshadow. She wore a tight-fitting leopard print dress. He was carrying an LV bag and exuded a vulgar and tacky aura. This style of decor is completely out of place in the quiet VIP ward. As soon as the woman entered, her gaze was fixed precisely on Song Sherway on the hospital bed, and a warm smile immediately spread across her face. Oh my! Mr. Song! Congratulations! Her voice was so loud it made people's ears ring. I heard you had twin daughters, so I rushed over to see them. Song Sherway frowned as she was disturbed by her noise, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Gu Yuan immediately lost his temper. He almost instinctively took a step forward, his tall frame blocking the 2 cribs like a mother hen protecting her chicks. He stared at the woman warily, his tone unfriendly. Who are you? Who let you in? The middle-aged woman glanced at Gu Yuan from head to toe, and seeing that he was wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, her eyes immediately showed a hint of contempt. Young man, this is none of your business. I'm discussing business with Mr. Song. As she spoke, she tried to walk past Gu Yuan toward the bedside. Stop! Gu Yuan gave a cold shout, refusing to budge an inch. What business? I don't know anything about it. You?
The woman scoffed, her gaze as if she were looking at an incompetent driver or bodyguard.
Who do you think you are? This is a matter between us and General Manager Song. What business is it of yours, just an employee?
After she finished speaking, she took out a gold-embossed business card from her bag and skillfully handed it to Song Shui.
Mr. Song, please ignore him. Let me tell you, my name is Wang Li, and I am a top agent at Jimberi Breastfeeding Agency. You've just given birth, your body must be weak. How can we let you do such strenuous work as breastfeeding yourself? The nannies in our company are all rigorously selected. They are all in excellent health, highly educated, and have great looks. We guarantee to feed your two little princesses until they're chubby, healthy, and incredibly smart. She spoke so fast that her spittle almost landed on Gu Yuan's face. Breast milk brokerage? Wet nurse? Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuan's face instantly darkened.
He snatched the business card, crumpled it into a ball without even looking at it.
I don't care what kind of agent you are. His voice was so cold it could shatter ice. Who gave you the audacity to come here and sell this stuff? Wang Li was taken aback by his actions, and then she became furious. Hey! What's wrong with you, young man? I'm having a serious business talk with President Song. What are you doing causing trouble? A legitimate business? Gu Yuan laughed in exasperation. He pointed to the door and said, enunciating each word clearly, "You call this kind of shady business exploiting legal loopholes and treating people like commodities a legitimate business?" Yuan Li's face flushed red. Gu Yuan didn't give her a chance to refute, and went all out. Your so-called strict screening is just checking health certificates? Do you know what kind of weird lactation-inducing drugs those wet nurses who want to produce more milk are secretly taking? Have you thought about what would happen if those medications passed into the baby's stomach through breast milk? Your so-called high academic qualifications are just a gimmick to inflate the price. Some even abandon their own children with the elderly to work as dairy cows for others in order to earn this money. Can you really trust the character of someone who doesn't even care about her own child? Let me tell you, we won't spend money that goes against our conscience. Our children will never drink this kind of tainted milk from unknown sources. Get out of here right now. Or I'll call security right now. Gu Yuan spoke quickly and harshly, like a machine gun, each word hitting Wang Li's face. He emphasized the words "our family" with a sharp, piercing gaze. This is not just about getting rid of people, but also about showing a stance to Song Shui, who was in the hospital bed. Wang Li was stunned by his outburst. Her heavily made-up face turned pale and then red, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. She's been in this line of work for quite some time and has seen all sorts of clients, but she's never seen a family member react so strongly. She secretly glanced at Song Shui's expression. The woman who had been so weak she was about to faint was now looking at her with an extremely cold gaze. There was no anger in his eyes, only pure, condescending contempt and disgust. It's like watching a buzzing fly. Wang Li's heart sank. She knew this deal was completely off. She didn't dare offend someone as important as Song Shui, so she could only vent her anger on Gu Yuan. Fine. You're something else, she pointed at Gu Yuan, cursing angrily. You don't appreciate kindness. You'll regret this one. After saying that, she swayed her hips and ran off in her high heels. The ward was finally quiet again. Gu Yuan's chest was still heaving violently, clearly indicating that he was extremely angry. He turned around and met Song Shui's probing gaze. His gaze was complex, containing surprise, scrutiny, and something else he couldn't understand. Gu Yuan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Was I too impulsive just now? Song Shui looked at him and remained silent for a few seconds. Then, in her hoarse voice, she spoke clearly. No. You did a great job. She paused, her eyes becoming more serious than ever before. My child, Song Shui's child, would never drink that kind of stuff. Her tone carried an innate pride and determination. Gu Yuan felt a sense of relief, followed by a surge of warmth. He gained her approval. These things. Song Shui's gaze slowly moved from his face to the two cribs. Her voice was tinged with weariness, but also with an unprecedented trust. From now on, I'll leave everything to you to arrange. I trust you. These 5 words, though seemingly light, made Gu Yuan feel as if a heavy burden had suddenly been placed on his shoulders. This was the first time Song Shui had ever said the word "believe" to him. He nodded solemnly. Rest assured. Just then, the door was opened again.
A middle-aged woman dressed simply and looking very capable walked in. She was the caregiver, Sister Lee, whom they had just mentioned. When Sister Lee saw Gu Yuan, she was taken aback for a moment, then gave him a polite smile. She walked quickly to the bedside and handed over the file folder and a bank card. Mr. Song, the birth certificate you requested is ready and it's all here. And this card, I haven't used much of the money you gave me, the rest is in here. The pin is still your birthday. Song Shui glanced at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan understood and reached out to take it. Thank you, Sister Lee. Song Shui's voice was still weak. Sister Lee waved her hand, her face showing a troubled and apologetic expression. Mr. Song, I'm so sorry. Something urgent has happened at home, my son. I have to go back immediately. So, I may not be able to continue taking care of you. She looked apologetic. You don't need to pay the rest of the wages. Consider it a red envelope from me to my two young ladies. I'm so sorry. This unexpected turn of events surprised both Gu Yuan and Song Shui. But judging from Sister Lee's anxious expression, it didn't seem like she was faking it. It's all right, you go ahead, things at home are more important, Song Shui said understandingly. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Song. Sister Lee bowed gratefully, nodded to Gu Yuan, and then left in a hurry. Once again, only Gu Yuan, Song Shui, and the two sleeping babies remained in the ward. Holding the two birth certificates, still smelling of ink, and the thin bank card in his hand, Gu Yuan felt that everything was unreal. He looked down at the three words Song Shui in the mother column of the file bag, and Gu Yuan clearly printed in the father column. He is Gu Yuan. He's really become a father. Chapter 10. Don't be mean to me anymore. Gu Yuan looked at Song Shui with a puzzled expression. What will you do if Sister Lee leaves? Song Shui continued to stare at the ceiling, her eyelids not even twitching, her tone flat and devoid of any emotion. When Sister Lee was here, she was only here during the day. She would go back home at night. I can manage on my own. That's a load of rubbish. Without even thinking, Gu Yuan immediately swore. He rushed to the bedside, his chest heaving violently with anger. Song Shui, are you crazy? You just had a C-section. You still have the incision in your stomach. Are you taking care of two kids all by yourself? Don't you sleep at night? Do you want to fly to the moon? His voice was so loud that it startled a baby sleeping in the crib next to him. Song Shui finally reacted. Her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly turned her head, her swollen eyes filled with tears, staring straight at him. Why are you yelling? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was hoarse with a hint of grievance. Do you know how much it costs to hire a top-notch 24-hour postpartum nanny? That's tens of thousands a month, which is more than half a year's salary for you. Why should I waste that money? Gu Yuan was so angry at her words that he almost fainted. Money? Is this the time to talk about money? He pointed to her flat stomach, his hand trembling. You just got a cut here that's over 10 centimeters long. Do you know how dangerous that was? You're still thinking about saving money? Song Shui, do you think you're made of iron? Mind your own business. Song Shui finally couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and large drops rolled down from the corners of her eyes, splashing into the pillow and leaving a small, dark stain. My affairs are none of your business. What right do you have to tell me what to do? You're nobody to me. What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? She seemed to be shouting out all her grievances and resentment, her voice cracking. Get out. I don't want to see you. Get out of here. As she spoke, she struggled to sit up, but the movement was too large and aggravated the wound on her abdomen. Hiss. Song Shui gasped in pain, her face contorting instantly as cold sweat broke out. Don't move. Gu Yuan was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. Without thinking, he rushed over and grabbed her shoulder. Are you out of your mind? Lie down properly. His palm touched her thin shoulder, and he could clearly feel her trembling uncontrollably. I don't know if it's from pain or anger. Seeing her like this, all the anger in Gu Yuan's heart instantly vanished. All that's left is overwhelming heartache. How could he forget? She's not the kind of queen who commands the room and exudes an aura of power. Right now, she's just a new mother, both physically and mentally fragile. He just, actually yelled at her. Sorry. Gu Yuan's voice softened immediately, filled with deep regret. He bent down and carefully wiped away the tears on her cheeks with his fingertips.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you. I just got anxious.
His voice was low and soft, as if he was afraid of disturbing something.
I'm not trying to control you, I just feel sorry for you.
Song Sherway's crying stopped abruptly.
She raised her teary eyes and looked at the man who was so close to her.
His face was filled with tension and worry, and the heartache in his eyes was almost overflowing.
That wasn't an act.
Song Sherway bit her chapped lips, and her tears flowed even more fiercely.
You bastard.
She cursed, but her voice was as soft as cotton.
Okay, I'm a bastard.
Gu Yuan replied repeatedly, awkwardly wiping away her tears.
I'm a piece of trash. I promise I'll never yell at you again, okay? Don't cry, if you cry, it will hurt me here.
He pointed to his heart, his brows furrowed.
It hurts.
Seeing his helpless expression, Song Sherway suddenly found an outlet for the bittersweet emotions welling up inside her. She burst into tears and cried even harder.
It was as if she wanted to cry out all the fear and anxiety, all the pretense of strength she had endured over the past few months. Gu Yuan completely panicked. Hey, why are you crying even harder? Does your wound hurt? I'll call the doctor. Doctor. He turned around to press the call button.
A soft hand grabbed the hem of his clothes.
Song Sherway shook her head while sobbing. No, it's not.
She was crying so hard she could barely breathe and couldn't even speak properly.
Gu Yuan had no choice but to stop, sit on the edge of the bed, and let her grab his clothes, gently patting her back like an adult comforting a child. Okay, we won't call the doctor. If you want to cry, just cry. It'll make you feel better.
After an unknown amount of time, Song Sherway's crying gradually subsided, turning into soft sobs.
Gu Yuan took out a few tissues and carefully wiped her face clean. Are you still feeling unwell? He asked in a low voice.
Song Sherway's eyes were swollen like 2 walnuts, and her nose was red, making her look pitiful.
She shook her head, her voice still thick with a nasal tone. Don't yell at me anymore. I promise I won't be violent. Gu Yuan immediately raised his hand and swore, his expression as serious as if he were making a vow. Seeing his expression, Song Sherway finally burst out laughing. Although it was just a faint smile, it instantly relaxed Gu Yuan's tense nerves. He watched as a bit of color finally returned to her pale face, saw the corners of her mouth curving upwards, and noticed the teardrops still clinging to her long eyelashes. As if possessed, he slowly lowered his head. Under Song Sherway's astonished gaze, he gently kissed her eyelashes, which were still stained with salty tears. Then, it was her forehead. Finally, there were her chapped and peeling lips. It was an extremely tender kiss, as gentle as a feather brushing against you. With comfort, with pity. Song Sherway's body stiffened. For a moment, my mind went blank. When Gu Yuan's warm lips touched hers, she even forgot to breathe. She only snapped out of her daze after Gu Yuan left. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red. She reached out, grabbed the soft flesh of his waist, and twisted it hard. Hiss. Gu Yuan jumped up in pain, grimacing as he looked at her. What are you doing? You're trying to murder your husband. Song Sherway's cheeks flushed, but her eyes held a hint of embarrassment and an unconscious coquettishness. Who told you to take advantage of me? I was. Gu Yuan rubbed his waist, looking a little aggrieved. Uncontrollable. I don't care. Wow. The two were staring at each other when suddenly a loud cry came from the crib next to them. The crying sounded like a command, instantly pulling the two back to reality from their ambiguous atmosphere. What's wrong? What happened? Gu Yuan was startled and immediately rushed to the crib. 2 identical little pink dumplings, one sleeping soundly, the other with its little face flushed red, crying loudly. Who's crying? Gu Yuan was flustered, looking at this one and then that one, completely unable to tell. It's Mimi, the one on the right. Song Sherway on the hospital bed immediately recognized her, her voice tinged with anxiety. She must be hungry, quickly check the bottle. Oh. Gu Yuan quickly picked up the baby bottle next to him, but it was empty. I'm going to make the baby formula. Just as he was about to run away, Song Sherway called him back. Etc. Smell it, doesn't it smell stinky? Gu Yuan leaned closer to another crib and sniffed. The little one, Tian, who was sleeping soundly, was now frowning and wiggling her little bottom restlessly. An indescribable smell wafted out. Gu Yuan's face turned green. It seems that Sweetie has diarrhea.
Song Sherwei rubbed her forehead, looking utterly dejected.
Oh no, one's hungry and the others had diarrhea. Gu Yuan was completely dumbfounded.
Standing between the two cribs, he looked at this one and then at the other, feeling utterly overwhelmed.
Then, what should we do first? Feed the baby or change the diaper first? Change the diaper first. Otherwise, she'll get a diaper rash.
No, feed her first.
Nini is crying herself to death. The diapers are in the cabinet. The formula is on the table.
The water must be at a constant temperature of 45 degrees Celsius. Song Sherwei lay on the bed issuing instructions, and she herself was extremely anxious.
Gu Yuan was overwhelmed by the series of instructions and paced around in the small hospital room.
Holding an empty baby bottle in one hand and pinching his nose with the other, he looked at his two daughters, who also needed his rescue, and a smile that was more like a grimace appeared on his face.
My first day as a dad.
This officially marks the beginning of chaos and disorder.
Chapter 11, Here Comes the Reward?
Song Sherwei instinctively tried to sit up, but a tearing pain immediately shot through her cesarean section wound, causing her to gasp and break out in a cold sweat.
Don't move. Gu Yuan rushed over and grabbed her shoulder. Lie still.
You just had surgery, are you trying to kill yourself? His tone was urgent, carrying an unquestionable command. Song Sherwei's lips turned white from the pain.
She glanced at him, too weak to argue, and then anxiously looked at the crying baby.
Gu Yuan looked at his daughter, whose face was red from crying, and was instantly at a loss for what to do.
He's a grown man, how would he know about this?
The little one cried even harder, kicking his short legs with all his might. Gu Yuan reached out, wanting to untie the swaddling clothes, but looking at his daughter's legs, which were barely thicker than his own fingers, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it.
This is too small, I'm afraid I'll break it. He was sweating profusely with anxiety. This is a real porcelain doll, I'm afraid it will break if I touch it.
Looking at his completely bewildered state, Song Sherwei felt both angry and amused, even forgetting the pain of her wound.
Fool!
She muttered a curse under her breath, but her voice lacked strength.
You follow my instructions. First, lay out the waterproof pad next to it. Good. Unwrap the swaddling clothes gently. Oh. Lift her legs up, not like that. Support her buttocks and waist. Huh? Is that so?
Yes, then take out the soiled diaper and wipe it clean from front to back with a wet wipe.
From before to after. Gu Yuan muttered to himself, but his hands moved as if he were disassembling some precision instrument, extremely careful.
After finally getting rid of the dirty diaper, he was faced with a dilemma when he picked up the new one.
This thing, which side is front and which side is back?
Song Sherwei took a deep breath, feeling like her wounds were about to burst open from anger at this idiot.
The one with tape is at the back. Are you stupid? Oh. I get it. Under Song Sherwei's remote guidance, Gu Yuan was flustered and sweating profusely, but he finally managed to change his eldest daughter Tian's diaper.
He had just rewrapped the baby when a miraculous scene unfolded. Sweetie's crying stopped abruptly. She smacked her lips, opened her dark, grape-like eyes a crack, looked at the world, and then began to space out. That blank, carefree expression is absolutely adorable and melts your heart. Gu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had fought a tough battle. His back was soaked with sweat. He straightened up, turned to look at Song Sherwei, and had a silly grin on his face, as if he wanted praise.
Nailed it.
Song Sherwei looked at him, and a faint smile finally appeared on her pale face.
Look at your pathetic self. She joked.
It's my first time, I'm not very familiar with the procedures, Gu Yuan said, scratching his head and chuckling.
Next time Mimi cries, you come and do it, Song Sherwei ordered. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Gu Yuan immediately stood at attention and gave a less than perfect salute.
Just then, Mimi, the baby girl who had finished drinking her milk and was sleeping peacefully in the crib next to her, suddenly raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a sweet, unconscious smile. The sisters' incredible synchronization completely melted Gu Yuan's heart.
Bite.
Congratulations, host, for gaining initial approval from family members and achieving the initial Sweet Home achievement.
System rewards are being distributed.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fully furnished 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in the Xinghuan residential complex in the center of Jiangqing City. The property certificate has been stored in the system space. Please claim it at any time. The voice that rang in his mind startled Gu Yuan.
Holy crap! The reward is here? Or is it a house in Xinghuan in the city center?
That's one of the most upscale residential areas in Jiangcheng, costing over 100,000 yuan per square meter. A 3-bedroom, 2-living room apartment would easily cost 20 to 30 million yuan.
The system is being incredibly generous.
Gu Yuan was overjoyed inside, but he dared not show it on his face and could only desperately suppress his laughter. He walked to Song Shiwei's bedside, pulled up a chair and sat down. Looking at her haggard face, all the words in his heart finally turned into one sentence.
Thanks for your hard work. Song Shiwei's eyes reddened again.
She turned her head away, refusing to look at him.
I don't need your fake kindness.
Although he said that, the sharpness in his tone was much less.
The atmosphere in the ward was finally less tense.
Just then, the ward door was pushed open. A female doctor in her 40s, wearing a white coat and with a serious expression, walked in, followed by the young nurse from before. The nameplate on the female doctor's chest read, Director of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Wang Qin. She was the surgeon who performed the operation on Song Shiwei. As soon as Wang Qin entered, her gaze swept around the ward. When she saw Song Shiwei's pale face and the empty thermos on the bedside table, her brows immediately furrowed. Her gaze finally settled on Gu Yuan, filled with scrutiny and displeasure.
Are you a family member of the woman in labor? Wang Qin's tone was very sharp. Gu Yuan quickly stood up.
Yes, doctor, that's me.
How can you be such a husband?
Wang Qin spoke without any hesitation. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was incredibly authoritative.
Do you know how much physical depletion a woman experiences after a C-section?
When the anesthesia wears off, the wound hurts, and she's weak.
That's when she needs the most nutrition, and you're just letting her lie there like this? What about dinner?
Huh? She pointed to the empty bedside table. When I came in for rounds just now, I told her to have some porridge and semi-liquid food.
Where are you? Where the hell are you? A barrage of questions left Gu Yuan completely bewildered.
He opened his mouth, as if to explain. But when he saw Song Shiwei's pale and weak appearance, he swallowed his words back. The nurse was right, I had indeed been a poor family member. It took ages for the call to come, and once he arrived, he was so caught up in the emotional turmoil that he didn't even have time to prepare dinner for his wife. They deserved to be scolded.
I'm sorry, doctor, it's my fault. Gu Yuan lowered his head, his attitude extremely sincere.
I didn't take good care of her. His straightforward attitude in admitting his mistake surprised Wang Qin, who had prepared a whole host of scolding words. She thought the young man was going to offer some explanation.
It's good that you know it's your fault.
Wang Qin's expression softened slightly, but her tone remained stern. The new mother is weak now and can only eat semi-liquid food, such as millet porridge and soft noodles.
It should be light and nutritious. The hospital cafeteria is probably out of stock right now, you'd better go out and buy some.
Remember, no oil, and very little salt.
Yes, I've got it. I'll go right away.
Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly, took out his phone, and prepared to search for a place nearby where he could buy porridge. Lying in bed, Song Shiwei watched Gu Yuan being scolded by the doctor like a grandson, while he kept taking the blame onto her. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something for him, but in the end she said nothing. Just as Gu Yuan was about to turn around and leave, his phone suddenly started vibrating wildly.
2 words flashed on the screen, Mom. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Broken. I was so focused on this place that I forgot about home.
He held his phone, looked at the screen, then at Song Shiwei and their 2 children on the hospital bed, and was caught in a dilemma.
Should I answer the phone or not? Chapter 12. Should I call her auntie or mom?
Gu Yuan looked at Song Shiwei, holding his constantly vibrating phone, which Song Shiwei noticed as well. She suspected Gu Yuan had some shameful secret and was planning to abandon her and her daughter, so she said in a fit of pique.
Get out. I don't want to see you. I'm not leaving. Gu Yuan's attitude this time was unusually firm. Song Shiwei, I know you're feeling bad right now. But the child is innocent.
They have just come into this world and need their parents. No matter what happened between us before, from now on, I am their father and you are their mother.
This is an unchangeable fact.
His words gradually quieted down Song Shiwei's crying.
Gu Yuan sighed and softened his tone. You lie down and rest for a while.
I'm going to take care of something and buy you some food while I'm at it. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the ward without waiting for Song Shiwei's reply. Standing in the empty corridor, Gu Yuan let out a long breath, took out his phone, found that familiar number, and dialed it.
The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hey! You brat! You still know how to call home?
Let me tell you, Aunt Wang next door introduced you to that girl.
Came Xia Yulan's loud and clear voice from the other end of the phone. Mom! Gu Yuan interrupted her directly. Please don't talk about the girl yet. You have a granddaughter. The other end of the phone went silent instantly. 5 seconds later, Xia Yulan's scream nearly ruptured Gu Yuan's eardrums. What the heck? A granddaughter? Gu Yuan, you brat, explain yourself. When did you get married? I had no idea.
Where did you conjure up a granddaughter from?
Not one. Gu Yuan moved his phone away a little and added calmly. There are 2. A pair of twin daughters. There was another deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Gu Yuan could even imagine the stunned expression on his mother's face. Oh my god.
The next second, Xia Yulan's ecstatic screams, mixed with excited sobs, echoed throughout the entire corridor.
Twins! And 2 granddaughters at that. Thank goodness. Gu Yuan. You've really made your mother proud. Where are you? Which hospital? I'm coming right away.
No, I need to buy 2 sets of pure gold longevity locks first.
And some old hens.
Your wife just gave birth, she needs to be well nourished.
Oh my brain, I need to book tickets first.
I'll book the earliest train to Jiangcheng right now.
Listening to his mother's incoherent instructions over the phone, Gu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, please calm down.
He quickly tried to dissuade him.
It's too late now, don't bother.
Besides, she just had a C-section and needs to rest quietly. You won't be able to see her even if you come now. Come over in a couple of days, once her condition has stabilized.
How can that be? My eldest granddaughter was born, how can I, as her grandmother, not be by her side? Xia Yulan was extremely anxious.
Don't worry, I'm taking good care of myself here, Gu Yuan assured him. Just stay home and prepare your things, and wait for my call.
After much persuasion, I finally managed to calm my agitated mother down. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yuan felt that he had accomplished a major task. He looked up what he could eat after a C-section, then went downstairs to the food street outside the hospital, carefully selected the cleanest-looking shop, and bought a crucian carp soup and a millet porridge. When he returned to the ward with the thermos, a female doctor in a white coat was examining Song Shuwei. The mother's vital signs are stable, and there is no sign of bleeding from the wound. She is recovering well.
The female doctor was recording data when she looked up at Gu Yuan, her tone serious.
Are you a family member? Yes, I am her husband, Gu Yuan replied immediately. The female doctor nodded and advised, what the new mother needs most right now is rest and emotional stability.
As her husband, you need to pay more attention to her, talk to her more, and offer her some guidance. Women who have undergone cesarean sections are prone to postpartum depression due to wound pain and drastic hormonal changes, so this should not be taken lightly. You should eat a light diet and start with some liquid foods. Crucian carp soup is a good choice as it can help with lactation. After you pass gas tomorrow, you can gradually increase the amount of nutritious food you eat. Also, she should get out of bed and move around as soon as possible after 24 hours to prevent intestinal adhesions.
You will have to support her then.
The doctor explained everything in great detail, and Gu Yuan listened attentively, nodding repeatedly and memorizing every single point.
Okay, doctor, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. After the doctor left, only the 2 of them remained in the ward. Gu Yuan opened the thermos, and the rich aroma of crucian carp soup immediately filled the air. He ladled out a small bowl, blew on it, and held it to Song Shuwei's lips. Here, have some soup to warm your stomach. Song Shuwei turned her head away, dodging the spoon, her voice still weak but with a hint of stubbornness. Just leave it there, I'll do it myself. As she spoke, she struggled to prop herself up on her arms. Hiss. The excruciating pain from her abdominal wound made her gasp instantly, and a fine layer of cold sweat immediately broke out on her forehead. Don't move. Gu Yuan quickly grabbed her. Are you out of your mind? You dare to move around like that right after surgery? His tone carried a hint of sternness that he himself didn't even realize. Song Shuwei bit her lip, her face turning even paler. Seeing her like this, Gu Yuan's anger turned into helplessness.
He softened his voice, almost coaxing her.
Be good, I'll feed you. Just think of it as doing it for the children, okay?
You need to be strong so they can have milk to drink.
Our daughter can't be fed formula from birth, can she?
The words "our daughter" eased Song Shiwei's stiffness. She remained silent for a moment, then finally stopped struggling. Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, scooped up another spoonful of soup, and carefully brought it to her lips. This time, she didn't refuse. She slightly parted her chapped lips and drank it down. The warm fish soup slid down my throat, dispelling some of the chill in my body. Gu Yuan fed him spoonful by spoonful with great patience. The ward was quiet, with only the soft sound of a spoon hitting the rim of a bowl. After drinking half a bowl of soup, Song Shiwei's face finally regained some color.
To break the somewhat awkward silence, Gu Yuan tried to make conversation. Oh, right, I just called my mom. Song Shiwei's hand, holding the spoon, froze in mid-air. Gu Yuan didn't notice her odd behavior and continued talking to himself.
I told her that she had 2 granddaughters, and she was overjoyed. She insisted on coming over that very night, but I persuaded her not to. She said she would make some preparations in the next couple of days and would be coming to Jiangqing soon. I'll have her make you some pig's trotter soup.
My mom's pig's trotter soup is absolutely amazing.
He spoke casually, but he didn't notice that Song Shiwei's expression was becoming increasingly tense, and her breathing was becoming rapid.
Is my mother-in-law coming? So fast? She was completely unprepared.
Her relationship with Gu Yuan was already awkward, and now she had to face his mother, a completely unfamiliar elder.
Song Shiwei's mind was in complete turmoil. How should she deal with this? What should I say? Most importantly,
she looked at Gu Yuan and, almost subconsciously, asked the question that had been troubling her so much, in a barely audible voice.
Should I call her Auntie? Or Mom? Why is Chapter 13 suddenly a trio? Gu Yuan fell silent, unsure how to respond.
Song Shiwei put the spoon back down. She had lost all appetite. He looked at Song Shiwei's expression, seemingly lost in thought, and then picked up the spoon again, saying,
Let me feed you some.
As he spoke, he scooped up a spoonful, carefully blew on it, and brought it to her lips. Song Shiwei kept her head turned away, her lips tightly pressed together, looking completely unyielding.
I don't want to drink it.
Her voice was hoarse and nasal.
No. Gu Yuan's attitude, however, was very firm.
You just had surgery and lost so much blood, how can your body withstand it if you don't eat? He pushed the spoon forward a little further.
Be good, drink a little. Just think of it as doing it for the children. They need a healthy mother too, don't they?
The word child touched the softest spot in Song Shiwei's heart.
She fell silent.
A few seconds later, she finally slowly turned her head and looked at Gu Yuan again. Her eyes held a complex expression.
There was resentment, and a trace of dependence that she herself didn't even realize.
She slowly opened her chapped lips.
Gu Yuan immediately and steadily fed the spoonful of fish soup into the soup.
The warm soup slid down my throat, dispelling some of the cold despair and warming my empty stomach.
Gu Yuan fed him spoonful by spoonful.
His movements were gentle, his gaze focused, as if he were handling a rare treasure.
Song Shiwei did not resist anymore, but just drank quietly. Her gaze remained fixed on his face, watching his serious profile, the stubble on his chin, and the clear red veins in his eyes. The bowl of fish soup was quickly emptied. Gu Yuan put down the bowl, took out a tissue, and gently wiped the soup stains from the corner of her mouth. Want more?
Song Shiwei shook her head. As her body warmed up, her complexion improved slightly.
The atmosphere in the ward was no longer so heavy.
Gu Yuan's gaze shifted to the 2 small cribs next to him, and his heart softened.
He lowered his voice and asked, by the way, what if they get hungry? What will they eat? I don't know.
Song Shiwei's eyes were somewhat blank.
What about the formula? The nurse said there's some spare formula, Gu Yuan asked. Song Shiwei's expression suddenly froze.
She stared blankly at the 2 sleeping little ones, her eyes reddening once again.
I forgot.
Her voice was filled with self-blame and regret. I completely forgot they need to drink milk.
Am I a terrible mother?
As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again.
Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Gu Yuan quickly interrupted her.
You just came off the operating table, the anesthesia has just worn off, and you're in excruciating pain.
How could you possibly have the energy to think about these things? He reached out and awkwardly patted her shoulder. Leave this to me.
His tone was resolute, carrying a reassuring power. Song Sherwei stared at him blankly, a corner of her heart quietly collapsing. She sniffed, her voice still trembling with tears, but much clearer.
The water temperature is 45 degrees Celsius.
Add the water first, then the milk powder. Just then, she suddenly frowned, and a strange feeling came from her body.
A feeling of swelling, etc. She spoke. What's wrong? Is your wound hurting again? Gu Yuan immediately became anxious. No. Song Sherwei shook her head, an unnatural blush rising on her cheeks. It seems. I have breast milk. Breast milk?
Gu Yuan was taken aback clearly, this word was beyond his current knowledge.
Song Sherwei's face turned even redder. She bit her lower lip and whispered, You bring the baby in the pink dress over here. Okay. Gu Yuan quickly went to the crib.
The two little ones were sleeping soundly, their little faces rosy, one wearing a pink swaddle and the other a light yellow swaddle. He carefully, with an extremely stiff and cautious posture, picked up the little pink bundle.
The little guy is so tiny.
She was a soft, light bundle, almost weightless in his arms. He carried the child to the bedside and handed him to Song Sherwei. Song Sherwei took the child, skillfully adjusted her posture, and held the child in her arms. Then, she raised her hand and began to unbutton her hospital gown.
Gu Yuan froze instantly.
His eyes widened as he watched her fair collarbone gradually emerge, and his brain completely shut down.
That. He stammered as he spoke. Should I excuse myself?
Song Sherwei paused in her unbuttoning.
She looked up and glared at him, both amused and annoyed. Avoid what? You are my husband, the father of my child. You see, it's only natural for your wife to feed your daughter. These words were spoken with confidence and conviction, carrying a hint of the domineering air that President Song used to have.
Gu Yuan touched his nose and remained silent. He stood by the bed, watching Song Sherwei lower her head and gently bring her nipple to her daughter's small mouth.
The newborn baby instinctively latched on quickly. Then, the little mouth began to suck vigorously. This scene. Sacred and moving. Gu Yuan felt his heart skip a beat. This is his wife and his daughter. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction and responsibility instantly filled his chest. The room was very quiet. Only the baby's satisfied swallowing sounds could be heard. The atmosphere was warm and lovely. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sounded suddenly.
Immediately afterwards, the door was pushed open, and a young nurse wearing a mask peeked in.
Miss Song, it's time. Let me check your lochia discharge.
The nurse's voice was clear and loud. One sentence shattered the warmth of the room in an instant.
The air froze again. Song Sherwei, holding the child, froze completely.
Her face flushed instantly, turning red from her neck to her ears, almost as if it were about to bleed.
Oh my God. Is there any scene more shocking than this? In front of her husband, a stranger examined that part of her body? Oh, Mr. Gu is here too.
The young nurse walked in, saw Gu Yuan, and even smiled. That's perfect, with family members by her side, the new mother can relax a bit.
Relax? What do you mean by relax? Song Sherwei wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear.
She buried her face in her daughter's tiny swaddling clothes, wishing she could disappear on the spot.
How embarrassing. I've never been so humiliated in my life.
The nurse clearly didn't understand her distress and continued to urge her in a businesslike manner, Miss Song, please lie down properly and spread your legs a little.
Song Sherwei wanted to cry but had no tears. Gu Yuan also felt embarrassed.
He coughed lightly, turned around, and pretended to study the paintings on the wall.
After a long and agonizing few minutes, the nurse finally finished the examination. You're recovering well. Keep it up.
She took notes, gave a few instructions, and then turned and left. The door to the ward was closed. Song Sherwei slowly lifted her head from under the covers, her face as red as a ripe tomato.
She glared fiercely at Gu Yuan's retreating figure. It's all this man's fault. If he weren't here, I wouldn't be in such an awkward situation.
Just then, in the other crib, Mimi, who had been sleeping peacefully, suddenly burst into loud crying.
The crying was like a switch.
Sweetie in Song Sherwei's arms seemed to sense something, stopped sucking, pouted, and started crying loudly.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Song Sherwei panicked instantly.
She looked down and realized that Sweetie hadn't eaten anything at all. Her breast milk was pitifully little. This discovery became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The physical pain, the mental exhaustion, the embarrassment just now, and the frustration of not being able to feed the child properly. All emotions erupted at this moment.
Wow.
Looking at her daughter in her arms, whose face was red from crying, and listening to her other daughter crying uncontrollably beside her, Song Sherwei felt a lump in her throat and could no longer hold back her tears, so she also burst into tears.
How useless I am. They can't even feed their own children. Wa'ata. I'm not a good mother.
In an instant, the ward was filled with the cries of both the older and younger children, a deafening cacophony.
Gu Yuan stood amidst a vast ocean of weeping, completely bewildered. What's going on? Why are they even doing a trio now? Chapter 14. Let me be their father. Gu Yuan didn't know how to comfort Song Sherwei and her two children.
Gu Yuan walked to the bedside and looked at her pale profile and swollen eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He knew that reasoning with her now would be useless.
This woman responds better to gentle persuasion than force. Song Sherwei.
He lowered his voice and called her name in an almost sighing tone.
I know you're feeling really bad right now. Song Sherwei didn't speak, but her tightly clenched lips betrayed her restraint.
Gu Yuan pulled over a chair next to him and sat down, his gaze level with hers as she lay there.
I know it's tough for you to shoulder everything alone. From the time I got pregnant until now, it's all been you alone. You must feel very wronged and scared, right?
The word fear precisely struck the softest spot in Song Sherwei's heart. At this moment, her defenses crumbled. Tears, without warning, slid down from the corners of her tightly closed eyes, soaking the pillowcase.
Yes. How could she not be afraid?
No matter how ruthless and decisive she is in the business world, she is still just an ordinary woman who is having her first child.
The coldness and helplessness on the operating table.
After the anesthesia wore off, the wound felt like it was being torn apart. There's also the bewilderment and fear of becoming a mother for the first time. All the emotions piled up, almost overwhelming her. She wanted to talk to someone, but when she picked up her phone and scrolled through her contacts, she didn't know who to call. Her parents live far away abroad, and she didn't want them to worry. Friends, she didn't want them to see her looking like this. That feeling of isolation and helplessness made her more desperate than the pain of her wounds. As Gu Yuan watched her silently weep, he felt as if his heart was being gripped, a mixture of soreness and throbbing. He reached out to wipe away her tears, but stopped in mid-air. He was afraid she would become even more resistant. In the end, he simply took a few tissues from the bedside table and gently handed them to her.
Don't cry.
His voice was soft, carrying a soothing quality. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell up like walnuts, and the wound will hurt even more.
From now on, you won't be alone anymore. Gu Yuan looked at her with an extremely serious expression. I'm here. I will take good care of you, and our daughter.
Song Sherwei's crying stopped. She slowly turned her head, her red eyes filled with disbelief.
You. I'm serious.
Gu Yuan met her gaze and spoke each word clearly.
Song Sherwei, give me a chance, and give yourself a chance too. Let me be their father, and your husband, okay?
The child has stopped crying. The ward was eerily quiet. The only sounds were the occasional, faint breathing of the two babies. Song Sherwei just stared at him, her tears flowing even more fiercely. But this time, it wasn't despair and grievance, but rather a catharsis and release of certain emotions. She seemed to want to cry out all the anxiety and fear she had felt during this period at once.
Gu Yuan did not try to persuade him further.
He just sat quietly beside her, constantly handing her tissues. He knew she needed to vent. After crying for a long time, Song Sherwei's voice, heavy with sobs, finally broke out intermittently.
I don't have any milk.
They haven't had a single drop of water since they were born.
I'm not a good mother.
As she spoke, she began to choke up again. This turned out to be the final straw that broke her back. For a mother, nothing is more self-blaming and devastating than being unable to feed her child.
Gu Yuan immediately understood. Who said that? He immediately retorted. You've done so well.
You endured 10 months of pregnancy and risked your life to bring them into the world. You are the greatest mother in the world. He looked at the little one in the crib next to him and said softly. Besides, who said there's no milk? Maybe there is now? Give it a try. Song Shui looked at him with teary eyes, somewhat hesitant. But, I just tried, and it really doesn't work. Try again. Gu Yuan encouraged him. Let's try our best for our precious daughter. He carefully picked up the baby that was closer to him. The little guy was sleeping soundly when he was disturbed. He wrinkled his little face in dissatisfaction and smacked his lips twice. Gu Yuan gently placed Xiaomimi in Song Shui's arms. Song Shui's body was somewhat stiff. The little, soft ball, smelling of milk, instantly melted her heart. She took a deep breath and, following the posture the nurse had taught her, clumsily unbuttoned her hospital gown and tried to breastfeed her again. Gu Yuan turned around consciously, but his ears were perked up. 1 second. 2 seconds. The air was completely silent. Song Shui's voice carried a hint of despair. Still, nothing. Don't rush, don't rush. Gu Yuan offered words of comfort, but in his mind he was frantically calling for the system's approval. System, lactation-inducing solution. Hurry. This is a matter of life and death. Just then, the little girl in my arms seemed to be extremely hungry and started to whine and cry. The little mouth nuzzled haphazardly against its mother's chest, unable to find any food. Song Shui's heart was breaking. She held her daughter, and tears began to fall again. I'm sorry, baby, I'm so sorry. It's mommy's fault. Suddenly, as if finding its target, the little honey sucked on it in one gulp. Then she began to suck hard. Song Shui's body stiffened. She could clearly feel a warm current flowing through her. Got it. It's true. She was both surprised and delighted. Looking down at her daughter, who was diligently eating in her arms, she finally showed her first smile since giving birth. But the smile froze in an instant before it lasted for 3 seconds. Hiss. Song Shui gasped, her eyebrows furrowing in pain. What's wrong? Gu Yuan immediately turned around and asked nervously. She bit me. Song Shui's voice trembled with pain. This little guy is incredibly strong. Gu Yuan leaned closer and saw that Xiaomimi had her eyes closed, and her little mouth was sucking vigorously like a little motor, eating with great relish. On Song Shui's forehead, a fine layer of sweat had already formed from the pain. Gu Yuan felt both sorry for him and amused. Hey! Little honey! He stretched out his finger and gently tapped the little guy's chubby cheek. Be gentle. Don't you know how to be gentle with a woman? That's your real mother, not your teething toy. If you keep hitting me like that, your mom will call the police and have you arrested. Little honey couldn't understand that. She felt someone was disturbing her meal, so instead of letting go, she bit down even harder. Ah! Song Shui cried out in pain. That little brat! Gu Yuan pretended to be angry, raised his hand, and gently patted Xiaomi's little bottom wrapped in swaddling clothes. Give in. Did you hear me? Of course, he didn't use any force at all. The force was no different from tickling an itch. Song Shui was amused by his childish behavior. The tears in her eyes hadn't even dried yet, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Why are you arguing with a newborn baby? I'm educating her. Gu Yuan said in a very serious tone. From a young age, she needs to know that she should respect her parents, not sponge off them, and especially not sponge off her mother. The couple were bickering when their little darling, having finished her meal, contentedly released her mouth, let out a delicate burp, and drifted off to sleep again. Looking at the milk stains on her daughter's lips and her satisfied little face, all of Song Shui's pain and grievances vanished. All that remains is tenderness and love. Gu Yuan carefully carried Xiaomi back to the crib, and then went to check on his eldest daughter Tian, who was still fast asleep next to him. The two little ones look exactly alike, so cute it's almost unfair. He returned to the bedside and looked at Song Shui. How are you feeling? Does the wound still hurt? Song Shui shook her head, her face showing a hint of fatigue, but her eyes were bright. Much better. She looked at Gu Yuan, her tone carrying a hint of dependence that she herself was unaware of. Thank you. Why are you being so polite with me? Gu Yuan smiled and his gaze fell on Xiaomimi beside her. The little one wasn't still in his sleep. He kicked his little legs in his swaddling clothes, and a pink little foot peeked out from under the blanket. The toes are small and round. Gu Yuan's heart melted at the sight, and his playful side was aroused. He stretched out his thumb and gently pressed it against the sole of Xiaomimi's foot.
The next second, something amazing happened.
Those few little pearls actually closed up on their own and tightly gripped his thumb. It wasn't very forceful, but it had a wonderful tactile sensation that spread from my fingertips all the way to my heart.
Look!
Gu Yuan seemed to have discovered a new continent, and he lowered his voice excitedly to Song Shiwei.
She's caught me! Song Shiwei also curiously came over to take a look.
When she saw her daughter's tiny feet managing to grab Gu Yuan's thick thumb, she was also charmed by the sight.
Her feet are so small. She couldn't help but sigh. Gu Yuan pulled his finger out and tried again. The little feet caught him again with perfect accuracy. Ha, this is so much fun! Gu Yuan was overjoyed.
Watching the man in front of her playfully fiddling with her daughter's toes like a fool, Song Shiwei finally relaxed completely after a long day of tension.
The atmosphere in the ward was no longer somber.
In the dim light, there was a warm feeling called home.
Chapter 15. You need to learn how to make baby formula first.
He suddenly remembered the parenting knowledge he had seen on his phone before. He gently held the baby's tiny foot, which was not even as big as his palm. I heard online that massaging the soles of a baby's feet every day can stimulate nerve endings and promote brain development. As he spoke, he gently rubbed his fingertips in circles on the soles of the baby's tiny feet. The little guy, who had been a bit restless, actually calmed down slowly, smacked his lips, and then fell into a deep sleep.
Gu Yuan wore a silly grin like a new dad. Hey, it actually works.
He looked up, wanting to share his joy with Song Shiwei, but met a pair of eyes full of resentment. Song Shiwei stared straight at him, her eyes red-rimmed and her lips tightly pressed together. That expression was exactly like that of a child whose beloved toy had been taken away. Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening.
This woman. Are you jealous? Jealous of his own daughter? What is all this nonsense?
He felt both amused and a little sad. He put down the baby's little feet, covered him with the blanket, and then went to another crib and massaged the other little one in the same way. Both little princesses were sleeping soundly. After doing all this, he straightened up, walked to Song Shiwei's bedside, and deliberately sighed. Sigh, it's absolutely true that a daughter is her father's sweetheart from a past life. Song Shiwei's face darkened further, and she buried her head in the pillow, adopting a "I don't want to hear you talk" posture.
Gu Yuan suppressed a laugh, leaned down, and whispered in her ear.
However, no matter how close a mistress is, she can't compare to the first wife. Song Shiwei's shoulders twitched.
Gu Yuan continued speaking in that tone that could make one's ears itch. How about I give you a massage too?
The two of them, 10 minutes each.
How about I give you a half-hour massage? I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
A muffled sound came from the pillow.
Who cares?
They say no, but their actions tell a different story. Gu Yuan noticed that Song Shiwei's feet, which were covered by the blanket, curled up uncomfortably for a moment, and then quietly straightened up again.
Those little gestures were so cute it was almost unfair.
Gu Yuan could no longer hide the smile on his lips. Regardless of Song Shiwei's consent, he directly lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing her feet, which were somewhat swollen due to pregnancy. Her feet were beautiful, but they looked somewhat pale at the moment. Gu Yuan held her ankle, and the warmth from his palm softened his heart.
Don't move, I'll help you improve blood circulation, that will make you feel better.
His fingers pressed on her soles and acupoints with just the right amount of pressure, neither too light nor too heavy. Song Shiwei was initially stiff, but soon, the warm and comfortable feeling spread from the soles of her feet to her whole body, and her tense nerves relaxed.
The C-section wound is still throbbing, but it doesn't seem so unbearable anymore.
She rubbed her face against the pillow, and finally decided to turn over. Although he still had a stern face, most of the frost in his eyes had melted away.
That's more like it.
She snorted, a hint of arrogance mixed with satisfaction. Looking at her like this, Gu Yuan felt his heart melt completely. This is no longer the powerful business queen Song Shiwei, she's clearly just a little woman who needs to be pampered and coaxed. After massaging for more than 10 minutes, Song Shiwei's eyelids began to droop, and she showed obvious signs of drowsiness on her face.
After the anesthesia wore off completely, fatigue and pain surged up like a tide. I'm sleepy. She yawned, and tears welled up in her eyes again.
Go to sleep, I'll stay here with you and the baby, Gu Yuan said softly. Song Shiwei shook her head.
No.
She forced herself to stay awake and pointed to the milk powder can on the cabinet next to her.
You need to learn how to make formula first. What will you do if they get hungry tonight? Gu Yuan was taken aback. I know how to make formula. I made it for Tian Tian and Nini before.
Song Shuwei remembered that Gu Yuanchong's milk powder was still clumpy, so she glared at Gu Yuan speechlessly.
Gu Yuan probably felt a little guilty, and his voice also softened. I'll teach you, you can start learning now. Song Shuwei's tone left no room for doubt that familiar CEO demeanor was back. What if I can't learn it? There's no what if. Song Shuwei glared at him. My daughter can't go hungry, do you understand? Understood.
Gu Yuan immediately stood up straight, like a soldier waiting for orders.
First step, wash your hands, Song Shuwei instructed.
Use hand sanitizer to thoroughly clean your palms, backs of hands, between your fingers, and under your nails.
Scrub for at least 30 seconds. Okay. Gu Yuan quickly ran to the bathroom in the ward and, strictly following the highest instructions, carried out a deep cleaning.
When he came out, he held up both hands in front of Song Shuwei, like a primary school student handing in homework.
Look, isn't it clean now? Song Shuwei glanced at it disdainfully. It's all right.
The second step is to sterilize the baby bottles. She pointed to a small machine on the table. That's a baby bottle sterilizer and dryer.
I've already sterilized it, you can just take it.
Remember, don't touch the nipple or bottle opening with your hands when you take it.
Okay.
Gu Yuan carefully took out a warm glass baby bottle from inside, as if he were holding some rare treasure. The third and most important step is to mix the milk powder with water.
Song Shuwei's expression turned extremely serious.
Look carefully, pour in the water first, then add the milk powder.
The order is crucial. There is a constant temperature formula warmer on the table. The water inside is boiled and cooled to 45 degrees Celsius. You can use it directly. She stared at Gu Yuan's actions like a supervisor.
Pour to the 120 milliliters mark. Make sure you get it right, not too much and not too little. Gu Yuan held his breath, widened his eyes, and carefully controlled the force with his wrist, adding the contents drop by drop, afraid of pouring too much. With great difficulty, the water level came to a precise stop at the 120 milliliters mark. He breathed a sigh of relief.
Then what?
2 level scoops of milk powder. Song Shuwei pointed to a small scraper next to the milk powder can. Fill the bowl with a spoon, then smooth it out with the spatula. Remember, it must be a level spoon.
It shouldn't be too high or too low.
Otherwise, the concentration will be wrong, and the baby will feel uncomfortable after drinking it. Gu Yuan felt like he wasn't making baby formula, but conducting a chemistry experiment. He carefully scooped up a spoonful of milk powder, his hand trembling slightly, aimed at the scraper, and gently scraped it.
Perfect. He repeated it again.
After pouring 2 scoops of milk powder into the bottle, he put the cap on and instinctively tried to shake it vigorously up and down.
Stop.
Song Shuwei's sharp shout startled him, making his hand tremble.
What do you want to do?
Roll the dice.
She was furious.
How many times have I told you to gently shake the bottle from side to side or rub the bottle to let the powder dissolve slowly?
Shaking it like that will create a lot of foam, which will cause gas and stomach aches for the baby. Are you an idiot?
Gu Yuan, who was called a pig, had no temper at all and quickly changed his posture. He held the bottle between his 2 palms and, imitating what he had seen on TV, quickly rubbed it back and forth. The bottle was spun in the palm of the hand, and the formula and water inside quickly mixed, turning into a uniform milky white liquid, but with air bubbles.
Is this okay? He asked somewhat uncertainly. Song Shuwei sighed as she looked at the baby bottle in his hand, unsure of what to say. Chapter 16. So what if the company dies? Just then. Ugh. Wow.
A soft cry came from one of the cribs. As if a switch had been flipped, another little one started crying loudly as well.
The duet was loud and full of vitality. Song Shuwei's expression instantly became even more flustered.
She wanted to hug him, but her body simply wouldn't allow it.
Are they hungry?
She looked at Gu Yuan for help, her tone carrying a hint of dependence that she herself didn't realize.
Gu Yuan was also stunned. How would he know? He's never even had a serious girlfriend, how could he possibly know how to take care of a child? Just as his mind went blank, a mechanical electronic voice sounded in his head. Ding! New dad quest triggered. Task objective: prepare your adorable daughter's first bottle of formula, letting them feel the warmth of their father's love. Task rewards, visual insight level 1 skill, and a mystery gift pack. System?
Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening.
Yes. He even has a system. They must be hungry.
Gu Yuan composed himself, and his tone instantly became full of confidence.
Don't worry, leave it to me. Song Shiwei looked at him suspiciously. Can you do it? A man can't say no.
Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow at her and casually flexed his wrist. It's just making baby formula, no big deal. Song Shiwei thought of the baby formula he had just made and wondered whether she should trust the man in front of her.
Gu Yuan prepared everything he needed.
Formula, bottles, and thermos flasks are all available. System prompt: the recommended water temperature for preparing formula is 45 degrees Celsius to best preserve the nutrients in the formula. System prompt: 1 level scoop of milk powder should be mixed with 30 milliliters of water.
Please strictly follow the ratio. System prompt: please add water first, then formula.
When shaking the bottle, do not shake it vigorously up and down, rotate it horizontally and at a steady speed to avoid creating too many air bubbles, which can cause gas in your baby. A series of prompts flashed through Gu Yuan's mind.
He took a deep breath and began to operate.
Pour in water, measure the formula, tighten the cap, and shake horizontally. The series of movements were fluid and practiced, as if they had been done hundreds of times.
Song Shiwei lay in bed, watching the back of the man who was busy in the ward.
Her eyes slowly changed from initial suspicion to surprise. Thinking back to the milk powder Gu Yuan had just prepared, I found it somewhat unbelievable. Soon, 2 bottles of milk at the right temperature were prepared.
Gu Yuan carried a baby bottle in each hand and walked to the crib.
He first awkwardly picked up the little one who was crying the loudest. She was small and soft, so light that she felt weightless in his arms. He imitated what he saw on TV, carefully cradling the child in his arms and then bringing the pacifier to her little mouth. The little one immediately stopped crying and, on instinct, took the pacifier into his mouth and began to suckle vigorously.
Gulp, gulp.
Watching her daughter contentedly drink her milk, Gu felt as if her heart was filled with something
soft and warm.
He patted the child's back awkwardly, a gentle smile on his face that he himself didn't even realize was on his face. Having satisfied his eldest daughter, he then used the same method to feed his younger daughter. The 2 little ones ate and drank their fill, and soon fell asleep contentedly, smacking their lips. The ward finally returned to silence.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner's quest.
The reward Visual Insight Level 1 has been issued. A mystery gift pack has been distributed. Gu Yuan silently thought to himself, check the reward. Visual Insight Level 1 allows you to view the winning numbers for the next lottery draw. Holy crap! Gu Yuan almost cried out. Is this system really that unconventional? A super dad, and incidentally a billionaire? That's great! He couldn't wait to open the mysterious gift package.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a luxury car.
Gu Yuan's smile froze instantly. System, are you messing with me? He was internally ranting and raving. I just had 2 daughters, can you give me a car to get around? How am I supposed to take care of the kids? Hang one on the hood of the car and carry the other on my back? Host's extreme dissatisfaction with the rewards has been detected. Reward replacement channel is now open.
A top-tier luxury car reward has been detected that the host has not yet claimed.
Do you wish to use this reward to upgrade the luxury transportation vehicle to a globally limited edition top-tier luxury stroller?
This stroller uses aerospace-grade materials and features a built-in temperature control system, air purification system, and intelligent shock absorption system. It also comes with 2 matching top-of-the-line car seats, providing comprehensive protection for your baby's safety during outings.
Wow! That sounds really awesome.
Although trading a top-of-the-line luxury car for a stroller is a bit of a loss, it's worth it for my daughter.
Change. Gu Yuan made his decision without hesitation. It's late at night. The hospital corridor was silent.
Song Shiwei hadn't been able to sleep much because of the pain from her wound.
Gu Yuan spent the night on the sofa. Wow! A loud cry shattered the stillness of the night. It's Tian Tian, the eldest daughter. Song Shiwei struggled to move, but Gu Yuan had already sprung up from the sofa.
He rushed to the crib and checked it by the dim light.
He must have urinated.
He whispered something to Song Shiwei, then skillfully pulled out a waterproof pad and took out a new diaper. untie it, wipe it clean, and put on new clothes. The whole process took less than a minute, and the movements were gentle and quick. After changing into a dry diaper, Tian quickly stopped crying, smacked her lips, and fell asleep again. Song Shui watched his practiced movements, her mouth slightly open, unable to utter a word for a long time.
Gu Yuangang breathed a sigh of relief and lay back down on the sofa. Wow! Wow wow!
Mimi, the youngest daughter, in the other crib, also started crying.
What is it now, my little darling? Gu Yuan was in a real bind. He rushed over to check. The diaper is dry.
It's not that it's hungry, I just fed it.
So why was she crying? Gu Yuan was completely at a loss. System, help! What's wrong with this little guy?
After examination, it was found that the newborn Mimi's condition was not due to physical discomfort, but rather to boredom and fear caused by an unfamiliar environment, a lack of security, and a general feeling of insecurity. System suggestion: please use gentle singing to soothe the baby and establish an initial parent-child emotional connection.
Sing? Gu Yuan was dumbfounded. How could you expect a tone-deaf man to sing lullabies in a hospital room in the middle of the night? What a socially absurd scene. But his daughter's cries grew louder and louder, each one tugging at his heartstrings. Never mind. So what if we die? For my daughter, what does face matter?
He cleared his throat, gently held Xiaoming in his arms, and hummed in a very low and soft voice while rocking her gently.
Sleep, sleep, my dear baby. His voice wasn't exactly pleasant, in fact, it was a bit off-key.
But that voice was filled with a cautious tenderness and clumsy love.
Amazingly, Mimi's crying really did gradually subside.
She stared at the strange man in front of her with her large, dark eyes.
Gu Yuan continued singing. Dad's arms are your warm cradle.
Little Honey yawned slightly, her long eyelashes trembled, and she finally closed her eyes slowly, falling into a deep sleep in his arms.
Gu Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. He looked down at the sleeping little face in his arms, and his heart was deeply touched. This is his daughter. His daughter with Song Shui. He looked up, wanting to tell Song Shui the good news. But he discovered that Song Shui had turned to the side at some point and was staring at him without moving. Under the dim light, her eyes held a complex expression that defied description. There was shock, there was confusion, and some other emotions that even she herself couldn't understand. Chapter 17. This is my mom. Gu Yuan barely slept that night. He was awakened in the middle of the night by a faint groan. One of the babies woke up. He hurriedly picked her up and, imitating what he saw in a video from the postpartum care center, clumsily patted her and hummed a tune. Strangely enough, the little one snuggled in his arms and quickly fell asleep again. Gu Yuan looked down at the tiny, soft life in his arms. Her face was only the size of his palm, with pink skin, her eyes closed, and long eyelashes like two small fans. This is his daughter. His daughter with Song Shui. An indescribable, burning emotion welled up from the depths of his heart and instantly filled his entire body. He dared not move, and just held on stiffly until dawn broke. Early morning. Song Shui slowly opened her eyes. After the anesthesia wore off completely, the cesarean section wound started to throb with pain, keeping her awake all night. She instinctively turned her head, and then froze. The morning light shone through the gaps in the curtains outside the window. Gu Yuan sat on a chair by the bed, holding a swaddled baby in his arms. He lowered his head, gazing intently at the baby in his arms, his high, straight nose casting a beautiful shadow in the morning light. His eyes were dark and bluish, indicating he hadn't slept all night, and he had stubble on his chin, making him look tired and disheveled. Yet the way he held the child revealed an innate gentleness and patience. Song Shui's heart was suddenly struck by this unexpected blow. A bittersweet feeling, accompanied by a strange warmth, instantly welled up in my eyes. She bit her chapped lips, trying hard not to let the tears fall. But the tears, stubbornly refusing to obey, rolled down like beads from a broken string. Gu Yuan noticed the commotion, looked up, and met her tear-streaked face. Why are you crying again? He tensed up instantly, and his voice became much softer unconsciously, for fear of waking the baby in his arms. Is the wound very painful? Should I go call the nurse? He was about to get up as he spoke. No. Song Shui finally spoke, her voice terribly hoarse. She looked at him with a complicated expression. Gu Yuan stopped what he was doing, somewhat at a loss. Then, what happened? Song Shui sniffed and awkwardly turned her face away. You hugged him all night?
Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. He looked down at his daughter in his arms, then at her, and gave her a silly smile. Ah, she woke up in the middle of the night, and I was afraid that her crying would disturb your rest, so I picked her up and comforted her. I didn't expect that I would fall asleep while being held. He carefully placed the baby back into the crib, his movements incredibly gentle. Then, he took out a tissue, handed it to Song Shui, and said in a coaxing tone like he was talking to a child. Okay, stop crying. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell up like walnuts, and your double eyelids will disappear.
How can you be a beautiful mommy then?
Song Shui was amused by his nonsensical remark and chuckled. Tears were still on her face, but she couldn't help but smile.
The atmosphere in the ward finally became less heavy.
Just then, there was a knock on the door of the ward.
Please come in. Gu Yuan responded.
The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged woman dressed simply and with a gentle demeanor walked in carrying several insulated containers. Song Shui subconsciously looked at her. As the company's president, she was used to making thorough preparations for everything. Judging from the woman's attire and the equipment she's carrying, she must have been sent by a postpartum care agency. Thinking of this, she cleared her throat and adopted the manner she usually used when talking to her subordinates.
Hello, is this the agency I booked with for postpartum care?
She asked the question, her tone both scrutinizing and polite. The air suddenly became quiet. The middle-aged woman who walked in was stunned.
Gu Yuan was also stunned.
He looked at his mother, then at Song Shui, his expression incredibly interesting.
Cough, cough. Gu Yuan quickly stepped forward and introduced the situation with an embarrassed expression. Mr. Song, let me introduce you. This is my mom. Mr. Song? My mom?
Those few words caused Song Shui's brain to freeze on the spot. She looked at the kind-faced woman in front of her, then at the "you've messed up" expression on Gu Yuan's face, and her face instantly turned bright red.
Oh my god. She actually mistook her mother-in-law for a postpartum nanny agency? This is an absolutely epic scene of social annihilation. Auntie.
She was so nervous that her tongue got tied and she blurted it out.
Xia Yulan finally came to her senses.
Looking at the beautiful girl on the bed with a pale face and panicked eyes, she was not angry at all, but instead amused.
Oh dear, do I look like a real estate agent?
She slammed the thermos on the bedside table with a thud.
It's okay, it's normal not to know each other.
She walked a few steps to the bedside, took Song Shui's hand, and felt the warmth and dryness of her palm, which carried a reassuring strength.
You must be Shui? Oh, it's great to finally meet you. Xia Yulan's tone was full of enthusiasm and intimacy, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she looked Song Shui up and down. Look how pale your face is, you've suffered terribly.
A C-section is no small matter, it takes a heavy toll on your energy, so you need to recover properly. As she spoke, she deftly unscrewed the lid of a thermos. A rich aroma of chicken soup instantly filled the entire ward. Come, this is the black chicken soup I've been simmering all morning, it's the best for replenishing qi and blood. And this is crushing carp soup with Tonchao tetrapanax papyriferus, it helps with lactation.
This is...
Xia Yulan, channeling her inner housekeeper, introduced everything with such enthusiasm that Song Shui found it hard to keep up. She has always carried everything alone since she was a child. If you are sick, go to the hospital by yourself.
When I'm sad, I hide away and cry. No one had ever taken such good care of her before. This feeling is unfamiliar, yet warm.
It gradually softened her heart, which had been tense for so long.
Thank you. Auntie.
Xia Yulan scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it, and carefully brought it to her lips.
Quick, drink it while it's hot.
Song Shui felt a little uncomfortable, but she still obediently opened her mouth. The warm chicken soup slid down my throat, and the warmth spread from my stomach all the way to my heart. Just then, a nurse pushed open the door and walked in.
Miss Song, how are you feeling? You can try getting out of bed and moving around a bit today.
The nurse was speaking while writing something in her notebook. Getting out of bed and moving around helps with gas expulsion and wound healing.
Get out of bed?
Upon hearing those two words, Song Shui's face turned pale. Even the slightest movement caused her abdominal wound to throb with excruciating pain.
This requires getting out of bed and walking. Wouldn't that kill her?
She instinctively grabbed the sleeve of the person next to her, her eyes filled with fear and pleading.
She arrested Xia Yulan. Mom!
Her voice was choked with sobs, like a child who had been wronged and was afraid of getting a shot.
I'm afraid of pain. Chapter 18. Don't touch her. Gu Yuan and Xie Yulan were both taken aback.
Song Shiwei's spontaneous address made the atmosphere a little strange, and the mother and son looked at Song Shiwei at the same time. Song Shiwei suddenly realized the name she had just used and subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, but Xie Yulan held it tightly, and the warmth from her palm made her feel a little dazed. She wasn't used to such intimate physical contact with people, especially with a mother-in-law she had only met a few times.
Gu Yuan finally found his savior and quickly shouted, "Mom!" Xie Yulan said gently to Song Shiwei.
Getting out of bed and walking around can prevent adhesions and blood clots, which is good for the body's recovery.
Get out of bed and walk around? Song Shiwei's body trembled almost imperceptibly.
Now, even the slightest movement causes excruciating pain from her abdominal wound, making it unbearable for her to get out of bed and walk.
I don't want to move.
She looked at Xie Yulan almost pleadingly.
It hurts too much.
Oh, silly child, mom knows the pain. Xie Yulan patted the back of her hand, comforting her.
Which woman doesn't experience pain during childbirth? It's like walking through the gates of hell.
But you have to get through this hurdle yourself. She pointed to Gu Yuan beside her. When I gave birth to this little rascal, I also had a C-section. I lay in bed for 2 days, feeling like I was about to be ruined.
But I gritted my teeth and got out.
The first step was so painful that tears streamed down my face. Xie Yulan's words were simple, yet they carried a convincing power.
Come on, don't be afraid, Mom will help you. We won't go far, we'll just stand by the bed for a bit, and you can put your legs down. Gu Yuan quickly came over to encourage him.
Yes, Shiwei, Mom has experience, let's listen to her.
Let's give it a try, okay?
Song Shiwei looked at the mother and son in front of her. One was assertive and enthusiastic, the other nervous and clumsy. She bit her lower lip, but finally nodded. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. As the president of the Song group, she was used to being in control and issuing orders. But now, she can't even control her own body and needs the help of her mother-in-law, whom she has only met a few times, to complete the simple action of getting out of bed. A mix of shame and helplessness made her wish she could disappear into the ground. Xie Yulan noticed her embarrassment, but her hands didn't stop. While adjusting the height of the bed for her, she continued to comfort her with her experience.
What's there to be embarrassed about? Women all have this day. You'll understand later.
Compared to all the messy things that happen when raising children, this little bit of pain and embarrassment is nothing.
With Xie Yulan's help, Song Shiwei finally managed to move to the bedside after a great deal of effort.
Her legs dangled limply over the edge of the bed, the cold floor seeping through her thin slippers, making her shiver.
Good, very good, that's it, Xie Yulan encouraged. Now, try to put your feet firmly on the ground, and slowly, use the muscles other than your waist and abdomen to stand up.
Song Shiwei closed her eyes and, following Xie Yulan's instructions, braced herself on the mattress with both hands, trying to shift her body weight onto her feet.
However, just as she leaned forward slightly and her abdominal muscles tightened. Ah!
An uncontrollable cry of pain escaped her throat. It was an indescribable, excruciating pain. The wound on her abdomen, which was more than 10 centimeters long, was mercilessly torn apart by her own movements, and every muscle and every nerve was emitting a terrible scream. Large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead instantly, and tears, which she could no longer control, burst forth.
It hurts so much.
She shook her head in despair, her body going limp.
I really can't. Sure way.
Gu Yuan's heart clenched at the sound of her cry. Without thinking, he rushed forward and reached out to help her up.
Don't touch her.
Xie Yulan shouted to stop him and shoved Gu Yuan's arm away. Her movements were so fast and ruthless that Gu Yuan was stunned.
Mom! What are you doing? Gu Yuan's eyes reddened with anxiety. Can't you see how uncomfortable she is? Quickly, make her go back to bed. I saw it. But if you help her now, you'll only hurt her. Xie Yulan's expression was more serious than ever before.
The first step is for her to get up on her own. If you give in now, she'll have to stay in bed and suffer for another day.
Do you understand?
Gu Yuan was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. He looked at Song Shiwei, who was trembling in pain, and then at his mother, who had a firm attitude.
He was caught in a dilemma.
The atmosphere in the ward became tense again due to the argument between the mother and son.
Just then. Ah, ah, ah.
Ugh.
Ah.
A soft, baby-smelling cry came from the direction of the crib.
It's very light, yet clear enough.
The three adults in the room stopped what they were doing and all looked in that direction. Inside, the two tiny swaddled babies, Tian and Mimi, who had been sleeping soundly, had somehow woken up. They didn't cry or make a fuss, they just opened their big, dark eyes, their little mouths opening and closing, uttering meaningless monosyllables in Song Shiwei's direction. She didn't cry or make a fuss, she just stubbornly kept calling out to her.
It was as if they were using the only way they knew to cheer on the mother who was going through pain.
Song Shiwei's crying stopped. Through her teary eyes, she looked over at those two rosy little faces, and her heart was gently touched.
It's her child.
It was a child she gave up half her life for.
Gu Yuan was the first to react. Seeing Song Shiwei's reaction, he had a sudden inspiration and immediately went to the crib.
He carefully picked up his eldest daughter, Tian, whose voice was louder, and carried her to Song Shiwei.
Shiwei, look. Look, sweetie, she's cheering you on.
The tiny baby was brought to its mother. She seemed to smell a familiar scent, twisted her little body, and then gently breathed on Song Shiwei's face. The warm, milky scent brushed against Song Shiwei's cold cheeks like a feather.
It's very light and soft.
Yet it possesses a magical power. The wound in my abdomen was still screaming, but the despair and vulnerability that lingered in my heart were largely dispelled by this warm breath. Looking at her daughter's face, so much like her own, and her bright, dark eyes, an unprecedented surge of strength welled up from the bottom of her heart.
She wants to stand up. She wanted to go to her child.
This thought became incredibly clear and unwavering. Song Shiwei gritted her teeth again. This time, although her movements were still slow, she no longer hesitated at all.
Hold on, get up, stand up.
Every step was accompanied by excruciating pain.
But she didn't cry anymore.
She just stared intently at the crib a few steps away, and moved over step by step. That short distance of 2 or 3 meters was more difficult for her than climbing Mount Everest. Finally, her hand rested on the crib railing.
She succeeded.
She reached her child through her own efforts. Seeing this, Xia Yulan's tense face finally relaxed, and she revealed a relieved smile. Gu Yuan held Tian in his arms, looking at the woman who was covered in sweat, pale-faced, yet stubbornly standing there. His throat was choked with emotion, and he couldn't utter a single word.
Chapter 19: Who Believes Your Lies? 3 days later. The atmosphere in the VIP ward finally improved a bit. Song Shiwei's cesarean section wound is healing well.
With the help of Xia Yulan and Gu Yuan, she can now walk slowly and is no longer in excruciating pain like before. This really got the female CEO, who had been lying in bed for almost a week, really bored.
No, I need to walk 2 more laps.
Wearing loose maternity clothes, Song Shiwei carefully paced around the room, leaning against the wall, her face showing the excitement of someone about to be released from prison. Gu Yuan had just finished changing the diapers for the 2 little ones when he turned around and saw her wandering around again, which immediately gave him a headache.
My dear boss Song, please just calm down for a bit. He walked quickly over, intending to help her back to bed.
The doctor said that you can move around in moderation, but he didn't ask you to participate in a ward marathon. Song Shiwei rolled her eyes at him, and that aloof, queen-like demeanor returned.
What do you know? This is called promoting intestinal peristalsis, which is beneficial for the body's recovery. Besides, I can be discharged from the hospital next week. I need to get my strength back as soon as possible, otherwise how will I go back to work?
She spoke eloquently, but the fine beads of sweat on her forehead and her slightly pale lips betrayed her.
Gu Yuan frowned as he looked at it.
Work, all you know is work. He muttered something under his breath, not bothering to say anything more to her, and with a short gasp from her, he bent down and picked her up in his arms.
What are you doing?
Song Shiwei was startled and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her body tensing up.
Put me down. I won't let go. Gu Yuan carried her steadily toward the hospital bed.
She was much lighter than before she was pregnant, and felt so light in Gu Yuan's arms that it made him feel a little uneasy. If you move around again, the wound will reopen, and you won't be able to leave the hospital until the week after next. He gently placed her on the bed and pulled the blanket over her.
Song Shiwei was a little confused by his actions, and an unnatural blush rose on her cheeks. You.
She wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin, and could only manage to utter one sentence in the end.
Who gave you permission to hug me? Don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other?
He straightened up, looking down at her with a very serious expression. President Song, I deserve half the credit for those 2 babies in your belly.
So, is there a problem with hugging my wife?
A series of rhetorical questions left Song Shiwei speechless. She turned her face away from him, muttering to herself.
Nonsense. Seeing her like this, Gu Yuan felt both amused and annoyed.
He sat down on the edge of the bed, remained silent for a while, and finally asked the question that had been nagging at him for several days.
Song Shiwei, can I ask you something? Spit it out.
Song Shiwei replied sullenly. I asked the doctor, and he said that your physical condition at the time fully met the criteria for a vaginal delivery of twins.
Gu Yuan carefully considered his words, trying to make his question sound as inoffensive as possible. Why, did you ultimately choose a C-section? Isn't vaginal delivery better for physical recovery? The air in the ward became quiet. Song Shiwei did not answer immediately.
She just lay there, staring at the ceiling, her long eyelashes fluttering, lost in thought.
Gu Yuan didn't urge her, but waited quietly. After a long while, I heard her somewhat dazed response. If you want to have a C-section, then do it. Why ask so many questions? I am in charge of my own body, do I need to report to you?
This answer was barbed, typical of Song Shiwei's style.
But Gu Yuan sensed a hint of weakness beneath the surface.
Normally, she would have given him a cold look and told him to mind his own business.
Wrong. Gu Yuan shook his head and said with certainty. You're not usually such an impulsive person. You weigh the pros and cons before making any decision. A C-section is such a big decision that you can't just do it whenever you want.
He moved closer, trying to see her expression clearly.
Is there some other reason? Aren't you annoying?
Song Shiwei suddenly turned her head and glared at him fiercely.
Gu Yuan, who are you to me? What gives you the right to question me? You're the child's father, not mine. Who gives you the right to tell me what to do?
Her reaction was intense, a complete display of anger and embarrassment at having her true feelings exposed.
Gu Yuan became even more certain of his guess.
Instead of backing down, he grabbed her wrist. Her hands were cold.
Song Shiwei, look at me. His attitude also hardened. I'm not questioning you, I'm just concerned about you. I'm your husband, I have the right to know. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid?
Song Shiwei laughed coldly, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world.
Fear?
I, Song Shiwei, have never even known how to spell the word fear in my entire life.
Then why don't you dare to say it? Gu Yuan pressed closer, staring intently into her eyes. Tell me, why?
The 2 of them stood facing each other like that. One was lying down, and the other was sitting.
One is full of inquiry, the other is full of resistance.
In the end, Song Shiwei was the first to give in. She abruptly pulled her hand back, turned her head to the other side, and faced him with the back of her head.
A long silence fell over the room once again.
Just when Gu Yuan thought she wouldn't speak again, a whisper, barely audible, drifted over.
Pain. What? Gu Yuan didn't hear clearly, so he leaned closer. What did you say? I said it hurts.
Song Shiwei suddenly raised her voice, her tone filled with a sense of utter despair and indignation. Natural childbirth is very painful. After she finished speaking, she buried her face in the pillow, looking ashamed to be seen by anyone.
Gu Yuan was stunned. Just because you're afraid of pain?
That reason is just too real. He wanted to laugh, but felt it was inappropriate.
Just because of that? Otherwise what?
Song Shiwei's voice came muffledly from under the pillow. And, the internet says that natural childbirth will ruin your figure, make your skin worse, and make it sag. She spoke softer and softer until she could barely be heard.
Gu Yuan understood.
His mind went blank for a moment. So that's what she was worried about. This queen, who was always glamorous and confident in front of outsiders, actually felt uneasy because of this kind of thing. Worried about becoming ugly, worried about losing body shape, worried about affecting the relationship between husband and wife. Gu Yuan's heart felt as if it were being gently grasped by a hand, a mixture of sourness and tenderness. He reached out and gently patted her head, which was buried in the pillow.
Are you stupid or what?
His movements were very gentle.
Who told you all this?
It's all just unscrupulous businesses creating anxiety about childbirth.
Besides.
He paused for a moment, organized his thoughts, and then spoke in an extremely solemn tone. Song Shui, you are beautiful no matter what in my heart. Even if you gain weight, get wrinkles, and your figure changes, you are still a hero who gave me 2 precious daughters. I cherish you so much, how could I possibly dislike you?
The person in the pillow was no longer moving. Gu Yuan thought she hadn't believed him, so he added. Real. I swear.
If I, Gu Yuan, have even the slightest dislike for you, then let me.
Shut up.
A low, embarrassed rebuke came from under the pillow. Song Shui suddenly rolled over, revealing a bright red face. She glared at him fiercely, her eyes red-rimmed.
Smooth talking. Who would believe your nonsense?
Although she said those words, her slightly trembling eyelashes and watery eyes betrayed her true thoughts. No woman dislikes hearing sweet words, especially when it comes from the mouth of the father of one's own child.
Gu Yuan felt incredibly sweet looking at her insincere expression.
He couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her burning cheeks. Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open.
Xiao Yuan, Shui, I'm back from taking the babies for their checkups.
Xia Yulan pushed 2 strollers and her voice preceded her arrival. Like a student caught red-handed, Song Shui quickly pulled the blanket over her face.
Gu Yuan awkwardly withdrew his hand and stood up. Mom, you're back. Why? Xia Yulan agreed and pushed the stroller to the bedside. Look at my 2 precious grandsons.
They were so well behaved during their checkup today, they didn't cry at all.
She bent down and affectionately teased Sweetie and Honey in the crib.
Our Sweetie is the prettiest, with her little pouty lips. Our Mimi is the cutest, her little hands are clenched tightly. Xia Yulan's attention was entirely focused on her 2 granddaughters, and she didn't notice at all what had just happened between the young couple on the hospital bed. She played with the child for a while before straightening up and looking at Song Shui, whose head was covered.
Huh? What's wrong with Shui? Is she asleep? No. Gu Yuan quickly tried to smooth things over.
She just walked a few steps and is a little tired, so she's taking a rest. Oh, then you need to rest more. Xia Yulan nodded, walked to the bedside, and asked with concern.
Shui, does your wound still hurt? How are you feeling today? Is anything bothering you? Should we have the doctor come back to check on you?
Compared to her 2 newborn granddaughters, she was clearly more concerned about her daughter-in-law's health. Under the covers, Song Shui listened to her mother-in-law's sincere words of concern, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She slowly pulled down the blanket, revealing a pair of still slightly red eyes.
Mom, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore, I feel great. Her response was slightly nasal, but very sincere. Chapter 20. She is no longer alone. 1 week later.
After completing all the discharge procedures, Gu Yuan pushed a brand new wheelchair back to the ward.
Xia Yulan was carefully feeding one of the babies.
Song Shui had already changed her clothes. Although they were still loose-fitting, she had regained some of the sharp and capable demeanor that belonged to President Song. Her complexion had improved a lot, but the wound on her abdomen still made it difficult for her to move around.
Is it all done?
Song Shui frowned as she saw him push the wheelchair in.
Okay. Gu Yuan nodded and pushed the wheelchair to the bedside. Here, let me help you. Song Shui didn't move.
She glanced at the wheelchair, her resistance quite obvious.
I don't need this, I can walk by myself. Are you kidding me? When did Song Shui need to use a wheelchair? Don't push yourself. Gu Yuan's attitude left no room for negotiation.
The doctor said that C-section wounds are most vulnerable to pulling.
There's still some distance to the parking lot. What if something goes wrong?
His words were calm, yet carried an unprecedented force.
Song Shui was stunned. Is this still the same Gu Yuan who was so timid and submissive in front of her, not daring to even breathe loudly? That's right.
Xia Yulan, holding Mimi who had just finished breastfeeding, chimed in.
Shui, listen to Xia Yuan. Your body is your own responsibility.
You can't joke around when you're in postpartum confinement.
One is Gu Yuan, and the other is Xia Yulan.
One person was holding her eldest daughter, while another was pushing her wheelchair. Looking at this scene, Song Shui suddenly felt a little dazed. On the day she was admitted to the hospital, she dragged her suitcase in alone, gritting her teeth as she walked in.
On the day of discharge, a family unexpectedly appeared.
She remained silent for a moment, but ultimately did not insist, allowing Gu Yuan to carefully help her into the wheelchair. Xia Yulan handed the baby in her arms to her and then picked up her eldest daughter, Tian Tian, who was still fast asleep, from the crib.
Let's go. Gu Yuan pushed the wheelchair and walked ahead.
Song Shui held the soft little one in her arms, her heart filled with mixed emotions.
As they approached the hospital entrance, Gu Yuan suddenly asked, "Shall I take you home?"
Song Shui subconsciously wanted to nod, but the words stopped her at the last second.
Go back?
She lived alone in a 2-bedroom apartment with 2 infants who were crying for milk. She struggles even to pour herself a glass of water. How can she take care of a child? Or let us go back to my place.
Gu Yuan's voice came from above.
My mom is there, she can lend a hand. Besides, my place is bigger, so it'll be more convenient. Song Shui's fingertips curled slightly.
Go back to him.
She knew very well what those 4 words meant. It means fully accepting his and his family's involvement, and it means she is no longer alone. After a long while, she managed to squeeze out a very soft syllable from her throat. Gu Yuan paused in pushing the wheelchair, then an indescribable joy welled up in his heart. He quickened his pace.
A black, large minivan was parked in a parking space in front of the hospital.
The car's lines are sleek, and the paint shines with an expensive luster in the sunlight, exuding an understated yet powerful aura.
Song Shui, a seasoned businesswoman, immediately recognized it as Toyota's top-of-the-line business vehicle, the Alphard.
Moreover, it's the top-of-the-line modified version, and the final price won't be less than 10 million. She looked at Xie Yulan, who had a perfectly normal expression, with some surprise.
Auntie, this is... Oh, this car.
Xie Yulan smiled, pressed the car key, and the electric sliding door opened silently. I thought that with you 2 children and a lot of stuff, a car would be too cramped after you were discharged from the hospital, so I rented a car so that you would be more comfortable. Not to mention Song Shui, even her own son Gu Yuan was shocked. At this moment, Gu Yuan had no idea what the situation was like in their family. These words, spoken casually, stirred up waves in Song Shui's heart.
A nanny van worth over 10 million yuan, which isn't cheap to rent, just to make them more comfortable when they leave the hospital? What exactly is the situation with Gu Yuan's family?
Gu Yuan first secured the 2 babies to their car seats, and then carefully helped Song Shui into the car. The interior space is extremely spacious, and the leather seats are so soft that you can sink into them.
Gu Yuan got into the driver's seat, and the vehicle drove smoothly out of the hospital.
Xia Yulan and Song Shui sat in the back row, each looking after a baby. The car was quiet, with only the baby's occasional soft whimpers. Shui, Xia Yulan suddenly spoke, taking a bank card from her bag and handing it to Song Shui.
Song Shui was taken aback. Auntie, what's wrong? Take it.
Xia Yulan's movements were firm, and she directly stuffed the card into her hand. You gave birth to 2 such adorable babies for our Gu family, you are a great contributor.
This is a token of my appreciation. The password is Xiao Yuan's birthday.
It's not much, it's a little something from Mom to give you as a gift for changing your address.
Mom?
Song Shui was completely stunned. The card in her hand was so hot that she almost threw it away.
Mom, this is too much, I can't accept it. 20 million? A change of address fee? The amount of information was too much for her to process all at once.
Xia Yulan put on a stern face, but couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. You've already given birth to Xiao Yuan's child, so you're definitely my daughter-in-law.
You have to take this money. The most important thing for a woman is to recover after childbirth. Don't think about going to work and earning money.
Taking good care of your health and our precious granddaughter is more important than anything else.
Xia Yulan's assertiveness carried an irresistible warmth.
Song Shui was about to decline when Gu Yuan, who was in the driver's seat, glanced at her through the rearview mirror.
Take it, Song Shui. This is my mother's thoughtful gift. Even he said so.
Song Shui held the thin card in her hand, feeling as if it weighed a ton. Looking at Xie Yulan's sincere and eager face, she hesitated for a moment before finally managing to say Mom, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say it. But she didn't push the card back, she just quietly put it away. When Xie Yulan saw that she had accepted the gift, her smile became even brighter. As the car drove along, the scenery outside the window gradually changed from the high-rise buildings of the city to the tree-lined suburbs. Finally, the vehicle slowly drove into an upscale residential area. Gu Yuan had never seen this house before. He wanted to ask Xie Yulan about it, but Song Shui was still in the car, and he didn't know how to start the conversation.
Gu Yuan turned off the engine and got out of the car with Xia Yulan. Xia Yulan opened the car door, and a gentle breeze blew by.
She immediately took a thin blanket and gently covered Song Shiwei and Tian Tian in her arms.
Be careful not to catch a cold.
Perhaps it was because the car had stopped and the environment had changed, but the usually quiet little Mimi suddenly kicked her little legs in the carrier in dissatisfaction, pouted, and looked like she was about to cry. Just then, her older sister, Tian Tian, who was next to her, suddenly let out a soft ah sound. A miraculous scene unfolded. The previously restless little Mimi instantly quieted down, stopped kicking her little legs, smacked her lips, and then fell into a deep sleep again.
Gu Yuan and Xia Yulan both laughed.
These two little ones are really on the same wavelength, Xia Yulan exclaimed. Gu Yuan opened the car door, stood in front of Song Shiwei, and extended his hand to her.
I'm home.
Behind him is his brand new home. Before him stood his wife and children.
At this moment, Gu Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction he had never experienced before. Chapter 21. We were just an accident. The weather is unbelievably nice today.
Back home, Xia Yulan was busy again, directing Gu Yuan to put things back in their place and checking the maternity and baby supplies prepared by the postpartum nanny. Only after confirming that everything was in order did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. She picked up her small bag and looked at Song Shiwei, who was holding her daughter on the sofa.
Shiwei, everything's settled, I should head back now.
Upon hearing this, Song Shiwei instinctively tightened her grip on the child's arms. She raised her head, and her usually cool face revealed a sense of dependence and reluctance that she herself was unaware of.
Mom, how about staying for 2 more days?
The way he called out Mom was incredibly natural. Xia Yulan was overjoyed inside, but she pretended to be serious on the outside. All right, that old man of yours calls 8 times a day, my ears are practically calloused. She walked over, bent down, and touched her granddaughter's face, then patted Song Shiwei's hand.
Besides, Xiao Yuan is here.
Xia Yulan glanced meaningfully at her son standing beside her. If he dares to neglect you and the child, call me immediately, and I'll fly over and twist his ear.
Mom, don't worry. Gu Yuan nodded solemnly, I promise to take good care of them.
After Xia Yulan left, the lively house suddenly became quiet. Gu Yuan put the other baby into the crib, covered him with a small blanket, and turned around to see Song Shiwei holding the child, staring blankly into space. Tears streamed down her cheeks without warning, one drop at a time, landing on the swaddling clothes of the baby in her arms. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly strode over and squatted down in front of her.
What's wrong? Are you crying again?
He was somewhat flustered.
Is the wound painful? Or is something else bothering you?
Song Shiwei shook her head, biting her lip, but the tears flowed even more fiercely. The suppressed sobs were particularly clear in the quiet living room.
Gu Yuan.
She finally spoke, her voice choked with sobs.
Do you think people from the Gu family might think I'm a very scheming woman? The Yi family. This title stunned Gu Yuan.
Why do you think that? I had your children.
Song Shiwei's tears fell uncontrollably. 2 of them. They will look down on me and think that everything I do is a premeditated scheme.
She became more and more agitated as she spoke, and the unease and grievances that had been building up for so long finally erupted at this moment. She, Song Shiwei, has been proud for over 20 years.
When has she ever needed to resort to such means to obtain anything?
Seeing her break down, Gu Yuan felt a sharp pain in his heart, unsure how to explain things to Song Shiwei. He reached out and gently pulled her and the child into his arms, carefully avoiding her wound.
Song Shiwei, listen to me.
He cupped her tear-streaked face and forced her to look at him. First of all, you saw my mother's attitude with your own eyes.
Can't you sense whether she likes you or not?
Song Shiwei's crying stopped abruptly.
Secondly, and most importantly, Gu Yuan stared into her eyes and spoke each word with exceptional clarity. Who are you?
You are Song Shiwei. It is Mr. Song, who started from scratch and founded Times Media. When you were making decisive moves in the Shanghai business world, no man could rival you.
Do you need to prove your abilities and your worth by having a child or by marrying into some so-called wealthy family?
Every word he said struck Song Shiwei's heart like a hammer blow.
Gu Yuan leaned closer to her, his hot breath brushing against her earlobe.
It is my good fortune, Gu Yuan, that I have been able to have you bear my child. Anyone who dares to look down on you is looking down on me.
I'll be the first to object. Overbearing. Unreasonable.
But this miraculously calmed Song Shiwei's turbulent emotions. She stared at him blankly, glistening tears still clinging to her eyelashes. After a long while, she managed to squeeze out a single word.
"Oh." Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her dazed expression. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears on her face with his fingertips.
"So, stop overthinking it, Mr. Song. It's normal to have mood swings during postpartum recovery, but if you keep crying over trivial things and reopen your wounds, you'll only be the one suffering." Song Shiwei felt a little uncomfortable being addressed as President Song, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head, looked at her daughter sleeping soundly in her arms, and muttered softly,
"I'm not that fragile."
She sniffed, her eyes regaining their resolve.
"I'll go back to the company once I've recovered. I built Times Media from scratch, and I can't possibly abandon it."
"Of course."
Gu Yuan nodded, looking completely matter-of-fact. Without President Song, what soul would Times Media have?
Looking at her profile, now radiant again, he suddenly felt a mischievous urge.
"Speaking of which, Mr. Song." He cleared his throat. "I've recently lost my job, so do you think your company needs anyone?" Song Shiwei glanced at him sideways. "Lack. We need someone to clean the toilets. Are you interested?" "Go for it, why wouldn't you?" Gu Yuan immediately replied, "But I have a condition." "What are the conditions?" "The CEO's private toilet is my responsibility to clean alone." He lowered his voice, a hint of ambiguity in his smile. "Besides, I don't want the salary. How about you pay me in another way?" "Rogue."
Song Shiwei's face flushed red instantly. She tightened her grip on the child and glared at him angrily. That glance lacked its usual sharpness, instead carrying a hint of the shyness of a newlywed. Gu Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he read this. In the two cribs not far away, Tian and Mimi had opened their eyes at some point. The two little ones, neither crying nor fussing, just tilted their little heads, their pure black grape-like eyes darting around. He stared intently at the two adults cuddling together on the sofa. Perhaps they are grappling with the first profound philosophical question they have encountered since coming into this world. "Oh, so Mom and Dad are truly in love. We were just an accident." Chapter 22. You know your value. I've contacted a few postpartum nannies, and they all have good reputations. "Do you want one?" Gu Yuan asked cautiously. "No." During the Song dynasty, Wei interrupted him. "I have already dismissed the previous housekeeper." Gu Yuan was stunned. Why? How can a woman be in confinement without anyone to take care of her? Song Shiwei raised her head, and her eyes, which used to always sparkle with shrewdness and confidence, were now filled with gloom. "Gu Yuan, I have something to tell you. The company has been basically unprofitable during the months I was pregnant. In order to keep the team in place and prevent them from leaving, I paid for everyone's salaries and project expenses with my own money." Her narration was calm, so calm it was unsettling. "So, let alone a postpartum nanny, we probably can't even afford to hire a regular nanny right now." Every word of those words struck Gu Yuan's heart like a hammer blow. He had considered a million possibilities, but he never imagined it would be like this. Song Shiwei, the once powerful and influential boss of Times Media who always talked about profit and a return on investment, would actually do such a loss-making business. He used his own savings to support an entire company. "You." Gu Yuan's throat was dry, and he could only utter one word after a long time. "Are you stupid?" Song Shiwei shuddered at his shout, then laughed self-deprecatingly. "Yeah, I'm pretty silly. I guess I wanted to leave something for the children. We can't let them be born into a bankrupt, penniless mother." Seeing her pale face, yet still forcing herself to say those words, Gu Yuan's heart ached. He didn't say anything more. He simply strode over, and under Song Shiwei's astonished gaze, bent down and picked her up horizontally. "What are you doing? Put me down." Song Shiwei exclaimed in surprise and instinctively struggled, pounding her fists on his chest. The cesarean section wound was pulled, causing her to gasp in pain. "Don't move," Gu Yuan growled. "If you don't want your wound to reopen, you'd better behave yourself." He tightened his grip, leaving her no room for resistance. Song Shiwei was stunned by his shout and really didn't dare to move. He held her firmly in his arms as they walked through the living room and towards the bedroom. His chest was broad, and his heartbeat was strong and powerful, clearly transmitted to her back through the thin fabric. "Song Shiwei, listen to me carefully.
As Gu Yuan walked, he spoke in an unprecedentedly serious tone. You used to be the boss and I was the employee, so I listened to you. But from today onwards, I'm in charge of this family. How much money the company lost, how much money you contributed, it's all in the past. From now on, I will take care of you and our daughter. He gently placed her on the soft bed and carefully covered her with a blanket. Your only task now is to take good care of yourself during your postpartum period and recover your health. Leave everything else to me. Song Sherwei lay on the bed, staring blankly at him. Is this man still the same Gu Yuan she knew, a bit talkative, a bit lazy, and a bit unreliable? Just then. Wow! Suddenly, a deafening cry erupted from the nursery. The crying was loud and clear, full of energy. Gu Yuan was startled and rushed over immediately. Inside the crib, a little guy was kicking his legs and howling at the top of his lungs. It's my youngest daughter, Mimi. Gu Yuan hurriedly picked her up and gently patted her back, mimicking a nurse. Oh, honey, don't cry, Daddy's here. Strangely, when he hugged her, little honey cried even harder. Her face turned bright red, and large tears streamed down her face. She looked utterly wronged. What's wrong? Did you pee? Or are you hungry? Gu Yuan was extremely anxious and overwhelmed. He frantically checked the diaper, then looked at the time, but it wasn't the right one. Just as he was racking his brains trying to figure it out, in the other small bed next to him, his eldest daughter, Tian, also pouted, her big, dark eyes quickly filling with tears, as if she was about to join in a duet. Gu Yuan's scalp tingled. If we can't handle one, and another one comes along, the whole house will be torn down. In a moment of inspiration, he gritted his teeth, held Mimi, who was crying her heart out, in his left arm, and carefully picked up Tian with his right hand as well. Two small, soft bodies were hanging on his arms, one on each side. All right, you're all hugging now, one on each side, no one should fight over it. Dad's love should be shared equally, okay? Something amazing happened. Sweetie, who had been picked up, immediately stopped building up her emotions and smacked her lips contentedly. Mimi, who had been crying uncontrollably, miraculously calmed down and turned into soft sobs. She turned her little head, looking at her father on the left and then at her sister on the right, as if to make sure she wasn't being neglected. Gu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. So it was all about vying for favor. Such a tiny little thing, and already knows how to compete for attention? He held his two daughters and soothed them for a while until they calmed down before straightening his aching back. Turning around, he met Song Sherwei's complicated gaze. She leaned against the headboard, quietly watching him and the two daughters in his arms. What are you looking at? Gu Yuan felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. Song Sherwei did not answer his question, but spoke softly instead. They all got hugs. What about mine? Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of grievance and envy that she herself was unaware of. Gu Yuan was stunned. He looked at the large woman on the bed, then at the small woman in his arms. Then he smiled. He carried his two daughters to the bedside and then very slowly and carefully bent down. He brought his two little ones and himself together, in an awkward yet tender gesture. He pulled Song Sherwei, along with their two children, into his arms. It was a somewhat crowded, even somewhat comical, hug. But the family of four truly came together. Song Sherwei's nose instantly stung with tears. At that very moment, an incredibly cheerful voice rang in Gu Yuan's mind. Ding! Host has successfully activated family warmth value. The value has exceeded the limit. Super Dad system officially activated. Congratulations, host, you have received the new player gift pack, Insightful Wisdom Level 1. Gu Yuan hadn't reacted yet. Insightful Intelligence Level 1, the host can view the basic value information of a specified target. The system was quite thoughtful, it even slapped the instruction manual in his face. How to assess its value? What's the point? To see who has potential? Gu Yuan subconsciously used this newly acquired ability on the woman in front of him, whom he both loved and hated. Target person, Song Sherwei. Identity, your wife, mother of Sweetie and Honey. Overall value? A series of question marks left Gu Yuan completely bewildered. No, system, come out and explain yourself? What do these three question marks mean? Did the data loading fail? Returning to host, this is not a loading failure. The system's voice remained cheerful. The target's value exceeds the current skills detection limit, therefore it cannot be displayed. Gu Yuan's urge to complain exploded instantly. So, after all this time, you can't even calculate the value of my wife with your crappy system? What kind of unparalleled treasure is this that made your computer crash? Okay. You know your stuff. Chapter 23. Leave the company matters to me.
Before she knew it, Song Sherwei's tears started falling uncontrollably again.
Gu Yuan asked, "What's wrong?" Song Sherwei said, "Some things have happened at the company." What happened to the company?
Song Sherwei did not answer immediately, but her shoulders shrugged slightly, and her suppressed sobs turned into a wronged accusation. There's a media company, and that guy surnamed Zhao is a scoundrel who takes advantage of the situation. He knows I'm about to give birth and can't go to the company these days, so he's been sending people to poach my boyfriend every day.
The morale of my two most capable project teams is almost completely broken.
Why should such a despicable person steal the fruits of my hard-earned empire? She became more and more agitated as she spoke, and her arms, which were supporting her on the bed, were trembling.
I'm lying here, unable to do anything. I'm just a useless piece of trash. Waste.
She practically screamed the last two words, filled with boundless anger and resentment.
Gu Yuan finally understood.
It turns out that her emotional breakdown was not entirely due to postpartum weakness and pain, but also because the business empire she had built was facing the crisis of being devoured by others when she was at her most powerless.
This woman is tough to the core.
Even after undergoing a C-section, her biggest worry remains her career. The anger in his chest dissipated instantly, leaving only a deep sense of heartache. He walked to the bedside, looked at her face, which was flushed with excitement, and softened his tone.
Don't rush, don't get agitated. The wound will hurt.
He tried to comfort her.
Tell me, what's the specific situation at the company right now? Who poached our employees? And who was poached?
Song Sherwei, however, was unmoved and glared at him with her red-rimmed eyes.
What's the point of telling you? What can you do? Do you understand project management or artist management? Gu Yuan, can you please stop causing me trouble? I'm really annoyed right now. I don't understand anything. Gu Yuan unexpectedly admitted it.
He was not angered by her attitude. Instead, he looked at her calmly. But I know how to deter those who want to poach my employees from reaching out again. His words stunned Song Sherwei. You should rest well and take good care of yourself.
Gu Yuan continued, speaking clearly and logically.
I'll go back and make you a pot of soup first. You need to replenish your nutrition now.
I'll go to your company once I've settled you in.
Don't worry, I guarantee that Times Media will remain as stable as Mount Tai, and not a single core employee will be lost. His words were not loud, but they conveyed an undeniable certainty. Song Sherwei stared at him blankly. The man in front of her was wearing the most ordinary t-shirt and jeans, and his hair was a little messy, but when he said those words, she was momentarily dazed.
You? She still didn't believe it, or rather, she dared not believe it. What guarantee do you have? With your mouth? Using your fists might be more effective. Gu Yuan jokingly flexed his wrist. Just kidding.
Seeing Song Sherwei's tense face, he immediately added. In short, don't worry.
The sky isn't falling.
Your task now is to be a good mother, to feed yourself and your child. Leave the company's affairs to me. His words had a strange, comforting power. Song Sherwei's anxiety and panic were indeed somewhat suppressed. But she remained stubborn.
It's easier said than done.
She hummed, but her tense shoulders relaxed. Just then, a slight noise came from the crib next to them.
The two of them turned to look at the same time.
One of the pink swaddles stirred, and a tiny hand reached out from inside, waving haphazardly in the air.
It's my older sister, Tian Tian.
It was probably Song Sherwei's shouting that startled her. The little guy's pink face was all scrunched up, his mouth was pursed, and he looked like he was about to cry. Song Sherwei's heart immediately jumped. She struggled to sit up a little so she could see better.
Don't move. Gu Yuan quickly held her down. I'll go get him.
He bent down and carefully picked up that small, soft body.
The movements were clumsy, yet exceptionally gentle.
He held the child and moved closer to Song Sherwei.
Look, she didn't cry.
Sweetie in my arms, perhaps sensing her mother's presence, actually calmed down. She opened her large, dark, grape-like eyes and curiously surveyed the world. When her gaze fell on Song Sherwei's face, her small mouth suddenly opened and uttered a muffled monosyllable.
Ah!
Song Sherwei's heart skipped a beat. She reached out her trembling hand, wanting to touch her daughter's face. Sweet little hands reached out in the air and caught one of Song Sherwei's outstretched fingers. That small, warm touch instantly struck the softest spot in Song Sherwei's heart. Then, something even more amazing happened. Sweetie grabbed her mother's finger, her little body leaning forward with effort, then opened her toothless mouth and planted a wet kiss on Song Sherwei's cheek. At that moment, time stood still. Song Sherwei froze completely. The company's crisis was still swirling in his mind, but all of that became insignificant under this wet kiss. A huge, surging warm current exploded from her heart, instantly sweeping through her limbs and bones. Looking into her daughter's pure and innocent eyes, and then at her little daughter Mimi sleeping soundly beside her, tears welled up in her eyes once again. But this time, it wasn't because of pain or grievances.
It was touching. It is happiness.
It was the feeling of being completely melted by this sudden, purest love.
Gu Yuan held the child and watched her quietly.
Seeing this queen, who was just moments ago covered in thorns, now crying like a child. He didn't say anything, but simply moved his daughter closer to her. After a long while, Song Sherwei's crying gradually subsided. She sniffed, tears still on her face, but her entire aura had completely changed. The sharpness and anxiety disappeared, replaced by a gentle calm after the rain. She looked at Gu Yuan and suddenly spoke.
I'm hungry. Gu Yuan was taken aback, then realized what was happening. Okay, I'll go get you something to eat right away.
What would you like?
Chicken soup? Fish soup?
Song Sherwei shook her head. She licked her chapped lips and rattled off a menu that left Gu Yuan speechless.
I want to eat durian. I want Muzang King, the kind that's perfectly ripe.
I still want to eat stinky tofu, the kind that's drizzled with red chili oil.
Oh, and by the way, another order of snail rice noodles, extra stinky and extra spicy. Gu Yuan.
Looking at Song Sherwei's serious expression, he wondered if he had misheard.
What should a woman who has just had a C-section eat? Is this some kind of death wish? Chapter 24 Purely Dark Cuisine. Gu Yuan was completely petrified.
He picked at his ears, seriously doubting that he was hallucinating.
What did you say? Say it again?
I said I want to eat durian, stinky tofu, and snail rice noodles. Song Sherwei repeated herself impatiently, each word exuding an overbearing I want it now attitude.
Are you sure? Gu Yuan's brain completely shut down. President Song, you just had surgery, these things, mixed together, is this even edible? Isn't this pure culinary monstrosity? This taste is scarier than the end of the world.
He immediately called the system in his mind.
System. Come out now. Is she still under anesthesia? Has she lost her mind? If she takes this death package, won't we have to start over? Host, please calm down. A slightly mocking electronic voice rang in Gu Yuan's mind.
Based on analysis of our system's extensive database, this is a normal taste change caused by drastic fluctuations in postpartum hormone levels, commonly known as a sudden craving.
Gu Yuan's lips twitched. Normal? This is normal?
I feel like she wants to poison me so she can inherit my. No, I don't seem to have any assets. Host, please do not underestimate yourself.
The system continued its explanation.
The above-mentioned ingredients can be consumed in moderation during the postpartum period, as they can help soothe the mother's emotions and provide special nutritional supplements. However, it is not recommended to mix them excessively, as there is a 73.4% chance of causing gastrointestinal disorders.
Gu Yuan understood.
You can eat it, but not much, and mixing different foods can easily cause diarrhea. He cleared his throat, trying to persuade the pregnant woman, who was experiencing a taste madness, with scientific reasoning.
Mr. Song, how about this? Let's eat them separately. Durian is durian, stinky tofu is stinky tofu, one at a time. This is better for your recovery, and you can better appreciate the deliciousness of the food itself, right?
Song Sherwei suddenly opened her eyes, her bloodshot phoenix eyes staring intently at him.
What do you mean? Her aura returned instantly, carrying with it postpartum weakness and an unreasonable stubbornness. You just don't want to buy it for me? Is it too much trouble? I'm not. Get out if you don't want to.
Song Sherwei interrupted him directly, her emotions rising again.
I told you to get out. Don't you understand? I don't want to see you. Well, we've come full circle.
Trying to reason with a postpartum woman experiencing hormonal imbalances is naive.
Okay. Gu Gu Yuan immediately surrendered, raising his hands. I was wrong. I'll do it right away.
Don't even mention mixing them together. If you want it mashed into a paste, I'll make that for you. Don't get agitated, please don't get agitated, your wound is more important.
He now understood that going along with her was the only way to survive.
Just as Gu Yuan turned to leave to create this astonishing dish, Song Shiwei called him back.
Etc.
Gu Yuan stopped and turned to look at her. Her momentum waned, and her face was filled with exhaustion.
I just want something hot to drink right now.
Her lips moved as she spoke softly. I want to eat pig's trotters and drink pig's trotter soup.
This request is finally normal.
Gu Yuan felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders, and a smile immediately appeared on his face.
Pig's trotters? He walked quickly back to the bedside and said it as if presenting a treasure. I prepared this a long time ago. I know you'll definitely need to nourish your body after giving birth, so this morning I had the freshest pig's trotters and various ingredients delivered to my home by the supermarket. Wait here, I'm going home right now to stew it for you. I'll simmer it in a clay pot over low heat. I guarantee it'll smell so good you won't want to get out of bed.
After saying that, he realized his words were ambiguous and quickly added, what I meant was, you should just rest and recuperate. Song Shiwei didn't speak, she just looked at him quietly. He rushed into the kitchen, tied on an apron, and moved with such speed that any housewife would be ashamed of herself.
The chef's skill has been automatically activated. This pork trotter soup will receive a 200% flavor boost.
Gu Yuan had no time to pay attention to the system's notification sound. All he could think about was getting that woman a sip of hot soup. Blanch the pig's trotters in boiling water with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine. In a separate clay pot, place the prepared pig's trotters, add enough water, and the pre-soaked soybeans.
Bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to a simmer.
Time passed by, and the rich aroma of meat began to fill the entire ward.
More than an hour later, Gu Yuan returned to the bedroom carrying a bowl of milky white pig's trotter soup.
He found that Song Shiwei had fallen asleep with her head tilted to the side, but her brows were still furrowed, and she was sleeping very restlessly. Her face was even paler, her lips were completely bloodless, and she looked weak and listless from hunger.
Song Shiwei? Wake up. Gu Yuan moved gently and placed the soup bowl on the bedside table. The soup is ready, drink some before you sleep. He gently helped Song Shiwei up and placed a pillow behind her back. He scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it repeatedly to make sure it wasn't too hot, and then brought it to her lips.
Open your mouth. Song Shiwei opened her eyes groggily, smelled the domineering aroma, and immediately felt a strong signal coming from her stomach. She obediently opened her mouth and drank the spoonful of soup. The rich, delicious, and warm liquid slid down her esophagus, instantly soothing her long empty stomach.
It tastes good,
she murmured unconsciously. Gu Yuan fed her another spoonful.
Song Shiwei's eyes lit up, and she became fully awake.
After taking the third spoonful, the savage energy that had been suppressed by hunger for so long completely erupted within her. She shoved Gu Yuan's hand away, stretched out her hands, and actually grabbed directly at the scalding hot casserole.
Give me.
Her eyes lit up as she called out urgently.
I'll do it myself. I want to drink.
Gu Yuan was startled and quickly pulled the casserole back, almost getting caught by her.
Are you crazy? It's so hot.
He grabbed her wrist and growled angrily.
Don't rush. I'll feed you. You can drink as much as you want. Chapter 25. This isn't a lucky cat at all.
After a long pause, she finally spoke in a hoarse voice. I'll do it myself.
Don't move. Gu Yuan quickly put down the casserole and reached out to press down on her shoulder.
Lie down, I'll feed you. Song Shiwei's body stiffened for a moment, and she stopped resisting. Gu Yuan picked up the bowl again, scooped up a piece of stewed pig's trotter that was so tender it fell off the bone, blew on it to make sure it wasn't too hot, and then carefully brought it to her lips.
Song Shiwei silently opened her mouth and bit into the pig's trotter.
Perhaps it was because she had been hungry for a long time, or perhaps it was because the braised pig's trotters were really fragrant and tender, but she quickly finished a piece.
Gu Yuan then handed over a second piece.
She just lay there, letting him feed her bite by bite. Only the faint sound of chewing remained in the ward. Seeing the once aloof queen now like a wounded kitten, accepting his food without any defenses, a certain part of Gu Yuan's heart softened.
Just as Song Shiwei was happily munching on a pig's trotter, her cheeks bulging, Gu Yuan inexplicably pulled out his phone. Click.
A soft sound. Song Shui stopped moving. She raised her head and narrowed her red and swollen eyes dangerously.
What are you doing? And nothing, it's nothing. Gu Yuan guiltily tried to hide his phone. Give it to me. Song Shui's command was concise and forceful. Gu Yuan reluctantly handed over the phone.
Song Shui snatched it away, and on the screen was a photo of herself eating a pig's trotter, her hair messy, her face bare, and her appearance completely unrecognizable.
Her face instantly darkened. Gu Yuan, she gritted her teeth. Are you tired of living? I think it's quite cute, Gu Yuan whispered in defense. Cute my ass. Delete it right now.
Song Shui was so angry that she wanted to smash her phone in his face, but the movement aggravated her wound, making her groan in pain.
I won't delete it. Gu Yuan's attitude was firm, and he even quickly started deleting it right in front of her. You.
Song Shui watched helplessly as he set that ugly photo as her phone wallpaper, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. I have to constantly remind myself that even my queen can be this down to earth.
Gu Yuan put away his phone, smiling smugly.
Song Shui glared at him fiercely, then turned her head away, but her tense lips unconsciously relaxed a little. Just then, a cheerful voice suddenly rang in Gu Yuan's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have successfully provided the first loving and nutritious meal for the new mother. New dad's mission completion rate plus 10%.
Reward, insightful wisdom skill upgraded. Current level LV2.
LV2, view the job strengths of a target person excluding children, helping you better navigate the workplace and reach the pinnacle of your career.
Want to try it now? It's incredibly useful.
Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously focused his attention on Song Shui.
Target person, Song Shui.
Strengths, strategic decision-making, team leadership, resource integration, business negotiation. Overall assessment, a natural-born manager with an extremely keen business sense and powerful leadership charisma.
Really?
She truly deserves to be called a woman who built a media empire single-handedly.
As Gu Yuan was thinking, his phone vibrated.
It was a message from Bai Qingqing, reporting an emergency at the company. Several rival companies are aggressively poaching employees from Times Media, and several key personnel from core departments have already been contacted.
Gu Yuan pulled himself together and looked at Song Shui. Something came up at the company, I have to go back.
He chose his words carefully.
It's about poaching people, it's not a big deal, I can handle it.
He thought Song Shui wouldn't care about these things, but to his surprise, she immediately turned her head, and her face, which had just calmed down, became serious again.
Who's digging? Xinghui and Tianyi are old rivals. What conditions did they offer?
They said it would double the salary and give stock options.
Song Shui snorted coldly. That's an outdated tactic.
Her mind immediately switched to work mode, her eyes sharpening.
Go back and tell Bai Qingqing to calm people down. Then you.
She paused, seemingly thinking quickly for a solution.
Gu Yuan waited quietly. Forget it, you handle it.
Song Shui suddenly deflated, leaning back wearily against the pillow.
I believe you.
The words I believe in you made Gu Yuan's heart skip a beat.
Okay. He nodded solemnly. Don't worry, just rest. Call me anytime if anything happens. My phone is on 24/7.
He tucked her in, glanced at his two sleeping daughters, and then turned to leave.
Wait a minute, Song Shui called out to him. What's wrong? Is your wound hurting again? Gu Yuan immediately turned around anxiously.
Song Shui glanced at him and spoke somewhat awkwardly.
When you come back, buy me some durian and stinky tofu. Gu Yuan was stunned. Ah? What ah? Song Shui was a little embarrassed and angry. Can't you understand human language? I want durian. And stinky tofu. From Wang Jiha. Yes, Mr. Song.
Gu Yuan suppressed a laugh, gave an awkward salute, and then quickly slipped out of the ward. The moment the door closed, the smile on his face vanished.
An hour later, Gu Yuan arrived at Times Media.
The company receptionist greeted him warmly as soon as she saw him.
Brother Gu. You're here. Hello, Brother Gu. The passing employees greeted him, but their way of addressing him left him both amused and exasperated.
Our mascot is here to inspect our work again today, a lively member of the planning department joked loudly. A burst of good-natured laughter immediately filled the office.
Gu Yuan's position in the company is quite unique.
He doesn't have a specific job title, but everyone knows that he is the boss Song Sherwei's person, so everyone treats him with great respect. Because he is easygoing and approachable, he often helps people with small things like computer problems and helping them reach the minimum order amount for takeout.
He was very popular and over time earned the affectionate nickname mascot. There's no other way.
The boss isn't here, so I, the mascot, have to come out and keep things in order, Gu Yuan replied with a smile. At this moment, Bai Qingqing walked over quickly in high heels.
Gu Yuan, you finally arrived.
Her face showed anxiety, but she breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Gu Yuan.
How is President Song? Mother and daughters are safe.
They were delivered via C-section.
2 girls, Gu Yuan said succinctly. That's great.
Bai Qingqing was genuinely happy for her boss, but then quickly steered the conversation back to the topic of poaching talent.
I saw your message on the way here. Let's talk in the office first.
Just as the two were about to walk inside, Bai Qingqing suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead.
Oh, by the way, there's a package for you, it's huge, I had them put it in the break room for you. Gu Yuan was a little puzzled, as he hadn't bought anything recently.
He followed Bai Qingqing to the door of the tea room and was immediately stunned. In the corner of the tea room stood a giant, golden lucky cat, taller than a person, grinning at him with one arm that was waving up and down tirelessly.
What is this thing? Gu Yuan's lips twitched.
I don't know, the sender said your loyal fan.
Bai Qingqing also suppressed a laugh.
Brother Gu, your fan really goes all out.
Gu Yuan circled the enormous cat, marveling at it. This isn't a lucky cat at all.
He stroked his chin and gave a serious evaluation.
Is this some kind of move to drag the god of wealth down from heaven? Chapter 26. This is a divine assist. Gu Yuan didn't have time to think about who delivered the package. The company's current crisis forced him to confront it.
He also remembered that Song Sherwei had told him at home to trust him, and that he would never let Song Sherwei down.
How's the situation? Gu Yuan asked in a deep voice as he loosened his tie.
This is terrible. Bai Qingqing pointed to the glass conference room that had been booked out not far away. Someone from a media company brought coffee and desserts, and even promised on the spot that anyone who switched jobs now would get a 30% raise and a promotion. Zhao Jing was inside, exaggerating and saying that our company was about to go bankrupt, and advising everyone to find another job as soon as possible.
Gu Yuan looked in the direction she pointed.
Inside the glass conference room, several people wearing Yoja Media uniforms were smiling as they distributed brochures and snacks to the employees of Times Media.
Zhao Jing, meanwhile, stood in the middle of the crowd, spitting as he spoke.
Brothers and sisters, don't blame me, Zhao Jing, for being unrighteous.
I'm doing this for your own good. Doesn't everyone know what's going on with Times Media? President Song hasn't shown up for months, the company doesn't have a single viable project, and they're almost unable to pay salaries, aren't they? Look at the sincerity of Yoja Media.
They pay the maximum amount for social insurance and housing fund, offer 13 months' salary at the end of the year, and even provide a housing subsidy.
This is what a big company should be like.
His words were highly persuasive, and many employees showed hesitation and longing on their faces.
Gu Yuan's face was so cold it could freeze.
He strode forward and headed straight for the conference room.
The moment he appeared, the noisy conference room immediately fell silent. All eyes were on him.
When Zhao Jing saw Gu Yuan, he not only showed no remorse, but straightened his back and was the first to make a move.
Oh, Mr. Gu, you're finally back, he said sarcastically. We thought you'd forgotten about all this trouble at the company. Since you're here, let's get this straight today.
Zhao Jing raised his voice and shouted to everyone.
We work so hard for the company, and what do we get in return? The benefits are atrocious.
Social insurance and housing fund contributions are only at the minimum, and the housing allowance is pitifully small.
Is this reasonable? Gu Yuan ignored his shouts and simply scanned each employee present with a calm gaze.
Then, he fixed his gaze on Zhao Jing and suddenly smiled.
You're right. The 2 words stunned everyone.
Zhao Jing was also a little stunned.
He had prepared a lot of words, but Gu Yuan actually admitted it?
Since our company's benefits are so poor and everyone is suffering so much, Gu Yuan said clearly, looking around.
Then I declare.
Starting next month, Times Media will cancel all 5 social insurances and housing subsidies for all employees. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone looked at Gu Yuan with disbelief, wondering if they had misheard.
When Bai Qingqing heard Gu Yuan say that, she almost fainted. Is this how you solve problems? He's making things even worse. She even wanted to call Song Shui to complain. Zhao Jing was overjoyed, he simply couldn't believe his ears. That's a divine assist. Good. Good. Good, he exclaimed excitedly, repeating good 3 times in a row, afraid that Gu Yuan would change his mind. You said it. Everyone heard it. He ripped off his employee badge with a smack and slammed it onto the table. Whoever wants to work for this crappy company that cancels even basic employee benefits can stay. Brothers. What are you waiting for? There's an HR person from a media company right here. Come with me, let's eat and drink our fill. He opened his arms, ready to receive the support of his colleagues. However, no one moved. The entire conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Just as Zhao Jing's smile froze on his face, a timid voice rang out. I'm not leaving. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Dong Shu, an intern who had just arrived. That quiet girl who had just graduated from a top university. Dong Shu blushed, but bravely met Zhao Jing's gaze. The company is going through a difficult time right now. We should stand with the company and get through this together, not stab it in the back. After she finished speaking, she actually walked forward and tried to close the glass door of the conference room. Zhao Jing, if you're going to leave, then leave quickly. Don't spread rumors and disrupt our work. Zhao Jing was embarrassed and angry when a young girl publicly humiliated him. What do you know, you intern? You haven't even grown your hair yet and you're already trying to talk about loyalty? She doesn't understand, but we do. Another veteran employee stepped forward, looking coldly at Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing, if you want to be an ingrate, don't drag us into it. Exactly. The company isn't making a profit, and we already feel bad about taking our salaries. And you, on the other hand, complain about the poor benefits? We all know how President Gu has always treated us. Unlike some people, who are like ungrateful dogs. Immediately, public sentiment was agitated. The employees who had been somewhat swayed by Zhao Jing's words now all sided with Gu Yuan, glaring angrily at Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing was completely dumbfounded. He became a lonely man. A clown. Looking at the scene before him, and at the employees who were defending the company and him, Gu Yuan felt a surge of warmth welling up from the bottom of his heart, instantly dispelling all his negative emotions. He had thought it was just a job, a group of colleagues. Before he knew it, Gu Yuan's eyes were already red. He looked at a group of employees who didn't know what to say. Even at this moment, they were still firmly committed to the company. Gu Yuan felt as if a stone was stuck in his throat. He had 1,000 words to say, but couldn't utter them. It was only at this moment that he realized that, without even noticing, he had already built a truly trustworthy team. When Zhao Jing saw that they were all on Gu Yuan's side, he broke down. He roared, "Your boss Gu has even cancelled the basic benefits for your employees. What are you all still doing here? None of you said this just now, so why have you changed your minds? Aren't you thinking about your future?" The meeting room was completely silent. No one paid any attention to Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing stormed off, telling some employees before he left, "You will definitely regret your current choice. I'm giving you a better option, but you don't appreciate it. Humph, don't come crying to me later." Chapter 27. I never make empty promises. The next day, Times Media. The atmosphere in the company was extremely tense and filled with anxiety. Although a small number of people support Gu Yuan and the company, some still feel that the company is pushing people to the brink of despair by doing this. Have you heard? The company has stopped providing your social insurance and housing fund. That's not all. The housing subsidy is gone too. How are we supposed to live like this? Where did President Song go? How could they let such an unreliable man run the company? Bai Qingqing and Dong Shu stood outside the crowd, their faces also filled with worry. They couldn't understand how Gu Yuan, who seemed so gentle and reliable, could do something so self-destructive. Just as everyone was discussing the matter and some were even packing their things to run away, the meeting room door opened. Gu Yuan came out. He looked around. All the employees were staring at him with a mixture of anger, disappointment, and doubt. I know everyone has a lot of questions. As soon as Gu Yuan spoke, he attracted everyone's attention. I'd like to give you an explanation regarding the changes to company benefits. A senior technical staff member couldn't help but stand up and question loudly. An explanation? What's there to explain?
Mr. Gu, we respect you as President Song's family member, but you can't just do this. Cutting off our social security and housing fund is forcing us to leave.
Yes.
We've dedicated ourselves to the company for so many years, and even if we haven't achieved anything great, we've certainly put in a lot of hard work. What you're doing is incredibly disheartening.
I quit. I'm resigning today. The crowd was outraged. Gu Yuan raised his hand and pressed it down.
There was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, he exuded a calm confidence.
Who told you I stopped my social insurance and housing fund contributions? His question stunned everyone. The document in black and white has already been issued. Are you still trying to deny it? Some people shouted indignantly. Gu Yuan smiled. The document states that the original 5 social insurance programs will be abolished. He spoke each word clearly and deliberately.
Because, starting this month, the company will be paying 6 types of insurance and 1 housing fund for all full-time employees.
6 insurances and 1 housing fund? The crowd fell silent instantly.
Everyone stared wide-eyed, wondering if they had misheard.
6 types of insurance, what are they?
Dong Shu asked Bai Qingqing, who was standing next to her, in a low voice. Bai Qingqing also shook her head, her face full of confusion.
Gu Yuan continued, in addition to the 5 social insurances, we'll add supplementary commercial medical insurance.
From now on, when you need medical treatment, the company will cover all out-of-pocket expenses besides the portion reimbursed by medical insurance.
As for housing subsidies.
He paused for a moment, then dropped another bombshell.
It was indeed cancelled.
Because I felt that the subsidy was useless. Therefore, I rented an entire apartment building near the company as employee dormitories.
Any employee who needs them can apply for free accommodation.
Just bring your suitcase and move in, all utilities are free.
The entire office area was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by these 2 pieces of news. Free employee dormitories? Full reimbursement for medical expenses? What kind of divine benefit is this? Of course, this is just an appetizer.
Gu Yuan's voice rang out again, carrying an irresistible magic.
In the future, the company will also provide cars and houses for core employees.
My goal is to enable everyone at Times Media to live a dignified life in Beijing, with a car and a house.
After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Mr. Gu is awesome. Holy crap. Am I dreaming? Wah, I've made up my mind.
I'm going to stay at Times Media for the rest of my life, and nobody can kick me out.
Just then, a discordant voice rang out. TCH, anyone can brag. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man in an ill-fitting suit walking over with his arms crossed and a disdainful expression. It's Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing? You still have the nerve to come back?
Bai Qingqing was furious when she saw him. Zhao Jing ignored her completely, walked straight up to Gu Yuan, and spoke in a sarcastic tone.
President Gu? That's quite an arrogance. Providing a car and a house? Do you even know how much a square meter of housing costs in Yanjing? The pie in your sky is a bit too outrageous, isn't it?
The cheers from the employees subsided, and many people showed hesitant expressions again. Indeed, houses are not as common as cabbages.
Gu Yuan looked at him calmly. I never make empty promises.
As he spoke, he slowly pulled a red booklet from his pocket and slammed it onto the table in front of Zhao Jing. Jingxiwan, Building A, Unit 1601, a large 180 square meter flat, paid in full.
This is a reward for employees who have made outstanding contributions to the company. I've already prepared the first set.
Zhao Jing, if you kneel down and beg me now, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you come back to work as a salesperson, and give you a chance to try and get this apartment.
Zhao Jing's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Jingxiuan. That's a famous upscale residential area in Yanjing.
A 180 square meter apartment would be worth at least 30 million yuan on the market. With trembling hands, he picked up the red booklet, opened it, and saw that the title of the property owner was clearly written as Times Media Company, Limited.
It's true. He really did buy a house for his employees. Ding.
Detected that the host has completed a textbook example of showing off and slapping someone in the face, perfectly suppressing the entire audience, and significantly boosting company cohesion. System reward, Apartment 1701, Building A, Jingxiuan. The property certificate has been issued.
Please check your account.
The system's cheerful voice echoed in Gu Yuan's mind. Without making a sound, he took out the newly issued second property certificate and placed it on the table next to the first one.
Oh, right, another set just arrived. Now there are 2 sets. Boom! The entire company was in an uproar.
If one house is just a pie in the sky, then 2 properties are a tangible reality right in front of you, an undeniable strength.
Long live President Gu. Mr. Gu. I want to have your babies.
The employees were so excited they were incoherent, and their eyes were filled with fervent admiration as they looked at Gu Yuan. Zhao Jing stood there, stunned, feeling a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped countless times. Just as the company atmosphere reached its peak, a commotion arose at the door. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a beer belly swaggered in with 7 or 8 people.
Wow, it's quite lively here. Is President Gu holding a victory celebration party? The visitor was Meng Chen, the owner of Yoja Media.
It is also a fierce rival of Times Media.
Gu Yuan looked up, his gaze sweeping over Meng Chen's greasy face before finally landing on a young woman behind him.
The woman was dressed in a smart business suit and wore gold-rimmed glasses. She had a calm demeanor and remained composed even in such a noisy and chaotic environment. A line of information flashed through Gu Yuan's mind in an instant. Zhang Yu, Assistant General Manager of Yoja Media, is a top-tier planning and operations talent with extremely high commercial value. It is recommended that the host poach her at all costs.
Gu Yuan's lips curled up slightly.
He didn't even glance at Meng Chen, but walked straight towards the woman and extended his hand in front of everyone.
Hello, Ms. Zhang Yu.
I am Gu Yuan from Times Media. I am formally inviting you to serve as our company's planning director, with a salary double your current salary. The entire audience was astonished.
Meng Chen's face instantly darkened. Gu Yuan. What the hell do you mean? You're poaching my people right in front of me? He roared.
Zhang Yu was also stunned. She adjusted her glasses and looked at the overly young and overly confident man in front of her with some surprise.
Mr. Gu, do we know each other? We know each other now. Gu Yuan smiled, full of confidence. A boss who only makes empty promises is not worth following. What President Meng can give you, I will give you double. What President Meng cannot give you, such as the house in Jingxiuan, I can also give you.
As he spoke, he pointed to the 2 bright red property ownership certificates on the table. Meng Chen was so angry that he trembled all over, pointed at Gu Yuan, and couldn't say a word for a long time. He hurriedly turned to Zhang Yu, trying to persuade her to stay.
Zhang Yu. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's just a shell company, about to go bankrupt. You've worked for me for so many years, you know how I've treated you.
Zhang Yu fell silent. She looked at the furious Meng Chen, then at the calm and collected Gu Yuan, and at the high-spirited, fervent-eyed employees of Times Media behind him. A thought that clearly showed who was superior arose in her mind. She adjusted her glasses and made her decision. She ignored Meng Chen and instead extended her hand to Gu Yuan.
Hello, Mr. Gu. From now on, I am your planning director. Chapter 28. What use are you to me if I support you?
Gu Yuan remembered that he had a wife and children at home, so he handed over the rest of the matters to Bai Qingqing and went home. When I got home, I saw Song Shiwei holding Tian and singing to her, while Mimi was lying on the bed quietly playing with her toys.
Seeing this heartwarming scene, Gu Yuan couldn't resist taking a picture with his phone.
Song Shiwei also saw Gu Yuan and asked,
You're back. How's the company? Is everything all right? Gu Yuan said in a frivolous tone, Don't you trust your husband? Everything has been taken care of.
You can stay home and take care of the children. I'll handle things at the company, so you don't need to worry too much. After giving instructions to Song Shiwei, he rushed back to the company.
At the same time, in the president's office of a media company. Bang!
A custom-made ceramic mug was smashed against the wall and shattered.
Useless.
They're all a bunch of useless trash. Meng Chen was so angry that he trembled all over and pointed at the group of silent executives in front of him, cursing loudly.
Just one Zhang Yu. Just one Zhang Yu. She emptied out our company's planning department. What are you people doing? Ha!
They all call me brother normally, and they're all incredibly good at bragging and flattering me, but when it really matters, they're all spineless cowards.
What use are you to me? In the office, everyone was on edge, and no one dared to lift their head.
Meng Chen's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on a slightly plump middle-aged woman.
Fatty, didn't you say you were closest to Jiangyu? She didn't tell you anything before she left?
The chubby woman, whose name was mentioned, felt a pang of unease and quickly forced a smile.
President Meng, how would I know? Jiangyu is a very cunning girl.
If she wants to leave, no one can stop her. Her eyes lit up, and she realized this was an opportunity. But don't worry, Ms. Meng, even if she leaves, the planning department still has me. Right now, we're in need of manpower, so what do you think of my position?
Position? Upon hearing those two words, Meng Chen found an outlet for his anger, and he laughed in exasperation. You still dare to mention position to me? Do you think the company can't function without you guys?
Let me tell you, the people Jiangyu can poach are all trash she deems useless.
She's just cleaning house for me.
The fat woman's smile froze on her face.
Roll.
Meng Chen pointed to the doorway, his face contorted in a ferocious expression.
You. Get out of here right now. You're fired. Fatty was completely stunned.
She never expected that instead of getting a promotion, she would be fired on the spot.
President Meng, Get out.
Half an hour later, Times Media.
The atmosphere in the company's conference room was completely different.
The dozen or so new employees sat together with the veteran employees, showing both curiosity about the new environment and a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. A woman dressed in a business suit, exuding a capable and efficient aura, stood at the front. That was Jiangyu.
Hello everyone, I am Jiangyu.
Starting today, I will serve as the planning director of Times Media.
Her opening remarks were simple and direct.
I know that the long-time employees here are curious about me, while the new colleagues are probably more familiar with me.
She looked around, accepting everyone's gaze with composure.
That's right, I orchestrated this mass exodus from a media company.
So I know everyone here.
These words caused an uproar in the audience.
That's incredibly bold.
Jiangyu ignored the crowd's chatter and turned her gaze to a young girl wearing black-rimmed glasses in the corner.
Dong Shu, an intern, right?
The girl nodded nervously. I looked at your traditional Chinese style plus esports proposal that was rejected last week, Jiangyu said. The idea is great and has a lot of potential. But your problem is that you're too afraid of making mistakes and you're too hesitant, which makes the execution of the entire copy a complete mess.
Dong Shu's face flushed red instantly.
She had worked on that proposal for several sleepless nights, but it was rejected, and she was sad for several days.
Unexpectedly, the new director noticed it.
This isn't your fault, it's a common problem among all outstanding newcomers, Jiangyu said, changing the subject.
What you lack is not creativity, but methodology.
Bring your scrapped proposal to my office at 3 p.m. this afternoon, and I'll teach you how to turn it into a project that clients will be eager to invest in. Dong Shu suddenly looked up, her eyes behind her glasses filled with disbelief and ecstasy.
Thank you, Director Jiang. Thank you, Director Jiang.
Jiangyu then called out the names of several veteran employees, pinpointed the problems they had in their work, and gave specific directions for improvement. After a few words, the entire conference room fell silent. All the resentment and doubts in everyone's hearts were completely dispelled by the shock. This new director is really capable. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open.
Gu Yuan walked in. Sorry, I'm late.
He glanced around the room and saw the mixture of awe and excitement on the employees' faces, and knew that Jiangyu had already won over the crowd. He nodded in satisfaction and walked to the head seat. Welcome to all our new colleagues.
I won't bother with formalities. I believe everyone has already witnessed Director Zhang's capabilities.
Gu Yuan leaned forward slightly, supporting himself on the table, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire conference room.
Today, I have only one announcement to make. Times Media's goal is not to get a share of the media industry in Jingzhou.
His words were clear and powerful.
Our goal is to become the industry itself. We want to set the rules, we want to lead the trend, we want to be the biggest piece of the pie.
As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the entire conference room seemed to ignite. The young employee's eyes shone with a burning passion.
Gu Yuan handed a thick folder to Jiangyu. This is the company's development plan for the next 3 years. Distribute it and organize everyone to study and discuss it. From today onwards, Times Media, enter combat mode.
After the meeting, the employees returned to their workstations with renewed energy, and the atmosphere throughout the company was refreshed. Gu Yuan, however, did not stay to enjoy the fruits of this victory. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, looking at the bustling traffic below, but felt empty inside. His mind was filled with the image of that lonely and vulnerable figure at home, and those two adorable little ones.
The company is on the right track. It's time to go back and sort out some family matters.
Gu Yuan took out his phone, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. Having accomplished such a big task, I should at least ask my wife for a kiss as a reward today, right?
One isn't enough, we need two. After all, it's double the credit. Chapter 29 depends on it. It was late at night when Gu Yuan returned home. Song Shiwei and the children were already asleep. Gu Yuan quietly walked over. He kissed Song Shiwei and then went to wash up.
Afraid of waking the mother and daughter, Gu Yuan fell asleep on the sofa.
The next day,
in Song Shiwei's CEO office, Gu Yuan was sitting casually in her leather chair, his legs comfortably crossed and resting on the expensive mahogany desk. This posture is exactly like that of a villain who has successfully usurped power.
Knock knock.
There was a knock on the office door. Bai Qingqing walked in carrying a stack of documents, her movements efficient and her expression professional. When she saw Gu Yuan's sitting posture, her professionalism almost crumbled on the spot.
Mr. Gu.
She maintained her composure and didn't yell, "Get off the boss's chair."
Gu
Yuan raised his chin, looking like he was asking for a beating, saying, "Speak if you have something to say, otherwise leave court." Bai Qingqing placed the document on a corner of the table, deliberately keeping a safe distance from his feet.
President Song just called.
Oh?
Checking up on me? Gu Yuan said with a grin.
Bai Qingqing's cheek twitched slightly, but she decided to ignore the teasing remark and deliver the instructions in a businesslike manner.
General Manager Song emphasized that all expenses incurred in the company's operations must be reimbursed through formal financial procedures.
She paused, then emphasized the rest of her words. President Song specifically instructed that absolutely not a single penny of your money should be spent.
Wow.
Gu Yuan put his legs off the table, sat up straight, and had a playful smile on his face.
This is an attempt to distance themselves from me. Are they serious about this?
Bai Qingqing lowered her head, pretending to organize documents, but inwardly she was furiously complaining. "Can you two keep your petty squabbles out of my life, my assistant?
I'm under so much pressure."
Okay.
Gu Yuan nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Since the boss has given the order, we employees must obey.
He changed the subject and gave Bai Qingqing a bright smile. Then now, help me apply to President Song for some startup capital for the company.
Bai Qingqing was stunned. Startup capital? She was a little confused. What kind of startup capital does Times Media need?
The money sitting in its accounts is enough to start 2 more companies like this.
Yes, Gu Yuan said seriously.
A project with broad prospects and a high rate of return requires a small amount of capital.
How much do you need? Bai Qingqing asked subconsciously, already prepared to write an astronomical figure on the application form. Gu Yuan held up 5 fingers. 50 yuan. Bai Qingqing's mind went blank for 3 seconds. $50?
She doubted she had heard correctly.
That's right, it's 50, Gu Yuan confirmed.
Tell your general manager Song on WeChat that the company's new project is short 50, and ask her to send a red envelope. Remember, this money is the company's capital. Bai Qingqing felt that her worldview had been shaken.
Using red envelopes as company capital? What kind of outrageous operation is this?
Mr. Gu, this isn't in accordance with the rules, is it? She said with difficulty.
How is it against the rules? Gu Yuan said matter-of-factly. The boss provides the funding, the employees do the work, it's only right.
Hurry up, the project is urgent, you can't afford to be held responsible if it's delayed. Bai Qingqing was stunned by his words and had no choice but to take out her phone and start typing to Song Shiwei with trembling fingers.
Looking at her, Gu Yuan added. Oh, right, I have another task for you.
He took a note, picked up a pen, and scribbled down a string of numbers on it. 03, 07, 12, 18, 21, 29, special number 05. He pushed the note in front of Bai Qingqing. After get off work, take this 50 yuan to the lottery station downstairs and buy 10 tickets with this number.
Bai Qingqing was completely dumbfounded. So, that so-called high-return project is buying lottery tickets? This is even less reliable than a franchise selling milk tea. Remember, the money belongs to Song Shui, so if you win the lottery, it's all hers. Gu Yuan leaned back in his chair and said slowly. I won't get a single penny.
Bai Qingqing held the note with the number written on it, her palms sweating. She felt that Gu Yuan wasn't crazy, but just wanted to find a different way to annoy President Song.
I understand. She left the office absent-mindedly, holding the note. Gu Yuan watched her departing figure, feeling very happy.
He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling traffic below. Outside the office, all the employees in the planning department, including the newly appointed director Jiang Yu and intern Dong Shu, were buried in their workstations, typing away at their keyboards. Everyone appeared unusually focused and excited. Because Gu Yuan assigned them a special homework to create a 3-year career and life plan tailored to their individual needs. The company will invest resources and provide full support to those who perform the best.
This completely ignited everyone's ambition. Gu Yuan looked around with satisfaction, feeling that everything was arranged perfectly.
It's time for him, this hands-off boss, to go home and fulfill his duties as a super dad and personal chef. He picked up his coat and car keys, humming a little tune as he walked outside. As he passed by Qingqing's workstation, he saw her staring blankly at her phone screen, clearly still agonizing over that 50 yuan venture capital.
Jiang Yu, who was not far away, also stopped what she was doing and looked at him thoughtfully. Gu Yuan ignored them and walked straight to the elevator, taking out his phone and making a video call. The call was answered quickly. Song Shui, slightly tired but still stunningly beautiful face appeared on the screen. Hey, my dear wife. The moment Gu Yuan spoke, everyone in the office who had been eavesdropping froze.
The pen in Bai Qingqing's hand fell to the ground with a thud.
Jiang Yu had just picked up her water glass when she froze in midair. What did everyone hear? My dear wife? That supposedly useless gigolo who was kicked out by President Song is actually calling their high and mighty queen boss such an intimate name? Ready to go home after get off work.
Gu Yuan completely ignored the frozen atmosphere around him and winked at the screen.
Which dish would your majesty like to order today? Spicy crab or braised pork? Little Gu has already washed his hands and is ready to serve you.
On the other side of the screen, Song Shui appeared to be at home, with a soft sofa in the background. A faint, even indulgent, smile appeared on her face.
Stop joking. Did you bully Qingqing again? How could that be? I'm leading the company to glory. Gu Yuan said sternly. Have you sent that 50 yuan in venture capital yet? The future of Times Media depends on it. Nonsense. Song Shui scolded him, but there was no reproach in her voice. Come back quickly. Tian and Mimi just finished their milk and are about to fall asleep. Yes, ma'am. Gu Yuan gave a funny salute.
Give my 2 little darlings a kiss for me, and don't forget the older one, I'll check it out myself when I get back. After saying that, he blew a kiss to the screen before hanging up the phone, completely satisfied.
The elevator doors opened at that moment. Gu Yuan stepped inside, then turned back and waved to Bai Qingqing and Jiang Yu, who were completely stunned. See you tomorrow, everyone.
The elevator doors slowly closed.
The entire office area remained eerily silent.
Bai Qingqing and Jiang Yu exchanged a glance, both seeing a tsunami-like shock in each other's pupils.
The amount of information is overwhelming. Wife. Your Majesty? Little Gu? Sweetie and honey? 2 little darlings? Is the woman who was all smiles and doting in the video with them just now really the same person?
Bai Qingqing looked down at the 50 yuan transfer she had just received on her phone, with the note, give it to him, let him do whatever he wants. She felt like her brain had turned into a pot of boiling porridge.
Chapter 30, All for a Sock? Since the day they confronted each other, Gu Yuan and Song Shui's relationship has entered a delicate balance.
While Song Shui was at home recovering from childbirth, Gu Yuan officially began his chaotic life as a stay-at-home dad. That afternoon, Gu Yuan came out of the supermarket carrying 2 large bags of things, his expression somewhat indescribable. Inside the bag were durian, stinky tofu, and several boxes of preserved eggs. These ingredients, which can be described as biological weapons, were all specifically requested by Song Shui. When he paid the bill, the cashier looked at him as if he were a performance artist.
Young man, you're buying all this. Is your home haunted by something unclean, and you need to ward it off? Gu Yuan could only awkwardly twitch the corners of his mouth.
No, ma'am, this is what my wife wants to eat.
The woman's hand trembled, and she almost threw the durian away. Her expression instantly filled with sympathy. Oh my, your wife has some really unique tastes. You're going to have a tough time.
Gu Yuan carried this pile of heavy weapons home. As soon as he opened the door, a peculiar smell mixed with durian and stinky tofu rushed into his nostrils. Before he could even change his shoes, he heard a suppressed sob coming from the bedroom.
Not a child. It's Song Shui. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat.
He didn't care about what he was holding and rushed into the bedroom. In the room, Song Shui was sitting on the edge of the bed, her shoulders trembling, tears streaming down her face. On the small bed in front of her, the two little ones, Tian Tian and Mimi, were fast asleep, completely unaware that their mother was going through an emotional storm.
What's wrong?
Gu Yuan put the things on the ground, walked over quickly, and squatted down in front of her.
Who upset our CEO Song?
Tell me, and I'll go beat him up.
He wanted to ease the tension with a joke.
To everyone's surprise, Song Shui cried even harder, raising her red eyes to glare at him.
Go ahead and cut me. I'm useless. I'm so utterly useless.
She pounded her legs, her voice filled with despair and self-blame.
I can't even take care of a child. I don't deserve to be a mother. Gu Yuan was taken aback by her shout. What nonsense are you talking about? What exactly happened?
Song Shui raised her trembling hand and pointed to the small bed next to her.
Look at her.
She pointed at her youngest daughter, Mimi.
Socks.
I put them back on her, and she kicked them off again.
This is the 8th time. A full 8 times.
The weather is so cold, and she's so young.
What if she catches a cold?
I can't even let her wear socks properly.
I'm such a terrible mother.
As Song Shui spoke, she buried her face in her hands and broke down in tears.
Gu Yuan looked in the direction she pointed, and sure enough, one of Xiaomi's little feet was sticking out bare, and her little pink sock had been kicked to the corner of the bed, all alone. Just for a sock? Gu Yuan was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
But seeing Song Shui's dejected expression, he couldn't bring himself to laugh.
He knew this wasn't just about a sock. This is a concentrated outburst of postpartum emotions, representing the anxiety and self-doubt of new mothers. How should I persuade him? Saying, it's just a sock, what's the big deal? That would be adding fuel to the fire.
Just as he was scratching his head in frustration, a voice suddenly rang in his mind.
Ding! Childcare conflicts detected in the host's family. New dad's reassurance mission activated. Task objective, to alleviate the negative emotions of new mother Song Shui and rebuild her confidence as a mother. Mission hint, direct confrontation is not advisable. A roundabout approach is the best strategy.
Host, please utilize the art of language, starting with praise and then persuading with logic.
Praise? Logic? Gu Yuan instantly had an idea.
He reached out and gently grasped Song Shui's cold hand.
Honey, don't cry, listen to me.
His voice was soft, yet it carried a calming power. Song Shui sobbed, but did not break free.
Look at me.
Gu Yuan held her shoulders, making her look at him directly.
Have you forgotten how capable you are?
You endured 10 months of pregnancy, vomiting every day until you were dizzy and exhausted, and you got through it all by yourself. You were the one who insisted on working until the very last day while carrying such a big belly. You had a C-section, and there was such a long incision on your stomach. It pained me to see you like that, but you didn't utter a single sound the whole time. With each word he spoke, Song Shui's sobs subsided a little.
Gu Yuan gently wiped away the tears on her face.
In my heart, you are the bravest and most remarkable woman. How could a hero who can endure the pain of a C-section be defeated by a tiny sock? Song Shui sniffed, the despair in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a hint of confusion. But I really can't handle her.
Who said that?
Gu Yuan changed the subject, pointed at Mimi on the small bed, and revealed a mysterious smile.
Think about it from a different perspective. Why does our little darling always kick off her socks? Song Shui was stumped by the question. Why?
Because she has strength in her legs.
Gu Yuan announced this with a clear conscience.
Feel her calves, how strong they are.
What does that mean? It means she's in good physical condition and full of energy. Why is your physical fitness so good?
He asked himself the question and answered it, his voice filled with pride.
This is all thanks to you.
You took good care of her nutrition and exercised regularly during her pregnancy, raising her to be so healthy that she has the strength to kick off her socks.
This isn't a failure. This is clearly your greatest success as a mother. You're showing off. You're blatantly flaunting how healthy you've raised your daughter. Other people's kids wouldn't even have the strength to kick her. This set of fallacies and heresies completely baffled Song Shiwei. She stared blankly at Gu Yuan, then turned to look at her daughter's bare little foot, her mind a little blank. It seems, that makes sense? She kicks off her socks because she's healthy. She is healthy because I took good care of her when I was pregnant with her. Seeing her adorable expression, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud and reached out to pinch her cheek. So you're not a useless mom at all. You're such a successful mom that your daughter uses kicking off her socks to show you how she's grown. Put. Song Shiwei was finally amused by him. That smile dispelled all the grievances in gloom. She looked up at Gu Yuan with red eyes, her gaze no longer filled with confusion and self-blame, but with deep emotion and love. You're so good at talking. Her voice still had a strong nasal tone, yet it was so soft it seemed like you could squeeze water out of it. The next second, she suddenly leaned forward and kissed Gu Yuan's lips. This kiss was devoid of any lust, it was simply a pure kiss filled with dependence and gratitude. Gu Yuan responded to her gently. He knew that this postpartum emotional crisis was over. After the kiss ended, Song Shiwei regained her color and relaxed completely. Gu Yuan smiled and gently pinched her nose. Alright, great hero, you take a rest now, watch me take over. He stood up, walked to the crib, and picked up the abandoned pink sock. He looked at Mimi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed with a rosy cheek, cleared his throat, and spoke in an extremely solemn tone. Ahem, Ms. Honey. On behalf of your mother, I am now formally lodging a protest with you. He held up the little socks and waved them in front of Mimi's feet. I know you have strong legs, a great body, and are an amazing baby. But it's wrong of you to bully your mother. Come on, let's make a deal. He leaned close to the little guy's ear and whispered something in his ear. You, be a good girl and put your socks on properly, and don't kick them anymore. In exchange, Daddy promises you that when you wake up, I'll carry you high up and let you see the view from the ceiling, okay? Song Shiwei watched him seriously negotiating with a baby, and laughed until her stomach hurt. Does she understand what you're saying to her? A father and daughter are connected at heart, she'll definitely understand. Gu Yuan spoke confidently, carefully putting the socks back on Mimi's little feet. A miracle happened. This time, little Honey only moved her legs and smacked her lips. She didn't kick her socks off immediately like before. She slept peacefully, as if she had truly understood her father's words and accepted the promise of wearing socks in exchange for flying high. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow at Song Shiwei triumphantly and gave her an okay sign. See, it's done. Song Shiwei smiled and shook her head, but her heart was filled with a warm feeling. Perhaps this man doesn't seem very reliable usually. But at crucial moments, he always manages to pull her out of the quagmire of emotions with his strange and unconventional logic. It's so good to have him around. Chapter 31. She seems to like you quite a bit. The two little ones were sleeping soundly. Her face was rosy, her nose was small, and she was unconsciously smacking her lips. One heartbeat was strong and powerful, while the other's was slightly slower. Super Dad system activated. Newborn detected, Tian, health score 98. Newborn detected, Mimi, health score 95. Gu Yuan's heart was instantly filled. He reached out and gently touched one of the baby's cheeks with his fingertips. Soft and slippery. Just then, the little one he touched, Mimi, suddenly frowned, pouted, and made a hump protest. Gu Yuan immediately withdrew his hand, extremely nervous. Don't cry, he coaxed awkwardly in a low voice. He carefully bent down and gently lifted Mimi from the crib. The little one was placed in a warm embrace, and instead of crying, he curiously opened his eyes. Those were pure, dark grape-like eyes, curiously observing the strange man holding her. Gu Yuan's heart melted. He held the tiny, soft bundle in his arms and felt like he owned the whole world. He couldn't help but imitate what he saw on TV, gently supporting the baby under her armpits and back, and slowly lifting her up. Honey, let's fly high. The little one was a bit confused at first, but soon the feeling of weightlessness made her feel novel and amused. She giggled, waved her arms and legs, and was extremely happy. Gu Yuan's heart was completely melted by that laughter. He played with his daughter again and again, tirelessly. Song Shiwei, lying on her hospital bed, quietly watched the scene. Looking at the man who was always somewhat reserved and even a little naive in front of her, now holding their daughter, his face showed a tenderness and doting that she had never seen before. I can't tell.
She suddenly spoke, her throat dry from crying.
You're quite good at taking care of kids.
Gu Yuan paused, turned around while holding Mimi, and smiled somewhat embarrassedly.
This is my first time being a dad, I'm just figuring things out as I go along.
Song Sherwei pursed her lips and didn't say anything more, but her previously tense body relaxed a lot.
Just then, 2 plop sounds came from another crib.
The sound wasn't loud, but it was very noticeable.
Gu Yuan looked down and saw that his eldest daughter, Tian, had woken up at some point.
She was staring at him with her big eyes wide open, her little mouth puffed out, and then she poofed again.
That little face of his was exactly like a little adult who was unhappy about having his toy taken away. Upon seeing this, Song Sherwei couldn't help but burst out laughing.
That smile brought her to life.
Gu Yuan was also amused.
Oh, is our sweetie jealous?
He quickly put Mimi back in her crib and then picked up Tian. Come on, sweetie, fly high too. Sweetie, who had been neglected, finally felt satisfied and smiled happily.
Holding one in each arm, Gu Yuan felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life.
After coaxing them for a while, the 2 little princesses fell asleep contentedly again.
Gu Yuan gently placed them back on the small bed, tucked them in, and then straightened up, letting out a long sigh of relief.
Turning around, he met Song Sherwei's probing gaze. You. I.
They both spoke at the same time, and then stopped at the same time.
The atmosphere became somewhat awkward again. Gu Yuan broke the silence first. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. He checked the time and began to calculate. How about I make you a durian stinky tofu pizza? Double cheese, it'll be awesome.
This is the king of bizarre cuisine that he recently came across on a short video platform, and he's been wanting to try it out ever since. Song Sherwei was baffled by his wildly imaginative idea.
What thing? Durian, stinky tofu, make a pizza.
Gu Yuan gestured, getting more and more excited as he spoke.
Just imagine, the taste, the cheese pull, it's an absolutely epic taste experience. Song Sherwei's face was full of resistance. Stay away from me.
She felt that this person might be a little mentally unstable.
Isn't this what you've been wanting to eat for the past few days?
Gu Yuan wanted to try again, but Mimi, who had just coaxed Tian to sleep, became upset again, pouted, and burst into tears. The crying was extremely aggrieved, as if she was accusing her father of not playing with her anymore.
Look at you, you've scared the child to tears.
Song Sherwei immediately found a point of attack and glared at him.
Gu Yuan hurriedly picked up Mimi and comforted her again. Okay, Daddy won't leave, he won't leave. Mimi snuggled into his arms and quickly stopped crying.
She even grabbed his collar with her little hands, as if to say, you can't run away again. Seeing how dependent her daughter was on him, Song Sherwei felt a surge of indescribable emotions. She cleared her throat and spoke in a commanding tone.
Why don't you play with her a little longer? She seems to like you quite a bit.
After saying it, she herself felt that what she said was a bit awkward.
Gu Yuan held Mimi in his arms, his heart filled with joy. Okay, the boss has spoken, so we have to do it.
He was just about to interact with his daughter again when a clear gurgling sound rang out at an inopportune moment. The source of the sound was Song Sherwei's stomach. The air fell silent instantly.
Gu Yuan held Mimi, frozen in place.
Song Sherwei's face flushed red instantly, from her cheeks all the way to her ears. She had lived for over 20 years and had never been so humiliated. She abruptly turned her head to the other side, facing the back of her head at Gu Yuan, wishing she could dig a hole in the bed and crawl into it.
Gu Yuan blinked, finally realizing what was happening.
He wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare. He knew that this general manager Song's face was of paramount importance, and if he laughed now, the consequences would be unimaginable. He suppressed a laugh, shifting his gaze from Song Sherwei's flushed ears to the bedside table. There was a white ceramic bowl.
There was still a little bit of oil on the rim of the bowl.
Gu Yuan put Mimi back in her crib, walked over, and picked up the bowl. He leaned closer and took a sniff.
A faint, yet remarkably distinct, spicy oil smell.
His expression changed instantly.
Have you eaten?
His voice was not loud, but it conveyed an undeniable seriousness.
Song Sherwei's body stiffened for a moment.
She slowly turned her head, looking at the bowl in Gu Yuan's hand, her eyes darting away.
I'm so hungry.
The postpartum meals are too bland, I can't eat them. Her voice trailed off, tinged with guilt.
Gu Yuan didn't speak, but just stared at her, waiting for her to continue.
Song Shui felt her scalp tingle under his gaze and had no choice but to bite the bullet and confess.
It's just clear soup noodles. I accidentally got a little bit of chili oil on it.
She stretched out her finger and gestured a small gap.
Just a little bit. She emphasized this, trying to get away with it. Gu Yuan slammed the bowl down on the cabinet with a loud bang. Song Shui shrank back in fright. Song Shui.
This was the first time Gu Yuan had called her by her full name, and in an extremely serious tone.
Do you know what you're doing? You had a C-section. You have such a big incision on your stomach. Didn't the doctor tell you not to eat spicy or irritating foods?
Eating spicy food can affect wound healing, worsen inflammation, and may even affect the baby through breast milk.
Don't you know these common facts?
His words came one after another, fast and urgent, filled with an undeniable sense of pressure. Song Shui was completely stunned. She had never seen Gu Yuan like this before. In her presence, he was always gentle, submissive, and even a little cowardly. But now, standing here, looking down at her and reprimanding her, his aura actually made her feel a little afraid.
I was wrong.
Faced with Gu Yuan's harsh words, the arrogant President Song instantly lost his temper, lowered his head, and quietly admitted his mistake.
I was just too hungry. I'll never do it again.
She looked exactly like a primary school student caught doing something wrong by her parents. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Gu Yuan's anger subsided considerably, but he still kept a stern face.
There will be no future. From now on, I'll take care of your 3 meals a day. Just when the atmosphere in the bedroom was extremely tense.
In the crib next to her, Sweetie, who had been quiet all along, suddenly let out a pft. The sound was short and clear.
It was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. It sounded almost like a mocking laugh. Chapter 32 is indeed a little spicy.
The sudden laughter was like a small stick, instantly puncturing the extremely tense balloon in the room.
Gu Yuan's anger instantly froze.
Song Shui's heart was filled with sorrow, and she froze on the spot.
The couple's gazes were both fixed on the small figure in the corner of the sofa. Sweetie was startled by the stare, her survival instinct kicking in.
She quickly buried her face in the furry chest of the Ultraman doll, pretending nothing had happened. But her uncontrollably trembling shoulders were just like a phone on vibrate mode, completely revealing the wild laughter in her heart.
At this point, Gu Yuan could no longer hold back.
His aura, which had just been like that of a furious lion, crumbled instantly, leaving only a face full of helplessness and amusement.
What can he do? Why argue with a child?
He took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, and most of the irritation and anger in his chest dissipated with that breath. Seeing Gu Yuan's tense jawline finally soften, Song Shui knew that the crisis alarm had been temporarily lifted. She sniffed, tears still glistening in her eyes, her voice thick with nasal congestion and grievance, as she softly defended herself.
I didn't eat much either. I opened the fridge and saw that bottle of chili oil you made, and I just couldn't resist.
As she spoke, she carefully observed Gu Yuan's expression.
I really just used the tip of my chopsticks, dipped it in, just a tiny bit, and licked it. I swear. I didn't eat a single bite.
The more she talked, the more aggrieved she felt, and the more pathetic she became. She, the dignified female boss of Times Media, a domineering CEO who has the final say in public, is now being scolded like a grandson by her husband just for licking a mouthful of chili oil.
I can't live like this anymore. Hearing her tearful explanation, Gu Yuan's last bit of anger completely died down. Instead, there was a dense, overwhelming feeling of heartache.
A scene even flashed through his mind. His wife, a woman who appeared glamorous to outsiders, secretly opened the refrigerator, like a child caught stealing candy, only daring to dip the tip of her chopsticks into a tiny bit of chili oil to satisfy her craving. How much he must have longed for it, how much he must have wanted it, how much he must have felt wronged.
Did he say something too harsh? Gu Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed, and his feet moved uncontrollably to the bedside.
He bent down, reached out, and gently wiped away the tear stains on Song Shui's cheeks with his fingertips, his movements incredibly gentle.
You really only licked it once?
His voice had lost its previous sternness, replaced by a hoarse gentleness.
Song Shui was taken aback by his sudden gentleness and nodded blankly. I don't believe it. Gu Yuan said in a low voice. Unless I check it myself.
Before Song Shui could react, his warm lips pressed down on hers. The kiss was tender and lingering, filled with comfort and apology. At first, it was just a light touch of lips. He patiently kissed away the salty tears on her lips, little by little. Song Sherway's body froze instantly, her mind going blank. Immediately, a huge surge of warmth welled up from the bottom of my heart, instantly dispelling all my grievances and panic. She slowly relaxed, closed her eyes, and awkwardly responded to him.
After a long while, Gu Yuan stepped back slightly, his forehead touching hers, their noses meeting.
His breathing was a little erratic, and his voice carried a hint of satisfied laughter.
Okay, inspection complete. It is indeed a little bit spicy.
During the song, Dynasty Wei's face flushed red instantly, burning from her cheeks all the way to her ears.
This man. That's amazing.
She was both embarrassed and annoyed, and punched him lightly in the chest with her fist.
Gu Yuan. You scared me to death.
The way you were acting just now, I thought you really didn't want me anymore. Gu Yuan took the opportunity to grab her hand, envelop it in his large palm, and kissed it.
Isn't that stupid? How could I not want you?
He sighed, his eyes filled with tenderness.
I was just too worried about you. Postpartum hemorrhage, baby's allergies and diarrhea, these are not jokes, I dare not gamble.
Hearing him bring this up again, Song Sherway's heart clenched, and she nodded obediently.
I know I was wrong, honey, I really won't do it again. I'll listen to you from now on. I'll eat whatever you tell me to eat, and I definitely won't do anything reckless. Seeing her sincere attitude, Gu Yuan finally felt completely relieved. The atmosphere in the room finally warmed up from freezing point and became cozy and sweet.
But just then, Song Sherway changed the subject, snorted, and her tone was somewhat displeased.
But then again, you're so mean to me, why are you so lenient with your precious daughter? You're being biased. Gu Yuan was taken aback. How am I being biased? Song Sherway gestured towards the sofa with her chin and complained, see for yourself.
I don't know who Tian learned it from lately, she's been sucking her fingers all the time.
It's so loud, all that smacking and smacking, I can hear it even in my bedroom.
I've told her so many times, but she won't listen. As soon as you come back, she sneaks around hiding it.
Look at her now, she is putting her hand in her mouth again. Gu Yuan followed her gaze.
Sure enough, Sweetie, who had just been burying her face in Ultraman's arms like an ostrich, has now quietly raised her head. She thought her parents had made up and the alarm was over, so she started doing her own little tricks again. She put her chubby right index finger into her mouth, her little cheeks puffing out as she sucked on it with relish, making clear smack sounds. Seemingly noticing her father's gaze, she paused, quickly pulled her fingers out, and hid them behind her back. Her big, dark eyes blinked nervously as she pretended to look around at the scenery. That blatant attempt to cover up his guilt was both infuriating and hilarious.
Gu Yuan frowned.
It's common for young children to suck their fingers, but this is making such a racket. A thought suddenly struck him, and he abruptly turned around to glare at Song Sherway.
I know who she learned it from. Song Sherway looked completely innocent, huh?
Gu Yuan pointed at her, with a case-solved expression.
I learned it from you. When you were gnawing on the pig's trotters from your postpartum meal the other day, weren't you just like her now? You were holding a big pig's trotter and gnawing on it for ages, you practically chewed the bones raw. Sweetie must have seen it from the side and copied it. Song Sherway. It seems, that's really the case.
While she was gnawing on pig's trotters, Tian indeed sat down on a small stool next to her, looking at her with admiration.
How can that be the same? I was supplementing my collagen.
Song Sherway tried to argue.
All right.
Gu Yuan was too lazy to argue with her, got off the bed, and walked straight to Tian. Instead of getting angry immediately, he squatted down so that his line of sight was level with his daughter's.
Sweet.
His voice was very serious. Sweetie looked at her father's serious face and was a little scared, fidgeting with her little hands behind her back.
Dad asked you, can you eat your fingers? Gu Yuan asked patiently.
Sweetie hesitated for a moment, making a gurgling sound in her mouth.
How old is she? Can she even understand what you're saying?
Song Sherway said speechlessly.
Gu Yuan continued, talking to himself, if you suck your fingers again, Daddy will get angry.
For a child like Tian, the concepts of bacteria and illness are too vague and far less threatening than Daddy will be angry. Sure enough, as soon as she heard that her father would be very, very angry, her sweet little face immediately fell. Her big eyes quickly filled with tears, and her little mouth twitched. She was about to cry. She looked at her father's serious face, then looked down at her own finger, which had just been sucked until it was shiny. She vaguely understood that eating this would upset her father. After hesitating for a long time, the little guy finally seemed to make up his mind, stretching out his two little hands that were hidden behind his back and spreading them out in front of Gu Yuan to indicate that he had stopped eating. Then, she stretched out her short arm and, in a soft, tearful voice, made a request to Gu Yuan. This action instantly touched the softest spot in Gu Yuan's heart. No matter how grand the principles or how strict the education, they all become utterly ineffective in the face of the daughter's tearful and coquettish offensive.
He was no longer able to stay angry.
His heart softened, and he sighed helplessly. He opened his arms and hugged the small, fragrant, and soft little darling into his embrace.
Okay, Daddy's not angry anymore. But you have to promise Daddy you won't suck your fingers anymore, okay?
Sweetie responded loudly, rubbing her little head against her father's broad shoulder, and her mood instantly brightened. Held in her father's arms, she kicked her little legs happily, and her bright smile returned to her face. Gu Yuan held her in his arms, then turned to Song Shui on the bed, raising an eyebrow with a hint of smugness in his eyes, as if to say, "See, it's done."
Song Shui pouted, feeling a pang of jealousy. It's definitely biased. He's like a living devil when he's scolding himself, but he only says a few words to his daughter? Not even a harsh one.
However, what she didn't know was that, although Tian, who was being held in Gu Yuan's arms, had a happy expression on her face, her big, dark eyes were still secretly glancing at his tempting index finger from time to time.
Changing a habit is not something that can be accomplished in a single conversation. The challenges for Super Dad Gu Yuan have only just begun. Chapter 33 My love will last a lifetime, only for you.
Gu Yuan and Song Shui looked at each other, and the anger they had just felt, which had threatened to shake the heavens, dissipated instantly. Gu Yuan, in particular, was both annoyed and amused by his daughter's expression of wanting to laugh but not daring to, her little shoulders trembling as she tried to suppress it.
Why is this little cotton-padded jacket still letting in the wind?
The authority that Dad worked so hard to build up has been completely destroyed by your one pft. Song Shui also stopped crying and started laughing. She looked at her daughter and then at her husband, whose face was full of helplessness. The grievances and fears in her heart had faded a lot, leaving only the relief of surviving a disaster and a little bit of embarrassment.
You're still laughing. Song Shui glared at her daughter reproachfully and wiped the tears from her face.
When Tian saw her mother smile, she immediately became bolder again. She peeked her little head out from behind the Ultraman doll and spoke in a childish voice, standing up for her father. The little guy's words were incoherent, but they melted the hearts of Gu Yuan and Song Shui.
Gu Yuan walked over, scooped Tian into his arms, and gave her a big kiss on her little face. He held Tian and sat back down next to Song Shui. The atmosphere had completely calmed down. He sighed, and his tone softened. Song Shui leaned on his shoulder, with Tian sandwiched between them, turning into a happy little meat pie. I promise, I swear, during my postpartum period, I will absolutely follow all of Butler Gu's instructions and will never do anything reckless again.
She raised 3 fingers as if making a vow. Seeing her playful appearance, Gu Yuan's pent-up frustration completely vanished.
What else could he do? You can only spoil your wife.
After coaxing Song Shui and Tian to sleep, Gu Yuan tiptoed into the nursery. The little girl, Mimi, was sleeping peacefully in her crib, her little mouth slightly pouting, her sleeping face as serene as a little angel.
I checked her little feet. Yes, the socks are on properly, they weren't kicked off. He then went to Tian's room.
The little girl was sleeping soundly on her back, hugging Ultraman, with her mouth tightly closed and no sign of biting her fingers. Seeing this scene filled Gu Yuan with a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was his discipline that worked, or perhaps the children's habits were improving day by day. In short, everything is moving in a positive direction. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice rang in his mind.
Bite.
Congratulations, host, on successfully completing this stage of parenting tasks, correcting your baby's bad habits. Mimi kicking off her socks, Tian sucking her fingers.
System rewards are being distributed. It's here. Gu Yuan's spirits lifted. Reward 1, Insightful Wisdom Skill Upgrade. Current level, Level 3.
Level 3 Insight Intelligence. The host can view the loyalty score of bound relatives, maximum value 100.
Reward 2, Double Child Raising Funds Card 7 days.
After use, all funds earned by the host through the system will be doubled for 7 days.
Loyalty? Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment. This system is getting more and more fantastical? He was somewhat curious about what this thing was all about. He focused his attention on his sleeping baby daughter, Mimi, in her crib.
Instantly, a semi-transparent virtual panel appeared above Mimi's head, visible only to her.
Name, Gu Zimi Mimi. Relationship, daughter. Loyalty, 100 bound by blood, unwavering until death. 100. Excellent value. A warm feeling welled up in Gu Yuan's heart.
Although I had long known that my daughter was my little angel, the feeling was still completely different when that number was presented to me in a bloody, no, warm way. He then turned his gaze toward Tian Tian in the next room.
Name, Gu Zitian Sweetie. Relationship, daughter. Loyalty, 100. Dad is the world's greatest hero. Another 100. It even came with a line of overly flattering comments. Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud.
These two little girls are truly my warm and caring daughters.
So, what about Shui? Gu Yuan's heart inexplicably quickened.
He took a deep breath and slowly shifted his gaze toward the master bedroom, thinking of Song Shui.
A similar panel appeared. Name, Song Shui. Relationship, wife. Loyalty, 100. Unwavering devotion, only you. Boom.
Upon seeing the bright red 100 and the line of text that followed, Gu Yuan felt a surge of heat rush from the bottom of his heart to the top of his head. He always knew that Song Shui loved him.
But he also knew how proud and independent this woman was. She founded Times Media and is seen by outsiders as a decisive and capable businesswoman, a benchmark in the industry.
Sometimes he even felt that he was a burden to her, or that he hadn't given her enough. But this 100% loyalty rating was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly shattering all his uncertainties and self-doubts. It turns out that in this proud queen's heart, he was already her whole world.
Fool.
Gu Yuan murmured softly, his eyes welling up with tears. He felt incredibly fortunate to have 3 children who loved him wholeheartedly.
He must give them a sufficient sense of belonging and security. We must become their strongest support. As for the double funds card, Gu Yuan didn't pay much attention to it for the time being.
Money is important, but at this moment, the love of family is the most priceless treasure.
The next day.
After yesterday's chili pepper incident, Song Shui has become unusually well behaved. Gu Yuan would make her drink soup and eat vegetables, and she was so obedient that Gu Yuan was a little unaccustomed to it.
Honey, how did I do today? Wasn't I super well behaved?
Song Shui blinked her big eyes, like a primary school student waiting for praise.
Yes, that's a good performance and deserves praise.
Gu Yuan gently pinched her nose, his face full of doting affection. Just then, Song Shui sniffed, her eyes darted around, and then she moved closer to Gu Yuan and gently nudged him with her elbow.
Husband?
She drawled out her words, her voice sickeningly sweet.
Gu Yuan could tell from her expression that something was amiss. Tell me, what kind of trouble are you planning this time?
Oh dear, I'm not trying to cause trouble. Song Shui said coquettishly, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles.
I suddenly, really want to eat something. Not spicy. Not raw. Not cold. Absolutely meets the standards for postpartum meals, she quickly added, afraid that Gu Yuan would refuse outright. What is that? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow.
Song Shui's eyes sparkled, filled with longing.
Durian. I want to eat durian. Gu Yuan. He knew it.
This woman's mouth never stops moving.
However, durian.
He thought about it and realized that durian is a warming food and has the effect of promoting blood circulation and dispelling cold. It seemed that it wouldn't do any harm for postpartum women to eat a little bit, and it could also supplement their nutrition.
Seeing how much she was drooling, Gu Yuan's heart softened. Okay, I'll go buy it for you. Honey, you're the best. Love you, moi.
Song Shui was so excited she almost jumped out of bed and blew Gu Yuan a kiss.
Half an hour later, Gu Yuan returned home carrying a golden pillow durian with a golden horn on its shell. That domineering and unique aroma instantly filled the entire living room. Wow! My durian!
Song Shui rushed out of the bedroom as soon as she smelled the aroma, her eyes fixed on the big hedgehog in Gu Yuan's hand, looking exactly like a little glutton.
She reached out to take it. Hey! Don't move! Gu Yuan quickly raised the durian high, his face serious. What are you doing? Give it to me, I'll drive it.
Song Shui stomped her feet anxiously.
You drive?
Gu Yuan looked her up and down, his eyes filled with distrust. With your delicate skin, don't prick your hand before you even open the durian.
No way. I used to drive all the time, okay?
Song Shui retorted defiantly. The past is the past, the present is the present. You are now a high-priority protected individual.
Even a small cut on your hand counts as a work-related injury, do you understand? Gu Yuan's attitude was beyond question.
Seeing Song Shui's eager and persistent look, he gritted his teeth, stretched out his arm, and grabbed her waist.
Amid Song Shui's gasp, he actually picked her up horizontally. Hey! Gu Yuan! What are you doing?
Song Shui was both embarrassed and angry at the sudden princess carry, and she started to struggle in his arms.
Don't move! Gu Yuan said in a low voice.
He carried the restless Song Shui in his arms, walked a few steps to the bedroom, and then, with a plop, very aggressively threw her onto the soft bed.
You stay in bed and behave yourself. Gu Yuan pointed at her condescendingly, his tone domineering. I'll open the durian.
I'll bring it to you when it's done.
And don't you dare get out of bed and run around again, understand?
Song Shui was completely baffled by his actions. She lay in bed, watching the man with one hand on his hip and the other holding a durian, his Mountain King demeanor making her momentarily forget to refute him.
She didn't realize what was happening until Gu Yuan turned and walked out of the bedroom. This guy. They're getting more and more domineering. However, why did she feel a little sweet inside? Then, Song Shui said, I want to eat durian stinky tofu pizza. Gu Yuan was speechless for a moment after hearing this. Chapter 34 Durian Stinky Tofu Pizza? In the kitchen, Gu Yuansheng felt utterly hopeless. He looked at the two items on the counter in front of him and fell into deep self-doubt. On the left is a durian with golden flesh and a strong, overpowering aroma. On the right is stinky tofu, soaked in black broth, which is equally fragrant and can be smelled from afar. He is a super dad with god-level culinary skills. Today, I'm actually going to challenge the ultimate taboo in the world of dark cuisine, durian stinky tofu pizza. Is this thing actually edible? They won't just send the person away directly, will they? Gu Yuan sighed and resignedly put on 3 masks. It's useless. That mixture of sour, foul, and strangely sweet odor was like a pervasive biological attack. System, come out. Gu Yuan silently recited in his heart. Are you sure my wife gave birth to a human baby? Not some alien monster? This flavor is absolutely amazing. The system did not respond. Clearly, it also remains silent about the host's wife's bizarre pregnancy cravings. Fine, you're awesome. Gu Yuan admitted defeat. Who can blame him when Song Shui is the apple of his eye? Let alone durian stinky tofu pizza. She wants the stars in the sky, and I'll find a way to get them for her. Gu Yuan held his breath and began to prepare the ingredients. The durian was mashed into a paste. Cut the stinky tofu into cubes. The 2 kings of flavors blended in his hands, creating a devastating chemical reaction. Gu Yuan felt like his skull was buzzing. He swore. He never wants to touch those 2 things again in his life. Just then, a small commotion arose at the kitchen doorway. Iya, iya. It was a sweet, soft, and gentle voice. But at this moment, the voice was full of disdain. Gu Yuan turned around. Song Shui was seen holding her eldest daughter, Tian Tian. Sweetie was pinching her nose tightly with both little hands, her whole face scrunched up. Gu Yuan was both amused and exasperated. This is something delicious that your mom made. Sweetie's eyes widened instantly, her little face screaming, "Are you sure?" She looked at her mother in disbelief. A drop of glistening saliva clung to the corner of Mom's mouth. "Honey, it smells so good." Song Shui took a deep breath, a look of utter ecstasy on her face. It was just like smelling a rare, out-of-print fragrance in a top-tier perfume shop. Sweetie looked at her mother's entranced expression, her little head filled with big question marks. "This is really delicious, it's sweet." Song Shui stared intently at Tian Tian and said to her with a serious expression. Sweetie pouted, with a "I don't believe you" expression on her face, and silently moved back a little. Gu Yuan shook his head and spread the mixed biological weapon evenly on the pizza base. Sprinkle a generous layer of mozzarella cheese on top. Put it in the oven. Set the temperature and time. Done.
While waiting, Song Shui held Mimi and stood guard at the oven door, like a kitten waiting to be fed. That expectant look in her eyes warmed Gu Yuan's heart.
Never mind. Don't even mention that it just smells bad. Even if it really was poisonous, he accepted it for his wife's sake. With a ding. The oven is indicating the pizza is done. Gu Yuan put on thick gloves and brought out the baking tray.
The edges of the pastry are golden brown, and the surface is covered with a layer of tempting, caramelized cheese.
It looks kind of good?
A glimmer of hope had just risen in Gu Yuan's heart.
Song Shui couldn't wait to pick up the pizza cutter and cut off a large slice.
She pinched the edge of the pancake and pulled it gently.
The next second, Gu Yuan and Tian both gasped at the same time. The cheese shreds that came out were actually black. Black. Just like ink.
Against the backdrop of golden cheese and crust, it looked particularly strange and eye-catching.
Holy shit.
Even Gu Yuan, with his extensive experience, was shocked by the outrageous presentation.
Is this thing some kind of witch's magical dish?
Sweetie was so frightened that she hid in Gu Yuan's arms, only peeking out her little head and looking at him in terror.
However,
as the originator of this bizarre dish, Song Shui's eyes lit up, showing no sign of disgust. She even exclaimed wow, in excitement.
Honey, look, this stringy texture is so unique.
After saying that, she opened her mouth and took a big bite without hesitation.
Gu Yuan's heart was in his throat.
He stared at Song Shui nervously, afraid that she would foam at the mouth at any moment. But Song Shui simply squinted her eyes happily. His cheeks bulged with satisfaction. The way they chewed it made it seem as if they were savoring some rare delicacy.
Delicious. It's so delicious.
She praised him vaguely. The rich flavors of stinky tofu and durian exploded in my mouth. It's complemented by the creamy aroma of cheese and the caramelized flavor of the crust. This created a wonderful, indescribable balance.
It's hell for others. For Song Shui now, it is paradise.
3 people. She finished off a whole slice of pizza.
Gu Yuan and his daughter Tian stared at her in disbelief.
His expression was as if he had seen a ghost.
Song Shui was completely oblivious to the expressions on the father's and daughter's faces.
She was enjoying her meal.
A corner. 2 corners.
She quickly devoured half of the enormous pizza by herself. She let out a satisfied burp and reached for the 3rd corner.
Just then,
her phone, which was on the dining table, suddenly started vibrating.
A crisp bell rang out in the restaurant.
Song Shui glanced at the screen subconsciously.
The caller ID showed Mom.
The instant I saw those 2 words, Song Shui stopped moving.
The happiness and satisfaction on her face vanished completely in an instant. Instead, a complex and indescribable emotion arose.
Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. A layer of mist quickly covered her eyes. 1 second her eyes were sparkling with delight at the delicious food, but now they were filled with grievances and longing.
Gu Yuan noticed that something was wrong with her. Wei, what's wrong? He asked with concern. Song Shui did not answer.
She just stared intently at her phone screen, biting her lower lip tightly with her teeth.
The cell phone kept ringing persistently. One after another.
It was as if it was urging her on.
Finally, with trembling hands, she swiped to answer the call.
She put the phone to her ear, took a deep breath, and tried to make her voice sound normal. But when she opened her mouth, her suppressed sobs betrayed her emotions.
Mom. Just one word.
She could no longer hold back her tears, which rolled down her cheeks in large drops.
It smashed on the dining table. I miss you so much. I miss home so much.
The voice on the other end of the phone paused noticeably, then became anxious.
Wei? What's wrong? Why are you crying? Did something happen to you? Tell Mom. Did that brat Gu Yuan bully you? Tell Mom, and Mom will get revenge for you.
Xia Fengqin bombarded her with a series of questions. Every word carries a mother's deepest concern for her daughter.
Song Shui's tears flowed even more fiercely.
She shook her head frantically, even though the person on the other end of the phone couldn't see her.
No, Mom, he didn't bully me. He's so good to me, really so good.
Her voice was choked with sobs and thick with nasal tone.
I just miss you so much. Really? Xia Fengqin's tone was full of doubt. Really?
Song Shiwei sniffed quickly, trying to make her voice sound cheerful.
Mom, I have some good news for you. I'm going back this month. To see you and Dad. What? Chapter 35 The wedding is a must. Xia Fengqin's voice instantly rose 8 octaves.
You silly child, are you serious?
You're not just trying to make me happy, are you? Of course it's true. The tickets are almost booked.
Song Shiwei wiped away her tears, and finally the corners of her mouth turned up in a smile. The thought of going home and seeing her parents, whom she missed day and night, made her heart soar. And Mom, I'm bringing you 3 amazing surprises this time I go back. She deliberately kept everyone in suspense, her voice carrying a hint of mystery and smugness.
A surprise? What surprise? Xia Qinfeng's curiosity was completely piqued. Hee, I can't say now, otherwise it won't be a surprise.
Song Shiwei said playfully.
You'll see when the time comes, I guarantee you and my dad won't be able to stop laughing.
The 3 major surprises she mentioned were naturally herself, Gu Yuan, and their 2 daughters. She could already imagine the shocked and ecstatic expressions on her parents' faces when they saw a living, breathing son-in-law and 2 exquisitely beautiful granddaughters.
You brat, still playing these tricks on your mother.
Xia Fengqin scolded him playfully, but her tone was full of undisguised laughter.
Okay, I'm looking forward to your big surprise.
Tell Mom in advance when you arrive, and Mom will pick you up at the station.
Aha! Song Shiwei nodded emphatically.
She licked her lips, then suddenly remembered something. Mom, I want to eat your spicy hot pot when I get back. I want the spiciest and most numbing kind, with lots and lots of tripe and duck intestines. As she spoke, she couldn't help but swallow. Xia Fengqin laughed on the other end of the phone.
You glutton. Fine, you can have as much as you want, and Mom will make it for you. When you come back, we'll eat hot pot every day. Yay!
The mother and daughter chatted for a while longer before reluctantly hanging up the phone. Song Shiwei put down her phone, tears still on her face, but her smile was sweeter than honey. She turned her head and looked at Gu Yuan, who had been silently by her side the whole time.
The next second, she threw herself into Gu Yuan's arms. Husband.
Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hoarse quality from crying, like a spoiled kitten. Gu Yuan hugged her and gently patted her back with his large hand.
Missing home?
Song Shiwei buried her face in his chest and responded in a muffled voice. When I was abroad, I worked hard on my own and never felt the hardship or exhaustion. But now that I have you, and Sweetie and Honey, I become more vulnerable. She rubbed against him a little shyly.
Am I really useless? Gu Yuan lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. Fool, this is not useless.
This means you have armor, but also a weakness.
This means you're no longer carrying everything alone.
His voice was deep and gentle, carrying a reassuring power.
Wei, listen to me.
Gu Yuan held her shoulders and made her look into his eyes.
Once you've fully recovered, I'll take you home. Let's go back together and see our parents.
The words our parents warmed Song Shiwei's heart.
Gu Yuan continued. It's not just about going back to see them.
We also want to hold a grand full moon celebration for the children to tell everyone that our little princess has arrived.
Besides.
He paused, his eyes becoming incredibly serious and solemn.
I also want to hold a wedding for you.
The grandest and most unique wedding in the world. I want everyone to know that you, Song Shiwei, are my lawfully wedded wife, Gu Yuan Ming.
Wedding.
Upon hearing those 2 words, Song Shiwei's eyes flickered.
She instinctively bit her lip. Which girl doesn't dream about her wedding?
Wearing a pure white wedding dress, arm in arm with her beloved, she walks towards happiness amidst the blessings of all her relatives and friends. She had fantasized about it countless times.
But the child is so young, can she handle all that travel? And, about your parents.
She hesitated for a moment, and her voice lowered.
We're not even married yet and we already have Tian and Mimi. If we go back and have a big wedding like this, won't the villagers gossip? Won't your parents feel embarrassed?
This is her deepest concern. She didn't care what others thought, but she couldn't ignore Gu Yuan's parents. She didn't want them to be talked about behind their backs because of her. Hearing her concerns, Gu Yuan smiled. He reached out his finger and affectionately flicked her nose.
You just overthink things. My wife and children, my family-oriented daughter-in-law and granddaughter, who dares to utter a single word of dissent?
His tone suddenly became forceful.
We must have a wedding. And it must be a grand one. A special one.
I want everyone in the surrounding villages to know what a wonderful wife I, Gu Yuan, have married.
I want everyone to envy you. I owe you three so much. This wedding is an explanation I must give you.
His eyes held an unwavering determination.
As for my parents, you don't need to worry about them at all. Gu Yuan gently ruffled her hair reassuringly.
My parents have been longing for a granddaughter so much they're practically green with envy.
Now that they've had two at once, they're overjoyed and have no time to care what others say. Besides, if anyone dares to gossip in front of them, do you believe my mom could just come knocking on their door with a broom?
My mom's fighting ability is incredible. She can take on 10 people at once.
She's fierce. Gu Yuan described it vividly, which made Song Shiwei burst out laughing. The worries and concerns I had earlier vanished instantly. Yes. How could she forget? She is not alone now.
She has Gu Yuan, a man who is willing to shield her from the wind and rain and spoil her and her child.
With him around, what is she afraid of? Oh well. Song Shiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, showing a hint of girlish shyness. I'll leave the wedding arrangements to you. That's more like it.
Gu Yuan pinched her cheek with satisfaction. Sweetie, standing to the side, kept her little head tilted back, listening to her parents' conversation. She was completely confused, but she seemed to understand the last word, wedding.
The little girl looked at her parents with curiosity. When the time comes, Sweetie and Honey will be Mommy's flower girls, okay?
Sweetie immediately clapped her hands excitedly.
The family's laughter echoed through the restaurant.
The sadness I felt from that phone call has been completely replaced by the warmth and happiness I feel right now.
Looking at his smiling wife and daughter, Gu Yuan felt a surge of tenderness in his heart.
He turned and went into the kitchen, and a moment later he came out carrying a small bowl. The bowl contained several round, golden yellow objects, still steaming.
Come on, wife, open your mouth. Gu Yuan scooped up a piece with a spoon and held it to Song Shiwei's lips. What's this? Song Shiwei looked on curiously as a faint, chestnut-like fragrance wafted over. Durian seeds? She recognized him. You can eat this? Of course. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow smugly. This is good stuff. I just cooked it in a pressure cooker. Try it.
Song Shiwei opened her mouth with some doubt and ate the durian seed.
Chapter 36 is getting better and better.
It's soft and chewy with a powdery texture, and the taste is surprisingly similar to cooked chestnuts, even with a hint of durian's unique sweetness.
Her eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. It's really delicious. Is it delicious? Gu Yuan fed her another one.
These durian seeds are not only delicious, but also highly nutritious and good for your kidneys. They are especially beneficial for your postpartum recovery.
This is a little bit of knowledge he learned from the system.
Upon hearing these two words, Song Shiwei paused in her chewing motion. She looked up at Gu Yuan with her big, watery eyes, a sly glint in them. She deliberately drew out her words, speaking in an ambiguous tone. It's good for nourishing the kidneys.
Then, honey, you must eat more. After all.
She leaned close to Gu Yuan's ear, her breath sweet as orchids.
Your tasks ahead are still very challenging.
Gu Yuan felt a surge of heat in his heart as she teased him, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He leaned down, his nose almost touching hers, his voice low and hoarse.
Whether my task is difficult or not, don't you know best?
The warm breath sprayed onto Song Shiwei's earlobe, making her blush instantly, and even the roots of her ears felt hot.
This man. You're getting better and better at it.
She gave Gu Yuan a shy push and scolded him playfully. All right, hurry up and eat your food, I can't shut you up. Gu Yuan chuckled softly, his chest heaving, and finished off the remaining durian seeds in a very good mood.
Feeling guilty, Song Shiwei picked up the remote control and pretended to be engrossed in watching TV. A period drama is playing on TV.
A group of dark-skinned workers were squatting on the dusty construction site, each holding a large aluminum lunchbox.
The camera gave a close-up shot.
Inside the lunchbox, rice was piled high, topped with a thick layer of glistening braised pork, and next to it was a large mound of pork stew with vermicelli. A worker picked up a huge piece of braised pork with chopsticks. The meat was trembling, with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, and the sauce was rich and flavorful. You could almost smell the domineering aroma through the screen. He stuffed it into his mouth greasy, and a look of utter satisfaction spread across his face.
Song Shui. She silently swallowed.
The durian seed in my hand suddenly didn't smell good anymore. She turned her head and looked at Gu Yuan with longing in her eyes.
Husband.
Gu Yuan was clearing away the dishes when he heard her sickeningly sweet voice, and he knew that something was amiss. He turned around and, sure enough, saw his wife looking at him with a greedy cat expression.
What's wrong now? Tomorrow.
Song Shui pointed at the TV and said cautiously, I want to eat that.
That one? Gu Yuan looked in the direction she was pointing. Yes. That's it. The boxed lunches from the construction site.
Song Shui's eyes sparkled. I want the kind of braised pork belly with big chunks, stewed until it's so tender it melts in your mouth.
And I also want the pork in vermicelli.
The vermicelli should be soaked in the broth so it can be slurped right into your mouth. As she spoke, she couldn't help but suck in her saliva. Her little face was incredibly cute.
Gu Yuan was both amused and exasperated. This woman's tastes are really becoming more and more down to earth.
Just a few days ago he was clamoring to eat at a Michelin-starred restaurant, and today he's thinking about the construction site's boxed lunches.
Okay, I'll make it for you. Gu Yuan agreed indulgently. Yay! You're the best, honey.
Song Shui cheered immediately. Then, she extended 2 delicate white fingers.
I want to. Gu Yuan. Fine, since she's a new mothers come first. Okay, 2 portions it is.
Gu Yuan tidied up the kitchen, glanced at the time, and realized it was almost time to give the 2 little ones a bath. He walked to the crib, looking at the sleeping babies, Tian and Mimi, his face filled with tenderness. Honey, get ready, it's time to give the babies a bath. He called out to Song Shui in the living room. Taking a bath can improve their blood circulation and help them sleep better. Upon hearing the word bath, Song Shui's ears immediately perked up. She is currently postpartum, and because her wound has not fully healed, the doctor instructed her to only wipe her body and not take a bath. This is torture for a woman who loves cleanliness.
She felt sticky all over and extremely uncomfortable. Now, hearing that her daughters can enjoy a relaxing hot bath, Song Shui was instantly filled with envy.
She ran to Gu Yuan's side in a flash, grabbed his arm, and started to act coquettishly.
Honey, I want to take a shower too.
Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of grievance.
I feel like I'm about to rot.
Looking at her pitiful appearance, Gu Yuan felt both sorry for her and amused. He reached out and pinched her nose, his tone leaving no room for argument.
No. Your wound hasn't fully healed yet, you can't get it wet, have you forgotten what the doctor said? But I feel unwell.
Song Shui continued to shake his arm, using her coquettish charm.
Just a quick wash, just a tiny bit, okay? Not even for a second. Gu Yuan's attitude was firm.
There's no room for discussion on this. He put his arm around Song Shui's shoulder and helped her sit down on the sofa.
Be good, just bear with it for a few more days.
Once your wound is completely healed, I'll fill the bathtub with hot water for you so you can soak to your heart's content. Song Shui knew he meant well, and although she was still a little disappointed, she didn't argue anymore. She leaned listlessly against the sofa, looking just like a cat that had been scolded by its owner. Looking at her listless appearance, Gu Yuan suddenly had a brilliant idea. He cleared his throat and said deliberately, "Sigh, bathing 2 little ones by myself is quite a big project.
I'm so flustered and don't even know if I can manage."
Song Shui's ears twitched.
Gu Yuan added, "What if I accidentally let the baby choke on the water?"
Before she could finish speaking, Song Shui suddenly jumped up from the sofa.
I'll help you. You? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise.
Chapter 37 This cotton-padded coat lets in the wind.
Yes. I'll help you.
I can't go into the water, but I can hand you a towel or get you some shower gel.
Song Shui volunteered.
She couldn't bear to hear that her daughters might suffer even the slightest harm.
Gu Yuan chuckled inwardly, but pretended to be troubled on the surface.
But, you just finished eating, aren't you tired? You should rest.
Not tired at all. How could I be tired serving my daughter?
Song Shui patted her chest and assured her. Seeing that the time was right, Gu Yuan then threw out his bait. He spoke slowly, "Since you're so sincere.
How about this then? If you take good care of my 2 little princesses today, I'll make you 2 big boxes of braised pork tomorrow." I guarantee every piece of meat will be bigger than your fist. Song Sherwei's eyes suddenly burst forth with an astonishing light. Braised pork belly bigger than a fist. 2 big boxes again. Who could withstand this? Make a deal.
Without a second thought, she agreed immediately, afraid that Gu Yuan would change his mind. The frustration of not being able to shower was instantly washed away by my endless craving for braised pork.
I'll go prepare right now.
Song Sherwei excitedly rushed into the bathroom first, started adjusting the water temperature, and prepared clothes for the babies. She was incredibly enthusiastic. Gu Yuan watched her hurried figure disappear into the distance, shaking his head with a mixture of helplessness and indulgence.
Controlling her couldn't be easier.
Food has always been her Achilles heel. Soon, the bathroom was filled with warm steam.
Gu Yuan first picked up his eldest daughter, Tian Tian.
The little girl had just been pulled from her sweet sleep and was still a bit groggy. Her little head rested on her father's broad shoulder, feeling soft and cuddly.
But as soon as he entered the steamy bathroom, the little guy instantly woke up.
The unfamiliar, damp, and warm environment made her feel somewhat uneasy. Her brows furrowed tightly, and her large, dark eyes were filled with tension and vigilance. Her little body was tense, her 2 little hands gripping Gu Yuan's collar tightly, as if she were grasping at a lifeline.
Don't be afraid, sweetie, Daddy will give you a nice bath. Gu Yuan soothed her gently, patting her back softly.
He tried to put his daughter into the baby bathtub where the water temperature had been adjusted.
As a result, the little guy reacted even more intensely.
Her little legs kicked wildly, her little head shook like a rattle drum, and she made protesting ee-ee-ee sounds.
Gu Yuan patiently coaxed, "Sweetie, look, it's water. How about playing in the water?"
As he spoke, he scooped up some water with his hand and gently sprinkled it on Sweetie's little feet. The little guy was startled by the warm touch and his little body trembled. She looked up at her father, who was standing right in front of her, and pouted.
Then, to Gu Yuan's astonishment, it pointed directly at his face. Pooh.
Although nothing actually came out, the shape of his mouth and the force he exuded made it absolutely certain that it was a pooey, a vulgar expression.
Gu Yuan froze completely.
A picture flashed through his mind instantly. Decades later, he lay in a hospital bed with white hair, his body covered in tubes. It's the same face, but now a grown-up Tian Tian stands expressionless by the bed.
Then, slowly, they removed his oxygen tube. Gu Yuan shuddered. Good heavens! He couldn't help but complain in his mind. I raised you with so much hardship, and now you just spit on me? When I get old, are you going to just pull the plug on my oxygen tube? This cotton-padded coat, it's leaking air pretty badly. Gu Yuan was still daydreaming about his bleak old age when he heard Song Sherwei's urging voice. Honey, the water's all ready, hurry up and bring Tian Tian in. What are you dawdling about? Gu Yuan snapped out of his daze and shook his head, both amused and exasperated. Okay.
For tomorrow's braised pork, and also to avoid my daughter pulling out my oxygen tube, I have to wash this fragrant thing today.
He took a deep breath and began to carefully unbutton Tian Tian's baby clothes.
The little girl's clothes were a onesie, with buttons that went from her neck all the way to her ankles, and could be easily pulled off.
However, the moment the clothes left the body, an accident occurred. Sweetie, who was initially just a little wary, tensed up instantly after feeling the cool air and the insecurity of being without clothes. Her small mouth suddenly pursed, gathering strength for a fraction of a second. Wow! A deafening wail instantly echoed throughout the entire bathroom.
The voice was high-pitched, loud, and penetrating, carrying with it a great deal of grievance and a great deal of resistance. Song Sherwei, who was humming a song and preparing bath towels and massage oil, suddenly stopped what she was doing.
Her heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? What happened? Why is the baby crying? Song Sherwei rushed over in one stride, her face full of heartache and anxiety.
Looking at her eldest daughter, whose little face was red from crying, her heart was breaking.
Is the water too hot? Or too cold?
She nervously reached out to test the water temperature, then glanced at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was also at his wit's end, holding the little bundle of flesh struggling desperately in his arms.
The water temperature is just right, I've tested it. She's just scared and insecure. Wow! Wow!
Sweetie's crying showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, she cried even harder because of her mother's appearance, twisting and turning her little body, trying to burrow into her mother's arms. Song Sherwei's heart clenched with worry as she watched.
How about we just call it a day? Look how sadly she's crying. Wash it tomorrow? Gu Yuan knew she would say that. No. He resolutely refused. Have you forgotten what the doctor said?
Children sweat a lot in the summer, and their skin is delicate. If they don't bathe every day, they are prone to prickly heat and bacteria will grow. For Sweetie's health, she must wash today.
Gu Yuan's tone left no room for argument.
Song Shui understood this principle, but she still couldn't bear to hear her daughter's heart-wrenching cries. She bit her lip, her eyes reddening with anxiety.
Then hurry up. A swift and decisive victory.
When I heard that crying, it felt like someone was slashing my heart with a knife. For the sake of the braised pork, and for her daughter's health, Song Shui had no choice but to harden her heart and urge Gu Yuan to hurry up.
Yes, my dear wife. Gu Yuan agreed with a wry smile.
Without further hesitation, he held the wailing Tian and steadily walked step by step toward the small baby bathtub.
Don't be afraid, sweetie, Daddy's here.
He gently coaxed her while trying to put her little feet into the water first. The moment her sweet toes touched the warm water, her crying stopped abruptly. The whole world fell silent.
The little girl was stunned.
She looked down at her little feet being enveloped in warm water, her big eyes, still wet with tears, filled with confusion and curiosity.
What's this? Warm and cozy. Soft. It's quite comfortable?
Gu Yuan and Song Shui exchanged a glance, both seeing hope in each other's eyes.
There's a chance.
Gu Yuan seized the opportunity and slowly, little by little, placed Tian's entire little body into the bathtub. The water level covered her lower abdomen, and a warm feeling enveloped her entire body. The little one was a bit nervous at first, gripping the edge of the bathtub tightly with his little hands.
But a few seconds later, she seemed to confirm that the environment was safe. She let go of her hand.
Then, tentatively, it patted the surface of the water with its little hand.
Chapter 38 Dad's Little Water Playing Champion. Snap.
A small splash of water rose up and landed on her face.
Sweetie blinked. She patted it again. Snap. Another splash of water.
Finally, a smile appeared on her little face. It was a pure and radiant smile, as if someone had discovered a new continent.
Ah!
The little girl let out an excited shout, and then completely let loose. Her little arms and legs started thrashing wildly in the water.
Splash! Splash! In an instant, water splashed everywhere in the bathroom.
Gu Yuan was the first to be splashed with water. Water droplets slid down his forehead and nose, and his t-shirt was visibly soaked through.
Ouch! You little rascal!
Gu Yuan wiped the water off his face, complaining, but his face was full of doting smiles. Song Shui stood by, watching her daughter go from wailing to happily playing in the water.
The huge contrast made her laugh out loud. Ha ha ha! Gu Yuan, look at you!
Serves you right for bullying my daughter.
I'll soak you to the bone.
The atmosphere in the bathroom instantly shifted from tense and solemn to incredibly joyful. Right at the bathroom door, another tiny figure was clinging to the baby playpen, peering longingly inside.
It's my youngest daughter, Mimi.
She had just been woken up by her sister's earth-shattering cries. At this moment, she was staring curiously at everything happening in the bathroom with her big eyes, which were exactly the same as her sister's but even more lively and expressive. When she heard her older sister's happy laughter and the sound of splashing water, little Honey's eyes lit up instantly. She made ah-ah sounds from her little mouth, and her little body bounced excitedly inside the fence. She was so anxious watching her sister having so much fun in the water. The little guy stretched out his two chubby little arms, reaching through the gaps in the fence, and straining towards the bathroom.
Their posture was as if they were saying, Dad! Dad! Me too! I want to play in the water too!
She and her sister, who had just refused to comply, were complete opposites.
As Gu Yuan was washing Tian's body, he glanced back at the anxious little one at the door and couldn't help but chuckle. Look at Mimi, she can't wait any longer.
Song Shui also laughed and said, this little glutton wants to try everything he sees, he has none of the restraint that his older sister has. Soon, Sweetie's battle bath was over. Gu Yuan used a soft, pure cotton bath towel to pull his daughter out of the water and wrapped her up tightly. The little girl didn't seem to have had enough fun yet, and she was still protesting with ee sounds. Gu Yuan placed her on the table covered with a diaper pad, preparing to dry her body and apply fragrant body lotion. When the bath towel was untied, her completely naked little body was exposed to the air.
An interesting scene unfolded.
The little tyrant Tian, who was just a moment ago acting like a lawless child, is now shy. She subconsciously covered her chest with her two chubby little hands, pressed her legs together tightly, and her big eyes darted around, revealing a hint of embarrassment.
Ouch! Song Sherway's heart melted at the sight. Our sweetie knows how to be shy now. What a lovely little girl.
She took out her phone and started snapping photos of her daughter's adorable appearance.
Meanwhile, Nini's patience had clearly run out.
Seeing that her older sister had finished her bath, the little guy became even more excited, knowing it would be his turn next. She started banging on the fence with her little hands, and her ah-ah sounds became more urgent and louder. Their eagerness made Gu Yuan and Song Sherway unable to help but chuckle. Gu Yuan quickly dressed Tian in clean diapers and pajamas, and kissed her sweet little face.
All right, little princess, it smells delicious.
He held his sweet, soft daughter in his arms, then turned and called out to his little daughter, who was practically escaping from the doorway.
Here I am. Honey, don't rush. Daddy's coming to hug you. Next up is our little water play champion. Here he comes, Dad's little water playing champion. Gu Yuan walked over with a smile and scooped Mimi out of the fence.
As soon as the little one was picked up, his two short legs kicked excitedly in the air, and his little hands pointed straight towards the bathroom.
Song Sherway laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight when she saw her youngest daughter's impatient look.
Look at how eager she is, anyone who didn't know better would think there's some treasure in the bathroom. Compared to her sister's resolute refusal, Mimi was at the other extreme. She went crazy with joy as soon as she was put into the warm water. Her little hands slapped the water's surface, splashing even higher than when she was being playful earlier.
Water droplets flew everywhere, even splashing onto the ceiling.
Gu Yuan and Song Sherway's faces and bodies were covered in the little girl's baptism of love.
Ha ha ha. This little guy has so much energy.
While washing her, Gu Yuan also had to dodge the water splashes she created, making the scene quite chaotic, but also filled with laughter.
Song Sherway leaned against the door, holding up her phone, and recorded this joyful scene in its entirety. My sweetie, look here at mommy.
In the video, little Mimi is splashing around in the water, giggling and showing off her tiny, newly sprouted teeth.
She's so cute it melts your heart. Soon, Mimi was also clean and smelled wonderful.
Holding the two equally soft babies, both exuding the scent of milk and bath gel, Gu Yuan was filled with an immense sense of happiness. As he settled the two little ones into their cribs and watched the two sisters huddled together, babbling away as if trying to communicate, a long-forgotten mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind.
Bite.
Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, successfully handling the twins' bathing challenge.
It's here. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Mission evaluation, S rank.
The host, with unparalleled patience and wisdom, resolved the eldest daughter's resistance and fulfilled the younger daughter's desire.
His fatherly love is as steadfast as a mountain. He deserves commendation. Reward, skill, future vision insight upgraded to LV2.
LV2, within the visible range, you can see the upward and downward trends of the stock market candlestick chart for the next 24 hours.
Holy crap! Gu Yuan remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was experiencing a storm of emotions. Stock market candlestick chart? Can you also see the price fluctuations for the next 24 hours? This is a money printing machine. The previous LV1 skill could only see lottery numbers. Although it could make money, it was ultimately based on luck and was too easy to attract attention. But the stock market is different. The daily transaction volume of this thing is astronomical. With his small amount of money, he won't even make a ripple. He can make money without anyone noticing. This is the true way to make money in a sustainable way. With this, not only can I buy the best formula and diapers for my daughters, but it wouldn't be impossible to buy them a Disneyland. Gu Yuan became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his eyes were filled with boundless motivation as he looked at his two daughters. Dad is going to build you a huge business empire. Just then, Song Sherway's phone rang, breaking the cozy atmosphere in the room. She glanced at the caller ID. It was her assistant, Bai Qingqing. Why are you calling so late? Has something happened to the company? Chapter 39 First Prize. It's the damn first prize. Song Sherway's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly answered the phone. Qingqing? What's wrong? On the other end of the phone, Bai Qingqing's excited scream, which was distorted and even sounded like she was crying, immediately came through. President Song. President Song. We won. We won. Song Shui frowned. What do you mean, succeeded? Tell me slowly, is the sky falling down? Lottery. Lottery.
Bai Qingqing's voice cracked with excitement.
It's the lottery ticket Mr. Gu asked me to buy. First prize. It's the damn first prize. I checked the number on the official website 800 times. It's that number. Exactly the same.
The prize money is over 10 million. Song Shui froze completely.
Holding her phone, her mind went blank, and all she could hear was Bai Qingqing's mesmerizing scream. More than 10 million? Lottery?
She subconsciously turned her head and looked at Gu Yuan, who was humming a little tune and trying to coax his daughter to sleep. On the phone, Bai Qingqing's wailing continued.
Mr. Song, I'm such a pig brain. Why didn't I buy a ticket back then? I'm just $10 away from being a millionaire. $10. I'm so regretful now. Wa'ada. Song Shui could no longer hear what Bai Qingqing was saying.
She hung up the phone and walked step by step toward Gu Yuan, her eyes filled with shock, doubt, and a hint of fanaticism that she herself was unaware of.
Gu Yuan was looking smugly at his system panel when he was suddenly knocked down onto the soft carpet by a tremendous force. Ouch!
Before he could react, he saw his wife straddling him, her hands gripping his collar, her beautiful eyes fixed on him.
Wife? What are you doing? Domestic violence? Song Shui was in no mood for jokes. She gritted her teeth and asked, word by word. Gu Yuan. You better tell me the truth. How on earth did you know that those numbers would win? Explain. That's over 10 million. Not just $1,000. Gu Yuan was amused by her fierce appearance, but he was frantically thinking of a solution. Things that involved the system must absolutely not be discussed. Honey, calm down. Get up first. Keeping me down like this, it's not a good look. Stop talking nonsense. Speak up.
Song Shui increased the pressure on her hands.
Gu Yuan rolled his eyes and decided to continue making things up. I was just guessing. Really? It was pure luck. When I bought the tickets, those numbers just looked really good to me, and who knew I'd win? Blind guessing? Song Shui sneered. Try winning a multi-million-dollar lottery prize yourself. Gu Yuan, I've noticed you've been acting strangely lately. Are you hiding something from me?
Her gaze sharpened, as if she wanted to see right through Gu Yuan.
Gu Yuan's heart tightened. A woman's intuition is so accurate.
No, I have to find a way to distract her. A thought suddenly struck him, the system's built-in baby status monitoring function.
Got it. Gu Yuan cleared his throat, a profound and inscrutable expression on his face.
Wife, since you don't believe me, then I'll show you my true strength.
Let me tell you, my sixth sense has been incredibly accurate lately, it's practically divine.
He mysteriously stretched out his finger and made a few vague gestures in the air.
Let me do some quick calculations. In less than 10 seconds, our little princess, Tian, will be crying. Song Shui looked at him with an expression that said, keep making this up. Gu Yuan smirked and added another bombshell.
Also, our little princess Mimi's diaper must be completely soaked by now.
He spoke with absolute certainty, brimming with unquestionable confidence. Song Shui scoffed. Don't give me that. You're changing the subject because you can't keep up the story, are you? Let me tell you, you're not getting anywhere until we get to the bottom of this lottery issue today.
She hadn't finished speaking.
Wow.
In the crib next to her, Tian, who had just been playing happily, suddenly pouted and burst into tears without warning. The cry was loud and clear, full of energy. Song Shui's second half of her sentence got stuck in her throat.
She really cried?
Song Shui was completely stunned, staring incredulously at Tian, then at Gu Yuan, who was calm and collected beneath her.
Well.
A mother's instinct made her immediately get up and pick up Tian.
Baby, don't cry, what's wrong? Are you hungry?
She skillfully unbuttoned her clothes and began to breastfeed her daughter. Amazingly, as soon as Tian touched the food, her crying stopped immediately, and she sucked on it contentedly.
While comforting her eldest daughter, Song Shui looked at Gu Yuan with a look of utter disbelief. Coincidence? This must be a coincidence.
Gu Yuan just smiled, a smile that held a profound meaning.
Then, aren't we going to check our little princess's reservoir? Song Shui's heart skipped a beat. She carried Tian and walked to Mimi's crib.
Little Mimi was watching her older sister eat with wide, curious eyes, kicking her little legs as if nothing was wrong.
Song Sherwei reached out with some skepticism and touched the outside of the diaper through her pajama bottoms. Dry.
She immediately breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and glared at Gu Yuan, her eyes seeming to say, "See.
You miscalculated."
However, when she unfastened the diaper and looked inside, she was completely petrified. Inside, it was heavy, filled with liquid, and on the verge of collapse.
It's really soaked. Song Sherwei was completely dumbfounded. If Sweetie's crying was a coincidence, how do you explain Nini's diaper being soaked?
He predicted both of these things with perfect accuracy. And then there's that lottery jackpot of over 10 million.
In an instant, Song Sherwei's gaze towards her husband changed from scrutiny to terror.
She held the child, took a step back, pointed at Gu Yuan, and her voice trembled.
Gu Yuan, you. Is your mouth blessed or something? Tell me the truth. Did you go to some temple to worship some master, or did some deity possess you?
Faced with his wife's 3 shocked reactions, Gu Yuan simply got up lazily from the carpet, dusted himself off, and shrugged.
Like I said, it's a feeling.
A very mysterious feeling. She was still clutching her phone, her face a mixture of relief at surviving a disaster and the ecstasy of winning 10 million. She rushed to the bedside and grabbed Gu Yuan's arm, shaking it violently.
We survived. Times Media has been saved.
Song Sherwei's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were red, clearly indicating that she had just been crying. I don't have to go under the overpass to get my screen protector installed anymore, sob.
Gu Yuan was so shaken that he was completely disoriented, so he quickly steadied his overly excited and domineering CEO wife.
He smiled helplessly.
It's nothing, why are you getting so worked up? What's the big deal?
Song Sherwei suddenly looked up, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, filled with accusation.
That's all my hard work. You know I almost had to declare bankruptcy.
Those bastards at the bank are all opportunists, offering help when things are good and taking it away when things are bad. She got angrier and angrier as she spoke, clenching her little fists tightly and waving them at the air twice, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO.
But the next second, she deflated and leaned limply against Gu Yuan. Thank goodness you're here.
Song Sherwei rubbed her cheek against Gu Yuan's shoulder, her voice muffled and filled with deep dependence.
Honey, you're simply my god, my dream man.
She tilted her head back, her bright eyes fixed on Gu Yuan without blinking.
Speak. I will reward you handsomely. Chapter 40. Any reward will do? Gu Yuan did not lie down.
Song Sherwei deliberately adopted a queen tone, slightly raising her fair chin and a sly smile on her lips.
What reward do you want?
Looking at her adorable yet stubborn appearance, Gu Yuan's heart melted. He deliberately raised an eyebrow, his eyes scanning her up and down, the meaning of which was self-evident.
Any reward will do?
His voice was low and slightly hoarse, with an ambiguous undertone. Song Sherwei's cheeks flushed as he stared at her, and her heart skipped a beat.
How could she not know what this guy was thinking? Of course.
She was still putting on a brave face, but her eyes were starting to wander.
Gu Yuan's smile deepened.
He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Song Sherwei's ear.
Then, for tonight's reward, does that mean we don't have to sleep in separate beds? With a loud bang, Song Sherwei's cheeks instantly turned bright red. This guy. He really can't stop talking about his old profession. Since Mimi was born, they have indeed been sleeping in separate beds for a while to make it easier to take care of the baby at night. She moved her lips, wanting to say something in rebuttal, but realized that she had just spoken too definitively. You wish. Song Sherwei was both ashamed and angry, and pushed him away.
Her eyes lit up, and she saw her eldest daughter, Tian, who was already dozing off in the crib next to her.
She immediately had an idea. Here you go. Song Sherwei walked over quickly and deftly took Tian out of the crib.
Then, with a quick turn, she shoved him into Gu Yuan's arms without a word.
Your reward. You're in charge of coaxing Tian tonight. Gu Yuan was completely stunned as he held his soft, cuddly daughter in his arms. Why? No.
Before he could finish speaking, Song Sherwei had already slipped into bed like an eel, wrapping herself up tightly in the blankets like a silkworm cocoon.
I'm sleepy. Sleep. We'll talk about even the most important things tomorrow.
Her muffled voice came from under the covers, revealing a shameless streak of stubbornness. Gu Yuan looked at the little ostrich wriggling around in the blanket, then looked down at Tian Tian rubbing her eyes in his arms, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
This reward is quite generous. All right. You're ruthless.
Gu Yuan shook his head affectionately, hugged Tian Tian, and then turned to pick up his younger daughter, Mimi. It was agreed that he would come and take care of the two babies tonight.
This is his responsibility as a super dad. Gu Yuan gently placed the two exquisitely beautiful little princesses side by side on the large bed. My little sister Mimi was probably really sleepy.
She smacked her lips on the pillow for a short while, her breathing became even and long, and she slept very soundly. But her older sister, Tian Tian, wasn't sleepy at all. She opened her large, dark eyes, which shone like two obsidian stones in the soft bedroom light. The little one didn't cry or fuss, she just lay there quietly, her head tilted slightly, staring intently at her father. It was hard to tell what was going on in her little head. Gu Yuan's heart melted instantly at the look in his daughter's eyes.
He bent down, stretched out his large palm, and gently patted Tian Tian's small back. Good boy, girl. Time for bed.
His voice was extremely soft and gentle, with a magical power to lull someone to sleep.
But Sweetie didn't buy it.
The little body twisted slightly, as if protesting this method of putting the child to sleep.
She even let out a dissatisfied humph. Gu Yuan stopped patting and coaxing his daughter, looking at her with amusement.
The little guy is small, but he has quite a temper. He thought for a moment, then withdrew his palm and instead extended one index finger.
He tentatively slipped his fingertips into Tian Tian's tightly clenched little fist.
Its tiny fists, chubby and plump, looked like freshly steamed white steamed buns. The moment Gu Yuan's fingers touched her palm, the little girl instinctively clenched her fist. It was a completely instinctive, security-seeking dependence. With all her might, she gripped her father's incredibly thick finger tightly with her tiny 5 fingers.
Gu Yuan's heart was gently gripped by this small force.
An indescribable warmth and emotion spread from my heart to every part of my body. He saw that the corners of her sweet mouth slowly turned upwards. It was a simple, pure smile, without a trace of impurity. She seemed to have received the best toy in the world and gained the greatest satisfaction. Then, under her father's gaze, her bright eyes fluttered twice, and finally, slowly closed. The sound of even breathing soon followed.
The little one is asleep.
They slept so peacefully and soundly. From beginning to end, her little fists never loosened. She held her father's fingers so tightly, as if she were holding the whole world in her grasp. The first rays of morning sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains onto the bedroom floor. Song Shiwei's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She stretched comfortably, feeling relaxed all over, and had a rare good night's sleep.
But the next second, she realized something was wrong. Why is the seat next to me empty?
She turned her head abruptly. The sight before her made her freeze in place. He sat on the edge of the bed, his back ramrod straight, one arm propped up on the bed in an extremely awkward position, creating an absolutely safe haven for her and the baby. His other hand was being tightly clenched by his daughter's sweet little fist. He actually maintained that position and sat there all night. Song Shiwei's heart felt like it had been struck hard by something, leaving it both sour and tender. She leaned closer and saw that Gu Yuan's handsome face was etched with exhaustion. His eyes had a faint bluish tinge and were bloodshot, clearly indicating that he hadn't slept all night.
That idiot. This is the dumbest idiot in the world.
A wave of soreness rose in Song Shiwei's nose, and her eyes welled up with tears. She moved her body carefully, afraid of waking her 2 little ones. She reached out and gently touched Gu Yuan's arm.
Husband?
Her call was so soft it was almost inaudible.
Gu Yuan's body trembled slightly, and he woke up almost instantly, suddenly opening his eyes. What's wrong? Is the baby crying?
The first thing he ever says is always about children. Seeing the tension and anxiety in his eyes, Song Shiwei could no longer hold back, her heart aching with unbearable heartache.
The babies aren't crying, they're sleeping soundly.
Her voice was thick with nasal tone and had a barely perceptible sob.
Lie down and get some sleep.
Look at you, your eyes are all red.
Gu Yuan then realized what was happening.
He rubbed his stiff neck and moved his sore and numb arms.
I'm fine. What's a little all-nighter for a man?
He spoke lightly, but the weariness on his face betrayed him.
No. You have to go to sleep.
Song Shiwei's attitude hardened, her tone becoming authoritative and leaving no room for argument.
That's an order. Your wife's orders.
She pointed to herself, then to the bed. Looking at her tender yet domineering expression, Gu Yuan felt a warm glow in his heart, and his fatigue was greatly dispelled.
Yes, yes, my dear wife.
He smiled indulgently, preparing to withdraw his hand. But as soon as he moved, Sweetie, who was still asleep, became unhappy. The little guy immediately frowned, his little fist clenched tighter around his father's fingers, and he made a dissatisfied hum sound. With that kind of attitude, no one could take away her favorite toy.
Chapter 41. I specially made noodles for you.
Gu Yuan looked helplessly at Song Shiwei, shrugged, and indicated that he was powerless to help.
Song Shiwei was both annoyed and amused by her daughter's possessive behavior towards her food.
That little traitor. Mom has held you for 10 months, and now you only have eyes for Dad, right? She felt a pang of jealousy, and a strange competitive spirit rose within her. Her eyes lit up, and an idea came to her. She quietly made a shoe gesture to Gu Yuan, then carefully extended her little finger, intending to pull off a switcheroo and replace Gu Yuan's finger with her own.
Hey, she just didn't believe it. Is she, the biological mother, not as good as a stay-at-home dad who came from nowhere?
Song Shiwei held her breath, her movements as gentle as if she were dismantling the world's most sophisticated bomb. Her fingertips slowly touched Sweetie's fist. Then, she tentatively tried to insert her fingers.
Just then,
Sweet little body suddenly twisted. With a merciless swing of her tightly clenched fist, she precisely deflected Song Shiwei's sneak attack.
Smack!
Although the voice was very soft, the refusal was all too obvious. Song Shiwei was dumbfounded. She looked at her hand that had been slapped away, then at her daughter's sleeping face, which seemed to say "Don't bother me" in a way that left her completely bewildered.
Me? I'm being rejected by my own daughter? What happened next made her mentally explode even more.
After pushing her hand away, Tian nudged her head and sniffed the air with her little nose, like a puppy looking for its mother. No, she wasn't looking for her mother. After groping around for a while, her little fist accurately found Gu Yuan's thick finger again, and then, with all her might, she clenched it tightly.
The little mouth smacked twice in satisfaction, as if to say, it's the same recipe, the same familiar taste. Song Shiwei. I'm so upset. She felt like she had been hit by a ton of bricks. This little cotton-padded jacket is drafty and has barbs. Seeing his wife's discomfiture and incredulous expression, Gu Yuan couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. He wanted to laugh, but dared not laugh out loud, and it was extremely difficult for him to hold it in. Song Shiwei glared at him angrily. Laugh. You're still laughing. It's all your fault. You stole my precious daughter away. Just then, a buzzing vibration broke the silence of the room. It's Gu Yuan's phone. The screen lit up, and a group chat called The Four Young Masters of Shanghai was flooding the screen with messages, with the notifications already soaring to 99+. Song Shiwei's curiosity was instantly piqued. What kind of mischief are these young masters up to so early in the morning? She picked up her phone quietly and skillfully unlocked it using Gu Yuan's birthday. She saw Gu Yuan finally carefully pull his finger out, then collapse onto the bed and fall asleep almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. My phone vibrated again. It was a message from Jiang Yichen at Gu Yuan and Old Gu, are you dead yet? Show yourself. Now that you're a dad, have you forgotten all your brothers? Su Xingran followed closely, exactly. You're such a womanizer. We agreed to travel the world together, but you secretly became a father. Ji Qingxi also posted a watching the show emoji. Song Shiwei looked at this group of energetic guys, then at her husband who was so tired he fell asleep instantly, and raised an eyebrow. Did you wake my husband from his sleep? Did you ask me? She didn't hesitate to turn on voice input. She cleared her throat, then lowered her voice and sent out a recorded message in a penetrating and clearly threatening tone. Do you guys have so much energy you don't know what to do with it? Gu Yuan just fell asleep. If anyone sends another message and wakes him up, believe me, I'll have the PR department of Times Media create a free trending headline for each of you. All of you, mute your microphones and go to sleep. Voice message sent successfully. The once lively group chat for the Four Young Masters of Shanghai suddenly fell silent. A full half-minute passed before a message cautiously appeared on the screen. Jiang Yichen, good morning, sister-in-law. Su Xingran, sister-in-law is awesome. We were wrong. We're going to go back to sleep right now. Ji Qingxi, getting away.jpg. Looking at this group of guys who immediately backed down, Song Shiwei smiled victoriously. Humph, you little brat. Trying to fight me?
After dealing with this noisy bunch, she finally put down her phone with satisfaction, turned to the side, and quietly looked at Gu Yuan's sleeping profile.
I don't know how much time has passed. Gu Yuan was awakened by a strange sensation.
He felt his fingers being enveloped by something warm and soft, and he felt a rhythmic sucking sensation. He opened his eyes groggily.
I looked down and met my daughter Tian's big, dark eyes. The little one woke up.
She neither cried nor fussed, but stared at him with curious eyes, while her little mouth diligently sucked on his index finger. The way he was so engrossed in it made it seem like his fingers were the most delicious pacifier in the world.
Gu Yuan was both amused and exasperated.
They're hungry.
Little glutton, daddy's fingers don't produce milk.
He spoke in a hoarse voice, affectionately pinching his daughter's little nose.
Just then, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Song Sherwei walked in carrying a white porcelain bowl.
She had changed out of her pajamas and into a casual home outfit, with a cute cartoon apron tied around her waist. She exuded a down-to-earth charm, yet she was so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. A rich aroma instantly filled the entire room.
It tastes like chicken noodle soup. Awake? Song Sherwei walked to the bedside and placed the bowl on the bedside table. Seeing how tired you are, I know you must be hungry when you wake up.
As she spoke, a sly smile played in her eyes. She leaned close to Gu Yuan's ear and blew a suggestive breath.
So, I specially cooked noodles for you. Gu Yuan was so shocked by her bold and inappropriate words that he almost dropped the bowl. He looked at Song Sherwei's pretty face with a mischievous smile, and the tips of his ears instantly turned bright red. You're talking nonsense.
He stammered, but dared not meet her gaze, his eyes darting away guiltily.
How did I talk nonsense?
Song Sherwei asked the question knowingly, deliberately puffing out her chest and moving even closer.
I painstakingly cooked you a bowl of noodles, shouldn't I be giving you noodles instead? Mr. Gu, how can your thoughts be so impure?
She blinked, looking completely innocent. Gu Yuan was speechless, completely stumped by her. He knew that when it came to arguing, 10 of him couldn't out-argue Song Sherwei. He could only pick up his chopsticks, fiercely grab a large mouthful of noodles, and stuff it into his mouth, turning his grief and anger into appetite.
Delicious.
The deliciousness of the chicken soup and the chewy texture of the noodles exploded on the taste buds.
This taste is absolutely amazing.
He was starving and exhausted, and this bowl of hot chicken noodle soup warmed him from his stomach all the way to his heart. Gu Yuan buried himself in his food, making satisfied slurping sounds. Slurp, slurp. The sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Suddenly, a slight commotion came from the crib.
The couple turned their heads at the same time.
Sweetie and Honey, who had been lying quietly just moments before, had both opened their eyes. The two little ones moved their mouths and actually imitated Gu Yuan, making slurp, slurp.
Sucking sounds.
Her little mouth was pouting, and she imitated it so well that it was incredibly cute.
Chapter 42. It's just buying underwear, isn't it? Put.
Song Sherwei was the first to burst out laughing. She nudged Gu Yuan gently with her elbow.
Hey, look, your daughters are imitating you. They must be saying, Dad is eating so well, we want to eat too. Gu Yuan was also amused.
He put down his chopsticks, went to the crib, and looked at the two adorable little babies. His heart melted.
Two little gluttons. He reached out his finger and carefully touched Tian's cheek. When you grow up a little, Dad will make lots and lots of delicious food for you.
Sweetie and Honey seemed to understand, and they grinned with their toothless little mouths, giving him an angelic smile.
The family's heartwarming interaction filled the entire ward with warmth.
The bowl of noodles was quickly emptied, and even the soup was drunk clean.
Gu Yuan let out a satisfied burp, feeling as if he had come back to life. Honey, thank you.
He looked at Song Sherwei with tenderness in his eyes.
If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do.
Song Sherwei rolled her eyes at him and said reproachfully, Why are you telling me all this? As she spoke, she looked down at her loungewear and frowned slightly.
Hey, there's a problem.
I only have the few sets of clothes I brought from the hospital.
Gu Yuan immediately realized what was happening. That's easy. Gu Yuan patted his chest and said, We'll go buy you new clothes.
Okay, I'll do as you say.
Song Sherwei raised her chin and gave orders like a queen.
Therefore, this glorious and arduous task is entrusted to you.
Go and buy me some new clothes. Everything must be new, inside and out. Gu Yuan looked at her proud little face, feeling both annoyed and amused. Yes, my dear wife.
He sprang up and jumped off the bed, his movements so swift and decisive that he didn't seem like someone who had just pulled an all-nighter.
Mission accomplished.
I would go through fire and water for my wife, let alone just buying a few clothes.
Then I'll go.
Gu Yuan grabbed his car keys and wallet and rushed out.
Hey, you.
Before Song Shiwei could finish speaking, he had already disappeared outside the door. She shook her head helplessly.
This person is impatient. Etc.
Song Shiwei suddenly sat up straight.
A fatal question popped into her mind.
She seems to have forgotten to tell Gu Yuan his size.
We're doomed.
Given Gu Yuan's zero level of aesthetic sense and shopping experience, if you let him buy things on his own,
Song Shiwei could hardly imagine what surprise he would buy back.
She quickly grabbed her phone, opened WeChat, and found Gu Yuan's profile picture.
Time is of the essence.
She quickly used her exceptional memory, honed by her position as a company executive, to retrieve her body data from her brain.
Bra size 85C, panty size M, dresses and coats fit size S or one size fits all, shoe size 37.
She muttered to herself while her fingers frantically tapped on the screen. Just as she was about to click send, a message notification from a workgroup popped up at the top of the screen.
Times Media Executives Group. Song Shiwei's pupils suddenly contracted.
Her finger hovered just above the green send button, a mere 0.01 millimeters away from pressing it. And her chat window at that moment was none other than the workgroup that included dozens of company executives.
Oh my god. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head. Song Shiwei was so startled she almost threw her phone away. If she really posted her bust, waist, and hip measurements in the workgroup, that's not social death. That's called a globally broadcast public execution. How will she maintain her image as a cool and aloof CEO in the company after this? Call.
Song Shiwei patted her chest and let out a long breath, feeling as if she had just walked through the gates of hell. She frantically switched back to her chat with Gu Yuan, checked it 800 times, and then sent the message with trembling hands.
Done. The world is quiet now. On the other side, Gu Yuan had just gotten into the car when his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was the size information sent by Song Shiwei. Bra size 85C, panty size M. As Gu Yuan looked at this string of detailed and private data, his cheeks began to burn uncontrollably again.
Although they are a legally married couple, this is the first time I've ever asked a grown man like him to buy these things. But there was no other way. I have to grit my teeth and do it so my wife can have new clothes. He drove to the most upscale shopping mall in the vicinity. After parking his car, Gu Yuan walked into the magnificent shopping mall lobby and felt a little lost for a moment.
He knew nothing about these brands.
Looking around, he saw foreign letters he didn't recognize everywhere. He steeled himself and walked toward the women's clothing section, guided by his instincts.
As he walked, the interior design of one store caught his attention.
The store is decorated in soft pink and white tones.
Several mannequins dressed in cute pajamas are displayed in the window at the entrance.
The warm lighting inside makes the store look very comfortable.
Yes, this should be the place. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Yuan straightened his clothes, strode confidently inside. Hello sir, welcome. A waitress in a uniform with a sweet smile immediately came to greet us. Are you looking at clothes for the baby, or are you choosing some postpartum recovery products for your wife? Gu Yuan was taken aback by the question. Baby? Postpartum recovery?
He looked around and realized that the clothes hanging in the store were ridiculously small, along with all sorts of baby bottles, diapers, and strollers.
Good heavens! He actually went straight into a maternity and baby store. Gu Yuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
But he was a man who had seen many storms, and he remained calm on the surface.
He cleared his throat, trying to save face, and asked in a calm tone. Hello, excuse me, do you sell women's underwear here? The waitress's smile visibly stiffened for a moment.
She blinked, as if to make sure she hadn't misheard. A full 2 seconds passed before she replied with a more professional smile.
Excuse me, sir, this is a maternity and baby store, and we do not sell the kind of products you are referring to.
If you want to buy women's underwear, turn left after you go out, walk to the end, and the pink shop with a beautiful decoration is a professional underwear brand.
Gu Yuan's face flushed red instantly. This is so embarrassing. Okay, thank you. He practically fled, quickly walking out of the baby store. Standing in the mall corridor, he looked in the direction the saleswoman pointed. Not far away, a shop sign stood out prominently.
A huge pink light sign, foreign mannequins dressed in various sexy lace lingerie in the shop window, and huge posters of mannequins on the wall create a strong visual impact.
Gu Yuan.
He stood there, caught in a dilemma unlike any he had ever faced in his life.
I, Gu Yuan, am a man who stands tall and upright. Now, are you ready to take on the challenge of breaking into a women's lingerie store alone, an S-level difficulty level? Won't people think I'm a pervert?
But then he thought of his wife and children waiting for him to feed them and change their clothes in the hospital.
Gu Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes gradually hardening. It's just buying underwear. I'm willing to risk everything for my wife.
The store name, the decor, and the mannequins in the window that challenged the limits of human vision.
Everything was proclaiming, men, stay away. Strangers, keep out. He felt like he was practically wearing a "I'm a pervert" label on his forehead. If we film chapter 43 again, it'll definitely trend on social media.
People passing by glanced at him, intentionally or unintentionally. Some young girls, in particular, would steal glances at him while covering their mouths and giggling.
Society is dead. This is absolutely the biggest social media fiasco of the year.
Having lived for 30 years, Gu Yuan experienced for the first time what it meant to be unable to move an inch. His feet seemed to be nailed to the spot.
Go in? Or should we not go in? This is an ultimate question concerning a man's dignity.
He took out his phone and glanced again at the size chart that Song Sherwei had sent. My wife's weak yet gentle smile appeared in my mind, along with the image of our two little ones, Tian Tian and Mimi, crying for milk. He closed his eyes tightly for a moment, and when he opened them again, his eyes were filled with a resolute determination, as if he had nothing to lose.
To hell with his dignity. My wife is the boss.
Gu Yuan took a deep breath, straightened his six-figure suit jacket, held his head high, strode forward, and pushed open the pink glass door.
Ring ring.
The crisp sound of the wind chimes rang out, and all eyes in the shop instantly turned to him.
A sweet, cloying fragrance filled the air.
Looking around, all you see are lace, silk, tulle, all kinds of colors and fabrics. Several young girls who were picking out lingerie were stunned when he, a man in a suit and tie with a powerful aura, suddenly barged in. Immediately, they began to whisper among themselves.
Wow, so handsome. What's he doing here? Did he come to the wrong door? Is he buying a gift for his girlfriend? Wow, what an amazing boyfriend. Gu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine.
He felt like a Godzilla who had wandered into a land of women, completely uncomfortable.
A shop assistant named Yang Qian was the first to react.
With an impeccable professional smile on her face, she came forward to greet her.
Sir, welcome to Honey Talk. How can I help you?
Gu Yuan dared not look at her, nor at the blush-inducing merchandise around him. Without looking to the side, he calmly took out his phone from his pocket, swiped the screen, and handed it to Yang Qian.
This size.
His voice was dry and strained, carrying a tragic air of someone facing certain death.
Yang Qian leaned closer to take a look and read it aloud, 85C, size M. Okay, sir. Her smile became even sweeter. What style does your wife usually prefer?
We have comfortable pure cotton styles here, suitable for home wear. There are sexy lace styles to add some spice. There are also sporty styles, seamless styles, and push-up shaping styles.
Yang Qian's words came like a machine gun, firing off in rapid succession. Gu Yuan's brain immediately shut down. What? Why are there so many complicated procedures involved in buying just underwear?
He didn't hear a word, he just felt dizzy and lightheaded.
Seeing Gu Yuan's bewildered yet pretentious expression, Yang Qian considerately stopped. She understood.
Another straight husband who wanted to surprise his wife but ended up knowing nothing about it. Just as Yang Qian was about to recommend some popular models, Gu Yuan suddenly spoke up. He made a groundbreaking decision in an unquestionable, domineering CEO-like tone.
No need to choose. This size is available in all styles. One of each, please.
The air fell silent instantly.
Yang Qian's smile froze. The female college students who were eavesdropping nearby had their mouths agape in an O shape.
Everyone looked at Gu Yuan with the same eyes they would give a super rich person.
Yang Qian could hardly believe her ears. She stammered, Sir, you mean one of each style here? Right. Gu Yuan was a man of few words.
He was afraid that if he said even one more word, he would explode with shame.
Underwear, and matching sets too. Pack them all up.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Please wait a moment. Yang Qian's eyes instantly lit up.
Her voice trembled with excitement. She immediately called to another colleague, and the two of them, carrying shopping baskets, began to move quickly through the store.
I'll take a set of the Victoria Dream 85C. I'll get a set of these angel wings too. And don't forget this innocent and alluring first love style. Those female college students had completely stopped pretending.
They took out their phones and started snapping photos of Gu Yuan.
Holy crap! Holy crap! We've caught a wild, domineering CEO. What a doting husband. Did he buy lingerie by the wall? Ladies, I declare this man to be my ideal type of the year. I'm so jealous, I'm so jealous.
Gu Yuan stood there, expressionless, but his heart was screaming wildly.
Stop filming. Please. If they film this again, it'll trend on social media. Does Gu Yuan even care about his reputation?
A few minutes later, Yang Qian and her colleagues came over carrying a mountain of underwear. They quickly packed each item into beautifully packaged bags, eventually filling 5 huge shopping bags. Sir, there are 26 sets in total. We've given you our store's highest VIP discount, so the total is 20,888 yuan. Yang Qian handed over the bill with both hands, her voice filled with reverence.
Swipe your card. Gu Yuan took out the black gold card and handed it over. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even blink. After signing the papers, he carried 2 bags in one hand and 3 bags in the other, and amidst the admiring and envious gazes of the crowd, he escaped from the Honey Whisper lingerie store without looking back. Only after getting back into the car, closing the door, and cutting off all outside sight did I finally get in. Gu Yuankai let out a long, long sigh of relief. He leaned back in his chair, feeling as if he had just fought a tough battle and was completely exhausted. It's just buying underwear, isn't it? When Gu Yuan returned home carrying large and small bags, Song Shiwei was drinking water on the sofa.
Seeing his posture, as if he had just returned from a shopping spree at the wholesale market, Song Shiwei was immediately choked.
Cough, cough, cough.
She put down her water glass and stared in astonishment at the pile of pink shopping bags in the living room.
Gu Yuan, you brought the whole mall back?
Gu Yuan put down the bag, plopped down on the sofa next to him, exhausted, and replied listlessly, I bought it.
The size you want. Song Shiwei curiously leaned over and casually took something out of a bag.
It's a burgundy lace lingerie piece with a bold and sexy design. Her face flushed, and she reached in again to take out the second item. It's a pure white cotton bra that looks very comfortable.
The third item, the fourth item.
Song Shiwei's eyes widened further. She looked up at Gu Yuan, her voice trembling.
My God, Gu Yuan. How much did you buy?
Gu Yuan picked up the water glass on the table and drank it all in one gulp, only then did he feel alive again.
Have no idea.
I told the sales assistant, give me a set of all the styles in your size.
Puff. Song Shiwei almost choked on her breath again after she had just caught her breath.
She looked at Gu Yuan, first in shock, then at a loss for words, and finally, only filled with emotion and heartache.
She could totally imagine it.
Imagine the awkward and helpless scene that Gu Yuan, a man who was always aloof and concerned about his image, would have to endure if he walked alone into a lingerie store full of women and was surrounded by onlookers.
You. Song Shiwei's eyes felt a little hot. You're a grown man, going out and buying these things, aren't you embarrassed? Mentioning this, Gu Yuan's ears turned red again. He cleared his throat, trying to save face. What's there to be embarrassed about?
He stubbornly insisted, it's only right to buy things for my own wife.
For my wife and kids, I'd go through fire and water, let alone buy underwear. Chapter 44. Where did the ribbons come from?
He spoke with great bravado, but his flushed ears completely betrayed him.
Song Shiwei couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing.
Her heart felt like it was filled with honey, so sweet it was bubbling.
This man.
Sometimes they're so domineering it makes you grit your teeth, and other times they're so clumsy it's adorable. Come here quickly, let me see our great hero. Song Shiwei waved to him.
Gu Yuan walked over and sat on the sofa.
Song Shiwei reached out and gently touched his burning ear, saying softly, thank you for your hard work, husband.
Gu Yuan's heart melted instantly.
He felt that the suffering he had just endured was worth it.
It was totally worth it.
Song Shui was in a great mood and began to unpack with great enthusiasm.
Wow, this is beautiful.
This fabric is so comfortable.
Oh my god, this is so sexy. Gu Yuan, are you sure this is for me?
She flipped through the pages while sharing them with Gu Yuan.
Seeing her happy expression, Gu Yuan's lips unconsciously curled up in a smile.
However, just as Song Shui took out a set of black lace lingerie from a pile of clothes, something that didn't belong to the set of lingerie also fell out. It was a thin, cheap-looking pink lace ribbon. It lay there all alone on the snow-white sheets, looking particularly jarring.
Song Shui's smile slowly froze.
She reached out and picked up the ribbon.
What's this?
It doesn't belong to the black lingerie set we just saw. The material and color don't match. She rummaged through the other bags, but all the underwear was neatly packaged. There were no loose straps like this at all.
Where did this ribbon come from? Were those product parts accidentally mixed in with the bag? Still, an extremely bad thought suddenly entered her mind.
This thought instantly chilled her blood. She held the ribbon and looked up at Gu Yuan. The man was looking down at her tenderly, his eyes full of smiles, completely unaware of her strange behavior.
What's wrong? Gu Yuan asked with concern when he saw that she wasn't moving.
The sweetness and warmth that had just risen in Song Shui's heart were extinguished by a sudden chill. She opened her mouth, but couldn't get any questions out.
Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw her suddenly cold face. What's wrong, honey?
He followed her gaze and saw the pink ribbon.
Oh, this. Gu Yuan casually reached out and took it. What a piece of junk.
He looked disgusted and was about to throw it into the trash can next to him. The shop assistant insisted on giving it to me, saying that it could be wrapped as a gift and tied with a bow or something. He pursed his lips, his tone full of dissatisfaction.
Nowadays, store clerks will come up with all sorts of fancy tricks to boost their sales. His explanation sounded flawless.
It's perfectly reasonable for a clueless straight man who knows nothing about women's things to be fooled by a shrewd shop assistant into buying a cheap decorative item.
But Song Shui's heart was not at ease because of this.
As she looked at the ribbon that Gu Yuan had casually tossed aside next to the trash can, the strange feeling she couldn't quite explain intensified.
Don't throw it away.
She suddenly spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse.
Gu Yuan stopped throwing the things and turned to look at her in confusion. Why keep it?
This cheap thing is not good enough for my wife.
Song Shui didn't explain. She simply lifted the covers and got out of bed.
She bent down and picked up the pink ribbon that her husband had rejected. The ribbon was made of rough material and had a cheap artificial scent, which clashed with the luxurious, silky lingerie. She carefully folded it, then opened the bedside table drawer and put it inside. Gu Yuan frowned slightly as he watched her series of actions.
Wei, you. He was about to ask something when he was interrupted by a loud cry. It's Mimi in the crib. Wow.
The baby's loud and clear cries instantly shattered the delicate atmosphere between the couple. Gu Yuan immediately switched into dad mode, rushing to the bedside in 3 quick steps.
Oh, my little princess, what's wrong?
He skillfully picked up Mimi, reached down, and immediately understood.
Well, you wet the bed.
Gu Yuan, holding his daughter, turned to Song Shui and said, Wife, lie still, I'll take care of it. He carried Mimi to change her diaper, and quickly pulled off the wet diaper pad. I'll take it to the bathroom to wash it and come right back. Gu Yuan grabbed the diaper pad and rushed out of the bedroom. In an instant, only Song Shui and her 2 children remained in the room. Mimi had her diaper changed and was placed on the carpet to play with her toys. Sweetie, who had been quiet all along, woke up at some point and was looking curiously at the pile of colorful new toys on the bed with her big, dark eyes.
Song Shui looked at the drawer of the bedside table, feeling agitated. She didn't trust Gu Yuan.
No, to be precise, it was that she dared not completely believe it. During this period of time, too many things were missing between her and Gu Yuan, and trust was the most important one. That ribbon, like a thorn, pierced her heart, which had just been filled with sweetness. She didn't know how to tell Gu Yuan about these things, and doubts began to creep into her heart.
Perhaps she's experiencing postpartum sensitivity and overthinking things? But a woman's intuition can sometimes be frighteningly accurate.
She sighed and unconsciously turned her gaze to the window.
The night was already deep. The streetlights in the villa area emitted a warm, orange glow.
Just then, a familiar figure flashed by on the path in the garden downstairs. The person was dressed in dark clothes, with their hair neatly tied up, and their gait.
Song Shui's heart clenched. Is it her mother-in-law, Xia Yulan? What is she doing here? Song Shiwei almost immediately wanted to rush to the window to see what was going on.
But the figure was only glimpsed briefly before disappearing into the shadows of the building.
Was she seeing things? Yes, you must be seeing things. How could Xia Yulan possibly come to their building in the middle of the night? What would she want?
Song Shiwei patted her face, trying to clear her mind.
It must be because I haven't been resting well lately. I'm even hallucinating. Ah. Mine. Be mine.
The sounds of the two toddlers arguing brought Song Shiwei back to reality. When she turned around, her blood pressure almost spiked on the spot. There, two little ones, Sweetie and Honey, had somehow gotten together, each holding onto the shoulder strap of a black lace bra, and were having a fierce tug of war. That was her brand new underwear that she had just unpacked.
It's still the sexiest one. Oh, my little darlings. Song Shiwei was in a panic and quickly shouted, "Let go. That's not a toy."
But the two little ones were having so much fun that they wouldn't listen.
Mine.
Sweetie puffed out her cheeks and pulled hard toward herself.
Mine.
Mimi retorted, pushing off the ground with her chubby little legs and putting all her strength into it. It looked like the poor underwear was about to heroically sacrifice under the pull of the two little ones.
Just then, Gu Yuan returned after washing the diaper pads.
The first thing he saw when he entered the room was this scene that left him both amused and exasperated.
Stop. Chapter 45. This script is wrong. Gu Yuan gave a low shout and strode over. What are you two doing? This is Mom's clothes, not a rope for tug of war. What if you ruin it? Dad went to great lengths to buy it.
He put on a stern face, trying to project the authority of a father.
Mimi. Let go first. Gu Yuan set his sights on his younger daughter, who seemed easier to talk to.
Mimi was startled by her father's serious expression, and her little hand instinctively loosened its grip.
Tragedy struck.
Sweetie, who had been pulling hard, stumbled backward when her sister suddenly let go.
The elastic shoulder strap, stretched to its limit, lost the tension at the other end and snapped back quickly and forcefully.
It landed squarely on her sweet, fair, and tender little face.
The air froze instantly.
Sweetie covered her face, her little mouth pursed, and her eyes quickly filled with tears.
The next second. Wow!
A heart-wrenching cry echoed throughout the bedroom.
The heart-wrenching wails were so loud they could practically lift the ceiling off the building.
Song Shiwei's heart skipped a beat, and she and Gu Yuan rushed over in a panic.
Sweet. Don't cry, baby. Let Daddy take a look. Gu Yuan scooped Tian into his arms and frantically checked her little face.
Song Shiwei's heart clenched, and she nervously leaned closer.
That damn shoulder strap, it snapped back with a tremendous force.
A clear red mark had already appeared on her sweet, fair cheek.
It looks painful. It's all Dad's fault. Dad is bad.
Gu Yuan was heartbroken, filled with regret and self-blame, wishing he could slap himself twice. It was he who shouted for Mimi to stop, and it was he who frightened Mimi, which led to this accident.
Song Shiwei was both angry and anxious.
She glared at Gu Yuan, her eyes clearly saying, "I'll settle the score with you later." She quickly reached out, wanting to gently touch her daughter's face. The scene I had envisioned, my daughter crying uncontrollably, did not occur. The little one in my arms, apart from pouting slightly and having a few tears welling up in her eyes at the beginning, was unusually quiet now. Sweetie opened her big, dark grape-like eyes, looked at her father who was full of guilt, and then at her mother who was about to cry. She reached out her chubby little hand and patted Gu Yuan's arm. Then, she turned her head and touched Song Shiwei's cheek with her other small hand.
This left both Song Shiwei and Gu Yuan completely bewildered. No. What's going on? Why does this child act like a little adult? Was that earth-shattering crying just now a hallucination for the couple? Just as the two were staring at each other, full of questions, the whoosh-whoosh demonic sound pierced their minds again. The source of the crying was not the sweetie in their arms. Instead, Mimi was still lying on the bed, dumbfounded. The little girl, Mimi, was curled up in a ball, covering her eyes, crying so heartbrokenly that her soul was breaking. Her little shoulders were trembling, and tears were falling like raindrops. She looked so sad that anyone who didn't know better would think she was the one being slapped. Song Shiwei. Gu Yuan. The couple was completely dumbfounded. This script is wrong. The victim remained calm as a chicken, while the perpetrator burst into tears first? What's wrong with Mimi? Song Shui quickly hugged Mimi and let her stay with her sister.
As soon as Mimi was in her mother's arms, she cried even harder. She cried as she pointed her little finger at the red mark on Tian's face, sobbing and unable to speak clearly.
Wa'ata. Have to. Now I understand everything.
This little girl felt sorry for her older sister and also felt guilty, which caused her to break down.
Gu Yuan watched this scene with mixed feelings.
He had just been sternly about to scold his daughter, but now, seeing his little girl crying so hard she could barely breathe, all his authority vanished, leaving only helplessness and a soft heart.
Okay, Mimi, don't cry. Gu Yuan awkwardly tried to wipe Mimi's tears.
But the moment he touched her, Mimi cried even louder, burying her head in Song Shui's arms, looking exactly like a pitiful little girl who had made a mistake and was afraid of being scolded. Just then, Tian, who hadn't said a word, moved.
She peeked out from Gu Yuan's arms and moved closer to her younger sister.
Then, with her uninjured cheek, she gently rubbed Mimi's tear-streaked face. Just like how her mother comforted her earlier, Tian patted Mimi's back gently with her little hands. A miraculous scene unfolded. Mimi, who had been crying her heart out just moments before, actually calmed down a little after being comforted by her older sister. She sobbed, looked up, and stared at her sister with red, swollen eyes.
Sweetie grinned at her, revealing a few tiny teeth.
Then, she took the initiative to extend her little hand. Mimi hesitated for a moment, then reached out her little hand and held her sister's hand tightly.
Two tiny hands clasped together.
Mimi looked at the red mark on her sister's face, her little mouth twitched again, and tears almost fell down her cheeks again. But she held back. She simply gripped her sister's hand tighter, as if silently saying I'm sorry. Seeing this heartwarming scene of sisterly affection, Song Shui and Gu Yuan felt their hearts melt. The tense atmosphere that was just moments ago chaotic and almost triggered a family war was instantly healed by these two little ones.
My God! Song Shui exclaimed softly, what kind of absolutely adorable little ones did I give birth to? Gu Yuan also wore a gratified smile, like a proud father. He reached out and embraced his wife and two daughters. Look at them, they're so young and they already know how to care for each other. Song Shui leaned against her husband's chest, feeling the warmth of the family reunion, and the restlessness and unease in her heart were finally temporarily suppressed. She picked up the already torn lace lingerie and casually threw it into the trash can. Never mind, it's just a piece of clothing. Nothing matters compared to children. Once the two little ones had calmed down and started playing with other toys on the bed again, Song Shui finally had time to deal with another matter that was bothering her. She glanced at Gu Yuan, who was leaning against the headboard, looking at his daughters with a silly grin on his face. She hesitated. Should we tell you? If I tell him, will he believe me? Do I still feel like I have postpartum depression and overthink things? Needless to say, that fleeting figure felt like a stone pressing on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Gu Yuan, Song Shui finally spoke. Gu Yuan didn't turn his head, his gaze still fixed on his daughters. I have something to tell you, but don't think I'm crazy. Song Shui organized her thoughts. Gu Yuan finally noticed the seriousness in her tone, turned around, and looked at her intently. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? It's not my body. Song Shui shook her head and took a deep breath. Just now, when you were washing the diapers, I glanced out the window. I saw your mother. Gu Yuan's smile froze. What did you say? He frowned, his tone clearly showing disbelief. You said, you saw my mom? Downstairs? Yes. Song Shui nodded firmly. It was on that path in the garden. Even though it was just for a moment, I'm sure it was her. Gu Yuan's first reaction was that it was absurd. Wei, what time is it? It's almost midnight. Chapter 46. Why is she here? My mom, how could she possibly be downstairs at this hour? What's she doing here? You must be seeing things. I've been too tired from taking care of the kids lately, and my eyes are playing tricks on me. This is the same excuse again. Song Shui's temper flared up instantly. I'm not seeing things. She sat up straight and raised her voice a little. That way of walking, and that perfectly styled hair, who else could it be but her? Gu Yuan, can you please stop thinking I'm being unreasonable? I didn't. Gu Yuan also felt wronged. I just think this doesn't make sense. Even if she wanted to come, why didn't she just ring the doorbell openly? Why did she have to wander around in the garden downstairs? It doesn't make sense. How am I supposed to know what she's after?
Song Shui scratched her head in frustration.
Isn't this exactly what I asked you to analyze? The atmosphere between the two instantly became tense again.
Sweetie and Honey on the bed seemed to sense their parents' argument. They stopped what they were doing, turned their heads in unison, and looked at them with their identical, clear, and innocent big eyes.
Just then. Ding dong. The doorbell rang out without warning.
In the stillness of the night, it sounded particularly abrupt and jarring. The argument in the bedroom came to an abrupt end.
Song Shui and Gu Yuan exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Who would come so late?
An absurd and terrifying thought simultaneously entered the minds of the two of them.
No way. Gu Yuan swallowed hard, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. I'll go take a look.
Song Shui's heart was pounding, and she grabbed Gu Yuan's arm.
Be careful.
Her palms were cold and trembling slightly. Gu Yuan patted the back of her hand to reassure her, then tiptoed out of the bedroom. Song Shui pricked up her ears, listening to the sounds coming from downstairs.
She heard Gu Yuan's footsteps as he walked into the entrance hall, followed by the beep of the electronic lock unlocking. The door opened.
It was very quiet downstairs, there wasn't a sound of anyone talking. Song Shui's heart was in her throat.
What happened? Who is it? Is it a prank?
Just as she was lost in thought, Gu Yuan's dry voice, filled with suppressed shock, finally came from downstairs.
Mom? Why have you come? Song Shui's mind went blank for a moment. It really is her. It really is Xia Yulan. She guessed right.
But instead of giving her any sense of victory, this sent an even deeper chill from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head.
What does she want to do here in the middle of the night? Immediately afterwards, Xia Yulan's signature voice, tinged with urgency and assertiveness, pierced through the floorboards and came up clearly. How could I not come?
My heart was pounding, and I had a feeling something bad was going to happen at home.
Where are Sweetie and Honey? And Shui? Are you all right?
The voice of Xia Yulan, the old lady downstairs, was strong and penetrating. Every word hit Song Shui's ears clearly. She was still frozen on the bed, her mind a complete mess. Gu Yuan had already gone to meet him, his voice full of helplessness.
Mom, please keep your voice down, the children have just fallen asleep. We're all fine, what could possibly happen?
Song Shui took a deep breath, quickly threw off the covers, grabbed a coat and draped it over her pajamas, then ran downstairs in her slippers.
Just as I reached the top of the stairs, I saw my mother-in-law, Xia Yulan, rush up like a whirlwind, her face filled with undisguised anxiety. She bypassed Gu Yuan, who was blocking her way, and rushed straight into the bedroom. Let me see my precious granddaughter.
Xia Yulan rushed into the bedroom, without even turning on the lights, and pounced on the bedside using the light from the hallway.
Sweetie and Honey were just awakened by their parents' argument and the doorbell ringing.
Right now, she's staring at this strange yet familiar grandmother who suddenly barged in with her big, dark eyes.
Oh, my darling.
Seeing that her two granddaughters were safe and sound, Xia Yulan finally felt relieved, and her tone softened instantly, filled with affection. She reached out and carefully touched Mimi's little face, then turned to Tian Tian on the other side. Just as her fingertips were about to touch Tian Tian's face, she suddenly stopped.
Etc. Xia Yulan's expression changed instantly.
She turned her head sharply and turned on the bedside lamp in the bedroom. In the soft light, a clear, light red scratch stood out on her sweet, fair face. Although it wasn't deep, it was enough to make a grandmother's heart ache.
What's going on? Xia Yulan's anger flared up again.
She turned around abruptly and glared at Gu Yuan, who had followed her in.
Gu Yuan. Is this how you take care of my child? You're blind, can't you see this huge gash on the child's face? I entrusted my child to you, not for you to mistreat him like this. The harsh reprimand left Gu Yuan completely bewildered.
He leaned closer and noticed the small bruises on Tian Tian's face, and immediately shrank back guiltily.
I didn't notice. Of course you didn't notice. Where was your attention? Xia Yulan was furious.
Seeing that the conflict was about to escalate, Song Shui quickly rushed over to smooth things over.
Mom, don't be angry. It's not Gu Yuan's fault. It's my fault for not watching him properly.
She sat down on the edge of the bed, hugged Tian, and explained softly.
It's Mimi.
She was fighting with her sister over a toy and accidentally got scratched. It's normal for kids to roughhouse and fight without knowing their own strength. Upon hearing that it was another beloved granddaughter who had done the good deed, Xia Yulan's barrage of criticism instantly fell silent. She looked at this and then at that, her anger quickly replaced by heartache and helplessness.
Oh, my little darlings.
She bent down and gently blew on the scratches on Tian's face, her eyes full of doting affection.
Does it hurt, my sweetie?
Sweetie blinked her big eyes and looked at the grandma in front of her.
Xia Yulan's heart melted at the sight of it.
Just then, she noticed with her sharp eyes that Mimi, who had been lifted away by Song Shiwei, was still clutching a pink, high-quality ribbon in her hand.
Ha? What's that little girl holding in her hand? Xia Yulan asked curiously. Song Shiwei's heart skipped a beat. Broken. That ribbon fell off her battle robe.
If her mother-in-law found out that she was wearing that kind of thing in the middle of the night and the child was using it as a toy. That scene was absolutely a massive social disaster.
Song Shiwei's mind raced.
Before Xia Yulan could reach for it, she swiftly rescued the ribbon from Mimi's hand and discreetly hid it behind her back. She forced a perfect smile onto her face.
Oh, this is a decorative ribbon on a gift box.
I don't know where she found it, but she loves it so much and keeps playing with it.
Really? Xia Yulan didn't doubt it, and her attention quickly returned to the child.
That's how kids are, they can play with a plastic bottle for ages. Song Shiwei breathed a long sigh of relief.
That was close. We managed to fool them at least once.
A late-night disturbance was temporarily quelled thanks to the children's sweet words and Song Shiwei's quick wit.
Chapter 47, Acquiring a Milk Powder Factory?
After confirming that her granddaughters had only had a false alarm, Xia Yulan followed the two back downstairs to the living room. Gu Yuan poured Xia Yulan a cup of hot water, finally having the opportunity to ask the question that had been on his mind.
Mom, honestly, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly come here in the middle of the night?
Song Shiwei also pricked up her ears. This was the part she couldn't understand the most. Xia Yulan herself also felt it was eerie when this was mentioned. She took a sip of hot water, patted her chest, and said, I don't know what happened either.
My right eyelid started twitching during dinner tonight, and it makes me anxious. Later, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. I kept feeling that something was going to happen to you, especially my two precious granddaughters. I was so anxious and couldn't stay in bed any longer, so I asked your dad to drive me here to see a doctor.
When I got downstairs, I still felt uneasy, so I thought I'd wander around the neighborhood first. I checked upstairs to see if there was any movement. Then I saw Wei Wei looking at me from the window. Xia Yulan's explanation sounded a bit mysterious, but it perfectly matched all the timelines. Song Shiwei and Gu Yuan exchanged a glance, both finding it somewhat unbelievable.
Is this what they call the bond between mother and child? Or perhaps the bond between grandparents and grandchildren? Gu Yuan asked again, where's my dad? Why didn't he come up? Your dad? A proud yet mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Xia Yulan's face. He didn't even get out of the car, he just dropped me off and went back. He's busy. Busy? Gu Yuan was even more puzzled. What is he busy with in the middle of the night?
Xia Yulan rolled her eyes at him, her tone laced with smugness.
Of course, they're busy preparing an earth-shattering gift for our sweetie in honey. What kind of big gift? Song Shiwei asked curiously.
Xia Yulan cleared her throat, leaned forward slightly, and spoke in a tone as if announcing important news.
Your dad has made up his mind.
He wants to acquire a milk powder factory to produce the highest quality, safest, and most nutritious milk powders specifically for our sweetie in honey.
He's even thought of a name for the factory, Sweetness. Sweet as sweet, honey as honey. Puff. Gu Yuan almost spat out his water.
Song Shiwei was also completely dumbfounded.
What the heck? Acquire a milk powder factory? Just because you're worried about the safety of formula bought from outside? What kind of domineering CEO grandpa script is this? This is outrageously extravagant.
It took Gu Yuan a long time to find his voice, his lips twitching.
Mom, you're not joking with Dad, are you? Build a milk powder factory? This is too outrageous. What's all the fuss about?
Xia Yulan said with a this is nothing expression.
Your dad gave you a wedding house without batting an eye. What's building a factory to feed my granddaughter? You don't need to worry about this. He knows what he's doing. Song Shui no longer knew what expression to wear to face all of this.
Just as the two were still reeling from the shock of my father-in-law is going to build a factory for my daughter, Xia Yulan pulled out something even more shocking from her bag.
Snap.
A small, red, hard-covered notebook was slapped onto the coffee table in the living room.
Household registration booklet.
Xia Yulan looked at the two of them, her expression turning serious. The child is so grown up now, it's time for you two to start thinking about marriage. Before, when Wei Wei's health hadn't fully recovered, I didn't rush you. She looks pretty good now. You two should find a time to get your marriage certificate. She pointed to the household registration book on the table, her tone leaving no room for argument.
I've brought you all the notebooks. Once Wei Wei's medical checkup is clear, we'll pick an auspicious day and get this done. Our Gu family's eldest grandson and granddaughter cannot be married off so improperly. Household registration booklet. Red. Hard-shelled. Xia Yulan slammed it onto the coffee table with a smack.
That sound made Song Shui's heart skip a beat even more than when she had just heard acquiring a milk powder factory.
Gu Yuan and Song Shui's attention was completely drawn to the little red book. The impact was too strong.
From the milk powder factory to the household registration book, this mother-in-law gets things done faster than a rocket.
Gu Yuan couldn't help himself, considering the car and how Song Shui had when she was discharged from the hospital. He secretly pulled Xia Yulan aside and asked her, "Mom, where did we get so much money?" Xia Yulan looked guilty.
"Actually, our family has a little money, but your dad didn't want to tell you too early.
He wanted you to get more experience outside." Gu Yuan's eyes widened when he heard this.
He had worked hard at the company and his savings were no more than 5 figures. Now that he suddenly knew he was a rich second generation, he was really shocked, even more so than Song Shui. Xia Yulan looked at the two of them, her expression turning serious.
Gu Yuan was at his wits' end looking at his mother's "this matter must be settled today" attitude.
He rubbed his temples, trying to make a final stand.
"Mom, isn't this a bit too hasty? Us in a hurry?"
Xia Yulan immediately interrupted him, her eyes widening.
"My granddaughter is almost a month old, and you're telling me you're in a hurry? Gu Yuan, let me tell you, there's no room for discussion on this. If you dare to let Wei Wei and my two precious granddaughters suffer even the slightest grievance, see how I deal with you."
That makes it sound like Gu Yuan is a scumbag who starts a relationship and then abandons it. Song Shui, listening from the side, almost laughed. This mother-in-law, when she gets protective of her own, even scolds her own son. However, my heart felt warm. It feels so good to be protected like this.
Gu Yuan was completely at a loss.
He cleared his throat and finally surrendered.
Okay, Mom, don't be angry. Once Wei Wei finishes her medical checkup, we'll pick a date to get our marriage certificate, okay?" Upon hearing this promise, Xia Yulan's expression brightened.
She nodded in satisfaction, picked up her teacup, took a sip of water to moisten her throat, as if the aggressive person from just moments ago was not her.
"That's more like it."
She put down her teacup, as if she had remembered something.
"Oh, right, there's something else." Gu Yuan and Song Shui's hearts jumped again. The amount of information tonight has seriously exceeded the limit. One more, and the CPU is really going to burn out. Xia Yulan stood up gracefully, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and pointed. "Do you see that villa over there?" Gu Yuan looked in the direction she pointed.
In the darkness, a few courtyard lights were lit on the villa across the street, making it look quiet and beautiful.
"I saw it, so what?" Xia Yulan's face once again revealed that proud smile that said, "These are all minor incidents. I've discussed it with your dad. From now on, my wife and I will live there." The air froze again. Chapter 48. Being a mom is so hard. Gu Yuan and Song Shui felt their necks stiffen. "Ha?" Gu Yuan picked at his ear, wondering if he had misheard. "Mom, you said, you live across the street?" "Yes, that is right." Xia Yulan nodded matter-of-factly. Song Shui swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "You mean, you rented it?" "Rent?"
Xia Yulan laughed, her smile carrying a hint of daughter-in-law. "You're too naive.
We are family-oriented and don't have the habit of renting. Your dad bought that building, along with the yard, this afternoon." You bought it?" Song Shui felt that her understanding of Gu Yuan's family was being refreshed again and again. Gu Yuan was completely convinced. No, Mom, why are you buying that place? Don't we have enough room at home? How can that be the same? Xia Yulan rolled her eyes at him. I have to look after my precious granddaughter every day. She walked back to the sofa, a slightly smug look on her face. But I've also thought about it. Living under the same roof as you two might disturb your time together as a young couple. You young people always have things to do at night. Upon hearing this, Song Sherwei's face instantly turned bright red. Mother-in-law, what are you saying? Xia Yulan didn't seem to care at all and continued, so, living across the street is just right. Being close by means I can come over anytime for a sweet hug. You can close the door at night and do whatever you want. This old woman is old and hard of hearing, I can't hear anything. After saying that, she winked at Song Sherwei. Song Sherwei. All she wants to do right now is crawl into a hole in the ground. Gu Yuan was also embarrassed and could only cough twice to cover it up. His mother's way of speaking is just too unrestrained. After finally seeing Xia Yulan off, Gu Yuan closed the door and let out a long sigh of relief. The whole world is finally quiet. When he turned around, he saw Song Sherwei still standing blankly in the middle of the living room, her eyes unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. He walked over and gently hugged her from behind. What's wrong? Did your mom scare you? Song Sherwei leaned against him, feeling the warmth of his chest, and her chaotic emotions slowly calmed down. She was silent for a moment before speaking softly. Gu Yuan. Do we really want to get our marriage certificate right away? Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then turned her around so that she was facing him. Don't you want to? No. Song Sherwei shook her head, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. Looking at the young and handsome face in front of her, she suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable inferiority. Previously, she thought Gu Yuan was just an ordinary person from a well-off family. But now, there are milk powder factories, detached villas. One thing after another told her that the Gu family was not just good, but a top-tier wealthy family. Look at you, she whispered, young, handsome, and from such a well-off family. She paused, then her voice became even softer. I'm 2 years older than you, and I even had your child, and my figure has changed. Gu Yuan immediately understood her concerns. He felt a mix of anger, amusement, and a pang of sympathy. He reached out his finger and gently stroked her nose. Are you stupid? You used to be a female CEO, and people couldn't even curry favor with you. So what if you're 2 years older? There's a saying that goes, a woman 3 years older brings good fortune. You're only 2 years older, so rounding it up, I'm actually losing out by a brick, aren't I? Put. Song Sherwei was amused by him, and the gloom in her heart dissipated considerably. You're never serious. Gu Yuan put away his joking expression, cupped her face, and looked intently into her eyes. Song Sherwei, listen to me carefully. I love you as a person, and from beginning to end, it has only been you. They are our treasures, the best gift you have ever given me. As for her figure. He looked her up and down, a wicked smile playing on his lips. I've checked her out. She feels great, and she's got all the curves she needs. Song Sherwei's face turned red again, and she reached out and punched him. Rogue. I'll only be a scoundrel with you. Gu Yuan smiled and grabbed her hand, holding it tightly in his palm. So, stop overthinking, okay? If anyone dares to say even a single no to you, I'll be the first to object. His words were like a warm current, soothing all the unease in Song Sherwei's heart. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she nodded vigorously. Just then, a soft ee-ee-ee-yeah sound came from the nursery. It's Honey waking up. The two smiled at each other and went into the room together. Little Mimi is opening her big, dark grape-like eyes, and her little mouth is opening and closing, making cute little noises. Gu Yuan picked her up and kissed her on her little face. Is our little darling awake? Is she singing for her dad? He held his little darling and gently rocked her. Come on, sing one for Daddy, and Daddy will buy you candy later. She saw Gu Yuan's face leaning close to her and kicked her leg. A chubby little foot landed squarely on Gu Yuan's cheek. Soft and with a milky aroma. Your sister is singing to entertain, and you kick your dad right away, huh? Are you two ganging up on me? He didn't dodge. Instead, he rubbed his cheek against Sweetie's little soles. Little Sweetie felt ticklish from being rubbed and giggled. The crisp laughter and the little girl's babbling intertwined, creating the most beautiful melody of the night. It's late at night.
Song Shui took her pajamas and prepared to take a shower. After taking a shower, she dried herself off and prepared to change her clothes. She took a piece of underwear out of the closet.
I bought this before I got pregnant.
At that time, it was a bit loose in the cups, but it became even looser after I gave birth. She put it on casually. However, when she fastened the clasp and looked in the mirror, she was stunned. In the mirror, the bra that was originally a little loose was now stretched to its limit, fitting perfectly, not too big or too small.
It perfectly outlines the full curves. Song Shui's first reaction was not surprise. Rather, it was shock. Oh my god! How much weight have I gained?
She subconsciously pinched the soft flesh around her waist.
It seems a bit thicker than before. Oh no, this postpartum meal is way too nourishing.
When she looked at herself in the mirror, her face instantly fell. She had just been comforted by Gu Yuan and was no longer bothered by the age issue. Now, new anxieties have arisen.
Weight anxiety.
Looking at her reflection in the mirror, a reflection that was both familiar and unfamiliar, Song Shui couldn't help but let out a long sigh.
Being a mom is so hard.
The next morning, Song Shui's anxiety about her weight reached its peak as Xia Yulan brought her a lovingly prepared breakfast.
2 large bowls of milky white Crucian carp soup.
A whole plate of golden scrambled eggs sprinkled with chopped scallions. There was also a dish of stir-fried pork liver specially prepared to replenish her qi and blood. In addition, there was a bowl of white rice piled up like a small mountain.
Mom, this is too much, I really can't eat it.
Song Shui's face turned green when she saw the scene before her. When she looks at these supplements now, she doesn't see nutrition, but rather lumps of fat that will soon grow on her body. Xia Yulan put the chopsticks into her hand.
You have to eat, even if you can't. Chapter 49. Let's get the marriage certificate today.
You're not alone now, you have to feed 2 little golden nuggets.
How can you manage if they don't eat more?
As Xia Yulan spoke, she picked up another large chopstick of pig liver and put it into her bowl. Song Shui looked at the overflowing food in her bowl, feeling like crying but unable to. She was depressed for half the night because of her body image issues, and today's meal was like rubbing salt into her wounds. But looking at her mother-in-law's face, which was full of concern and expectation, she couldn't bring herself to refuse.
Never mind. Eat up.
For the sake of my daughter's food supply. Song Shui steeled her heart, closed her eyes, picked up her chopsticks, and began to shovel food into her mouth.
The wind swept away the clouds. Instead of dwelling on the accumulation of fat, let's get it over with quickly. Xia Yulan watched from the side with a broad smile. Ah, that's more like it.
Being able to eat is a blessing. Eat more so your body can recover faster.
Half an hour later.
Song Shui slumped in her chair, burping from the strain, feeling like a salted fish who had lost all his dreams. She touched her round belly, feeling utterly hopeless.
It's over. Now I'm one step closer to 120 pounds.
Xia Yulan finished cleaning up the dishes with satisfaction, and then carefully helped Song Shui.
Come on, go back to your room and lie down.
Leave the dishes and chopsticks for Gu Yuan to wash. He's a grown man, he can't just sit at home doing nothing all the time. With Xia Yulan's help, Song Shui slowly made her way back to her room.
She really doesn't want to move at all right now. In the kitchen.
Gu Yuan resignedly tied on his apron and began his battle with the pile of greasy dishes in the sink. As the only able-bodied man in the family, he did this little bit of work without complaint. He hummed a little tune as he skillfully squeezed on dish soap and rubbed it to create bubbles. Just as he finished washing the last dish and was about to rinse it with water, a blue light screen, visible only to him, suddenly popped up in front of him.
Ding dong!
Congratulations, host! You have completed the wash dishes 1,000 times achievement, reaching an advanced housework milestone.
System upgrade in progress, family contribution points being calculated. Reward, 1 maternal and infant body enhancement potion.
Medication description: this product comprehensively improves postpartum weakness, slow wound healing, and blood and qi deficiency in mothers, while also enhancing the physical fitness and vitality of breastfeeding infants. It has no side effects.
Should we use it immediately?
Gu Yuan stared at the words on the screen, then was overjoyed.
This system is truly a treasure trove.
He was just worrying about how to help Song Shui recover and alleviate her postpartum anxiety when this reward came.
Mother and baby physical enhancement? Buy 1 get 2 free. Use it. Immediately. Right now.
Gu Yuan didn't hesitate for a moment and silently recited it in his heart.
The medication has been used. The full effect will be visible within 3 minutes.
The system notification disappeared, and Gu Yuan wiped his hands, eager to run back to his room.
He wanted to see for himself just how miraculous the medicine was. Inside the room,
Song Sherwei was leaning against the headboard, gently rubbing her lower abdomen. The cesarean section wound still occasionally sends stabbing pains through her, making her frown involuntarily.
Being a mother is really not easy.
As she was marveling at this, suddenly, the familiar pain in her lower abdomen disappeared without warning.
Does it stop hurting? Song Sherwei was somewhat taken aback.
She tried to sit up straight and gently press the wound.
Real. It doesn't hurt at all anymore.
The burning, pulling pain from before had vanished without a trace, leaving only a warm sensation.
What happened? Or is it just my imagination?
She picked up her phone from the bedside table, wondering if she could turn on the camera to check her complexion. When the screen lit up, she was stunned. The face reflected on the phone screen showed no trace of postpartum haggardness or sallow complexion. Her skin was fair and radiant with a healthy glow, and the dark circles under her eyes had faded considerably.
She looked radiant and had an amazing complexion. This is me? Why does your complexion look even better than before you were pregnant?
Song Sherwei could hardly believe her eyes. She checked several times before confirming that the radiant person on the screen was indeed herself.
Yeah.
Just then, the little girl in the crib suddenly let out a clear cry. Song Sherwei turned her head to look. Little Mimi was staring wide-eyed, using all 4 limbs to thrash about on the bed, her little legs kicking with great energy. Not to be outdone, Sweetie next to her was blowing bubbles with her little mouth and waving her little hands in the air, full of energy.
Why are these 2 little ones so excited today? Did he take performance-enhancing drugs? Song Sherwei was full of questions and couldn't connect these changes with Gu Yuan at all. She just felt that everything was strange.
The pain in my body suddenly disappeared, my complexion inexplicably improved, and even my 2 daughters became full of energy.
That's really strange.
She was puzzled, so she threw off the covers and got out of bed, wanting to hug her 2 unusually excited daughters.
I've only taken 2 steps. Song Sherwei.
A low growl filled with anger came from the doorway.
Gu Yuan strode in with a dark expression on his face.
He scooped Song Sherwei up in his arms and carried her back to the bed in a few steps, then pulled the blanket over her and wrapped her up tightly.
Who told you to get out of bed? You're barefoot. What do you want? Ha?
Gu Yuan was genuinely furious, his tone both fierce and urgent.
Song Sherwei was stunned by his shout. I just want to see the children.
Looking at Gu Yuan's face, which was filled with "I'm very angry," she whispered a little aggrievedly in defense.
Besides, I feel like I'm almost fully recovered, and the wound doesn't hurt anymore. Even if the pain subsides, you can't let your guard down. Gu Yuan reached out and flicked her forehead without any hesitation. Lie down properly. If I see you walking barefoot again, I'll tie you to the bed.
As he was speaking, Xia Yulan walked in carrying a bowl of freshly stewed bird's nest.
What's wrong? What's all the commotion about so early in the morning?
As soon as she entered the room, she saw Song Sherwei on the bed, looking incredibly healthy, and her 2 lively granddaughters in the crib.
Xia Yulan's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my god. Sherwei, you look amazing today. You're like a completely different person. And sweetness too, look how energetic it is.
Xia Yulan put down the bird's nest, moved closer to the bedside, looked at it from left to right, and became more and more delighted. She suddenly slapped her thigh, as if she had come up with a brilliant idea.
Got it. Xia Yulan's gaze swept back and forth between Gu Yuan and Song Sherwei, and she couldn't stop smiling. I think today is a good day. Sherwei has recovered so well, and the children are in great spirits. There's no time like the present. You two, go and get your marriage certificate today. Get a marriage certificate?
Song Sherwei was completely stunned.
My mother-in-law's suggestion was so sudden. Although she and Gu Yuan had a child, they had never actually discussed getting a marriage certificate.
Before, I was busy with pregnancy, then childbirth, and the company.
I was so busy that I had no time to think about this.
Only after Xia Yulan reminded her did Song Sherwei belatedly realize what was happening.
That's right. She and Gu Yuan are not legally married yet.
Gu Yuan was also taken aback by his mother's unexpected move, but then, he couldn't help but smile.
Mom, I think your idea is excellent. Chapter 50 Husband, you're such a treasure.
He looked at Song Shui, his eyes filled with a barely perceptible mix of anticipation and nervousness.
Shui, what do you think?
Looking into Gu Yuan's burning eyes, and then at her mother-in-law beside her who had a say yes expression on her face, Song Shui's cheeks flushed slightly.
I have no objection. Okay.
Xia Yulan clapped her hands, even more excited than the two parties involved.
It's settled then. You guys get ready, I'll go get the car.
She turned around in a flurry, muttering, "Oh dear, I need to find my household registration booklet. Where did I put it?" Watching her mother-in-law's excited back, Song Shui felt a little like laughing, but her heart was filled with warmth. She turned her head and met Gu Yuan's gaze, and couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Your mom's initiative is just too strong."
As I see fit.
Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow and answered seriously. Song Shui was amused by him, and the slight nervousness in her heart disappeared.
Getting a marriage certificate sounds like a great decision.
She lifted the covers, and this time she learned her lesson, first finding her slippers by the bedside and putting them on.
I'm going to wash up and change my clothes.
Gu Yuan nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on her as he watched her walk into the bathroom.
10 minutes later, Song Shui looked at herself in the mirror and struggled with her dilemma.
Her skin has recovered, and is even better than before. She can go out without makeup without any pressure.
But getting the marriage certificate. Taking photos for our marriage certificate. This is a photo that will stay with me for the rest of my life. How can I just take it casually? I have to wear makeup. I must have a delicate, photogenic, and flawless makeup look.
Song Shui pulled out her long and used makeup bag and began with great enthusiasm.
The base makeup is perfect. Eyeshadow, okay.
The eyeliner was barely acceptable.
Then, it's time to draw the eyebrows.
Song Shui looked in the mirror, gesturing left and right, her eyebrow pencil trembling as if she had Parkinson's disease.
It's over.
She's always been terrible at makeup, and she usually relies entirely on luck when drawing her eyebrows, ending up with something like crayon Shinchan 8 out of 10 times. On this important day, my hands are completely out of control.
Well.
She sighed with a worried expression. There was a knock on the bathroom door, and Gu Yuan's voice came in.
Not ready yet?
Almost there, almost there.
Song Shui replied guiltily, but her hands moved even more frantically. Without realizing it, my hand trembled, and a thick, black eyebrow shot straight up into the sky. Ah! Song Shui let out a desperate cry. How can I face anyone now? Hearing the commotion outside, Gu Yuan pushed the door open and came in. What's wrong?
As soon as he entered, he saw Song Shui with two eyebrows that could be described as performance art, looking at him with a lifeless expression.
Gu Yuan was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but chuckle softly. You.
Song Shui was both embarrassed and angry, and picked up the makeup remover pad next to her to wipe it off.
Don't laugh. Okay, I won't laugh.
Gu Yuan said he wouldn't smile, but the upturned corners of his mouth and the smile in his eyes were impossible to hide. He stepped forward and took the eyebrow pencil from her hand.
I'll do it. You? Song Shui looked at him suspiciously. Can you? How could a grown man possibly do something as delicate as drawing eyebrows?
Gu Yuan didn't speak, but gently lifted her chin with his other hand, making her face him. He was very close, his warm breath spraying on her cheeks with a refreshing minty scent.
Song Shui's heart skipped a beat. Gu Yuan held the eyebrow pencil, his expression focused, his wrist incredibly steady.
The pen tip gently touched her brow bone, following the shape of her eyebrows, outlining and filling in stroke by stroke.
His movements were fluid and incredibly professional. In less than a minute. All right. Gu Yuan took a step back, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction.
Song Shui quickly moved closer to the mirror. In the mirror, one of her eyebrows was the car crash she had just drawn, while the other was the one Gu Yuan had just drawn. Those eyebrows, with their smooth and natural shape, appropriate shades of color, and slightly upturned tails, made the person look heroic and spirited. These are textbook examples of natural-looking eyebrows. Song Shui blinked hard, hardly believing it. Gu Yuan, where did you learn this skill? How can a grown man like you draw eyebrows? And do it so well? This skill level is way better than a bunch of so-called makeup artists out there.
My aunt is a makeup artist. When I was little, she made me work as a model.
I picked it up from a young age, Gu Yuan explained casually.
It's more than just a little bit. This is absolutely professional level.
Song Shiwei's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Gu Yuan's arm, her attitude completely changing.
God! Help me!
She pointed to her face.
Since you're so good at this, why not go all the way and do my whole makeup? Please, Master Gu.
Seeing her fawning attitude, Gu Yuan found it both funny and cute.
All right.
He picked up his tools again and resumed his work as Master Gu. Song Shiwei obediently closed her eyes, letting him paint on her face. I have to say, professionals really do make a difference. Gu Yuan's technique was light and gentle. The feeling of the brush sweeping across her cheeks was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep.
When Gu Yuan said it's done, Song Shiwei eagerly opened her eyes.
The person in the mirror made her hold her breath for a moment. The entire makeup look is exquisite and natural, exuding a high-end feel, yet you can't tell that you're wearing any makeup.
This is me?
Song Shiwei touched her face, feeling like she was dreaming.
How was it? Master Gu's skills were pretty good, right? Gu Yuan leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, looking smug. It's not just skillful. It's downright divine. Song Shiwei excitedly rushed over and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Honey, you're such a treasure.
Gu Yuan touched his cheek where he had been kissed. His ears were a little red, but his mood had visibly improved.
All right, go change your clothes. The two chose the simplest white shirts as matching outfits for their trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Gu Yuan changed his clothes and came out of the bedroom. Xia Yulan had already carried the two little ones to the balcony in the living room.
Inside the stroller, Sweetie and Honey, dressed in adorable little clothes, stared wide-eyed at the world with curiosity. Mom, what are you doing? Gu Yuan walked over. Let the babies get some sunshine. Xia Yulan explained with a smile. The doctor said that more sun exposure can help with calcium absorption and reduce jaundice, which is good for the baby. Gu Yuan looked down at the two little pink bundles in the stroller, his heart melting. How could his daughter be so adorable? Tiny hands, tiny feet, rosy cheeks, every part of them touched his heart. He reached out his finger and gently touched Nini's little face. The little guy immediately let out a ee-ya sound, opened his little mouth, and blew out a pretty bubble. Gu Yuan's heart was instantly filled with happiness. He crouched down, his gaze level with his daughters, and coaxed them in a silly tone that he himself didn't realize. Sweetie, Honey, look at Daddy. Quick, call him Dad. Dad. He drew out his voice, which was full of coaxing. Sweetie seemed to understand, staring at him with her big, round eyes, her little mouth moving slightly. Gu Yuan's heart jumped into his throat. It's about to be called. It's time to call him Dad. He held his breath, intently anticipating that heavenly sound. However, the next second, he only felt a heat on his thigh. A warm liquid quickly soaked his trousers through the thin fabric of his shirt. Gu Yuan. Chapter 51. A family should be together. Gu Yuan lowered his head stiffly. Sweetie was grinning at him with her toothless little mouth, her face full of innocent joy. On his white casual pants, a yellow water stain was rapidly expanding. Xia Yulan, who was standing to the side, was stunned for a moment and then burst into a thunderous laugh. Ha 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 ha. Oh, my silly son. She's giving you a baptism. Our Sweetie loves Daddy, here's your stamp. Gu Yuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His long-awaited first intimate contact with his daughter turned out to be a pee? This damn sense of ritual. Song Shiwei had just changed her clothes and came out when she saw this ridiculous scene in the living room. Her mother-in-law, Xia Yulan, was laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight, clutching her stomach. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, stood on the balcony with a dark expression, looking down at his pants, which were soaked. Put. Song Shiwei couldn't help but laugh too. Hearing the laughter, Gu Yuan raised his head resentfully, his eyes filled with accusation. You're still laughing. This is the work of your daughter. Song Shiwei walked to his side, stood on tiptoe, and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't be angry, honey. Our Sweetie likes you, she's stamping your name and certifying your status as her biological father. Her words were almost exactly the same as what Xia Yulan had just said. Gu Yuan was even more frustrated. Are you mothers and wives like this? I've been bullied like this, and you're still laughing. Xia Yulan finally managed to stop laughing and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. All right, my silly son, go change your pants. Gu Yuan sighed resignedly and turned to go back to his bedroom. What a bad start.
He shouldn't have even dreamed of hearing his daughter call him dad for the first time today. Well, instead of hearing dad, he got a scalding piss first.
This fatherly love is so heavy it makes you want to cry.
By the time Gu Yuan changed into a pair of casual pants and came out, Song Sherwei and Xia Yulan had already calmed the two little ones down. Sweetie had probably emptied her stomach and was now smacking her lips contentedly, looking completely innocent. Mimi stood to the side, waving her little fists and babbling something unintelligible.
It's getting late, let's hurry up and go, Gu Yuan said, glancing at the time.
Okay.
Song Sherwei nodded. The two walked to the stroller, ready to say goodbye to the babies.
Sweetie, honey, mommy and daddy are going out for a bit, we'll be back soon. Song Sherwei bent down, her voice so gentle it could melt your heart.
You must all listen to grandma, okay? Gu Yuan also bent down and looked at his two daughters' exquisitely beautiful faces, his heart melting completely.
The resentment about having my pants wet was long forgotten. His heart and soul are now completely devoted to his beloved daughter. However, just as they finished saying goodbye and were about to straighten up and leave, the two little ones, who had been quiet, suddenly seemed to sense something. Her little mouth twitched.
Wow! Wow!
Too loud, aggrieved cries instantly shattered the tranquility of the living room. Sweetie and Honey were like they were having a competition, each crying louder than the other, their little faces turning bright red, tears streaming down their faces.
The little body squirmed in the stroller, its tiny hands flailing wildly in the air, filled with unease and distress. That felt like being abandoned by the whole world.
Song Sherwei's heart clenched immediately.
Baby, don't cry, mommy won't leave, mommy's here.
She immediately reached out and gently patted the two little ones' chests, soothing them softly. But this trick, which usually works every time to soothe a child, failed today. The two little ones didn't listen at all. Instead, their crying grew louder and louder, filled with a heart-wrenching despair.
Xia Yulan quickly came over to help soothe the situation. Oh my little darling, why are you crying like this? Are you hungry? Or have you peed your pants? She checked the diaper, it was dry.
I tried feeding them some water, but the babies wouldn't open their mouths, they just cried. The babies' loud cries echoed throughout the living room. Gu Yuan stood aside, looking at his daughters who were crying so hard they could barely breathe, and then at Song Sherwei, whose face was full of heartache and anxiety. His brows furrowed tightly.
Today is the day they get their marriage certificate. It is of great significance. But how can they leave in peace when their daughters are crying like this?
Just as he was caught in a dilemma, a mechanical notification sound suddenly rang in his mind.
Ding! Host distress detected.
System suggestion: the mother and baby's physical condition has initially improved and they are now ready for a short trip.
The baby can be taken along. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. Yes. How could he not have thought of that? Who said you can't bring your child to get a marriage certificate? I've got an idea.
He suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with excitement. Song Sherwei and Xia Yulan both looked up at him, puzzled.
What method?
Gu Yuan walked to the stroller, looked at his daughters whose little faces were red from crying, and spoke firmly.
Let's take Sweetie and Honey with us. Ha! Song Sherwei was stunned. Xia Yulan also looked surprised. Take them to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Is this going to work? They're so young, and it's windy outside. What if they catch a cold? Xia Yulan's concerns were not unfounded.
After all, it's a newborn who has just finished her postpartum period, she's very delicate. Mom, don't worry, Gu Yuan explained confidently. I just checked, the weather is great today, there's not much wind.
Moreover, we'll drive there directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau, so we won't be exposed to the wind the whole way.
Besides, the doctor said that the baby's constitution is much better than that of other children, and it is good for them to go out for some fresh air occasionally. His words were half true and half false. The weather was really nice, but the part that followed was purely due to the confidence provided by the system. Song Sherwei listened, and found herself somewhat tempted. She looked down at her daughters, who were still sobbing, and her heart melted completely. She simply couldn't bear to let them stay home and cry for hours, burdened by the fear and anxiety of their parents leaving.
If I could take them with me.
Then today, this special day, is truly complete.
I think it's possible.
Song Sherwei raised her head and looked at Gu Yuan, her eyes filled with anticipation.
Getting the marriage certificate with the babies would be so meaningful. Xia Yulan watched the couple's back and forth banter and understood everything.
She sighed, but a smile appeared on her face.
All right, I'll do whatever you say.
But we have to make sure we have everything ready: formula, hot water, diapers, and a small blanket.
We can't leave anything out.
Of course. Mom, you can come with us and help us on the way, Gu Yuan invited.
Me? Me too? Xia Yulan pointed to herself.
Of course. You're a great contributor to our family, you have to be there on such an important day.
Gu Yuan said sweetly. A family should always be together. Thus, what was originally a trip for two instantly escalated into a grand outing for a family of 5.
Xia Yulan quickly packed a large diaper bag, which was filled with all kinds of baby supplies. Song Shui dressed the two little ones in adorable onesies and put little hats on them. Amazingly, the two little ones stopped crying after I decided to take them out with me.
Chapter 52 Little Honey Gains Divine Power?
As if it could understand the adults' conversation, it simply stared at the busy adults with its big, dark eyes.
Everything is ready.
Gu Yuan and Song Shui each carried one child, while Xia Yulan carried a large bag on her back. The whole family set off in a grand procession. Since it was her first time going out, Xia Yulan was still worried, so she specially took a thin gauze blanket and gently covered the basket to block the wind that might get in through the gaps in the car window. Sweetie was probably tired from crying, or maybe she found the swaying in the car comfortable, because she closed her eyes and fell asleep in no time.
But the energetic Nini wasn't sleepy at all.
She lay in the basket, kicking her little legs and waving her little hands, full of curiosity about this new environment. Suddenly, a thin, white layer blocked her view.
She can't see anything anymore. That won't do. Little Honey is unhappy. Oh, whoa. Little Honey got a little anxious and made a dissatisfied noise.
Song Shui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, heard this and turned around to look.
What's wrong, Nini? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Yuan glanced in the rearview mirror and saw his daughter's little hands flailing under the blanket.
He chuckled softly. I guess she felt the blanket was blocking her view of the world. As he drove, he stretched out his arm, reached over the seat, and gently lifted a corner of the blanket. In an instant, light returned to Honey's world. She saw the light on the roof of the car, her mother's smiling profile, and her father's eyes looking at her from the rearview mirror.
Little Honey was happy.
But after a short while, Gu Yuan withdrew his hand, and the annoying cloth was put back on.
The world has darkened again. Little Honey is not having it.
She started waving her little hands and kicking her little legs again, launching a new round of protest. This time, she tried even harder. But it still didn't work. Little Honey was a little discouraged. She lay there, her little mouth pouting, her big eyes darting around as if she were trying to think of a solution. Suddenly, she thought of something. She puffed out her rosy cheeks and, with all her might, faced the blanket in front of her.
Puff!
She exhaled a saliva bubble, accompanied by a faint wisp of air.
Just as she poofed. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yuan, who had been keeping an eye on the back seat, made another precise move and ripped off the gauze blanket. Light has returned. Little Honey was stunned.
She blinked her big, dark eyes, looked at the blanket that had been thrown to one side, and then felt the force of her blow just now.
Could it be? Did she blow that annoying cloth away?
A tiny, wonderful idea took root and sprouted in Little Honey's still developing brain.
It seems she has discovered an amazing ability.
To verify her hypothesis, she decided to try again. She watched as Gu Yuan gently covered her with the blanket again, his gaze becoming focused in earnest. She puffed out her cheeks again, her little mouth pursed into an O shape. Xia Yulan, sitting next to her, and Song Shui, sitting in the front row, both looked at her curiously.
What is this little guy doing? Xia Yulan asked softly.
Gu Yuan watched his daughter's actions in the rearview mirror, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up wildly.
He suppressed a laugh and gave Song Shui a wink, signaling her to keep quiet. Under the spotlight, Little Honey took a deep breath. Puff! She blew hard again.
Gu Yuan's fingers, as if possessed by divine foresight, gently hooked at the very moment she blew out.
The gauze blanket was suddenly flung away again. It was a success. She really did blow it away. Honey's eyes instantly lit up like two obsidian stones. She succeeded. She possessed divine power. Giggle, giggle. Little Honey couldn't hold back any longer.
She grinned, revealing her toothless little mouth, and let out a clear, bell-like laugh.
She was so happy. She gestured wildly, as if showing off her new skill. Ah. Ya ya. Oh whoa. She laughed as she babbled in the direction of Gu Yuan and Song Shiwei, as if to say, Mommy and Daddy, look. I'm so amazing. Looking at her daughter's innocent and proud expression, Song Shiwei's heart was almost melted. Oh my god, does she really think I blew it away? Gu Yuan suppressed a laugh and nodded seriously. I think so. The carriage was filled with the happy laughter of babies and the doting chuckles of their families. The little time on the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau became especially warm and interesting because of this beautiful misunderstanding. The car quickly arrived near the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gu Yuan, with his sharp eyes, spotted a rather large convenience store by the roadside and asked Song Shiwei to wait there for a moment. Where are you going? Song Shiwei was somewhat curious. Gu Yuan winked mysteriously. You guess. After saying that, he pushed open the door, got out of the car, and dashed into the convenience store. Less than 2 minutes later, he returned to his car, carrying a large plastic bag, completely satisfied. Song Shiwei peeked inside and saw that the bag was full of beautifully packaged wedding candies and chocolates. Gu Yuan, why did you buy so much candy? We're going to get our marriage certificate, not to hand out wedding candy. Song Shiwei was a little confused by his actions. Gu Yuan placed the bag of candy on the passenger seat and said, as if showing off a treasure. You just don't understand, do you? We're going to do something really important today. Give some wedding candy to the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau so they can share in the joy. When they're in a good mood, they'll be more efficient in handling matters. What if the photographer takes our picture later, out of consideration for candy, gives us a few extra edits? He got more and more excited as he spoke, and even raised an eyebrow. What do you call this? This is called understanding human relationships and social dynamics. This is called details determining success or failure. Song Shiwei was both amused and exasperated. You're full of twisted logic. She complained, but secretly she felt a sweet warmth inside. This man always manages to give her a great sense of surprise and security in these unexpected little things. Xia Yulan in the back seat also laughed. Xiao Yuan did the right thing. When you're out and about, it's never a bad thing to be a little sweet-talking and polite. Gu Yuan glanced smugly at his mother in the rearview mirror. Mom, you understand me best. The car came to a smooth stop in the Civil Affairs Bureau's parking lot. The family got out of the car. Gu Yuan pushed a double stroller, with Song Shiwei and Xia Yulan following beside him. The scene was warm and eye-catching. The Civil Affairs Bureau was packed with people, and the air was thick with the sweet and sour smell of romance, along with a subtle sense of tension. Gu Yuan went to the ticket machine and took a number, familiar with the process. He walked back and handed the small piece of paper to Song Shiwei. Wife, please take a look. Song Shiwei took it and saw that it had a number printed on it, 91. She chuckled. 91? The number 1 in forever and ever? Gu Yuan put his arm around her shoulder and whispered in her ear. That's right, we too have to be number 1. Xia Yulan held Mimi in her arms, and Song Shiwei held Tian Tian in her arms. They found an empty seat and sat down. The two little ones were incredibly curious, as it was their first time in such a lively place. Little Mimi opened her big, bright eyes and turned her little head back and forth, finding everything new and exciting. She still remembers her superpowers in the car, where she would puff out her little mouth every now and then, poof into the air, and then look around expectantly, wondering what else she had blown away. His earnest little face made Song Shiwei and Xia Yulan laugh. The older sister, Tian Tian, is much more lively. She was held in Gu Yuan's arms, squirming restlessly. The little hands touched here and grabbed there. Chapter 53 Mouths aren't for spewing filth. Gu Yuan was talking to Song Shiwei with his head down, planning where to celebrate after they got their marriage certificate. Sudden. Smack. A crisp sound. Gu Yuan took a solid hit to his left cheek. He froze completely. The surroundings fell silent for a moment, even Song Shiwei was stunned. Gu Yuan slowly turned his head and met his daughter's innocent and wide eyes. Sweetie had no idea what she had done. When she saw her father's face in front of her, she thought it was a new toy and excitedly waved her little hand again. Smack! Another blow, this time landing on his right cheek. It is perfectly symmetrical, with no difference whatsoever. This was followed by suppressed snickers from the surrounding crowd. Song Shiwei couldn't hold back any longer. Her shoulders shrugged as she laughed until she was speechless. Goodness. Gu Yuan touched his flushed cheeks, feeling both amused and exasperated. He looked at the little baby in his arms who was hitting without even realizing it, and he had no temper at all. He grabbed Tian's chubby little hand and kissed it. My little darling, are you giving your dad a symmetrical expression of love? Okay, Dad received it. He deliberately made an exaggerated expression, which made Tian giggle. The family was laughing and joking together, creating a warm atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the tense young couples around them. However, there are always discordant notes. A woman with curly hair and heavy makeup sitting next to them had been scrutinizing them with a critical eye since the beginning. At that moment, she pursed her lips and spoke in a sarcastic tone. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone in the surrounding area to hear. Humph, they're only getting their marriage certificate now that their child is so big. Young people these days really have no sense of propriety whatsoever. Getting pregnant out of wedlock and only thinking about getting a ticket after the baby is born, isn't it shameful to tell others? The moment those words were spoken, the air seemed to turn cold. The laughter of Gu Yuan's family came to an abrupt halt. Song Shiwei's face turned pale instantly. She instinctively hugged Tian tighter in her arms, her fingers trembling slightly. Gu Yuan's eyes instantly turned cold. He was about to speak. A hand pressed down on him. It's Xia Yulan. Xia Yulan carefully handed Mimi, whom she was holding, to Song Shiwei, and then stood up. She didn't look at the woman, but instead slowly and deliberately straightened her clothes. Then, she shifted her gaze, her eyes calm yet carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. This lady. Xia Yulan spoke, her voice steady. Whether or not we get a marriage certificate, and when we get one, doesn't seem to concern you, does it? The woman was taken aback when this seemingly gentle old lady suddenly started to argue, and then stiffened her neck. Did I say something wrong? I did. Can't people say that in public? Xia Yulan smiled. The smile didn't reach his eyes. You can definitely speak in public. But speaking is for communication, not for spewing nonsense. Did you just fish your mouth out of a septic tank? Why is it so offensive the moment you open your mouth? Xia Yulan spoke quickly and urgently, each word like a slap across the woman's face. Puff. Some people around couldn't help but burst out laughing. The woman's face instantly turned a deep liver color. You! How dare you curse like that, you old woman? Did I insult you? Xia Yulan spread her hands with an innocent expression. I'm just stating a fact. If you can't control your own mouth, don't blame others for saying hurtful things. She took a step forward and looked down at the woman. My son and daughter-in-law have a very good relationship, and it is their freedom to decide when to get their marriage certificate. The child is the fruit of their love, the treasure of our whole family, not the shameful evidence you're talking about. Instead of wasting your time gossiping about other people's family affairs, you should go home and take a good look in the mirror and see what's going on with yourself. How ugly is a face twisted with jealousy? At your age, your mind is still so filthy. I don't think you've had a very happy life, have you? Xia Yulan spoke each word with conviction. The entire waiting hall was completely silent. All eyes were on this spot. The curly-haired woman was speechless, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. She pointed at Xia Yulan, trembling with anger. Xia Yulan snorted coldly, her eyes full of contempt. Compared to our family, what are you? Xia Yulan spoke quickly and ruthlessly, every word carrying a sharp edge. Everyone in the hall was stunned. No one expected that this seemingly gentle old lady would have such terrifying fighting power. He's a master-level troll. The curly-haired woman, Xinyun, was so berated that her mind went blank, and her heavily powdered face turned bright red, almost as if it were about to bleed. She pointed at Xia Yulan, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. After a long pause, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You wait. What am I waiting for? Xia Yulan raised an eyebrow, exuding an aura of power. Are you waiting for me to call people to beat me up? She chuckled softly, her disdain almost overflowing. I've lived most of my life, what haven't I seen? You, a gossipy old woman, dare to yell at me? Mom, forget it, there's no point in talking to this kind of person. Gu Yuan spoke up at the right moment and helped Xia Yulan sit down. He wasn't afraid of trouble, he just didn't want his mother to waste her breath on this kind of person. Song Shiwei looked at her mother-in-law with gratitude, a warm feeling welling up inside her.
She knew that her mother-in-law was standing up for her and the children. Just then, a childish voice broke the deadlock.
Call. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound.
In Song Sherwei's arms, Tian puffed out her pink cheeks and blew a breath forcefully in Xinyun's direction. The little boy looked so serious, as if he were blowing away something dirty. After she finished blowing, she patted her small chest and gave Song Sherwei a smug look that said, "I'll protect you."
Put. Xia Yulan was the first to burst out laughing.
She had been radiating a fierce aura just moments before, but her little granddaughter melted away in an instant. She leaned over and gave her a big kiss on her sweet little face.
"Oh, my dear granddaughter.
You're such a precious treasure of mine.
You know how to stand up for mom and grandma. That's great."
Sweetie blushed a little from the praise and buried her face in Song Sherwei's arms, leaving only her bright, sparkling eyes peeking out as she secretly watched everyone.
At this point, even the people around couldn't hold back anymore. "Ah, this little girl is so cute. What a divine assist. This is even more satisfying than cursing. That's right, look at that woman's face, it's even redder." The chatter and laughter of the crowd made Xinyun's situation even more awkward. She felt like a clown being publicly executed.
She turned her head sharply and glared fiercely at the man beside her who hadn't uttered a single word the entire time. All the anger and resentment had met with a wall with Xia Yulan, and now they finally found an outlet. Her husband, Zhang Erbiang.
"Zhang Erbiang? Are you dead?"
Xinyun's voice was sharp and shrill, filled with hysteria.
"I was being yelled at to my face, and you just sat there like a coward? Are you even a man? You don't even dare to fart.
I must have been blind to marry a coward like you." Zhang Erbiang was so scolded that he couldn't lift his head, his face full of embarrassment and helplessness.
Chapter 54. Can't you speak reasonably?
He whispered in defense, "Yes, you were the one who said that first."
"Keep your voice down, everyone's watching." "Fine, I'll look."
Xinyun completely lost it and threw the bag she was holding at him.
"Since we're getting a divorce anyway, why should I be afraid of losing face?
Let me tell you, Zhang Erbiang, the worst thing that ever happened to me was meeting you.
Look at you. All you do all day is play that stupid game. You don't care about your son or your family."
She became more and more agitated as she spoke, waving her arms and pointing at the other people in the hall.
"And my son? He's been corrupted by people like you.
You watch those mindless cartoons every day and learn all sorts of nonsense.
These young people nowadays, they all have no sense of propriety.
Of all things to learn, they have to learn from others who get pregnant out of wedlock." Her words were too sweeping and offended all the young people present. The young couples who were just watching the show a moment ago all changed their expressions. The girl with the black-rimmed glasses was the first to step forward.
"Hey lady, can't you speak reasonably? Your marriage is unhappy, so don't take your anger out on all of us, okay? What's wrong with us watching cartoons? It's none of your business."
The girl's boyfriend chimed in, "Exactly. We watch cartoons together, we have a great relationship."
"That's called romance, you know? And games? What's wrong with games? Esports is a legitimate sport now. Can't you keep up with the times? If you can't educate your children well, do you blame it on cartoons and games? Just because your own marriage is breaking down, does that mean all young people are problematic?
Where did you pick up your logic from?"
The couple's opening fire immediately triggered a chain reaction. "That's absolutely right. It's utterly unreasonable.
If you're unhappy with your own life, you'll find fault with everyone else.
Isn't that a classic example of antisocial personality disorder?
I think her husband is quite pitiful, having such a wife.
If I were her husband, I couldn't live with her for even a day. I'd get a divorce right away, it would be a relief." A barrage of rebuttals and accusations came from all directions to Xinyun.
She was able to stand up to Xia Yulan on her own just now, but now she has to face criticism from everyone. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found that she couldn't possibly win an argument against so many people. Her face turned from red to white, then from white to green, and finally she could only stand there, accepting the judgment of the crowd.
She was completely isolated.
Looking at his wife in this state, Zhang Erbiang's eyes were filled with complex emotions, helplessness, sympathy, but mostly a deep weariness and relief. He silently picked up the bag from the ground and dusted it off.
Just then, the lobby's loudspeaker came on.
"Miss Xinyun and Mr. Zhang Erbiang, please proceed to window number 3 to complete your business." The broadcast sounded exceptionally clear in the noisy hall. All eyes were once again focused on the couple. Shin Yun's body visibly stiffened for a moment. This broadcast became the last straw that broke her back, stripping away her last shred of dignity. She glared fiercely at everyone around her, her eyes filled with resentment. Then, she snatched the bag from Zhang Erbiang's hand, grabbed his arm, and practically fled towards window number 3. Zhang Erbiang was pulled so hard he stumbled. He glanced back at the crowd, a forced, apologetic smile that looked more like a grimace, and then quickly followed after them. The farce has finally come to an end. The hall was quiet for a few seconds, then returned to its previous order, except for a lot of whispering. Song Shuwei held Tian Tian, who was almost asleep, in her arms, and sighed softly. She whispered to Gu Yuan and Xia Yulan, actually, she's quite pitiful too. But she never considered that the problem might lie with herself. She blamed all her misfortunes on her husband, her children, or even unrelated cartoons and games. Her child will probably have a hard time in the future with a mother like this. Xia Yulan touched Mimi's little face, nodded, and looked on with a touch of emotion.
Yes, some people are just like that.
They spend their whole lives complaining about others and blaming fate, never looking in the mirror to see what they are like.
My mind is twisted, so everything I see is distorted. Gu Yuan put his arm around Song Shuwei's shoulder and gently comforted her. All right, don't think about these things anymore, it's not worth it. We just need to live our own lives well. He looked at his wife in his arms, at his mother, and at his 2 lovely daughters, and his heart softened. Compared to that woman, he has the best family in the world. All the rumors and gossip seem so insignificant in the face of a happy family. The oppressive feeling from that farce lingered in the hall for a long time. Song Shuwei held the drowsy Tian Tian in her arms, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Gu Yuan gently patted her back, offering silent comfort. Xia Yulan held the energetic Mimi in her arms.
The little girl was looking around curiously with her big, dark eyes.
Just then, the broadcast came on again.
Please proceed to window number 1 to complete your business, Mr. Gu and Miss Song, number 91.
A clear, crisp female voice instantly broke the silence. Number 91. It's them.
Gu Yuan and Song Shuwei exchanged a glance, both seeing a relieved smile in each other's eyes.
Come on, it's our turn. Gu Yuan's spirits lifted, and he was the first to stand up. Xia Yulan also smiled broadly and followed after Mimi with her arms.
The family marched in a grand procession toward window number 1, a stark contrast to the hasty retreat of the couple from before. The staff member at window number 1 was a young girl with a slightly tired professional look on her face, but her eyes lit up noticeably when she saw Gu Yuan's family, especially when she saw the 2 adorable little children.
Hello, I'd like to register my marriage.
Gu Yuan handed over the prepared household registration book and ID card.
Okay, please wait a moment.
The staff took the documents and began to verify the information. Gu Yuan turned around, took out a handful of wedding candies from his bag, and told Tian Tian.
Go, sweetie, take some wedding candy to Auntie.
Sweetie was babbling, but it seemed she understood what her father was saying, and she nodded obediently. She stood up from Gu Yuan's lap and tried to hold the candy in her hand high.
Wah-ya-wah-ah.
Her voice was so sweet and childlike, it was almost adorable. The staff member's heart melted, and she smiled as she accepted the candy, saying, "Thank you, little cutie.
Your mom and dad will definitely be together forever."
Everyone's attention was on Sweetie, and no one noticed that on the other side, Mimi, who was being held by her grandmother, also reached out her wicked little hand. While Xia Yulan wasn't looking, she quickly grabbed a handful of candy from the bag Gu Yuan had opened.
But she didn't send it out.
The little girl was very clever. First, she clutched the candy tightly in her palm, then turned her head and saw her mother next to her. She reached out her little hand and quickly stuffed all the candies into Song Shuwei's trench coat pocket. After stuffing it in, he patted it off guiltily, then looked around innocently. The sudden feeling of a hard object in her pocket made Song Shuwei lower her head. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of colorful candy wrappers. Song Shuwei looked at her youngest daughter, both amused and exasperated. Mimi noticed her mother's gaze and immediately grinned at her, revealing a few newly grown baby teeth, looking both cute and mischievous.
This little money grubber. Chapter 55. You are now a legally married couple.
Song Shuwei shook her head helplessly, but her heart was filled with tenderness.
All right, the information has been verified. Please come over here and fill out the application for marriage registration. The staff's voices came through. Mom, could you watch the child for us?
Gu Yuan and Song Shui sat down side by side at the table next to them, each picking up a pen.
Hey, you guys right, I'm watching. Xia Yulan held her two granddaughters, beaming from ear to ear. Gu Yuan wrote quickly, filling in his part in a flash.
He turned his head to look at Song Shui and found her biting the end of a pen, looking very serious.
Honey, do you need me to teach you? Gu Yuan teased in a low voice.
Song Shui rolled her eyes at him.
Get lost, my handwriting is much better than yours.
The two chatted and laughed in hushed tones, creating a warm and sweet atmosphere.
The form was filled out quickly.
The staff member took the form, checked it, and nodded in satisfaction.
Okay, post the photo.
As she was speaking, she suddenly paused, her brows furrowing slightly.
Oh dear. Look at my memory.
She slapped her forehead, her face showing a mixture of annoyance and apology. I was so busy looking at your two little darlings that I forgot the most important part of the process.
Come on, put your handprints. Put your handprints.
Gu Yuan and Song Shui were amused by her sudden reaction.
It's all right, no rush.
The staff took out a red ink pad box and opened the lid. Gentlemen, press your thumbs here and then imprint them below your names. Gu Yuan and Song Shui exchanged a smile and simultaneously extended their right thumbs.
The two of them pressed their ink pads together, and then, in perfect unison, pressed their names onto the document. Perhaps it's the angle, or perhaps it's a meeting of minds.
Two bright red fingerprints, one tilted to the left and the other to the right, their edges touching perfectly. When combined, they form a perfectly crooked yet incredibly clear heart shape.
Ouch!
The staff member was the first to spot it, and she exclaimed in surprise.
Look! That handprint is absolutely amazing. It's heart-shaped. Gu Yuan and Song Shui went over to take a look and were also stunned. That's true. This symbolism is wonderful.
The staff were even more excited than they were, exclaiming, I've worked here for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen someone make a heart-shaped handprint.
You two are absolutely a match made in heaven.
Xia Yulan also came over with her child in her arms, her face beaming with joy.
Yes, a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven.
The other people in line in the hall also heard the commotion and cast envious glances their way. The gloom brought about by the farce just now was completely dispelled at this moment.
The entire hall was filled with an atmosphere of joy and happiness. The staff stamped and printed efficiently. Soon, two brand new red books, still smelling of ink, appeared in the window. All right, congratulations to you both. The staff solemnly handed over the two marriage certificates.
From now on, you are a legally married couple and are protected by law.
Congratulations on your marriage.
May you live a long and happy life together.
Gu Yuan and Song Shui received their marriage certificate, and an indescribable excitement welled up in their hearts. It's done. They finally succeeded. However, it was precisely at this happiest and most memorable moment that a discordant sound suddenly rang out. Wow! A loud cry instantly pierced everyone's ears.
Everyone was stunned and turned to look at the source of the sound.
It's Sweet.
Just moments ago, Sweetie was so well behaved and adorable, but now she's clinging to Song Shui's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Her small body trembled, and tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string.
The entire hall fell silent. The staff member's action of handing over the certificate stopped in mid-air.
The smiles on Gu Yuan and Song Shui's faces also froze.
Sweetie? What's wrong?
Song Shui's heart tightened, and she quickly hugged her daughter tightly, gently patting her back.
Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Tell Mom. Sweetie cried even harder.
She stretched out her little hand and pointed at Gu Yuan's hand, which still bore the happy Indonesian marks from their hurried walk. Her little face was filled with resistance and fear.
Sweetie's sudden shout caught everyone off guard. What's going on? Weren't things just fine a moment ago? Why is the child crying like this as soon as we got the marriage certificate?
Her small hand pointed to the right thumb of Gu Yuan's hand, where he had just pressed his handprint.
Wah, the crying became even more heart-wrenching. So that's how it is. Gu Yuan and Song Shui suddenly realized. After all that, it turns out the little guy was worried about his injury. Gu Yuan's heart melted instantly.
He quickly extended his right thumb to his daughter and coaxed her in an extremely gentle voice.
Sweetie, look, Daddy's hand isn't bleeding. This red stuff is called ink, it's not blood. Look, Dad wiped it off and it came off.
As he spoke, he took out a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the thumb with the red mark on it. The red marks were indeed wiped away little by little, revealing clean skin.
See, it's gone, isn't it? Gu Yuan held his clean thumb up to Tian's eyes again. It doesn't hurt at all.
Sweet crying stopped abruptly. She blinked her long eyelashes, still wet with tears, and carefully reached out her small hand to touch Gu Yuan's fingertip. After confirming there were no wounds, she immediately brought her small mouth close and gently blew air onto Gu Yuan's thumb. Whoosh! That earnest little face instantly melted the hearts of everyone present.
Oh my goodness!
The staff member who was previously amazed by the heart-shaped handprint was now even more excited, clutching his chest and exclaiming,
"This little darling is so sweet. No, I'm totally exhausted. It's so cute it's unfair. Where did you find this girl? Was she provided by the government? Is it too late for her to have another one now?"
Several staff members at the nearby window were also drawn over, craning their necks with starry eyes. "I've worked here for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen such a sensible child." Xia Yulan held the quiet Mimi in her arms, her face beaming with joy, and proudly puffed out her chest.
"That's right, don't you even know whose granddaughter she is?"
As soon as she said that, everyone turned their attention to Mimi in her arms.
Mimi didn't cry or fuss. Her big eyes, just like Tian's, curiously looked around.
Her little mouth was slightly pouting. She was simply a quiet and beautiful girl.
"This one is so cute. My goodness, twins. They look exactly alike. A sweet and cuddly daughter, a quiet and adorable little girl, this family is so lucky. Hey, do you need a stepmother for your kids?"
"The kind who'll buy them snacks and toys," a young female staff member joked.
Gu Yuan and Song Shiwei were a little embarrassed by everyone's enthusiasm and could only keep thanking them.
This minor incident did not spoil the atmosphere, on the contrary, it made the whole hall more joyful and warm.
All right, you two, don't stand here anymore."
The staff member at window number 1 smiled and reminded us, "There's one more crucial step yet.
Come with me, let's take the oath." Chapter 56. Let's take an oath together.
She led Gu Yuan's family through the hall to a room with a sign that read Certificate Issuance Hall. The room was small, but it was decorated in a very solemn manner.
Directly in front is the national flag, and below it is the oath-taking platform.
"Both of you stand here, please raise your right hands and repeat the oath with me." The staff handed over a red oath book with gold trim. Gu Yuan and Song Shiwei stood facing each other, their faces beaming with undisguised happiness. Song Shiwei held Tian, and Gu Yuan held Mimi. Just as they were about to raise their hands to swear an oath, something unexpected happened. Mimi, who had been quiet all along, suddenly reached out her little hand and snatched the red vow book away. The little guy was quite strong. He easily hugged me and rubbed his face against me, as if to say, "This is mine."
"Why?"
The staff were stunned.
Gu Yuan was at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. This little one, her sister just finished throwing a tantrum, and now she's starting again, isn't she?
He reached out to take the notebook back, but Mimi held on tightly and made him protesting noises.
"Have to." Gu Yuan shrugged helplessly. "It seems our second child also wants to take the oath on behalf of his parents." Song Shiwei looked at Tian, who was also looking curious in her arms, and then at Mimi, who was hogging the vow book in Gu Yuan's arms, and suddenly laughed. "Let's do it together then," she said. "We are a family, let's take this oath together." Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. Great idea. Thus, an extremely unusual scene unfolded in the certificate awarding hall. Gu Yuan and Song Shiwei each held a baby and raised their right hands together. Mimi held the vow book, and Gu Yuan's hand covered hers. Sweetie followed suit and placed her little hand in Song Shiwei's hand as well. The staff were amused by their novel way of taking the oath, cleared their throats, and led the reading in an unprecedentedly solemn tone. "We voluntarily become husband and wife, and from this day forward, we will jointly shoulder the responsibilities and obligations that marriage entails. Whether in good times or bad, in poverty or wealth, in health or sickness, in youth or old age, we will weather the storms together, share joys and sorrows, and become lifelong partners." Gu Yuan and Song Shiwei read it aloud, word by word. Their voices were firm and powerful, filled with anticipation for the future. The two little ones in her arms were babbling and cooing, as if offering their purest blessings for their parents' union. The oath has been taken. The staff solemnly handed them 2 marriage certificates stamped with the official seal. "Congratulations to you both. You are now a legally married couple.
At the same time, the previously taken ID photos and family photos were also developed. The photographer held up the photos and praised them highly.
Of all the wedding photos I've taken over the years, your family of 4 is definitely the most photogenic.
In the photo, Gu Yuan is handsome, Song Sherwei is gentle, and their 2 babies are adorable.
The family's happiness is almost overflowing from the photo. Xia Yulan was overjoyed and took out a handful of wedding candies from her bag. Come on, everyone, let's share in the joy and have some candy.
She grabbed a candy and handed it out to everyone in the lobby, whether they were staff or passers-by doing business.
The entire Civil Affairs Bureau was immersed in this joy. However, in this joyful and peaceful atmosphere,
a sharp female voice pierced through all the noise and came from another room not far away. The sign on the door of that room read, "Divorce Registration."
Please. Let's not get a divorce, okay?
The voice was choked with sobs, filled with a humble plea.
I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please give me another chance.
For the sake of the child, please give me another chance.
It was Xinyun's voice.
The sudden cry froze the festive atmosphere in the entire certificate awarding hall. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the room with the divorce registration sign.
Xia Yulan's brows furrowed immediately.
She couldn't stand seeing such crying and wailing.
What's going on now?
Gu Yuan and Song Sherwei exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. On such a joyous day, this kind of thing just had to happen.
Really? It's a bit unlucky. Please, Zhang Erbying. I really know I was wrong.
Xinyun's cries grew increasingly shrill, filled with despair.
Can't we stay together?
For the sake of the children, please give me another chance.
Now you know you were wrong?
A cold, sarcastic male voice rang out.
Xinyun, weren't you the one who wanted a divorce back then? Now that the house is going to be demolished, you found out and came back saying you don't want a divorce? What do you take our family for? What do you take our marriage for? You think you can just come and go as you please?
There was not a trace of sentimentality in the man's words.
I'm telling you, it's impossible. I'm getting a divorce today. Nobody will get a single penny from me.
It turns out it was for demolition compensation. A murmur arose from the surrounding area.
Xia Yulan understood, and her expression immediately turned somewhat disdainful.
I thought it was something serious, but it turns out it was all about money. She pursed her lips.
Why didn't you do this sooner?
You wanted to divorce yourself, and now you regret it because you see others getting rich. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Song Sherwei held Tian Tian in her arms, gently patting her daughter's back without saying a word. She just felt that it was too ugly for a marriage to come to this point, to tear each other apart in front of so many people over money.
Gu Yuan subconsciously tightened his arms around Mimi.
The little one stirred in his arms, staring curiously with wide eyes at the room from which the arguing was coming from.
Just then, a familiar mechanical voice rang in Gu Yuan's mind.
Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing this major life event, getting your marriage certificate.
Your family's happiness index has increased. System reward, masterful massage techniques.
Note, mastering this technique will make you one of the world's top massage masters, effectively relieving physical fatigue, promoting blood circulation, and having remarkable effects on the growth and development of infants and young children.
Superb massage techniques?
Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then his heart was filled with joy.
This reward couldn't be more timely. He looked down at his chest.
Song Sherwei held Tian Tian in her arms. The little one was probably a bit tired, as her little legs were kicking impatiently.
Let me hold Tian Tian for a while, you rest. Gu Yuan handed Mimi to Xia Yulan beside him and took Tian Tian from Song Sherwei's arms.
He held his daughter, his large hands subtly supporting her tiny feet. Then, as if by accident, he gently pressed his fingers on the soles of his daughter's feet. A gentle force slowly passed through his fingertips. Sweetie, who had just been looking irritable and kicking her legs, suddenly quieted down. She comfortably squinted her eyes, making satisfied sounds from her little mouth, her tiny feet.
Ha! Song Sherwei watched this scene in surprise. Why is she suddenly being so well behaved? What did you do to her? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow smugly and lowered his voice.
You guess. I'm a super dad. I have a lot of skills in soothing babies.
Song Sherwei was amused by his smug look and gave him a reproachful glare.
Meanwhile, Xinyun and her husband's argument continued.
No matter how the staff tried to persuade them, it was no use.
Finally, the two were invited into the mediation room inside, which temporarily relieved them of the jarring argument. A moment of silence returned to the hall.
Chapter 57 Official Announcement. Just then, the door to the divorce registration office opened again. A silent couple came out.
The man looked to be in his 30s, with a pale face and a thin build. The woman beside him kept her head down, her shoulders trembling, and her eyes were frighteningly red. Both of them held a dark green divorce certificate in their hands. It formed a stark contrast with the bright red in Gu Yuan's hands. The man stopped, reached out, and gently wiped away the woman's tears with his rough fingertips. His movements were gentle, and his eyes were full of heartache and reluctance.
Okay, stop crying. In the future, find a good family. Live your life well and stop thinking about me. I'm not worth it.
The woman's tears fell even harder. She choked back sobs, unable to utter a single word.
How could I not miss it?
An older staff member nearby saw this and couldn't help but sigh, whispering to his colleague beside him.
Sigh, what a perfect couple, what a pity. The man is seriously ill and doesn't want to be a burden on his wife, so he insists on getting a divorce. The woman refused no matter what, but she couldn't go against him. He dragged her here today.
Although these words were spoken softly, they were clearly heard by Gu Yuan's family.
The hall fell silent instantly.
The disdain and annoyance on Xia Yulan's face disappeared, replaced by a complex sense of sympathy. Song Shuwei also fell silent, watching the couple's retreating figures, her eyes slightly warming. Some people tear their marriages apart for money. Some people, however, are willing to let go for love, leaving all the pain to themselves.
Gu Yuan's heart was deeply touched.
He looked down at the corner of his marriage certificate peeking out of his breast pocket. That vibrant red, at this moment, seemed heavy in his eyes, carrying a sacred weight. He reached out and carefully stuffed the two marriage certificates into his pocket again until they were completely out of sight before finally putting his hand down with peace of mind.
Song Shuwei noticed this small gesture.
She didn't say anything, but simply reached out and gently took Gu Yuan's hand.
On the way back, Gu Yuan drove the car smoothly.
The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat somber because of the two drastically different divorce dramas that had taken place at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The two little ones were tired and were whimpering in their car seats, looking a bit impatient. Xia Yulan looked in the rearview mirror at her son and daughter-in-law holding hands tightly, then looked at her two adorable granddaughters, and suddenly broke the silence.
It's so nice to see you two so sweet and loving now. Back in the day, your dad was such a blockhead, he wasn't this romantic.
Gu Yuan knew immediately that his mother was about to start reminiscing about the past hardships, and he felt a bit overwhelmed.
Xia Yulan's eyes widened. I'm teaching you a lesson, cherish the person in front of you. Be good to your wife.
She cleared her throat and started talking non-stop. When I was young, I also wanted romance.
I said to your dad, can you go up in the sky and pluck a star down for me? Song Shuwei immediately became interested and asked with a smile, and then? What did Dad say? What did he say? Xia Yulan pouted, mimicking Gu Yuan's father's tone. Guess what he said to me while pointing at the sky? He said, see that? That moving bright spot in the sky. That's a satellite. I've got it for you.
It's completely man-made, high-tech, much more practical than those broken stars. Song Shuwei laughed so hard she was shaking.
Gu Yuan held his forehead, looking utterly hopeless. My dear mother. Can't you give my dad some face?
The somewhat oppressive atmosphere in the car was instantly dispelled. Sweetie and Honey, who were just humming, were startled by the sudden laughter and the shaking of the car.
The two little ones instantly quieted down, staring blankly ahead with their identical big eyes. That little expression was filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What happened?
I was completely stunned by my grandmother's earth-shattering star-plucking feat. Back home, Gu Yuan parked the car smoothly and immediately got out to help move things. The two little ones were fast asleep in their car seats, smiles on their rosy cheeks, probably dreaming of something delicious. Xia Yulan looked at her two beloved granddaughters, her heart melting. She carefully carried them out, her movements as gentle as if she were holding rare treasures.
Gu Yuan and Song Shuwei followed behind, their fingers still intertwined, as if they could never be separated.
Once inside the living room, the children were settled on the soft playmats. The little ones rolled over and continued sleeping soundly on their backs.
Gu Yuan and Song Shuwei exchanged a glance and simultaneously pulled out their phones. This is a big day to get our marriage certificate. I absolutely have to post it on social media. Which one should I post?
Gu Yuan scrolled through his phone's photo album, which was mostly filled with adorable snapshots of his daughters taken that day. Song Sherwei leaned over to take a look, and finally pointed to the photo of the two marriage certificates placed side by side.
Let's take this one. Simple, direct, and clear. Gu Yuan smiled, he thought so too. He quickly edited the text, which consisted of only two simple words. Official announcement. Below is that blindingly red photo. Click to send.
Almost at the same time, Song Sherwei also posted. Her caption was even simpler, consisting of only a heart emoji paired with the same image. After doing all this, the two tossed their phones onto the sofa, smiled at each other, and saw the relief in each other's eyes that everything had finally settled. However, this relief did not last long. Buzzing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As if by prior arrangement, their phones began to vibrate incessantly, with notification sounds ringing out one after another.
Gu Yuan's childhood friends group was the first to erupt in discussion. Jiang Yichen, holy crap. Gu Yuan, you're serious?
You're doing something big behind closed doors.
Su Xingran, congratulations.
The red envelope has been sent, claim it quickly.
Remember to treat us. Ji Qingxi, great job, Yuan. You finally won over our beautiful Sherwei. When are you having the wedding? I'd like to prepare my wedding gift money.
A barrage of messages followed, accompanied by one red envelope after another wishing you prosperity and good fortune.
Gu Yuan smiled and clicked on each one, then replied in the group chat. Thanks, brothers.
I'll arrange it and treat you to a big meal.
Meanwhile, a tsunami was raging in Song Sherwei's company group chat.
At this time of day, the group chat is usually filled with work-related conversations, and the atmosphere is quite serious. But now, the style has changed drastically.
Dong Shu, aha. What did I just see? President Song got his marriage certificate. Bai Qingqing, oh my god. President Song and Mr. Gu are so sweet. Congratulations, President Song. Happy wedding. Wishing President Song and Mr. Gu a long and happy marriage, and many children.
Oh wait, we already have a child, so I wish them a sweet and healthy life together.
Where's the red envelope rain? We want to send our blessings to the boss and his wife.
The next second, a rain of red envelopes really started falling in the group chat. Looking at the screen full of blessings and red envelopes, Song Sherwei smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescent moons.
She got playful and opened a red envelope. Best luck ever. Yo ho!
She got excited and immediately joined the ranks of those grabbing red envelopes, her fingers tapping rapidly on the screen.
Oh dear, I didn't manage to get this one. This one is mine again. Dong Shu, you're too slow.
While she was grabbing the items, she was also joking and interacting with her employees in the group chat, completely abandoning the strong, independent woman persona she usually displays at work.
Gu Yuan looked at her childlike appearance with eyes full of doting affection. Chapter 58 has a very unique flavor.
After a fierce battle for red envelopes, Song Sherwei amassed a fortune, but was also exhausted. She shook her slightly sore fingers and slumped onto the sofa. Ugh, grabbing red envelopes is really tiring, my fingers are almost cramping. As she spoke, she subconsciously raised her hand and scratched her head. With that scratch, his brows furrowed. She sighed deeply, her face full of distress.
Ugh, I really want to wash my hair. I feel like my hair is so big that it could be used to cook a dish if I don't wash it soon.
She hasn't washed her hair since she started her postpartum confinement period after giving birth. According to the older generation, women should not touch water or be exposed to wind during their postpartum period, otherwise they will develop health problems later in life. Although she knew that science was advanced now and there weren't so many rules anymore, Xia Yulan was watching her every day, so she couldn't go against her. But for a clean and tidy modern woman, this is practically torture.
Seeing her distress, Gu Yuan felt a pang of heartache.
He suddenly remembered something.
Wait, let me check.
He pretended to pick up his phone, swiping his fingers across the screen, but in reality, his mind was already absorbed in his thoughts.
System, is it okay to wash my hair after giving birth? Ding.
According to modern medical theory, you can wash your hair after childbirth. However, please note the following. 1. Ensure a comfortable indoor temperature and avoid catching a cold.
2. Use warm water and do not wash your hair for too long. 3. After washing, you must immediately use a hairdryer to thoroughly dry your hair to prevent moisture from penetrating your scalp. 4. Avoid going outside or being exposed to cold drafts immediately after washing your hair. The system's voice rang clearly in my mind. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. He put down his phone, cleared his throat, and announced to Song Shiwei with a serious expression, "Wife, good news. I just consulted with authoritative parenting experts and postpartum care masters." Song Shiwei looked at him suspiciously. "Where did you get this advice from?" "I won't tell you." Gu Yuan smiled mysteriously, then repeated what the system had said. "To sum it up, you can wash it. But you have to be quick and dry it immediately." He paused, looking at Song Shiwei's eyes that lit up instantly, and added, "I'll wash you after dinner." "Really?" Song Shiwei was so excited she almost jumped off the sofa. She hugged Gu Yuan's neck and planted a big kiss on his cheek. "Honey, you're the best. You're my god." Gu Yuan was taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, then smiled and put his arm around her waist. Just as Song Shiwei buried her head in the crook of his neck and acted coquettishly, he smelled a very peculiar scent. The smell wasn't just the smell of oily hair, it also had a faint, powdery fragrance. The two flavors blended together, creating a peculiar chemical reaction. He couldn't help but sniff, and asked in a low voice, You've sprayed perfume in your hair?" Song Shiwei's body stiffened for a moment. She slowly raised her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes somewhat evasive. "That isn't perfume," she stammered and confessed. It's sweet and tangy talcum powder. I saw my hair was too oily, so I put some on it, thinking it would absorb some oil." After she finished speaking, she looked at Gu Yuan cautiously, afraid that he would find her distasteful. Gu Yuan was taken aback when he saw her expression of being caught doing something wrong, and then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Puff. You." He gently pinched her nose with a mixture of helplessness and affection. "You're such a clever little devil. The taste is quite unique." Song Shiwei became even more embarrassed by his laughter, her face turning so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She simply buried her head in his chest and refused to come out. After a lively afternoon, everyone was a bit tired. The two little ones woke up and rolled around on the mat, whimpering. Gu Yuan suggested, "There's still some time before dinner, let's all go lie down in bed for a while." The proposal was unanimously agreed upon. The family of four moved to the large bed in the master bedroom. Gu Yuan and Song Shiwei flanked the two little ones, Tian Tian and Mimi, protecting them in the middle. The two babies had just woken up and were still a little dazed. They opened their two identical pairs of big, dark, grape-like eyes and curiously looked around. The family lay there in silence, the only sounds being the occasional babbling of the babies, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Just as everyone was about to doze off, the bedroom door was gently pushed open a crack. Xia Yulan leaned in and lowered her voice. "Ah Yuan, Shiwei, dinner is ready." Ouch. She immediately saw the harmonious scene on the bed, her voice instantly softened, and a loving smile appeared on her face. She was about to quietly slip away so that the young couple and children could lie down a little longer. Just then, Mimi, who was lying next to Song Shiwei, suddenly saw her grandmother at the door. The little guy's eyes lit up, and he grinned, revealing his toothless little mouth. She let out a yay sound, then stretched out her chubby little hand and patted the empty space next to her. The gesture, the look in their eyes, clearly said, "Grandma, come here, lie down with me." Xia Yulan's heart melted instantly at this blow. After dinner, the house became lively again. Xia Yulan changed her shoes and prepared to go home. "Mom, sit a little longer. Why go back so early?" Song Shiwei leaned back on the sofa, somewhat reluctant to leave. No, you two must be exhausted after a long day with two kids. I won't let you get any rest if I stay here." Xia Yulan waved her hand, a satisfied smile on her face. She walked to the crib, bent down and looked at her two little granddaughters who were already a bit sleepy. "Sweetie, honey, Grandma's going home." Mimi was so sleepy that she smacked her lips and could barely keep her eyes open. Sweetie, on the other hand, was very energetic. As soon as she heard her grandmother's voice, she opened her big, dark eyes wide, kicked her little arms and legs in her swaddling clothes, stretched out her chubby little hands, and made "ah-ya" sounds. The meaning couldn't be clearer. "Grandma, give me a hug." Xia Yulan's heart melted, and she quickly hugged her granddaughter. "Oh my granddaughter, she knows how to be close to her grandma." Sweetie snuggled against her grandma, her little face full of contentment. Xia Yulan picked her up and bounced her around a bit, then teased her on purpose before putting her back on the bed. Okay, Grandma really has to go now. I'll come see you again tomorrow.
As she spoke, she turned around and made a gesture as if to leave. As soon as I turned around, I heard a noise behind me. Her sweet little mouth twitched, and her eyes instantly reddened, making her look like she was about to burst into tears.
Ouch!
Xia Yulan's heart clenched. She couldn't bear to leave and quickly picked up the little one again.
Don't cry, Grandma sweetie, Grandma won't leave, Grandma is just teasing you. She held Tian and paced back and forth in the living room, constantly coaxing her.
Gu Yuan and Song Shiwei watched from the side and both laughed.
Mom, look at you just have to tease her, Gu Yuan said with a laugh.
This child is so clever for his age, Xia Yulan complained, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face.
She hugged Tian and kissed her on her chubby cheek. Come on, sweetie, give Grandma a kiss too. If you kiss Grandma, you'll really be going home.
Sweetie was very obliging. She leaned over, opened her toothless little mouth, and left a solid drool mark on her grandma's face.
Smack! This made Xia Yulan overjoyed. Oh, so good. Chapter 59 Is Dad bullying Mom?
This time, when Xia Yulan put her back on the bed, the little one waved her little hands and made ayah sounds, as if saying goodbye.
After Xia Yulan left, the house finally quieted down.
Gu Yuan closed the door and turned around to meet Song Shiwei's bright, expectant eyes. He raised an eyebrow and asked in a deliberately affected tone.
My dear wife, are you ready for a royal-level hair washing service? Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Song Shiwei patted the edge of the bed excitedly.
I can't wait any longer.
I feel like my head is going to turn into the Dachshing oil field. She nimbly lay down on the edge of the bed, adjusted her position, and stuck her head out over the edge.
Gu Yuan smiled and went to the restroom to prepare his tools.
Soon, he came over carrying a basin of hot water at just the right temperature, along with a towel and shampoo. The two little ones, Tian and Mimi, were still awake on the bed, their big, curious eyes fixed on their parents' strange behavior. They saw their mother lying by the bed, and their father holding a basin of water. The two little ones seemed to have caught a whiff of something fun, and suddenly became excited, kicking their short legs wildly in the air. They were making little ee-ya-yan noises, just like two little kittens ready to watch the fun.
Look at them, they're even more excited than I am. Song Shiwei couldn't help but laugh as she looked at her daughters. Is this someone cheering on their mother?
Of course, they want their mother to smell nice too. Gu Yuan said, carefully placing a dry towel under Song Shiwei's neck to prevent water from dripping down.
Preparations are complete.
Gu Yuan used a small ladle to scoop up warm water and slowly, evenly poured it onto Song Shiwei's hair. A warm current spread from her scalp, and Song Shiwei breathed a sigh of relief.
The water temperature is absolutely perfect.
A touch too hot, a touch too cold, just right. After her hair was completely wet, Gu Yuan squeezed out the shampoo, lathered it in his palms, and then gently covered her entire head with it. The next second, his 10 fingers began to dance on her scalp.
That feeling.
Song Shiwei's eyes widened instantly. So comfortable. His fingers applied just the right amount of pressure, pressing precisely on each acupoint with his fingertips, sometimes circling, sometimes pressing, sometimes scratching. Waves of tingling pleasure spread from my scalp throughout my limbs. The oiliness, itching, and irritability caused by not being able to wash my hair these past few days were all dispelled at this moment.
Ah, that feels so good.
Song Shiwei couldn't help but let out a pleasant sigh. Her whole body went limp, completely immersed in this ultimate enjoyment.
Husband. Her voice was a little shaky. Who taught you this skill?
That's incredible. It was even more comfortable than the massage from the most expensive stylist at the most upscale hair salon I used to go to. Gu Yuan kept working with his hands, a slight smile playing on his lips, a hint of smugness in his expression.
Just enjoy it.
Song Shiwei hummed comfortably, completely giving up on thinking. However, her sounds of enjoyment caught the attention of a little one in the bed. Sweetie was playing by herself when she heard her mother making those strange aha sounds, and she immediately stopped what she was doing. The little head turned, its dark eyes fixed intently on the direction of its parents. In her world, this kind of sound usually means discomfort. Was Mom bullied by Dad? What is Dad doing to Mom? His little head was filled with big question marks. A sense of mission welled up within me. She wants to protect her mother. Sweetie's little face tightened, and her expression instantly became serious. She made a series of sounds, twisting her whole body as she tried to turn over and rush to the battlefield to rescue her mother from the fire and water.
The commotion quickly caught Gu Yuan's attention. He looked down and was immediately left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Honey, look at our daughter," he chuckled in a low voice. "She thinks I'm bullying you, so she's coming to your rescue." Song Wei barely opened one eye and couldn't help but laugh when she saw her daughter's angry and squirming face. Puff. She tilted her head slightly and said to her daughter in an extremely gentle voice, "Sweetie, Daddy is washing Mommy's hair. Mom feels comfortable. Look, Mom is smiling." She forced a big smile. Sweetie stopped moving. She looked at the blissful smile on her mother's face, and then at her father's gentle movements, her little mind seemingly going blank for a moment. "The situation seems different from what I expected. Mom seems quite happy." The little guy frowned, then gave up thinking and lay back down, but his big eyes were still staring at them without blinking, like a dutiful little overseer. The little misunderstanding passed just like that. Gu Yuan helped Song Wei rinse off the foam, apply conditioner again, and massaged her hair meticulously once more. The room was filled only with the sound of running water and the occasional babbling of the babies, creating a warm and enchanting atmosphere. Just as Gu Yuan was about to do the final rinse, Song Wei let out another soft sigh. This time, however, there seemed to be a hint of barely perceptible pain mixed in with the sigh. Gu Yuan was incredibly perceptive. He immediately stopped what he was doing. "What's wrong?" he asked softly. "Is the water cold? Or did I hurt you?" No. Song Wei shook her head, her lips moved, as if she found it difficult to speak. She hesitated for a few seconds before whispering, "That Gu Yuan. I'm here. I think my breasts are engorged." Her voice was soft, tinged with embarrassment and unease. "It started last night. My chest feels swollen and hard, and it hurts a bit. Just now when you touched the bed, the vibration made it feel even worse." Gu Yuan's expression changed instantly. His eyes were filled with heartache and anxiety. "Breast engorgement? Why didn't you tell me about something this important sooner?" His voice unconsciously rose a little, but he immediately softened it, afraid of startling her. "How serious is it? Should we go to the hospital now? Or should I call a lactation consultant right away?" Seeing his nervous expression, Song Wei felt a warmth in her heart and quickly comforted him. "No. It's not that serious. I'm just feeling a little uncomfortable. I don't have any experience with this, and I'm a little embarrassed to say it out loud." Looking at her slightly flushed cheeks, Gu Yuan felt both pain and anger in his heart. "I'm angry that she doesn't know how to take care of herself, but I also feel sorry for her as she silently endures all of this." He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "Silly boy, we're husband and wife, what's there to be embarrassed about?" His tone was full of helplessness and doting affection. "Wait here, I'll wash and dry you right away. I'll take a look after I'm done. Don't worry, there's definitely a way to solve it." He quickened his movements, but his touch became increasingly gentle, as if afraid that any further vibration would make her uncomfortable. As Song Wei sensed his nervousness and care, most of the irritability and grievances she felt due to breast engorgement quietly dissipated. She closed her eyes and let him gently wash her long hair. "Yes, with my husband around, it seems like no problem is a problem at all." Gu Yuan carefully wrapped Song Wei's wet long hair with a dry, soft towel. The movements were so gentle that they were afraid that even the slightest vibration would worsen her pain. "Wah!" Song Wei let out a painful groan from her throat. "I can't take it anymore, Gu Yuan, I feel like I'm going to explode." Chapter 60. The intimate person in the world. She frowned and complained. "It's uncomfortable to lie down, it's uncomfortable to lie on my stomach, and now even sitting down makes my chest feel heavy. What kind of human suffering is this?" As she spoke, she punched the mattress in frustration, but this small action immediately provoked an even more intense physical protest. "Hiss!" She gasped in pain, her eyes reddening. Song Wei urged, her voice trembling with tears. "If we don't find a solution soon, I'm really going to cry from the pain." Okay, don't worry, I'll ask right away." Gu Yuan felt extremely distressed. While comforting her, he frantically called upon the system in his mind. "System! Help! It's an emergency. My wife's breasts are engorged and she's in so much pain she's almost crying. Is there any quick and effective way to relieve the pain? The cold, mechanical voice responded almost instantly, and a virtual blue screen unfolded in Gu Yuan's mind. Postmate detected, postpartum physiological breast engorgement.
Symptom analysis, caused by lymphatic stasis in the breast, venous congestion, interstitial edema, and obstruction of the mammary ducts.
The system provides the following solutions. Please select one. Option 1, physical heat compress.
Applying a warm towel to the chest can promote blood circulation and relieve swelling. Advantages: simple to use, no side effects. Disadvantages: slow to take effect.
Option 2, professional massage to unblock milk ducts.
Using specific massage techniques to unclog blocked milk ducts is currently the most effective way to relieve symptoms. Advantages: quick and significant results. Disadvantages: requires professional technique. Improper technique may worsen symptoms.
The system provides instruction on perfect breast massage techniques. Option 3, use a breast pump.
Simulate infants suckling to express accumulated milk.
Advantages: highly efficient and convenient.
Disadvantages: some mothers may experience psychological or physiological aversion to the device.
Gu Yuan's mind raced, and he immediately identified the second option. Professional massage. The system also provides tutorials. Isn't this tailor-made for him?
He immediately exited the system space, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Song Shui, like a child eager for praise.
I've got it.
The best way is massage to unblock the blockages. It works the fastest.
Massage?
Song Shui was stunned for a moment, and her brows, which had been furrowed in pain, were now tinged with a blush. She instinctively clutched the blanket to her chest, her eyes darting away.
You press it? Of course it's me.
Gu Yuan puffed out his chest confidently.
Who else would you like to send besides me?
But Song Shui's cheeks flushed even more, her voice barely audible. But it's so strange.
What's so strange about that?
Gu Yuan was amused by her shy expression and reached out to pinch her nose.
We are husband and wife, the closest people in the world. Helping you alleviate your pain is my responsibility and duty, understand?
His tone was so matter-of-fact, and his eyes were so open and full of concern that Song Shui's awkwardness and shyness instantly dissipated. Yes, he is her husband and the father of her children.
What right do I have to be coy in front of him?
She bit her lower lip and finally made up her mind.
Then you press it. However, she paused, then made a small request. Could you turn off the light? Just leave a bedside lamp on. No problem, Gu Yuan agreed with a smile, finding her appearance incredibly adorable. He stood up, about to turn off the light, when he remembered the system's third option. All right, the system also said that a breast pump can be used. That thing should be quite convenient, so maybe. Don't want. Before he could finish speaking, Song Shui excitedly interrupted him. Her reaction was unexpectedly strong, her face filled with resistance. I don't want to use that thing. Why? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. That thing, it was cold and made a buzzing sound.
Song Shui wrinkled her nose, looking disgusted.
And it mimics how a baby nurses, which is so weird. I can't accept it. I'm just not going to have it.
Seeing her resolute expression, Gu Yuan immediately surrendered.
Okay, if you don't want it, then don't. I'll listen to you. Let's use my husband's lovingly handmade massage. It's guaranteed to cure everything.
He made a joke and quickly helped her dry her hair. Come on, dry your hair first, otherwise it will be more troublesome if you catch a cold.
Gu Yuan brought over a hairdryer and plugged it in. Song Shui leaned back, slumped lazily against the headboard, winked at him, and spoke with a hint of coquetry in her voice. I have no strength left. I can't even lift my hand. You blow it for me.
Looking at her shameless and self-righteous demeanor, Gu Yuan sighed helplessly and indulgently.
My little darling, today I'll give you a full set of imperial level service, okay?
He resignedly picked up the hairdryer, adjusted it to the gentlest warm setting, and began to carefully dry her long hair.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
The distinctive sound of the hairdryer immediately attracted the attention of the two little ones in the crib next to it. Sweetie and Honey opened their eyes almost at the same time, their big, dark eyes filled with curiosity about the thing that made strange noises and blew wind.
Sweetie is the bravest.
She felt the warm breeze flowing in the air and curiously stretched her neck. When a gust of wind blew on her face, she didn't flinch. Instead, she excitedly opened her little mouth.
Ah, woo.
She was like a hungry little bird, trying to eat the warm breeze into her belly. Her silly appearance was incredibly cute.
Gu Yuan was both amused and exasperated.
Hey, sweetie, you can't eat this. On the other hand, Mimi is a true action taker. Her gaze was fixed on the hairdryer in Gu Yuan's hand, her small body arching forcefully in the crib. Two chubby little hands kept stretching forward, making huffing and puffing sounds as they strained. The way they were acting clearly showed they wanted to snatch this novel toy for themselves.
Hey! Mimi! Don't grab it! It's hot! Gu Yuan immediately became flustered.
He had to keep the hairdryer steady so as not to burn Song Shiwei's scalp. She also had to keep a close eye on her two daughters' movements to prevent them from doing anything dangerous. Song Shiwei leaned against the headboard, looking at the chaotic scene behind her in the mirror. Seeing her husband's flustered state and the two energetic little troublemakers, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The throbbing pain in my chest seemed to be greatly relieved by this warm yet chaotic scene.
I have my husband and my baby. Very nice.
The warm air from the hairdryer gently brushed across the ends of my hair, taking away the last bit of moisture.
Gu Yuan turned off the switch, and the room instantly became quiet.
He carefully placed the hairdryer aside, turned around, and saw Song Shiwei looking at the two little ones in the crib with a worried expression.
What's wrong? Gu Yuan sat back down on the edge of the bed and asked softly.
Look at the two of them, their eyes are wide open like saucers. Song Shiwei's brows furrowed slightly, her maternal worry taking over again.
Were you so busy playing that you didn't eat enough? How about I feed them again?
As she spoke, she tried to struggle to sit up.
No. Gu Yuan quickly grabbed her. Absolutely not.
His attitude was unusually firm.
Honey, have you forgotten how uncomfortable you were just now?
The doctor repeatedly warned us not to overfeed, otherwise the blockage would get worse.
But look at their energy, they're not sleepy at all.
Song Shiwei was still worried.
What if we go hungry?
Just as Gu Yuan was about to try to persuade her again, Tian in the crib suddenly gave him a divine assist.
Belch. Chapter 61 Full set of Emperor-level services.
A loud and satisfied burp escaped from her sweet little mouth, carrying a rich milky aroma. The voice was clear and resonant.
Gu Yuan immediately chuckled and raised an eyebrow at Song Shiwei. Did you hear that?
The people sent congratulatory messages, saying they had eaten and drunk their fill and were completely satisfied. He leaned closer and gently tapped Sweetie's round little belly.
Look at this little belly, it's almost like a balloon. If you keep feeding it, that's child abuse, and I'm going to call the police.
Song Shiwei was amused by him and couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw her daughter burping contentedly. A slight blush crept onto her face.
Okay, you're right. The breastfeeding problem was solved, but a new problem arose. The two little ones were intrigued by the hairdryer and are now incredibly energetic, showing no signs of wanting to sleep. Gu Yuan sighed and spread his hands.
All right, Mom, the breastfeeding crisis is over.
Now let's move on to the next stage, the sleep-inducing phase. This arduous yet glorious task is entrusted to you.
Song Shiwei rolled her eyes at him, annoyed.
You wish. One for each person, no one can escape.
She patted the spot next to her, indicating that Gu Yuan should take care of Tian, while she would handle the more boisterous Mimi.
Okay, I'll follow the leader's instructions. Gu Yuan smiled and accepted the order.
Song Shiwei turned to the side and looked at Mimi, who was wriggling on the bed with her little hands flailing around in the air. She decided to use her trump card.
The art of pretending to be asleep.
She gently closed her eyes, adjusted her breathing, and emitted even and gentle breaths, perfectly playing the role of a mother who was already fast asleep.
Sure enough, Mimi stopped moving.
She turned her little head, her big, dark eyes staring curiously at her mother's face. She observed for a while, then stretched out her chubby little finger and tentatively poked Song Shiwei's cheek. Song Shiwei endured the itch, remained motionless, and continued to pretend to be asleep. Seeing that her mother didn't react, Mimi became bolder. Her chubby little hands waved in the air, drawing circles, getting closer and closer to Song Shiwei's face.
Smack!
A crisp sound rang out, particularly abrupt in the quiet bedroom. Song Shiwei felt a burning pain on her right cheek. She suddenly opened her eyes and gasped. Hiss! This little brat is putting all her strength into it. She covered her face, feeling both angry and amused. When she turned her head, she saw Gu Yuan first freeze, then his shoulders began to shake wildly, and finally he couldn't hold back any longer and burst into earth-shattering laughter.
Ha 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 ha! Domestic violence. Caught red-handed. Gu Yuan laughed so hard he almost rolled off the bed, and even pretended to take out his phone. No, I have to film this. This is Mimi's first embarrassing moment in her life. You're still laughing. Song Shui was both ashamed and angry, and glared fiercely at her gloating husband. She rubbed her burning cheeks, turned around, and prepared to give this audacious little girl a good lesson. However, when her eyes met Mimi's, she was instantly stunned. The little one, who had been so lively just moments before, now had his eyes closed, his little hands obediently placed at his sides, and his breathing steady. He had an innocent look on his face, as if to say, I was fast asleep and everything that just happened had nothing to do with me. Song Shui was amazed by his superb acting skills. Hey! Song Shui was both amused and exasperated. You little rascal, still pretending to be asleep? She leaned closer to examine it more closely. The little guy's performance was perfect, but unfortunately, even the best laid plans can go wrong. A small crack quietly appeared between the fingers of her small hand that was covering her eyes. A bright, gleaming gaze peeked out from the crack, observing her reaction. Gu Yuan also came over, suppressing a laugh as he whispered, Honey, look, she's still peeking at you. Her eyelashes are still trembling, she's given herself away. Song Shui, feeling playful, deliberately lowered her voice and blew a breath into the crack. I see you. Mimi's whole little body trembled violently. The peeping eye snapped shut instantly, and two chubby little hands immediately covered the entire face. She looked so embarrassed that she couldn't bear to be seen, and her two little feet were still kicking awkwardly under the covers. That guilty and shy look instantly struck Song Shui's heart. All anger and pain were melted away by the cuteness. But this child still needs to be put to sleep. Song Shui cleared her throat, deliberately put on a stern face, and said in a threatening tone, Honey, go to sleep. If you don't go to sleep, Mommy will get angry and spank your little bottom. As she spoke, she reached out and rhythmically patted the little guy's diaper-covered bottom. This trick really worked. Mimi immediately stopped struggling, her little body motionless, obediently letting her mother pat her. A few minutes later, her breathing gradually became long and steady. She really fell asleep. Song Shui breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if she had just fought a tough battle. One taken care of. She turned to look at Gu Yuan and gestured with her eyes. Now it's your turn. Sweetie is still contemplating life with her eyes open. Gu Yuan looked at the other small bed. Sweetie was still awake. She wasn't crying or making a fuss, she just lay there quietly, her big eyes fixed on the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Alright, now it's my turn, the ultimate dad, to show off my real skills. Gu Yuan walked confidently to Tian's bedside. He didn't sing or clap, but instead bent down and spoke a series of strange syllables to his daughter. Awo, kukuku. Oh. Iya. Song Shui watched from behind, dumbfounded. What are you doing? Gu Yuan turned around and gave her a mysterious look that said, You wouldn't understand. This is called spiritual communication between father and daughter. It's our secret code, baby talk, do you understand? He made a joke, then turned back and continued to coo to Tian. Surprisingly, this set of fallacies and heresies actually worked on Sweetie. Sweetie's gaze slowly shifted from the ceiling to her father's face. She looked at her father, and her little mouth moved slightly. Then, she yawned widely, stretching her arms and legs outwards with all her might, her whole body contorting into a cute big character. After stretching, her eyelids started to droop, fluttered a few times, and finally slowly closed. See that? Gu Yuan straightened up, his face full of smugness. Done. He gave Song Shui a victory sign, his face practically screaming praise me. Song Shui couldn't help but laugh at his smug expression. The room finally fell completely quiet, with only the even breathing of the two little angels remaining. Gu Yuan tiptoed back to the bedside, sat down again, and stared intently at Song Shui, his voice low and tinged with an ambiguous smile. Alright, the little ones are all asleep. Now, it's my turn to continue providing you, my great ancestor, with the full set of Imperial level service. Song Shui blushed at his flirtatious remark. Imperial level service? She glanced at him sideways, but couldn't help but smile. Let me tell you, if the service isn't up to par, I'm going to give you a bad review. Don't worry, I guarantee a 5-star review, and even follow-up reviews. Chapter 62 The Moving Humanoid Pillow. Gu Yuan patted his chest to assure her and helped her slowly lie down on the bed. Song Shui obediently lay down,
her body aching so much that she couldn't help but groan. She looked at the dim light in the room, with only a small nightlight on, barely enough to make out the outlines of objects.
Hey, it's so dark, can you even see the acupoints? She was a little worried. This is no joke, what if you press the wrong button? How about, we go to the hospital?
We can find a professional traditional Chinese medicine doctor that would be more reliable. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. After giving birth, her body became exceptionally precious, and she dared not let Gu Yuan, a half-baked expert, mess around with her.
Which hospital to go to? Gu Yuan refused without even thinking about it.
You spend all morning registering and queuing, only to have the doctor massage you for 20 minutes and that's it.
How can that compare to the 24/7 personalized service from your husband?
As he spoke, he moved a small stool over and sat steadily at the foot of the bed. Besides, my skills are certified by the system, God-level massage techniques. I can find your acupoints with my eyes closed, with precise positioning, even more accurate than GPS. As Gu Yuan spoke, he gently grasped one of Song Shiwei's feet. It felt icy cold to the touch.
He couldn't help but frown. Song Shiwei felt a little embarrassed and tried to pull her foot back. My feet are always this cold. It's an old problem. I've had it since I was a child. My hands and feet are always cold, and I can't warm them up even in the summer.
She sighed, her tone tinged with helplessness.
My mom said I have a cold constitution and took me to see many traditional Chinese medicine doctors.
I drank a lot of bitter Chinese medicine, but it didn't help at all.
I eventually gave up.
As she spoke, she even made a self-comforting joke. But there's one advantage, my soles never sweat, so they don't smell. Gu Yuan was amused by her words. He didn't let go. Instead, he used his palm to completely envelop her icy little feet, continuously transferring his warmth.
Don't worry, leave it to me.
His words carried a reassuring power. I guarantee I'll make sure you feel warm and comfortable. After saying that, he began to act. His thumb pressed precisely on a spot on the sole of her foot. The force wasn't great, but it was definitely not light either. A strange sensation instantly surged up from the soles of my feet.
It's neither painful nor itchy.
It's a strange sensation that's both sour and numb, with a slight swelling.
Song Shiwei's toes curled up unconsciously.
That feeling traveled up her ankle and down her entire calf. Wherever it goes, tense muscles relax and stiff bones loosen.
How's that? Is this force enough? Gu Yuan pressed the button while asking a question. It's all right.
Song Shiwei bit her lip and squeezed out 2 words through her teeth. She felt like she was about to scream out in pleasure. So comfortable. It was more comfortable than any foot massage she had ever received at any high-end club. Those technicians were either too strong, pressing her so hard she was wincing in pain. Either the force is too weak, like tickling an itch, and you feel nothing at all. Only Gu Yuan's strength seemed tailor-made for her. Every bit of force was applied precisely to the areas that needed relaxation the most.
Gu Yuan saw that she didn't speak, but his hands didn't stop moving.
He pressed and kneaded each acupoint along the meridians.
Song Shiwei felt as if she were floating in warm seawater.
All the aches and fatigue in my body were gradually washed away and melted away in this comfortable warm current.
The stinging sensation I had previously experienced due to breast engorgement has miraculously lessened considerably.
Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, the tip of her nose, and her back.
He became drenched in sweat.
My body temperature was rising steadily, and my hands and feet, which were originally icy cold, were now warm. Consciousness gradually became blurred.
My eyelids are getting heavier and heavier.
Song Shiwei felt that Gu Yuan's voice was getting farther and farther away, more and more faint. She wanted to respond, but she didn't even have the strength to open her mouth. Finally, she gave up all resistance and drifted into a deep sleep.
As Gu Yuan continued pressing, he realized something was wrong.
The person beneath him began to breathe exceptionally long and even. He stopped what he was doing and leaned closer to take a look.
Goodness! She fell asleep.
She was sleeping so soundly, with a satisfied smile on her lips.
Gu Yuan was both amused and exasperated. Where is the promised royal-level full-service package? The protagonist fell asleep after only 1 foot was massaged? He suddenly realized the ultimate pleasure point for those massage therapists.
The most comfortable thing is not when the customer says you're giving a good massage, but when the customer falls asleep as you massage them.
This is the highest recognition of technology. Moreover, once the guests are asleep, you can legitimately take a break.
Gu Yuan gently massaged her other foot as well, then pulled the blanket over her. Looking at Song Shiwei's peaceful sleeping face, his heart softened.
Get rid of a big ancestor.
He turned his head and his gaze fell on two cribs not far away. The two little darlings were fast asleep.
Honey's little mouth is still smacking. I wonder what delicious food she's dreaming about.
Sweetie lay sprawled out, sleeping in a carefree posture, much like her father.
Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This amazing massage technique works for adults, so it should work for babies too, right?
Children's digestive systems are delicate, and frequent massage can help with digestion and absorption, as well as boost their immunity. With that in mind, he immediately took action. He tiptoed to the crib and first leaned down to look at Mimi. Then, with a very light and gentle touch, he extended his finger and drew clockwise circles on her stomach.
Mimi, still asleep, seemed to sense something.
Her brows relaxed, her lips curled upwards, and she let out a giggle. Gu Yuan's heart melted at the sight. He then went to Tian's bedside and, using the same technique, gave her a set of loving touches.
Sweetie's reaction was more direct.
She kicked her leg under the covers, and a big smile appeared on her face, so sweet it was almost radiant. Gu Yuan looked at his three precious children sleeping peacefully, and a satisfied smile, like that of a loving father, appeared on his face.
This amazing massage technique is truly incredible.
Before they knew it, the happy family had all drifted off to sleep.
Early the next morning, Gu Yuan was awakened by a piercing numbness.
He felt like the right side of his body no longer belonged to him.
Holy crap, where's my arm? He looked down and, wow!
Song Shiwei was sleeping soundly, with most of her body pressed against him like a koala, her head resting on his shoulder. His right arm was used as a pillow by her, and he was pressed down on it all night. What's even more amazing is that, in the crib next to them, Tian had somehow stretched her little hand out over the railing, her tiny fist tightly clenching her thumb. Two ancestors, one big and one small, kept him locked up tightly.
Unable to move, Gu Yuan tried to pull his arm out.
Hiss! That electric-like tingling sensation instantly shot from my fingertips to the top of my head.
This is absolutely terrible.
Looking at Song Shiwei's peaceful sleeping face and his daughter's rosy cheeks, his morning grumpiness vanished instantly.
Never mind. Being both a father and a husband, isn't that just like being a walking, talking body pillow? I've accepted my fate.
Just as he was about to adjust his position to continue drifting off to sleep, the person in his arms stirred. Song Shiwei's long eyelashes trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She had just woken up, her eyes were still a little blurry, and she looked exceptionally innocent.
Chapter 63 Even jumping into the Yellow River won't clear my name. Gu Yuan was about to say, "Good morning, wife."
The next second, Song Shiwei's expression changed. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, her lips pursed, and her eyes instantly reddened.
Wha? Pain. Gu Yuan. It hurts so much.
Her voice, trembling with sobs, sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet morning.
Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Where does it hurt?
Song Shiwei cried even harder, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably.
It's even worse here than last night.
She pointed to her chest, her face filled with despair and pain.
Stones. Just like two big rocks. They're swollen and hard. Gu Yuan. I can't take it anymore.
Song Shiwei suddenly grabbed his arm, her eyes filled with a desperate madness.
Let's cut it off. Now. Immediately. Right now. I don't want it anymore. Whoever wants it can have it.
Gu Yuan was startled by her ruthlessness.
Grandma. Ancestor. Calm down.
He quickly reassured her.
Impulse is the devil. How can you just cut this thing off like that? This is our daughter's granary. Song Shiwei wouldn't listen to anything and was writhing in pain on the bed. I don't care. It hurts so much. I'd rather die than feel this pain again. Seeing this situation, Gu Yuan knew he couldn't delay any longer. Don't be afraid. I'll help you.
He immediately jumped out of bed, ignoring the fact that his arm was still numb. A divine massage technique, professionally solving all kinds of difficult postpartum ailments.
Wait for me, I'm coming to save you right away. As he spoke, he staggered out. Where are you going? Song Shui called out from behind, her voice trembling with tears. Hurry up! I'm going to explode if you're any later. Right away. I'll go get a tool for the crime. Gu Yuan's voice came from the living room. The weapon used in the crime?
Song Shui was stunned for a moment.
What the heck? Gu Yuan returned quickly. In her hand, she was holding a delicate white porcelain bowl.
Song Shui was completely stunned. Tears still clung to her face as she looked at him with a questioning expression.
Gu Yuan, what are you doing with that bowl? Are you hungry? Is this the time to worry about whether you're hungry?
Gu Yuan placed the bowl on the bedside table and explained with a serious expression.
This isn't for me. It's for you to use.
I'll give you a massage later, and there will definitely be some, strategic material spillage. Using a bowl to catch it is clean and hygienic.
Otherwise, if it drips on the bed, it can easily breed bacteria, which is not good for you and the baby.
The air was silent for 3 seconds.
Song Shui's expression shifted from confusion to shock, and then to the calm before a volcanic eruption.
She stared intently at Gu Yuan, squeezing out each word through gritted teeth.
Gu Yuan. Are you sick? What kind of nonsense is going on in your head? The next second, a pillow flew towards Gu Yuan's face with lightning speed. Roll. Gu Yuan nimbly tilted his head, dodging the attack.
He held up his hands, looking completely innocent.
Honey, I'm doing this all for your own good. Didn't you teach me to be hygienic and clean? Do you even want to live anymore? Song Shui was so angry that she grabbed another pillow. I'll count to 3.
If you don't start by then, we'll all die together today.
Come on, come right away.
Gu Yuan dared not be naughty anymore and quickly sat down on the edge of the bed, getting into a fighting stance. This time, he had experience, and his technique was more refined. His fingers, warm and firm, precisely located the hard, clogged lumps. Song Shui let out a comfortable sigh. The maddening swelling gradually dissipated with Gu Yuan's movements. The parts that were originally as hard as stone gradually became soft. The tight skin was soothed, and the stinging sensation turned into a tolerable tingling or numbness. Song Shui let out a long sigh of relief, and her whole body went limp.
Phew! I'm alive again.
Looking at Gu Yuan's focused profile, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead, her eyes softened involuntarily. This man, although sometimes his sharp tongue makes you want to punch him.
But in crucial moments, they are truly reliable. She looked at his constantly moving fingers and felt a pang of heartache. Gu Yuan.
She called his name softly.
What's wrong? Does it still hurt? Should I apply more pressure? Gu Yuan stopped what he was doing and asked with concern.
Song Shui shook her head. She reached out and gently took his hand that was massaging her.
You should take a break. Your hands must be sore from pressing for so long, right?
Gu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart.
Not tired at all.
I go through fire and water to serve my wife.
He answered with a grin.
Song Shui ignored his banter. She took his hand and placed it in her palm. Then, using her soft fingertips, she gently massaged his fingers and palms, mimicking what he had done earlier. Her touch was very light, like a kitten tickling. But Gu Yuan felt a warm current spread from his palms all the way to his heart. The whole world fell silent.
All that remained was the faint morning light outside the window and the gentle eyes of the person before me.
This damn, pungent smell of love that has nowhere to go.
However,
just when things were peaceful and the atmosphere was so ambiguous it was almost sizzling.
Wow!
A loud cry, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, exploded instantly.
It shattered all the warmth and tranquility. It's sweet. Immediately afterwards, Nini also let out a round humph. The two little devils have woken up. Moreover, I woke up because I was hungry. The atmosphere in the room instantly switched from an idle drama to a realistic parenting channel.
Gu Yuan and Song Shui exchanged a glance, both seeing two words in each other's eyes.
It's over. Sweet cries are especially penetrating.
His face turned bright red, his limbs kicked wildly in the air, and his voice was loud enough to lift the roof off.
Gu Yuan quickly went over. Sweetie, Daddy's here, don't cry. To everyone's surprise, Tian cried even harder when she saw his face.
She stared intently at Gu Yuan with her big, watery eyes. Those eyes were filled with accusation and anger. Then, through the blanket, she kicked her short legs twice in Gu Yuan's direction.
Look! Song Sherwei leaned against the headboard, pointing weakly and amusedly at her daughter. She's upset with you. Gu Yuan was completely bewildered. Blame me? What did I do that I shouldn't have? He felt he was more wrong than Doi. Song Sherwei looked at him, then at the small white porcelain bowl on the bedside table, and burst out laughing. She's upset with you for squeezing all her food rations into her bowl. Gu Yuan followed her gaze. There was indeed a thin layer of milky white liquid in the bowl. That was the spot of his massage. Then look back at your own daughter, who is glaring at you angrily and kicking her legs in protest. Gu Yuan opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. Gu Yuan was completely overwhelmed. He looked at his own daughter, who was still an infant but had already learned to kill with her eyes, and felt like crying but had no tears. Sweetie, can't you be reasonable? Wow! His response was met with an even louder cry from Tian Tian. He looked exactly like a child whose beloved toy had been snatched away, and by his most trusted father no less. Beside her, Mimi, though not crying, pouted and whimpered in support. Song Sherwei leaned against the headboard, laughing so hard she was shaking, forgetting even the pain of engorgement. Chapter 64 is not what you think. Serves you right. Who told you to do bad things in front of her? This is a typical case of being caught red-handed at the crime scene. Gu Yuan was completely at a loss. What can he do? He was desperate too. How do you explain physiological engorgement and assisted milk expression to a newborn baby? Stop joking. At this moment of father and daughter turning against each other and chaos ensued. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, the voice of Gu Yuan's mother, Xia Yulan, came from outside the door. Xiao Yuan, Sherwei, are you awake? Mom made breakfast for you. Gu Yuan was startled. Oh no! Why is Mom here? He glanced subconsciously at the white porcelain bowl containing the evidence on the bedside table, and then at the bedsheet that was soaked with milk leakage. If his mother saw this, that was truly a social disaster. They're here. They're here. Gu Yuan responded hastily, his mind racing. He grabbed the wet sheet from the bed, intending to hide it first. But the room is only so big, where can we hide? In a moment of panic, he opened the door and planned to throw the bedsheets into the laundry basket outside. To his surprise, he bumped right into Xia Yulan, who was carrying a tray of food, as soon as he opened the door. Their eyes met. The air froze instantly. Xia Yulan's gaze landed precisely on the crumpled, damp sheet in Gu Yuan's hand. Her brows furrowed little by little. His gaze shifted from initial kindness to sharpness, and finally to disbelief, shock, and anger. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Mom, let me explain. However, Xia Yubalanlan has already been released. Explain? Explain what? Xia Yulan slammed the plate she was holding onto the cabinet by the door with a loud bang. Her lips trembled with anger as she pointed at the bedsheet in Gu Yuan's hand, her voice suddenly rising. Explain this to me, what is this? You brat! Sherwei's current physical condition. How dare you do such a thing? Before he could finish speaking, Xia Yu's fighter jet had already locked onto the attack weapon. She rushed into the room, grabbed a pillow from the bench at the foot of the bed, and threw it at Gu Yuan's head. I'll beat you to death, you ignorant brat! Ah! Gu Yuan screamed as he was hit, covering his head and dodging while crying out for justice. Mom! It's not what you think. Shut up! Xia Yulan's fighting spirit was off the charts, and she swung the pillow with great force. Not what I thought. Then what was it? Do you think I'm blind? The sheets are soaking wet. Sherwei hasn't fully recovered yet, and you're utterly despicable. Song Sherwei, lying on the bed, was completely dumbfounded. She was initially nervous about her mother-in-law's sudden arrival, and she was even more embarrassed when she saw her mother-in-law's gaze fall on the bedsheets. She wanted to disappear into the ground. She thought that her mother-in-law had seen the milk stains on the bedsheet and knew that she had asked Gu Yuan to help massage and express milk. In the eyes of the older generation, it would be shameful to ask their husbands to do such a thing. But she never expected her mother-in-law to react so strongly. They even took action. Seeing Gu Yuan being chased and beaten, Song Sherwei felt both distressed and anxious.
Forgetting her shyness, she quickly tried to explain.
Mom! Mom! Don't hit him. It's none of his business.
Xia Yulan stopped what she was doing, turned her head to look at her daughter-in-law on the bed. Her anger subsided slightly, but her tone was still full of disappointment.
Sure way, don't speak up for him. How can you let him do this to you? Don't you care about your own body?
Song Shiwei's cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She bit her lower lip, her voice so soft it was like a mosquito's hum.
Mom, it was me who made him do that. It was me who forced him to do it.
These words were spoken.
The air in the room was even more frozen than before. Gu Yuan stopped dodging and looked at his wife with a horrified expression. My dear wife. What kind of indecent words are you using? Are you trying to explain this? You're adding insult to injury by making my already meager situation even worse. Really? Xia Yulan's face instantly changed from angry red to ashen. She looked at her daughter-in-law on the bed, who looked ashamed, and then at her son next to her, who looked completely bewildered. She was so angry that her heart ached. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision, lowered her voice, and asked Song Shiwei in a tone that was both heartbroken and serious. So, did you take any safety precautions? If I get pregnant again now, it will be fatal. Ah? Song Shiwei's mind went blank for a moment. Safety measures? What safety measures are in place? Do massages require safety precautions?
She and Gu Yuan looked at each other, both seeing a big question mark in each other's eyes.
Gu Yuan was the first to react. He finally realized where his mother's brain had gone. He raised his hand, both amused and exasperated, and pointed to the innocent white porcelain bowl on the bedside table. Mom! What safety measures are in place? I just used a bowl. Bowl? Xia Yulan was stunned. She looked in the direction Gu Yuan was pointing and saw the bowl, and the thin, milky white liquid inside. This is... Xia Yulan's mind raced. The wet sheets.
Song Shiwei said she forced him.
Gu Yuan said he used a bowl.
These seemingly unrelated clues collided wildly in Xia Yulan's mind, finally piecing together a truth that left her speechless. Looking at his mother's expression, which went from fury to astonishment and then to sudden realization, Gu Yuan knew that she had figured it out.
He sighed, Mom, what are you thinking?
At that time, Wei's breasts were engorged and blocked, and she was in a lot of pain because of the redness and swelling. I had no choice but to massage her to help her clear the blockage. The sheets were wet from leaked milk, and the bowl was there to catch it.
The truth has come out.
Xia Yulan's well-maintained face turned bright red at a visible speed, from her cheeks all the way to her ears.
Oh my God. What did she just say? What were you thinking? She even hit her son with a pillow. I've completely lost face. An awkward silence fell over the room.
Only the confused whimpers of Sweetie and Honey reminded everyone what had just happened.
Cough, cough, cough. Xia Yulan coughed heavily twice, trying to break the damn awkward silence.
She forced herself to remain calm, not even glancing at Gu Yuan and Song Shiwei, and walked straight to the crib.
Oh my two darlings are awake. Are you hungry? Let Grandma see. Let Grandma hug us, we won't talk to that bad dad.
As she spoke, she deftly picked up Tian, who was crying the loudest, and gently patted her with an extremely practiced motion.
The abruptness of that topic change was textbook perfect.
Gu Yuan rubbed his aching back, grinning with a helpless expression.
Looking at her mother-in-law's bright red ear tips, Song Shiwei couldn't help but burst out laughing.
She shifted her body closer to Gu Yuan, and gently rubbed his reddened back with her soft little hands.
Does it still hurt? Mom was too ruthless. Gu Yuan immediately put on a pitiful expression, almost bursting into tears. It hurts. It hurts so much. It feels like my bones are going to fall apart. Wife, you have to make it up to me. Chapter 65. My husband is the richest man in the world.
Song Shiwei rolled her eyes at him, but then softened the pressure on her hands.
Just then, Tian, who was being held in Xia Yulan's arms, stopped crying. She stared wide-eyed at her parents' interaction with curiosity.
Then, she stretched out her chubby little hand and waved it towards Gu Yuan's back, making two ah-woo sounds.
The tiny hands waved wildly in the air, as if trying to rub their father's hands too.
Meanwhile, Mimi, who had been quiet all along, had somehow grabbed a corner of the newly changed bedsheet and was now happily munching on it. That earth-shattering blunder finally came to an end with Xie Yulan's textbook perfect, awkward attempt to change the subject. Gu Yuan felt a burning pain in his back his mother had really not held back. Song Sherwei gently rubbed his back with her small hands, feeling both sorry for him and wanting to laugh.
Sweetie and honey in Grandma's arms finally calmed down.
One stared wide-eyed at the baby with curiosity, while the other gnawed on the bedsheet with gusto.
A family storm simply vanished without a trace.
Xia Yulan held Tian Tian in her arms, then went to check on Mimi. After confirming that both little ones were safe and sound, she cleared her throat and resumed her demeanor as the matriarch of the household.
However, her slightly reddened ears betrayed her earlier embarrassment. Sure way. Xia Yulan's tone was somewhat unnatural. You've just finished your call, you must be hungry. I'll go reheat the black chicken soup I made for you, you should drink it quickly to nourish yourself. Upon hearing the words black chicken soup, Song Sherwei's face immediately fell.
She feels like vomiting whenever she smells that chicken soup.
Every day she either makes pig's trotter soup, black chicken soup, or Christian carp soup.
She felt like she was turning into a walking, all-around nourishing soup.
Mom, I don't really want to drink it.
Song Sherwei spoke cautiously, her voice a little weak. After all, my mother-in-law had just misunderstood me, and it wouldn't be right to reject her good intentions now.
Upon hearing this, Xia Yulan immediately frowned. How can you not drink it?
You're weak right now, and you have to feed 2 children.
You need to eat something good.
I simmered the soup all afternoon, it's the best for nourishing your blood and qi. Song Sherwei looked to Gu Yuan for help.
Gu Yuan immediately received the signal and stepped in to smooth things over.
Mom, Sherwei probably just finished her work and doesn't have much of an appetite. Why don't we let her rest for a while and drink later?
Xia Yulan looked at her son suspiciously, then at her daughter-in-law. Is it really just a lack of appetite? Song Sherwei nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at rice.
Mom,
I'm just a little tired and want to lie down for a while.
All right.
Xia Yulan didn't insist any further, gently put Tian Tian back in the crib, and covered Mimi with a small blanket. Then I'll keep the soup warm.
Whenever you want some, just tell Gu Yuan and he'll bring it to you.
Remember, you can't go hungry during your postpartum period.
Okay, Mom. Song Sherwei responded obediently. Xia Yulan gave a few more instructions out of concern before leaving the bedroom, glancing back several times. As soon as the door closed, Song Sherwei breathed a long sigh of relief and collapsed onto the bed.
Gu Yuan smiled and sat down next to her, pinching her nose. You're so lucky, you don't even know how lucky you are.
My mom has poured all her heart and soul into you and the kids.
I know. Song Sherwei muttered, but drinking it every day, I really get tired of it.
She turned over, buried her face in the pillow, and spoke in a muffled voice.
I don't want to eat anything right now, I just want to sleep.
As soon as she finished speaking, her phone started buzzing on the bedside table. Song Sherwei impatiently reached over and swiped to answer the call without even looking at it.
Hello?
Her voice had a strong nasal tone and sounded weak and listless. A polite male voice came from the other end of the phone.
Hello, are you Miss Song Sherwei? It's me.
What's up?
Hello Miss Song, this is the credit card department of XX Bank.
Our system has detected that your platinum credit card with the last 4 digits of 8,888 made a transaction of 10 million renminbi overseas at 3:15 p.m. today.
Did you make this transaction? 10 million?
Song Sherwei's previously muddled mind instantly cleared. She sat up, took the phone away from her ear, and glanced at the unfamiliar number.
Scam call? They're trying to fool me, aren't they?
I'm in excruciating pain from engorgement right now, I have no appetite, and I'm extremely irritable.
How dare you mess with me like that?
An unnamed anger suddenly shot up to the top of Song Sherwei's head.
I did it.
Her voice instantly turned 8 degrees colder. The scammer on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback, probably not expecting this scenario.
Huh? Miss Song, are you sure it was you who made the purchase? 10 million is no small sum. Yes, it's me. Song Sherwei's tone was resolute. I not only spent 10 million, I spent 100 million. I bought an island and I'm planning to build a kingdom on it. What's wrong with that? You have a problem with that? Are you still wondering why I'm so rich? Let me tell you, it's because my husband is the richest man in the world. My family owns a mine. I even use a pure gold toilet. What right do you, a tiny credit card center, have to tell me how much money I spend?
After shouting it out in one breath, Song Shui felt much better, as the anger that had been stuck in her chest eased up. The scammer on the other end of the phone was completely stunned and couldn't say a word for a long time. Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up the phone immediately. Neuropathy. Song Shui cursed, threw her phone on the bed, and turned it off. She was fuming. How dare he try to fool me? He's got a death wish. Just then. Gurgle. An untimely voice rang out in the quiet room. The sound came from Song Shui's stomach. Gu Yuan was taken aback, then burst out laughing. Are you hungry? Song Shui's face flushed red instantly. She covered her stomach, a little embarrassed. It seems, a little. I was so focused on the pain that I didn't feel anything. Now that I've relaxed, a wave of hunger has washed over me. She's so hungry she could eat a whole cow. But it's definitely not black chicken soup. Suddenly, a scene that made Song Shui's mouth water flashed into her mind. The food street at the back gate of the university town. An uncle pushing a cart deftly lifted the lid of a huge stainless steel bucket. Steaming hot rice, topped with a variety of dishes. Make whatever you want to eat, a whole box full of meat and vegetables, and finally drizzled with a spoonful of the soul-stirring meat gravy. Gurgle. Her stomach growled even louder. Song Shui swallowed hard, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Gu Yuan. Husband. Her voice was drawn out, with a hint of coquettishness. Gu Yuan could tell from her expression what mischief she was up to again. What would you like to eat? I want to eat the 10 yuan boxed lunch from the snack street. Song Shui said in a low voice. Gu Yuan. His wife's thought process is just unbelievable. Why would someone leave behind a nutritious and healthy meal at home and crave a 10 yuan roadside boxed lunch? Honey, are you serious? Seriously. I've been dreaming about eating this. Song Shui suddenly sat up and grabbed Gu Yuan's arm, shaking it. I'm going crazy from all the soup and broth in my house. Right now I want to eat something that's heavy on oil and salt, and full of the flavor of smoky cooking. Please, honey, just this once, okay? Chapter 66, the grand finale. The end. Hooray! She blinked her big eyes and looked at Gu Yuan pitifully. Gu Yuan looked at her greedy expression and felt both annoyed and amused. But, what about Mom? If she finds out you went out to eat at a roadside stall during your postpartum period, she'll break my legs. The moment Xie Yulan was mentioned, Song Shui's arrogance vanished. Yes. She definitely won't agree. Song Shui's shoulders slumped, and she looked completely dejected. I really want to eat it. Seeing his wife looking so aggrieved and on the verge of tears, Gu Yuan felt sorry for her. His eyes darted around, and a bold idea popped into his head. He leaned close to Song Shui's ear and lowered his voice. How about, we go secretly? Song Shui's eyes widened suddenly. Go secretly? Gu Yuan pointed to the crib. Look, Sweetie and Honey are sleeping soundly and won't wake up anytime soon. My mom is probably watching TV in the living room right now. Let's hurry over, grab a boxed lunch and be right back. This proposal is full of excitement and temptation. Song Shui's heart was pounding. She felt like a high school student about to do something naughty, both nervous and excited. Will this work? Why not? Gu Yuan patted his chest and assured him, even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Yeah. Song Shui couldn't hold back any longer. She let out an excited cry, grabbed Gu Yuan's neck, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Honey, you're so wonderful. I love you to death. The cool, soft lips pressed against his face, and Gu Yuan's heart melted. Shall we set off now? Set off. The two of them changed their clothes stealthily, like thieves. Song Shui didn't even have time to put on makeup. She just threw on a sweatshirt, a hat, and a mask, and prepared to rush out. Gu Yuan grabbed her. Wait, here's your phone. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Good. The two of them furtively opened the bedroom door and peeked out. In the living room, Xia Yulan was indeed wearing her reading glasses, intently watching a family drama on TV. Safety. Gu Yuan gave an okay sign. The two of them crouched down and sneaked towards the door like thieves. Victory was in sight. Where are you two going? Xia Yulan's voice came suddenly from behind. The two of them froze and slowly turned around. Xia Yulan pushed up her reading glasses and looked at them with a suspicious expression.
Mom! Gu Yuan chuckled dryly. We just went out, for some fresh air. Breathable? Xia Yulan's gaze fell on Song Shiwei's tightly covered up attire. Why bother getting any fresh air at night? Mom, it's okay, I'm just going for a walk downstairs, I'll be right back. Song Shiwei couldn't wait any longer. The aroma of the boxed lunch seemed to be wafting around my nose. All she can think about right now is boxed lunches. I don't care. I'm determined to eat it today. After saying that, Song Shiwei didn't bother to explain to her mother-in-law. She opened the door and rushed out like a gust of wind. Hey! Shiwei! Xia Yulan stood up in a panic. This child. Gu Yuan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, and gave his mother a fawning smile. Mom, don't be angry. She's just craving something. I'll go keep an eye on her and be right back. After saying that, he chased after Song Shiwei and ran out, leaving Xia Yulan alone in the living room, stomping her feet in anger. This is outrageous. How could you eat that kind of junk? Gu Yuan. Bring her back to me. The cool night breeze felt pleasant on my face. Song Shiwei ran out of the apartment building and took a deep breath of the free air. Ah! That feels great. Gu Yuan followed closely behind, caught up, and grabbed her wrist. Slow down. Why are you running so fast? Song Shiwei turned around, her large eyes above the mask curving into crescent moons. I'm just in a hurry. I feel like my braised pork is calling me. Her voice was filled with barely suppressed joy. Looking at her lively appearance, Gu Yuan felt both amused and annoyed, but his heart softened. She hadn't been this happy in a long time since she got pregnant and gave birth. All right, here's your braised pork. He shook his head helplessly and tightened his grip on her hand. Come on, I'll take you to a nice place. Do you know where to find it? Song Shiwei's eyes lit up instantly. Of course. Who am I, your husband? A human food radar. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow smugly. There's a food street behind the development zone, and it's bustling with activity right now. The two held hands and walked quickly toward the back of the development zone. Before you even get close, the bustling sounds of people and the aroma of food rush into your nostrils. Cumin, numbing spiciness, all sorts of flavors mixed together create a domineering yet alluring aroma that seems to penetrate right to the top of your head. Song Shiwei's saliva began to flow like crazy. This is it. This is the taste. She excitedly shook Gu Yuan's arm. The food street was brightly lit and bustling with people, with all kinds of stalls crowding both sides of the narrow street. The hot plate for grilling cold noodles sizzled, the oil for frying chicken cutlets churned golden, and steam rose from the cubicles serving oden. Song Shiwei's eyes weren't enough to take it all in. Seeing her pathetic state, Gu Yuan chuckled and playfully flicked her nose. The boxed lunch stall is over there, the one with the most people. He pointed to a stall not far away that was surrounded by layers of people. Song Shiwei looked in the direction he pointed and sure enough, she saw a small stall with a sign that read Mom's lunchboxes crowded with white-collar workers who had just finished get off work. Charge! Song Shiwei instantly became determined and pulled Gu Yuan to squeeze into the crowd. Excuse me, could you move aside? Excuse me. I don't know where she got the strength, but this woman who had just given birth managed to fight her way through the crowd and successfully squeeze to the front of the stall. The auntie serving food was wearing an apron and sleeves, her spoon flying up and down in her hands, so busy that her feet barely touched the ground. Little girl, what would you like to eat? The aunt saw Song Shiwei, whose face was flushed from being squeezed, and called out. Auntie! I want this. This. And this too. Song Shiwei pointed at the vegetables in the insulated compartment, her eyes shining. Braised pork belly. Mapo tofu. Shredded pork with garlic sauce. And scrambled eggs with tomatoes, please. She ordered 4 dishes in one go, afraid that if she was even a second late, they would grow legs and run away. Okay. The aunt was quick and efficient. She picked up a lunchbox, first spread a thick layer of rice on it, and then ladled out several large spoonfuls of the dishes that Song Shiwei had ordered, piling them up to overflowing. When it was time for the braised pork, the auntie gave her a second look and noticed that although she was wearing a mask, her face was still a little pale and her eyes looked tired. The aunt paused for a moment, then added another large spoonful of glistening braised pork to the lunchbox. Young lady, judging from your appearance, you must have just given birth? Eat more meat to nourish your body. Song Shui was taken aback, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Thank you, Auntie. Gu Yuan paid for the food and bought 2 bottles of water. The two of them carried the heavy lunchboxes and finally found an empty small table in the corner. The table was a little oily, but neither of them cared. Song Shui eagerly opened the lunchbox. Wow! Holding a full box of lunch, Song Shui's eyes inexplicably welled up as soon as her chopsticks touched the glistening braised pork. The tender, melt-in-your-mouth meat melted on her tongue, the rich sauce coating the rice, and the smoky, oily flavor hit her right in the gut, feeling more comforted than any chicken soup she'd ever had at home. Gu Yuan sat opposite her, watching her wolf down her food with a satisfied expression, a smile never fading from his lips. He occasionally handed her a water bottle, gently reminding her, "Eat slowly, don't choke." The two were enjoying their meal when Xia Yulan called. Gu Yuan answered, but before he could even speak, he heard his mother's voice, filled with anger mixed with worry. "Where are you? Come back right now. Street food is filthy, what if Shui gets sick?" Song Shui snatched the phone, still chewing her food, and said indistinctly, "Mom, don't worry, this lunchbox smells delicious. Auntie even gave me an extra spoonful of braised pork. I'll only eat this once, and then I'll go home obediently. I promise I won't get an upset stomach." Xia Yulan sighed on the other end of the phone, her tone softening. "You two are driving me crazy. Come back after you finish eating, it's windy outside, don't catch a cold." After hanging up, she looked at the warm black chicken soup in the kitchen, shook her head helplessly, and turned to go to the nursery to check on her 2 granddaughters, secretly thinking that next time she might be able to try a lighter dish that would suit Shui's taste. After finishing their boxed lunches, Song Shui and Gu Yuan strolled home leisurely. A gentle evening breeze carried the lingering aromas of the food street. Song Shui, arm in arm with Gu Yuan, walked with the lightness of a child. "Honey, this is the happiest day I've had since giving birth," she said, looking up at Gu Yuan, her eyes sparkling. Gu Yuan held her hand tightly and said softly, "From now on, whenever you want to eat it, I'll come with you secretly, or I'll learn to cook it for you." When they got home, Xia Yulan didn't throw a tantrum again. She simply handed Song Shui some warm milk and muttered, "It's okay to eat at a roadside stall once in a while. Tell me what you want to eat next time." Song Shui obediently agreed, feeling warm inside. Since then, Xia Yulan stopped constantly preparing tonics for Song Shui and started cooking a variety of light and delicious home-style dishes. Occasionally, she would even follow recipes Song Shui mentioned and make some simple, homely side dishes. Gu Yuan became the family's mediator and chef's assistant, juggling his mother's needs, his wife's, and the occasional diaper change and feeding of their 2 little princesses. He was busy but happy to do it all. That scam phone call became a laughingstock in the family. Every time it was mentioned, Song Shui would blush with embarrassment, while Gu Yuan would jokingly say, "My wife is someone who's going to build a kingdom. What's a mere 10 million? Song Shui gradually came to understand that happiness wasn't about how much wealth she had, but about having a loving family, hot meals, and 2 healthy, growing children by her side. Sweetie and Honey grew up day by day. Sweetie was lively and active, like a little son, always chasing after Gu Yuan and calling out, "Daddy, hug me." Honey, on the other hand, was quiet and well-behaved, and liked to snuggle in Song Shui's arms, quietly listening to stories. Xia Yulan spent every day with her 2 granddaughters, and her face was always beaming with smiles. The house was always filled with laughter. Gu Yuan's career continued to flourish, but he would never neglect his family for work again. No matter how busy he would always make time to be with Song Shui and the children. Song Shui also gradually regained her rhythm of life. She would occasionally meet up with friends to share parenting tips, and in her spare time, she would follow online tutorials to learn how to cook, making her family life vibrant and fulfilling. The boxed lunches from the snack street became an occasional little secret for the 2 of them. Every time they sneaked out to eat, they would recall that thrilling yet amusing experience. The misunderstanding caused by breast engorgement also became a warm, unspoken memory among the family members, reminding each other that the most precious thing among family members is mutual understanding and tolerance. Life is peaceful and serene. Song Shui and Gu Yuan, with their 2 adorable daughters and the company of their family, live a carefree and happy life. There are no earth-shattering events, only the warmth of everyday life and the enduring love. This is the perfect life they desire. This book is now complete. Thank you for reading.